Chapter 1. My mother-in-law disagrees. My wife stole the household registration book and wants to get married with me. Magic City. It was a hot July day, and the sun was so strong that it almost melted the asphalt road. Su Yuan stood in the shadow of the eaves at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, stretched his neck anxiously, and looked at the passing vehicles. Seeing pairs of sweet young couples walking into the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand, Su Yuan felt even more anxious. I'm here. But soon, a taxi stopped at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and a pretty girl in a short skirt jumped out of the car and ran towards Su Yuan. The girl's skin was white, tender and translucent, and fine hairs could be seen in the sunlight. Crystal beads of sweat rolled down her smooth and plump forehead, dripping onto the ground and turning into smoke in an instant. Although it was very hot, the girl didn't care at all. She proudly raised the household registration book in her hand and pouted her cherry pink lips to show off to Su Yuan. I got it. Su Yuan looked at the household registration booklet, feeling both distressed and happy. He couldn't help but hold Zhao Qingshue's hand and tuck her scattered hair behind her ears. Well, I know you will get it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get the certificate. Zhao Qingxue rushed into the Civil Affairs Bureau. But Su Yuan held her hand and said, Don't worry, there are a lot of people inside. Let's go to the convenience store next door and buy a bottle of water. AI? Following Su Yuan to the convenience store nearby, Zhao Qingxue looked at Su Yuan with some confusion as he took out a 5 yuan bottle of mineral water from the freezer and put it on the counter. He paid the money quickly and handed the water to Zhao Qingxue. Honey, why did you buy such expensive water? It's all mineral water. Can't we just drink Ibao, which costs 2 yuan? Coming out of the convenience store, Zhao Qingxue was reluctant to drink the 5 yuan bottle of mineral water. The two started their free love relationship in college. Because their family conditions were average, they did not return to their hometown after graduation, but stayed in the city of Shanghai to work. But in this day and age, fresh graduates are worthless. After working for a year, the two of them didn't save much money even though they lived frugally. Originally, Zhao Qingxue wanted to explain the situation between her and Su Yuan to her family first and then get married. But her parents thought Su Yuan was too unsuitable and refused to agree with them being together, so Zhao Qingxue didn't dare to mention Su Yuan in front of her parents again. But even if you don't mention it, you still have to get married. So she decided to go all out and stole the household registration book from home. Anyway, let's get married first. As long as she can be with Su Yuan, it doesn't matter if it's a little hard or tiring. As for the car and house her parents mentioned, she believes she will have them in time. While Zhao Qingxue was still thinking about her future work and saving money, Su Yuan was a little dazed. Because just after he bought a bottle of water, the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating $5 for his wife Zhao Qinghua and receiving a tenfold rebate of $50. The amount has been deposited into your account balance. Please check. When he heard this voice, his whole body trembled and he screamed wildly in his heart. It turned out to be true. Today was supposed to be the day for him and Zhao Qingxue to get their marriage certificate, but because Zhao Qingxue's family was not happy with their marriage and disliked him for being too poor, Zhao Qingxue went home to steal the household registration book. He came to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau in advance and waited, but just a few minutes before Zhao Qingxue arrived, a mechanical voice appeared, as if he had tinnitus, reminding him that he had bound to the 10 times rebate system for spending money on wife. When Su Yuan was bored, he would read some YY novels somewhere. He knew about the system, but he knew that such things only appeared in novels. How could they exist in reality? But who knew it really existed? When Su Yuan first heard about this system, he thought someone was playing a prank, but he didn't expect it to be true. It's really a tenfold rebate. Because when the system's voice rang in his ears, his cell phone also vibrated, and he received a notification that 50 yuan had been transferred into his bank card. Spend 5 yuan and get a 50 yuan rebate, spend 50 and get a 500 yuan rebate, spend 500 and get a 5,000 yuan rebate. Then what about spending 50,000? What about 500,000? Or, what about spending 5 million? When Su Yuan thought about the infinite accumulation and the money in the account growing like a snowball, every cell in his body was screaming with excitement. Hey, today is the day we get our marriage certificate, so it's normal for you to buy me a bottle of expensive water. Seeing that Su Yuan's expression was a little strange, Zhao Qingxue thought that it was her complaints that made Su Yuan unhappy. Thinking that Su Yuan had good intentions towards her, she still complained. She suddenly felt that she had gone too far and quickly hugged Su Yuan's arm and acted coquettishly. Su Yuan finally reacted. He looked lovingly at the pretty figure beside him. Zhao Qingxue was looking at him with a pair of big, misty eyes like a deer. As soon as he saw those beautiful and tender eyes, Su Yuan's heart softened like a pool of water. He held Zhao Qingxue's hand even tighter, and walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau with her firmly and briskly. When I came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao Qingxue held 2 bright red notebooks in her arms, smiling a bit foolishly, her face full of happiness. Today is our first day of marriage, how about going out for something nice? What do you want to eat, husband? Crayfish or barbecue? Su Yuan smiled and didn't say anything, but took her directly to the largest pedestrian street in the Magic City. Hey, the things here are so expensive. After getting off the bus, Zhao Qingxue looked at the people coming and going on the pedestrian street and wrinkled her cute little nose. Xuanhui Pedestrian Street is one of the most famous pedestrian streets in Shanghai. It has a good environment, a great location, and offers a complete range of dining, film, and entertainment options. However, the main problem is that it is expensive. The restaurants that can open here have a minimum per capita consumption of 1,000 yuan. Now they still have to save money to buy a house and a car. Zhao Qingxue thinks that having a barbecue and crayfish meal that costs several hundred yuan is a very luxurious choice. Why would they be willing to come to such an expensive place? Take my wife to eat, it won't be expensive anywhere. Su Yuan grabbed Zhao Qingxue and walked directly into a very high-end Western restaurant. If it were in the past, looking at the decoration of this Western restaurant, Su Yuan would definitely not have the idea of stepping in, but now that he has the system, it's different. 10 times the rebate for consumption. Does that mean the more you spend, the more rebate you get? If you go to those cheap places to shop, the rebates are really not enough. But this kind of high-end Western restaurant is different. If a meal costs 100,000 yuan, then the rebate can be as high as millions. Then eat this meal. Seeing Su Yuan's enthusiastic look, Zhao Qingxue didn't want to spoil his fun, so she sweetly took his arm and followed him in. Chapter 2, Sister, your boyfriend is so nice to you. Welcome, are you too? A waitress in beautiful clothes came towards us. As expected of someone working in a big restaurant, she not only had a great figure, but also had exquisite makeup and elegant manners. Seeing that she was not dressed as well as the waiter, Zhao Qingxue felt a little disappointed. It was all her fault for being in such a hurry today that she didn't dress up properly. She should have worn that little red evening dress. Yes, both of you. Su Yuan was so familiar with Zhao Qingxue that he knew what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. Therefore, he patted her little hand calmly and spoke to the waiter calmly. The waiter smiled and took the 2 of them to a seat by the window. Please order your food, both of you. Order whatever you want. Handing the menu to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan looked at her with a smile, his eyes gentle and focused. Zhao Qingxue cautiously opened the beautifully designed menu. Although the dishes looked delicious, the prices beside them made her feel a little dizzy. It's just a small piece of cake, and it doesn't look anything special. Why does it cost more than 200 yuan? You can eat 3 pounds of crayfish for more than 200 yuan. 2 Russian mashed potato salads, 2 Angus steaks, 1 raspberry and cheese lava cake, and a bottle of Gloria vintage port. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's conflicted look, Su Yuan decisively ordered the dishes. Except for the bottle of Gloria vintage port wine, all the other dishes were the ones that Zhao Qingxue had stared at for a long time but had not made up her mind to order. Okay. Watching the waiter leave gracefully, Zhao Qingxue finally revealed a pained expression. Husband, don't be so reckless. This is too expensive, isn't it? That bottle of wine is over 1,000. Originally, Zhao Qingxue thought that the 2 of them would only need to spend a little over 1,000 yuan on food this time. But Su Yuan's bottle of wine costs 1,000. Including the steaks and desserts we ordered, wouldn't the total cost be 3,000 to 5,000? Her heart is bleeding. Your husband is taking you to eat something delicious. What's wrong with your expression? Today is our first day of marriage. Looking at Zhao Qingxue's puffy cheeks, which looked like a little squirrel, so cute, Su Yuan couldn't help but pinch her face. Zhao Qingxue quickly pushed him away. What are you doing? We're outside, mind your image. You're my wife, why do you have to worry about your image? I can't argue with you, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. Although it hurts to eat, I have already ordered it. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't eat it? So Zhao Qingxue, with the idea of making up for her losses, ate up all the steak and cake, and even made an exception and drank 2 more glasses of red wine. She had fair skin and alcohol easily turned red on her face, so after 2 drinks, a thin layer of attractive powder appeared on her face, like a half-open rose, delicate and tempting. "Honey, I'm so happy today." Zhao Qingxue spoke more than usual, probably because she had been drinking, and her words were bolder. Although he knew that his wife was beautiful, Su Yuan still couldn't control himself when he saw Zhao Qingxue like this. Otherwise, if he were outside, he would have pounced on the person and eaten him. But now he could only pat Zhao Qingsherry's little head and take her to pay the bill. "Hello sir, the total is 3,659 yuan. Swipe the card." When it came time to pay the bill, Su Yuan moved his throat unconsciously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 3,656 yuan for his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 36,560 yuan. This has been deposited into your account balance. Please check. But the system's voice rang in my ears in time. The income from a meal was close to 40,000, which made Su Yuan smile slightly. This system is really reliable. However, compared to Su Yuan's overall comfort, Zhao Qingxue over there instantly woke up after hearing the price. "Ah, this restaurant is such a rip-off. It's just a steak, and they're charging 700 or 800. This isn't even steak, it's half a cow." Therefore, as soon as she left the restaurant, Zhao Qingxue started chattering and complaining. While listening to her cute complaints, Su Yuan pulled her into the mall. After arriving at the mall, Zhao Qingxue realized something was wrong. Hey, what are you doing? You've been using your phone for 3 years. Go get a new one." Su Yuan looked at the Apple phone in Zhao Qingxue's hand. It was a model from 3 years ago. Although it was popular at the time, for today's highly developed mobile phone industry, the speed of mobile phone updates is too fast. So not only is the appearance of this phone outdated, but many of the software are also slow to use. Su Yuan had wanted to buy her a new phone a long time ago, but Zhao Qingxue always said that her phone was enough and didn't allow him to spend money indiscriminately. But every time he saw her little sisters holding the latest mobile phones, he felt particularly guilty towards Zhao Qingxue. So now that he has some money, the first thing he plans to do is buy Zhao Qingxue a new phone. Why buy a new phone? Phones these days have all these fancy features, but they're not practical. There's no point wasting money. Zhao Qingxue was somewhat reluctant to go. As a girl, she certainly wants the latest model of Apple phone, which is not only beautiful in appearance but also has a good camera function. But when she thought about how she and Su Yuan still had to save money to buy a house and a car, she felt that it was okay not to buy a new phone. "What color do you like for the latest Fruit 12 Pro Max?" However, Su Yuan did not give her a chance to refuse. He directly pulled her to the fruit store and ran to the latest model of Fruit 12 Pro Max. The top configuration of Fruit 12 Pro Max costs 12,000 yuan. As soon as Zhao Qingxue saw the 5-digit price, she was no longer in the mood to look at the color and was about to leave with Su Yuan. "Let's go, husband. Your favorite color is usually pink, but this one doesn't have pink. So why not get the graphite color? It'll complement your skin tone the best and it'll definitely look great in your hands." Su Yuan smiled directly at the teller standing behind the counter and said, "Please wrap it up for me." "Okay, sir, the full price of this Fruit 12 Pro Max is 11,999. Would you like to pay by card or cash?" Swipe the card. When Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue walked in, the female clerk saw that although they had good looks, they were wearing cheap clothes and the cell phones in their hands were old models from several years ago, so she didn't pay much attention to them. But who knew that Su Yuan was so straightforward and ordered one without even asking? She immediately changed her previous casual attitude, took out her mobile phone and packed it diligently, then helped to create the Fruit ID, and her service was much more enthusiastic. "Sister, your boyfriend is so nice to you." Seeing that Su Yuan handed the phone to Zhao Qingxue as soon as he got it, the clerk looked at Zhao Qingxue with envy. Chapter 3: Taking my wife to buy a diamond ring. Ah, no, he just likes to spend money recklessly. Zhao Qingxue was of course very happy to be praised by the shop assistant with envy, but she still scolded Su Yuan. "I told him not to spend money recklessly, but he insisted on spending it and didn't listen to me at all." When scolded by Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan just smiled slightly and did not refute. As long as Zhao Qingxue is happy, he is willing to buy her anything. Not to mention that you can get 10 times the rebate if you buy things for her. The system has just prompted that 120,000 yuan has been deposited. In the time it took him to buy a mobile phone, his net worth has doubled without him realizing it. He had worked for a year and saved about 100,000 yuan. This time, for food and mobile phone purchases, the system gave him more than 150,000 yuan. Now he has about 250,000 yuan in his card. Although it's not a lot, it's okay to buy Zhao Qingxue an ordinary diamond ring, right? Oh, this feels so good, come and touch it. Although Zhao Qingxue was scolding Su Yuan, she still couldn't let go of her new phone. As soon as she went out, she happily took a lot of pictures of herself. Hey, it's so smooth. Wow, the various beautifications are so beautiful. Isn't this photo-taking function too amazing? Although Zhao Qingxue acts very cold in front of others, she is a silly little chatterbox in front of Su Yuan, holding her new mobile phone and studying it happily. Fortunately, Su Yuan was tall enough, so he put his arm around her shoulders and walked with her without any problem. However, not long after she left, after Zhao Qingxue finished studying the functions of the mobile phone, she suddenly looked up, her little face full of regret and heartache. What's wrong? Su Yuan thought she was feeling unwell and touched her little face nervously, but the next second Zhao Qingxue's words made the corners of his mouth twitch. How could I have forgotten to ask for a gift when I bought such an expensive phone? What gift do you want? Go buy a diamond ring. Before Zhao Qingxue could react, Su Yuan had already dragged her to the Tiffany store on the second floor. Tiffany is one of the top 10 luxury jewelry brands in the world. It is known as the queen of the jewelry industry and is famous for its diamonds and silver products. As a girl, Zhao Qingxue certainly knows this brand. Occasionally, she would see Tiffany diamond rings in magazines or on Xiaohongshu. Those diamond rings were beautiful and dazzling, and paired with beautiful and high-end models, they were like palace-level works of art, giving people a feeling of desire and inviolability. Although she wanted it too, her mind told her that buying diamonds was not worth it. After all, compared to gold, the depreciation rate of diamonds is ridiculously fast. This place looks so classy. Stepping on the shiny marble floor, Zhao Qingxue was quite cautious, fearing that something might be broken. While looking at the diamond rings in the glass cabinet, she whispered to Su Yuan, "It's really expensive. Why not buy gold instead of diamonds? Let's just take a look." Hearing her say this, Su Yuan suddenly felt a little sour in his nose for some reason. As the recognized campus belle, there are at least 8 or 10 rich second-generation men chasing Zhao Qingxue. She is also hardworking and excellent. With her conditions, she can definitely find a boyfriend from a well-off family. Like other girls, she can receive new mobile phones, expensive cosmetics and beautiful bags during festivals. But she chose to follow him. Although he had tried very hard to provide her with material conditions, he still had to bow to reality. He can't spend all the money he earns every month on her because he needs to buy a car and a house in the future. He couldn't give her a grand and gorgeous wedding because he was too poor to afford it, and he couldn't even get her family's recognition. He was just one of the ordinary people, living a mediocre life despite his hard work. However, she still loved him wholeheartedly, giving up her bright and glorious future life, regardless of her family's obstruction and opposition. So determined to follow you without hesitation. She's such a good girl, and I've made her suffer so much before. You can pick anyone you like, I will buy it for you. Zhao Qingxue, who had been looking at the designs with great interest, suddenly had a headache after hearing Su Yuan's deep voice. She turned around and looked at him in disbelief, saying seriously, "Su Yuan, that's enough. I've had a big meal and bought a cell phone today. I'm already happy enough. Buying a diamond ring is too much, right? Didn't we agree not to buy something flashy like a diamond ring?" Zhao Qingxue is the kind of girl who looks pure and childish. Although she is already 23 years old, her cheeks are full of collagen and her big, lively eyes make her super cute even when she is serious. Although Su Yuan was scolded by her, he didn't care at all. Instead, his eyes fell on a round yellow sapphire diamond ring in the glass cabinet. The gold diamond ring has a double-layer bead chain edge inlaid with small diamonds, and a dazzling golden main diamond in the middle. If I remember correctly, Zhao Qingxue had seen this model in a magazine before. He didn't see the price in the magazine at the time, but the price here is 220,000. This one, right? Su Yuan asked Zhao Qingxue, but before she could answer, he said to the clerk, "Bring this one out for my girlfriend to try." "Sir, this wedding ring is our summer limited edition, priced at 220,000. Normally, big stores like Tiffany would provide very considerate service. When customers come, the store staff would take the initiative to greet them and introduce the styles. But because Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were dressed too poorly, let alone those expensive new models, they looked like they couldn't even afford the most basic ordinary ones, so no clerk was willing to pay attention to them and just let them wander around the store. At this moment, Su Yuan took the initiative to ask to see the diamond ring. Out of the most basic courtesy and cultivation, a clerk was willing to pay attention to him. But the clerk's sweet voice and fake smile could not hide the impatience and contempt in her eyes. If you can't afford it, then don't watch it. What's the point of making trouble? These words were almost written on the clerk's face. 220,000, isn't that too expensive? Let's go. Although Zhao Qingxue is simple, she is not ignorant of the ways of the world. She saw the clerk's impatience, which made her feel a little shrinking and lost. She pulled Su Yuan's sleeve and gently persuaded him to leave. Would anyone care to show it to me? Su Yuan was a little angry when he encountered such a thing when buying a diamond ring, but today was his good day and he didn't want to get angry, so he asked the few idle shop assistants over there another question. One of them saw that Su Yuan had a good temperament and was very persistent, so after a moment's hesitation, he came over and took out the yellow diamond wedding ring and handed it to Su Yuan, saying with a smile, "Let your girlfriend try it on. This yellow diamond ring represents purity and eternity, and it is very suitable for your girlfriend to wear." Chapter 4. My wife is a bully at home. This is the one, pack it up for me. Su Yuan on this side let Zhao Qingxue try the ring on and found that the size was just right and there was no need for alteration, so he readily asked the clerk to pack up the diamond ring. These words frightened Zhao Qingxue so much that she was stunned. "Hubby, stop joking." She was a little incoherent. "Diamonds are worthless. Gold is more valuable." "Of course, I don't want you to buy me gold. I mean, the ring is not suitable." In fact, although Zhao Qingxue went into Tiffany's jewelry store with Su Yuan, for her, it was just like shopping. She just looked and didn't think about buying anything at all. Especially since this store sells only high-end goods. The ring just now is Tiffany's limited edition for this summer, and it's worth 220,000. What does 220,000 mean? It means they can afford the down payment for a 3-bedroom apartment in a small city. She would never be willing to spend so much money on a diamond ring. Yes, sir. In fact, not only Zhao Qingxue was stunned, even the clerk was stunned for a moment. Originally, she took out the ring for Zhao Qingxue to try on. She didn't think Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue could afford it. She was just being polite. But who knew Su Yuan was so straightforward? Even those rich ladies who look very wealthy in their dressing would need to consider the price-performance ratio when faced with a diamond ring worth $200,000. But isn't this young man in front of me too cool? It seems that to him, it is not 200,000, but 20 yuan. Is he pretending to be cool? Hey, isn't this Qingxue? Why are you here too? Before they had time to pay, a coquettish voice suddenly sounded behind them. The voice was deliberately pinched, giving the listeners goosebumps. When Zhao Qingxue heard the voice, her body tensed slightly. She turned around reluctantly and greeted the woman opposite. "Momo, it's you. What a coincidence. My husband and I came to look at the ring." "See the ring? Then you've come to the wrong place." Lin Nemo was holding the arm of a middle-aged, greasy man with a big belly. When she heard what Zhao Qingxue said, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed. She deliberately raised her hand to lift the hair beside her ear, pretending to inadvertently reveal the large and round pearl earrings on her ear and a series of Cartier bracelets on her wrist, and then she smiled hypocritically. "Qingxue, let me tell you, we just graduated a year ago, and the job market isn't good right now. Salaries are generally low. When buying things, you have to compare prices from different stores and buy the best value for money. For example, I don't recommend buying a diamond ring here. It's too expensive. It's better to go to the underground market in Erlaton. There are several custom-made diamond ring shops there. Although the quality isn't as high as here, the price-performance ratio is quite good. You can buy a 50-point loose diamond for 3,000 yuan, with a silver setting and the processing fee, and it won't be more than 4,000 yuan. It's especially suitable for you." Although Lin Nemo said in a tone that said, "I'm doing this for your own good," the mockery in her eyes clearly said that you, a poor bastard, don't deserve to be here. These words made Zhao Qingxue feel even more ashamed. I just came here to take a look." "Is that so? Do you think there's any ring that would be suitable for me? Our boss insisted on buying me a diamond ring, and I couldn't refuse." Lin Nemo said this, and glanced at the greasy middle-aged man beside her with a reproachful look. The middle-aged man also puffed out his big, round belly and said generously, "Momo, as long as you are happy, you can buy any diamond ring. Oh, you don't need to buy something too expensive, something around 50,000 or 60,000 will be enough." When Lin Mo mentioned 50 or 60,000, a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Although the man she was with was an executive of a company with an annual salary of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan, he was usually very stingy when it came to giving her gifts. This time, she had to beg and plead for a long time before she got the opportunity to buy a diamond ring for him. She knew that he wouldn't buy her a very nice diamond ring, at most it would be worth 50 or 60,000. But a diamond ring worth 50 or 60,000 is enough for her to show off on her circle of friends. Of course, it was enough to make Zhao Qingxue in front of him jealous. "I'm sorry, my wife hasn't seen such a cheap diamond ring, so I can't recommend it to you." Just when Lin Mo was proudly showing off in front of Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan suddenly put his arm around her shoulders and said to her with a forced smile. When Lin Mo heard this, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. She originally wanted to show off, but who knew that Su Yuan's words would slap her in the face in a minute? However, we are all college classmates, so who doesn't know each other? In Lin Mo's opinion, Su Yuan is just a poor guy who is good-looking but useless in other aspects. He has only graduated for a year. What kind of nice diamond ring can he afford? Thinking of this, Lin Mo sneered disdainfully, "Hey, don't tell me you can afford the diamond ring on Qingxue's finger. What are you still standing there for? Wrap the ring for me quickly." But the next second, Lin Mo was stunned. Because after hearing what she said, Su Yuan on the other side did not show the embarrassment and anger she imagined. Instead, he glanced at the clerk next to him, said this, and handed over his bank card. The clerk also respectfully took the ring and bank card and left, and then quickly handed the bank card and an exquisite paper bag to Su Yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 220,000 yuan to his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 2.2 million yuan. The amount has been deposited into your account balance, please check. Listening to the system prompt sound ringing in his ears, Su Yuan calmly put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's soft waist and left. But when he reached the door, he paused, turned around and said to Lin Mo, who had a grim expression on her face, "My wife just said that those diamond rings that cost 50 or 60,000 yuan are quite ugly, so she didn't look at them much, but I think there should be one that suits you." What's the meaning? Does that mean she only wears those ugly rings? Or is he implying that she is ugly? Lin Mo was so angry at Su Yuan's words that her body trembled slightly and she felt like a layer of powder on her face had been shaken off. But she had nothing to refute. "Hubby, you're so awesome. You made her so angry with just one sentence. Humph, she always bullies me." Walking out of Tiffany's, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help laughing. Did you see that? She was so angry that the powder on her face fell off. Although they were all classmates, Zhao Qingxue had never had a good impression of Lin Mo. She usually didn't bother her, but Lin Mo always came to her to show affection or make sarcastic remarks, which made Zhao Qingxue very annoyed. "You're just a bully at home. You're sharp-tongued when you're with me, so why are you so polite to others?" In fact, Su Yuan is not a person who likes to be petty, but if someone bullies his wife, he will certainly not let it go. Today he just mocked Lin Mo a few times, which was considered lenient to her. If there is a next time, he will never tolerate it. Chapter 5: Helping my wife empty the shopping cart. Let's go. The scene of Su Yuan mocking Lin Mo was seen clearly by several store clerks. Now Lin Mo felt that her whole face was burning and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. In order to save face, she deliberately took the greasy man's arm and looked at several pieces of jewelry worth about 200,000 yuan with a condescending attitude. She either complained that the diamonds were not perfect enough or that the styles were too old. Finally, she left with her head held high. "Pfft, you're really good at pretending." "That's right. I was drooling when I looked at the diamond ring, and yet I still said it was ugly. How could there be such a person? If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it." Sour grapes. Several shop assistants were polite to Lin Mo and the man on the surface, but as soon as the two walked out of the store, they immediately showed a look of disdain. After they finished complaining about Lin Mo, they turned their attention to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Several people looked at the clerk who had received Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue today with envy. Yeah, you were so lucky. Although that poor boy looked shabby today, I didn't expect him to be so rich. That's right, a 220,000 yuan diamond ring, bought without any hesitation, and he's so handsome too, I'm so envious. This is the typical good man who would rather save money himself and love his wife. The clerk called Yeye was also a little overjoyed. Selling this diamond ring had already completed her weekly sales in one go, so she was in a particularly good mood. You're right, when looking for a man, you should look for one who loves his wife. Of course, Zhao Qingxue had no idea what the shop assistants were talking about. She was terrified after spending more than 200,000 yuan today. Seeing that Su Yuan seemed to be still unsatisfied and wanted to buy cosmetics, she quickly pulled Su Yuan back to their rental house. Tell me the truth, where did you get so much money? Did you spend all your coffin money? Looking at the huge ring on her hand, Zhao Qingxue sat on Su Yuan's thighs, pinching his face and interrogating him. Didn't I recently complete a big project for the company? This is a bonus from the company. Of course, Su Yuan couldn't tell Zhao Qingxue about the system. Even if he told her, she might not believe it, so after weighing the pros and cons, Su Yuan decided to find a reason to get rid of the matter. Hearing that this money was Su Yuan's bonus, Zhao Qingxue felt even more distressed. Humph, is the bonus an excuse for you to spend money recklessly? Woohoo, this is the down payment for our house. How about we return the ring? Su Yuan also said with a smile, if you withdraw in time, you can probably get back hundreds of thousands. I wouldn't do anything so stupid. This is my diamond ring. You can't return it. Zhao Qingxue sounded fierce when she spoke. She turned around and held the diamond ring cautiously, as if she was afraid that Su Yuan would snatch it away and then retreat. Su Yuan pretended to really want to snatch it away but then backed away. The two of them played around on the bed for a while, and Zhao Qingxue couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Watching her fall asleep, Su Yuan placed a feather-like kiss on her forehead, then picked up her cell phone. The two were very honest with each other and recorded each other's fingerprints. They were not afraid of the other party looking through their phones. Therefore, Su Yuan smoothly used his fingerprint to open Zhao Qingxue's mobile phone and logged into her Taobao account. As a girl, Zhao Qingxue certainly likes to go shopping on Taobao, but many of the things she likes are just looked at. Although she will excitedly add them to the shopping cart when she sees them, those things just lie in her shopping cart and she rarely buys them. In fact, Su Yuan impulsively wanted to clear her shopping cart many times, but he never had the money. Now, Su Yuan has more than 2 million in his account, so of course he did what he had wanted to do for a long time without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 2,000 yuan to his wife Zhao Qinghua and receiving a tenfold rebate of 20,000 yuan. The rebate has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 55,000 yuan to his wife Zhao Qinghua and receiving a tenfold rebate of 550,000 yuan. The amount has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 9,600 yuan to his wife Zhao Qinghua and receiving a tenfold rebate of 96,000 yuan. The rebate has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Zhao Qingxue's shopping cart was basically filled with some pretty little dresses, cosmetics, and various gadgets. They weren't expensive in total, and after clearing them all out, Su Yuan only spent 120,000. He also received a rebate of 1.2 million. Adding to his previous rebates, there is now about 3.7 million in his account. With so much money, it may not be enough to buy a house in Shanghai, but it should be more than enough to buy a car, right? Thinking of this, Su Yuan fell asleep with his arms around Zhao Qingxue. Why are there so many messages? Zhao Qingxue always gets up earlier than Su Yuan in the morning. She originally planned to make breakfast, but when she opened her phone out of habit, she saw several unread messages in the upper right corner of her VX icon. She was startled. Could it be that her boss was looking for her for something? However, when she opened the WeChat account, she felt relieved. No one in the company group had added her, and no one in the company chatted with her privately. All the messages came from the circle of friends. Only then did she remember that after she returned home yesterday, she seemed to have taken a photo of the Tiffany diamond ring that Su Yuan bought and posted it on her Moments. Qingxue, you finally changed your phone. Many people also noticed the eye-catching line of Apple 12 Pro Max below the circle of friends. However, everyone's focus is still on the pictures Zhao Qingxue posted on her Moments. Is this really Tiffany's limited edition summer wedding ring? It's so beautiful. I remember this ring costing over 200,000. Qingxue, I didn't expect you to be such a hidden rich woman. Qingxue, tell me the truth, did you win the lottery? Why did you become so generous all of a sudden? Zhao Qingxue's circle of friends consists of some of her younger sisters and colleagues from the company. They all knew that although Zhao Qingxue was beautiful, she had a very poor boyfriend, and the two were saving money to buy a house and a car and get married. So Zhao Qingxue usually lives a very tight life. Her mobile phone is an old model from many years ago. She buys clothes on Taobao, brings her own lunch, and only buys affordable cosmetics. She only posts some daily photos on her moments, and this is the first time she shows off her diamond ring. And the first one on display is Tiffany's Summer Limited Edition. For rich people, perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing, but any piece of jewelry they have is worth more than 200,000. But for ordinary girls like them, this Tiffany Summer Limited Edition wedding ring worth 200,000 yuan is already a luxury item. After all, considering their current monthly salary of 5 or 6,000, it is simply impossible for them to buy Tiffany Summer Limited Edition in their lifetime. Unless I find a boyfriend from a well-off family, but how easy is it to find a tall, rich, and handsome guy these days? Chapter 6: Taking my wife to buy a car. Oh, it's just a Tiffany's ring. If some people are envious, then naturally there will be others who are disdainful. Looking at the pictures in Zhao Qingshua's circle of friends, Jin Jiwen sneered and opened Zhao Qingshua's private chat box. "Schwer, is this the ring your boyfriend gave you?" "Yeah, that's right." Looking at the message sent by Jin Jiwen, Zhao Qingxue actually didn't want to reply. However, as Jin Jiwen was a major client of the company, she had to come into contact with him frequently, so it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with him, so she had to reply. "Your boyfriend is so rich." Seeing that Zhao Qingxue replied to the message quickly, Jin Jiwen was delighted and gave a hypocritical compliment. But in fact, he had already investigated Su Yuan's background. His father was a civil servant and his mother ran a convenience store. They couldn't be said to be poor, but their family was definitely not wealthy. He himself is just a 996 corporate slave, working tirelessly for the company and only getting a fixed salary of 7 or 8,000 yuan every month. It's only been 1 year since he graduated, and he bought Zhao Qingxue a diamond ring worth 220,000 yuan. Either the ring is fake, or he has lost a lot of energy because of it. According to him, the ring that Zhao Qingxue posted did not look fake, so it could only mean that Su Yuan spent a lot of money to buy this ring. A fool is a fool. With the 200,000 yuan, you might as well buy yourself a car. Spending 200,000 yuan to please women is far less effective than buying yourself a car to attract women. Thinking this in his heart, Jin Jiwen saw that Zhao Qingxue did not reply, so he also made a phone call. "Hello? Manager's son? Are you free tonight? I got 2 bottles of good wine, how about we have one?" Hearing the affirmative answer from the other side, Jin Jiwen's face turned even higher. This manager's son is none other than Su Yuan's immediate superior. "Super Idol's smile is not as sweet as yours, the August noon sun is not as dazzling as you, I love you at 105°C, every drop of pure distilled water." Su Yuan was awakened by the sweet and clear singing. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the 2 rabbit ears swinging in front of him in a daze. Then he reached out and grabbed the soft body, which rolled into his arms. Zhao Qingshue's pretty little face appeared before him, her bright eyes sparkling with a happy smile. "Hurry up, lazy pig. The little rabbit has already prepared breakfast." "Really? But I want to eat bunny this morning." "Here, eat it." Zhao Qingxue took the initiative to put her pink lips in front of Su Yuan and closed her eyes with a look of resignation. Su Yuan smiled and bit her lips. After having a delicious breakfast, Zhao Qingxue supported her chin and excitedly planned where to go for fun. The 2 of them had been very busy since graduation, and usually only had time to date on weekends, which meant eating, shopping, and watching movies. Although they were very happy, Zhao Qingxue wanted to go somewhere different this time. "Where do you think is good?" "I want to go to Happy Valley, or Underwater City." As Zhao Qingxue spoke, she did not forget to take out her mobile phone to check the travel guide to see where the combined ticket and transportation fares were cheaper. "I've already decided where I'm going, so put your phone away." Su Yuan smiled, took her hand, and took Zhao Qingxue out. Zhao Qingxue foolishly followed Su Yuan. Thinking of the exorbitant expenses yesterday, she didn't forget to remind him, "By the way, you are not allowed to take me to expensive places today. I won't eat a single bite of food that costs more than 100 yuan, even if I starve to death." "Okay, I promise to take you to a cheap place." "Humph, that's pretty good." Seeing Su Yuan's assurance, Zhao Qingxue followed him with confidence. However, when they arrived at their destination by subway, Zhao Qingxue was stunned by the huge sign of the 4S store. "Is this the low-cost place you mentioned?" "Yes." Su Yuan walked inside with Zhao Qingxue by his hand, saying righteously, "Let's just buy a car worth a few million. We won't even look at those sports cars worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions." Zhao Qingxue gritted her teeth. "Su Yuan. Wife, I'm here. Let's go." Okay. Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue and strode inside, completely ignoring Zhao Qingxue's sad look. However, despite her complaints, Zhao Qingxue knew that Su Yuan had always wanted to buy a car, so she just accompanied him to take a look in advance. This 4S store is very large, with 3 floors. The first layer consists of ordinary cars, usually priced below 1 million, and the second layer consists of million-level cars. As for the third floor, only members of this 4S store can enter, and ordinary people cannot enter at all, so Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue to the second floor. However, when visiting the first floor, Zhao Qingxue was still cautious, but after Su Yuan pulled her to the second floor, she felt relieved. Because she knew that maybe Su Yuan could afford the first-tier car by gritting his teeth and taking out an installment plan, but he definitely couldn't afford the second-tier car. This Porsche Cayenne looks great. Without the psychological burden, Zhao Qingxue was more open when shopping, and she quickly fell in love with a red Porsche Cayenne. As an SUV model under the Porsche Cayenne, many people in China like this model because of its excellent power performance and handling. Well, the Porsche Cayenne has excellent power because it's equipped with the latest turbocharged engine. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue liked it very much, Su Yuan also introduced it to her in a torrent of words. However, Zhao Qingxue blinked her big eyes and listened, then said to Su Yuan seriously, "I think the main thing is that this color looks good. Okay, no matter what the reason is, as long as my wife likes it." Su Yuan waved his hand and called a car salesman over. He pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne and asked, "How much is this car?" The car salesperson saw Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue as soon as they entered the door. People in their line of work are all shrewd people, and they can tell at a glance whether the other party can afford a car or not. Seeing Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue like this, they had no interest in dealing with them, so they just let them wander around on the second floor. Now, seeing Su Yuan calling him over, the salesperson had a smile on his face, but his tone was perfunctory. Including insurance and other things, the landing price is about 2.2 million. Su Yuan casually patted the hood of the Porsche Cayenne and said, "It's quite cheap, I'll take it." "What? Sir, what did you say?" Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhao Qingxue and the salesperson both made sounds of disbelief. Chapter 7 How can your husband afford a Porsche? I say, I want these 2 Porsche Cayennes. Su Yuan repeated it calmly. Only then did Zhao Qingxue and the salesperson realize that he was serious about what he said. Zhao Qingxue couldn't say anything to Su Yuan outside, so she had to pull Su Yuan's sleeves frantically, almost pulling the sleeves of Su Yuan's shirt off. Su Yuan pretended not to notice and looked at the salesperson calmly, "Just swipe your card." Okay, please come with me to the VLP lounge area over here and sit for a while. I'll help you with the formalities right away. The sponsor is the dad." Upon hearing that Su Yuan really wanted to buy a car, and that it was a Porsche Cayenne, the salesperson's expression suddenly changed like magic, and he was incredibly enthusiastic. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This Porsche Cayenne is this year's new model. It's very popular because of its outstanding performance and high-cost performance. I have a client who really wants one, but he's short on cash, so he asked me to reserve one for him. Although I have a good relationship with him, since you have such good taste, I'll sell it to you first." Of course, Su Yuan didn't take the salesperson's lies seriously, he just listened to them. He found Zhao Qingxue's anxious look very funny and touched her hair. "Actually, it's mainly because my wife likes this car very much. I bought it for her to drive to and from get off work. Mr. S' wife is so beautiful, you two are truly a match made in heaven." The salesperson was really fed up with the way Su Yuan doted on Zhao Qingxue. But no matter how much dog food you put on your face, you still have to eat. After his bombardment of flattery towards Zhao Qingxue finally let go of Su Yuan's sleeve. Ding! Congratulations to the host for buying a 2.2 million Porsche Cayenne for his wife, Zhao Qingxue. This will trigger a tenfold rebate of 22 million. The amount has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it carefully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for buying a Porsche Cayenne worth 2.2 million new Taiwan dollars for his wife, Zhao Qingxue. He also received an extra lucky rebate, a Ferrari LaFerrari. Please check. The two were drinking tea in the VLP lounge area. Su Yuan was being scolded by Zhao Qingxue when he heard the system prompt sound in his ears. However, after hearing the prompt tone, Su Yuan became ecstatic. Originally, he thought that the profit this time would only be 20 million, but who knew that he would get an extra reward of a Ferrari LaFerrari? A super sports car like the Ferrari LaFerrari cannot be purchased without tens of millions. This is a luxury car that he never dreamed of owning. I don't know what it feels like to drive LaFerrari. Su Yuan couldn't help but licking his lips. As a man, of course he has no resistance to this kind of super sports car. I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Seeing that Su Yuan was distracted while she was talking a lot, Zhao Qingxue angrily threw a grape into her mouth. If you ignore me again, I will choke myself to death with this grape. Honey, I was wondering what kind of house you like. Let's buy one too. Su Yuan came back to his senses and was left in a state of confusion by what Zhao Qingxue said, so he had to hug her and comfort her. Zhao Qingxue was immediately drawn to his words. Let's talk about the house later. I guess these two Porsche Cayennes have drained all your savings, right? It's okay. Just tell me so I can have a direction to work towards. I thought about it. The house we buy doesn't need to be in a very good location. Good locations are expensive. I looked up some information. The money I spend on buying an old, rundown house in the city center is enough to buy a large flat in the suburbs. Zhao Qingxue thought about it for a long time and came to this conclusion. Su Yuan silently memorized the large flat. But Zhao Qingxue was just saying it casually. In fact, she felt extremely distressed when she saw Su Yuan. After getting the marriage certificate, Su Yuan bought her an expensive diamond ring and a car. He must have spent all his savings. Maybe his parents also supported him with a lot of money. Both of them come from ordinary families, where do they get so much money to squander? But she couldn't bear to refuse. Because she knew very well in her heart that Su Yuan must feel very guilty towards her and wanted to do his best to compensate her materially. As long as she is happy, he should be much happier too, right? Qingxue, it's the weekend today. Do you want to go out for hot pot together at noon? I found a super delicious restaurant. Just when Zhao Qingxue was stunned, her cell phone vibrated and a message from her younger sister Qihan popped up on the screen. Zhao Qingxue also asked Su Yuan for his opinion. Su Yuan took a look and saw that the hot pot restaurant Qihan mentioned was not far from the 4S store, so he readily agreed and asked Qihan to wait while they picked up the car and went there. Su Yuan paid in full for the car this time and was very prompt in paying. The salesperson was also very attentive and took care of all the formalities and insurance matters in just one morning. I'll be waiting for you at the door of the hot pot restaurant, come quickly. After agreeing on a time, Qihan drove to the door of the hot pot restaurant first. Her family was well off and they felt sorry for her because it was not easy for her to work alone in Shanghai, so as soon as she graduated, her family bought her an SUV worth 100,000 yuan for transportation. Although the car is not very expensive, it is already quite a blessing for most office workers who have to squeeze into the subway to go to work every day and spend huge amounts of taxi fares on holidays. Occasionally, Zhao Qingxue would take her car to go shopping or buy things. We're here. After picking up the car, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue drove to the agreed hot pot restaurant. Seeing Qihan urging them, Zhao Qingxue also responded. Seeing the message Zhao Qingxue sent back, Qihan was also a little puzzled. Didn't he see anyone? But soon a red Porsche Cayenne stopped in front of her. Seeing this brand new Porsche Cayenne, Qihan was a little envious. This car, which was a few years ago, cost more than 1 million yuan. The one in front of him is the latest model this year. It must cost at least more than 2 million yuan, right? When will she be able to drive a car like this? Hanin, have you been waiting for a long time? However, just when Qihan was stunned, the passenger door of the Porsche Cayenne opened and Zhao Qingxue jumped out of the car. Qihan was startled when he saw Zhao Qingxue. He immediately admired the owner of the Porsche Cayenne. TSK, driving a Porsche Cayenne and still working so hard for Didi, he deserves to be rich. Listening to Qihan's complaints, Zhao Qingxue paused. Hanin, this car was bought for me by my husband today. Qihan was stunned for a moment when he heard what Zhao Qingxue said, then waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Qingxue, stop joking, okay? I know your Su Yuan inside and out. How could he possibly afford a Porsche Cayenne? Chapter 8, Husband and Wife, Love Each Other Without Doubt. Qihan didn't say this to look down on Su Yuan. If Su Yuan bought Zhao Qingxue a car worth 200,000 or 300,000, she would not be surprised, but the problem is that the car in front of her is a Porsche Cayenne. This car costs more than 2 million. This morning she saw Zhao Qingxue showing off a Tiffany ring on her WeChat moments. Where did Su Yuan get so much money to buy both the ring and the car? After all, he comes from an ordinary family and has only graduated for a year. Some people are still living paycheck to paycheck. How can they save millions? It's totally impossible. It's a little hot. You guys go in first. I'll go park the car. Su Yuan saw Zhao Qingxue get out of the car and talk to Qihan, so he also stuck his head out of the car and greeted Qihan. Husband, then please go and come back soon. Zhao Qingxue leaned over and kissed Su Yuan on the cheek. I will miss you. Ah, you guys. Although it is pleasing to the eye to see a handsome man and a beautiful woman kissing, the problem is that you have been together for 4 years. Do you have to be so annoying? When Qihan saw the expressions of the two men, he felt a chill, and then suddenly froze. Wait, is that really Su Yuan in the Porsche Cayenne? Was this car really bought by Su Yuan for Zhao Qingxue? Let's go. Watching Su Yuan go to park the car, Zhao Qingxue reluctantly watched her leave, took Qihan's arm and prepared to choose a seat first. Qihan was stunned. Qingxue, this car is actually yours. Yeah. Zhao Qingxue nodded, looked at Qihan's surprised face, and said with a smile, actually, I didn't want him to buy such an expensive car, but he insisted on buying it for me, so I had no choice. You are so happy. As Zhao Qingxue's roommate, good sister, and best friend, Qihan has actually watched Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan date almost until now. The two of them were sophomores when they first got together. At that time, Zhao Qingxue was already very famous in the school because of her appearance and excellent grades. She was a true goddess. When she first got together with Su Yuan, Qihan thought they were a good match, a combination of a male god and a goddess. But when they were about to graduate and look for jobs in their senior year, Qihan's opinion changed. In the past, she was more naive and didn't know how to compare family conditions. She only looked at faces, so she thought Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan were a good match. But by her senior year, she had experienced more and became more realistic. What is the use of face? Can you eat your face? When looking for a boyfriend, you must first consider his family conditions. Although Su Yuan is good looking, his family conditions are too ordinary. Not to mention the shabby gifts given during festivals, even the two of them are stingy during their regular dates. How can life be good like this? It's okay to date in college, but you still have to be realistic after entering society. So Qihan had mentioned this matter to Zhao Qingxue in a tactful way at that time. But when Zhao Qingxue heard what Qihan said, she was so angry that she had a fight with her. Qihan didn't say any more. Zhao Qingxue didn't know the hardships of entering society yet, and when she found out, they would definitely break up. But in the past year, the classmates in college have broken up and gotten back together, some got married, some had babies, and their lives have been a mess. But Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan are still as sweet as if they were soaked in a honey jar. The two of them could probably open a dog food factory. To be honest, this made Qihan very confused. It's okay, you can find a boyfriend too. Zhao Qingxue sat down with Qihan. Come to think of it, you've been single for a long time. Hey, it's easy for you to say that. How can it be that easy to find a boyfriend? Hearing Zhao Qingxue's nonchalant tone, Qihan sighed and said this with tears in his eyes. After I broke up with that girl from college, I thought that with my charm, I would be pursued by someone soon. Who knew that there were some who pursued me, but they were either extremely poor, extremely ugly, or just not interested. I had my fortune told on my phone a few days ago, and it said that I have a peach blossom curse, and I might not meet my Mr. Right until I'm 30. You can also tell fortunes? I want to try it too. After hearing what Qihan said, Zhao Qingxue felt speechless, but at the same time she was very interested in trying it. When Qihan heard that Zhao Qingxue was also a fellow traveler, he quickly sent the master's WeChat to Zhao Qingxue, and kept telling her how powerful this master was and told her not to talk nonsense. After hearing what Qihan said, Zhao Qingxue carefully sent her and Su Yuan's names and clicked to ask for a marriage. A long paragraph of text quickly popped up over there. But as soon as she saw the text, Zhao Qingxue's heart sank, because it started with a poem. The fate of the couple is to be rejected by the marriage, and it will be difficult for the couple to return home. If it is not a villain, it must be a problem for the parents. This means that it is difficult for the two of them to get together. When Zhao Qingxue thought of the disapproval of her parents and relatives, she felt that the calculation was too accurate, and immediately asked the master nervously what to do. It's very difficult to break this marriage curse. I can't do anything about it. The other party didn't want any money and just said that it couldn't be done. Zhao Qingxue saw that this was not going to work, and quickly asked, Master, you must have a way, right? You guys. When Su Yuan came back from parking the car, he saw Zhao Qingxue and Qihan huddled together looking at their phones. He looked at the contents on the screen from behind and felt a little amused. He reached out and snatched the phone from Zhao Qingxue. Without hesitation, he transferred 1,000 to the other party. Recalculate. Seeing Su Yuan's behavior, Chi-han was very dissatisfied and wrinkled his nose and said, Su Yuan, you are blaspheming the master, do you understand? The master is not that kind of worldly person. How could he lie openly for money? However, just as Chi-han finished speaking, a series of words came over from the other side. A noble son is born from a gate, a noble minister is born from a humble house, a husband and wife are like a pair of wings, their love is unquestionable. After seeing the result of this fortune-telling, Su Yuan was finally satisfied and shook his phone to show Chi-han. Chi-han was irritated by Su Yuan, so he turned around and acted coquettishly towards Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, look at your Su Yuan, can you please take care of him? I think it's pretty good. I'm very satisfied with the result. Zhao Qingxue contentedly snuggled in Su Yuan's arms. Hubby, you're so amazing. Chi-han knew that Zhao Qingxue was thrifty, so he had to strike at the snake's weak spot. He spends money recklessly. He could have transferred 1,000 to the master just now. Ha! Hanin, I think this result is worth 1,000. Zhao Qingxue still had a happy and satisfied smile on her face, and she didn't forget to give Chi-han some advice. Hanin, didn't you just tell me that the master calculated that you have a peach blossom curse? Why don't you follow our Yuan's example and calculate it again? Seeing the two of them standing on the same front, Chi-han felt tired. She waved her hands weakly. Forget it, let's eat first. Chapter 9, you still have to get past the mother-in-law. Fortunately, Chi-han was strong in heart and had a strong ability to withstand blows. As soon as the hot pot came, he forgot about what had happened before. Qingxue, seriously, that new Porsche Cayenne you bought is really nice. Can you lend it to me to take some photos for my moments later? Sure. After eating hot pot, the three of them arrived at the parking lot. Chi-han didn't hesitate to sit in the driver's seat and take a lot of photos. After taking enough photos in the 9-square grid, he got out of the car reluctantly, took Zhao Qingxue's arm, and pestered her to go shopping. Since she had nothing to do, Zhao Qingxue originally planned to go shopping with Chi-han, but who knew that she received a call from her mother, asking her to go home for dinner in the afternoon. Zhao Qingxue's home is in a shabby community in the suburbs, which takes 2 hours to get there. However, it is difficult to refuse the request from her family, so she had to say goodbye to Su Yuan and Chi-han and go home alone. Although she passed the driving test, she had not yet obtained her license, so she had to take the subway back by herself. Chi-han and Su Yuan here had no choice but to go home. After parking the car in the underground parking lot of the community, Su Yuan walked into the community. Who knew that halfway through, he saw a Ferrari parked on the road in the community. There were many people from the surrounding communities watching the fun. If I'm not mistaken, this car is a Ferrari. Our shabby neighborhood is full of working people, so where did they get such a nice car? Could it be that some bastard cheated on the boss and the boss is here to get him? I think it's very likely. The two security guards were smoking and talking incessantly. A cleaning lady came over and asked, "Is this car expensive?" The security guard glanced at her and said, "It's not expensive." I was saying it, this car is so much shorter than the others. It's obvious they cut corners. How can it be so expensive? Maybe just over 20 million. The old lady was so frightened by the security guard's words that she dropped the mop in her hand. I'm not educated, don't lie to me. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your son. That's right, it's building 3, room 502 in this complex. I just checked and there's no one there. Let me give you a call. Next to the Ferrari, a staff member was guarding it, and another came out of building 3 panting. The staff member guarding the car took out his phone and flipped through the contacts in his address book, saying in surprise, "This is too weird, isn't it? This community is just a rental community for migrant workers. I see that the cars parked at the entrance are all rubbish. How can anyone afford a Ferrari or LaFerrari? There are so many talented people these days, and you're not allowing people to buy Lafayette?" That's true. Listening to their conversation, Su Yuan was sure that the LaFerrari was his, so he walked over and asked with a smile, "Hello, I'm Su Yuan." You are Su Yuan? The staff member was just about to make a call when he unexpectedly heard Su Yuan greeting him. He was stunned for a moment and looked Su Yuan up and down. She is tall, thin, and fair-skinned, but her dress doesn't look like that of a rich person at all. However, there are many hidden talents in Shanghai. Some rich people just have strange habits and like to wear cheap goods, but they can't do anything about it. After respectfully verifying his identity, the staff member handed Su Yuan the car keys and said, "Mr. Su, we've already taken care of the insurance and maintenance procedures for your car. If your car gets dirty or dented, you're welcome to come to our store anytime. We're dedicated to serving you. Your store is quite considerate. Su Yuan smiled and twirled the car keys around his fingers in a good mood. You guys drove here, right? How are you planning on getting back? Well. Unexpectedly, a wealthy man like Su Yuan would care about such a small matter as theirs. The two staff members were stunned for a moment and said embarrassedly, let's take the subway back. I'll give you each a 200 yuan red envelope and take a taxi back. In order to facilitate communication, Su Yuan added both of them on WeChat and sent a red envelope to each of them. They didn't expect that they would receive an unexpected reward from just sending a car. They were flattered and expressed their gratitude quickly. Su Yuan waved his hand, but got into the car and drove away. This man is so well educated, he must come from a very wealthy family. The two looked at the red envelopes in their hands, glanced at each other inside. Their company is in the business of selling luxury cars. They usually see many rich people, some of whom are either arrogant and domineering, while others are cold and aloof from worldly matters. There is a small number of down-to-earth people who are very gentle in their attitude towards them, but there is always a sense of superiority. But the young man in front of them made them feel comfortable from the inside out. It was not because of his clothes, but mainly because of his caring attitude when he asked them to return to the company, making them feel like a friend. This kind of rich person is low-key and doesn't show off his wealth. He is gentle and well-educated. Ordinary rich families can never teach him to be like this. Rafa is really cool, no wonder so many people want to buy a sports car. Sitting on the soft, ergonomically designed Lafa chair, Su Yuan walked around the community and breathed a sigh of relief. This La Ferrari is a soft-top convertible, very light, but with excellent performance. I'm sure it would be very comfortable to drive in a traffic jam. Of course, it's also nice to take a drive. Taking my wife for a ride tonight. Su Yuan was thinking this in his heart when he received a call from Zhao Qingxue. Her anxious voice came from the other end, Su Yuan, it's over, my mother found out that the household registration book is missing. Yesterday morning, in order to get her marriage certificate with Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue secretly returned home and stole her household registration book. The household registration booklet is usually kept by Zhao Qingxue's mother in a secret compartment under the bedside table in her bedroom. Normally, she would never look through it when it is not needed. She thought that she would secretly find an opportunity to put the household registration booklet back. But who knew that it would be such a coincidence that Zhao Qingxue's mother discovered it today? Thinking about the fact that Zhao Qingxue had mentioned to her some time ago that she wanted to marry Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue's mother immediately understood where the household registration book had gone, so she called Zhao Qingxue as soon as possible. Originally she wanted to scold her severely, but Zhao Qingxue's mother changed her mind and realized that her daughter had already stolen the household registration booklet, so it was too late to scold her now. Therefore, she thought of an excuse to have a meal and tricked Zhao Qingxue back home and locked her up. Zhao Qingxue was now locked up at home and couldn't go out at all. She had to call Su Yuan secretly while hiding in the bathroom. It's okay, I'll be there soon. Su Yuan was also shocked when he heard Zhao Qingxue say this, but he quickly calmed down and comforted Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue was so anxious that she almost cried, don't come. My mother's words are too harsh. She will scold you when the time comes. Chapter 10, we have obtained the certificate, is it still possible to get a divorce? Zhao Qingxue's father is a middle school teacher, but her mother is just an ordinary worker with only elementary school education, and she usually runs a small business. Therefore, she was particularly sharp-tongued. When Su Yuan came to her house for the first time, she directly asked Su Yuan to break up with her daughter without any tact, which made her very embarrassed. In the current situation, if Su Yuan comes to visit, he will definitely not end up well. It's okay. We have to get past your mother. Su Yuan knew what Zhao Qingxue was worried about and comforted her gently, after we pass the stage, we can be together openly. But Zhao Qingxue wanted to say something when she heard her mother knocking on the bathroom door. You've been in the toilet for half an hour, why haven't you come out yet? Did you fall in the toilet? Hearing her mother urging her, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to hang up the phone and leave. Zhao Qingxue's mother glanced at her and sneered, I know you're hiding in the bathroom talking to that little bastard on the phone. That's good, I just wanted to meet that little bastard today. Mom! Zhao Qingxue looked up in confusion, not understanding what she meant. I've already called your uncles and aunts and asked them to come over. You must break up with that brat today. If he doesn't agree, beat him until he agrees. I don't believe he's that tough. Mom! When Zhao Qingxue heard what her mother said, she was so anxious that she almost cried. How could you do this? It's embarrassing enough to call all the relatives and friends to discuss this kind of thing, but the most important thing is that they want to beat people up. When Zhao Qingxue thought of Su Yuan's bruised face, she felt distressed. Mom, listen to me, Su Yuan is not poor and is very good to me, really. Oh, what's good for you? Look at the rags you're wearing, and then look at other girls? Zhao Qingxue's mother sneered and tugged at Zhao Qingxue's clothes. Let me tell you, do you remember that girl Lin next door? You two played together when you were little. Didn't she go to school in the capital? While in college, she found a rich second-generation guy whose family owned a textile factory. Not only did they have a lavish wedding, but the man's family also gave a 1 million yuan betrothal gift, and then bought a house and a car for the woman's family. They spent at least 5 million yuan on her family. Mom, that's someone else. Can we not compare ourselves with them? I don't want to compete, but I see Miss Lin dressed up beautifully every day and never has to walk a step when she goes out. And then I see you working from 9 to 5 every day and can't even afford to buy new clothes. I feel so bad. Zhao Qingxue's mother pointed at her chest, her face full of heartache. I'm heartbroken, do you know that? After hearing what her mother said, Zhao Qingxue covered her mouth and tears rolled down her face. The doorbell interrupted the confrontation between the two. Zhao Qingxue covered her face and returned to her room. Zhao Qingxue's mother ran to open the door. Standing at the door were Zhao Qingxue's two aunts and uncle. Come in quickly. Zhao Qingxue's mother invited the four people in and looked at them with resentment. I can't live any longer. Old three, what are you doing, desperately trying to do? It was a rare weekend and everyone was resting at home, but Zhao Qingxue's mother called her over in a hurry, thinking something had happened at her home. Zhao Qingxue's mother poured tea for the four of them and began to cry to her two sisters. Didn't my daughter date a poor boy before? I told her to break up with him right away, but she not only didn't listen, she even stole our household registration booklet and secretly got married to that boy. This Qingxue is always a well-behaved child, right? She wouldn't do something like this, right? When they heard what Zhao Qingxue's mother said, they were all stunned. In their impression, Zhao Qingxue has been well-behaved, cute, and excellent in both character and academics since childhood, and she is not a cause for worry at all. Bang! Zhao Qingxue's mother directly threw the marriage certificate she took out of Zhao Qingxue's bag onto the table. The marriage certificate is here. As soon as they saw the bright red marriage certificate, they all fell silent. Aunt Zhao Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Third brother, the matter is settled. Why don't we just let it go? After all, both children are married. It's their own business to live their lives in the future. As adults, we shouldn't interfere too much. Sister, your daughter has found a rich boyfriend and can enjoy a comfortable life, but I only have one daughter, and I really can't bear to let her live a hard life with that poor boy. As soon as Zhao Qingxue's aunt said this, Zhao Qingxue's mother started crying loudly, which made everyone very embarrassed. Zhao Qingxue's uncle pushed his aunt's arm. As she couldn't speak, he spoke to comfort Zhao Qingxue's mother. Third brother, don't cry yet. Let's discuss this matter carefully. It's just a marriage certificate, right? Let them get a divorce. After all, this era is very open, and children from second marriages can get married easily. Brother-in-law, you really understand me. You really have to help me this time. I really don't want my daughter to jump into the fire pit. Third brother, how poor is that kid? Seeing Zhao Qingxue's mother like this, Zhao Qingxue's second aunt couldn't help but ask this question. When Zhao Qingxue's mother mentioned Su Yuan's poverty, she couldn't stop talking. He's not from Shanghai. He doesn't even have a Shanghai hukou. His parents are civil servants and run a convenience store. They can't even afford an apartment in Shanghai. My daughter has been dating him for several years, and it makes me sad to see how they live. Tell me, with such family conditions, would you be willing to let your daughter marry into a family like him? This, as long as the person is good, that's all that matters. He's a good man? How many men are reliable nowadays? Especially young men like this, who just have a sweet mouth. I've been through this before, don't I know this? Zhao Qingxue's mother said a lot of bad things about Su Yuan, belittling him to the point of being useless. After hearing this, Zhao Qingxue's aunt and uncle also felt that Su Yuan was unreliable. They all expressed their support for Zhao Qingxue's mother and asked the two to divorce today. After unifying the strategic plan, Zhao Qingxue's mother finally called Zhao Qingxue out with satisfaction. Where is that bastard? Zhao Qingshue's eyes were red. He said he's at the gate of the community. Walk. Upon hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Zhao Qingshue's mother immediately led her two sisters and brother-in-law and headed towards the entrance of the community in a threatening manner. Looking at their posture, it seemed as if they wanted to eat people. Zhao Qingxue was afraid that Su Yuan would suffer, so she hurried to follow him, but was quickly glared at by her mother. Just stay home. After saying that, he locked the security door at the front of his house. Chapter 11. You call this a poor boy? Rafa is really cool. Yeah, it's a sports car, so how can it not be impressive? But the closer you look, the more impressive it becomes. Is there anyone in our neighborhood who can afford to drive a Rafa? However, when Zhao Qingshue's mother brought her sister and brother-in-law to the gate of the community, she did not see Su Yuan run, but saw a Ferrari parked on the side, with many people watching nearby. Among them was a mother holding her child, who was about 5 or 6 years old. The child also clenched his fist and said, "Mom, I will buy you this car when you grow up." The mother was so moved that she nodded repeatedly. "Okay, baby, buy it for me when you grow up." Old 3, are there people driving Ferraris in your neighborhood? Seeing Rafa, Zhao Qingshue's uncle also stopped, his eyes full of envy. There is no man who doesn't like sports cars. Although he is already middle-aged, with elderly parents and young children to take care of, and is no longer so delusional as to really own a sports car, if he sees a car parked on the side of the road, he still can't help but want to take a second look. Brother-in-law, I told you a long time ago that our community has a good environment. Although Zhao Qingshue's mother didn't know the exact value of the Ferrari in front of her, she still felt a little proud when she heard what Zhao Qingshue's uncle said. Zhao Qingshue's mother has 3 sisters. Her eldest brother-in-law is a dealer, her second brother-in-law is a small leader in a large company, but she is the only one who married a teacher. Although her life was not too bad, her elder sister and her second sister's couples bought new houses in Shanghai, but she was the only one still living in the old neighborhood, which always made her feel uncomfortable. This is also the reason why she insisted that Zhao Qingxue find a rich man. After all, there is only one old person and one child in their family. Although the house is in Shanghai and is worth several million, the problem is that it is just one house. So it is impossible to sell the house. We can only hope that Zhao Qingsue will work harder, find a rich husband, and move to a new house. Well, actually, apart from the poor infrastructure, this kind of old residential complex has a lot of advantages. At least there's not much renovation going on. The apartment we just bought has people renovating it upstairs every day, starting at 8 a.m. sharp. We can't even sleep in on the weekends. A few people chatted for a while, each with their own thoughts, and did not notice that Rafa's door opened and Su Yuan came down from upstairs carrying something. When Zhao Qingshue's mother found Su Yuan had already walked in front of her. "Mom, I'm here to see you." "You, is this car yours?" Zhao Qingshue's mother and her aunts were chatting about family matters and didn't notice how Su Yuan got here. However, Zhao Qingshue's uncle's attention was always on Rafa, so he saw clearly that Su Yuan came down from Rafa. He was originally sighing in his heart that today's second-generation rich are so handsome and rich, but who knew that the second-generation rich would come over and call Zhao Qingshue's mother mom? Could this be the impoverished son-in-law that Zhao Qingshue's mother mentioned? Yes, it's mine. Although Su Yuan had never seen Zhao Qingshue's uncle, seeing him standing with Zhao Qingshue's mother, he guessed that he was a relative of Zhao Qingshue's family, so he answered with a smile. When they heard Su Yuan admit it, Zhao Qingshue's uncle and the other 3 almost simultaneously cast doubtful glances at Zhao Qingshue's mother's face. Their meaning is very clear. Why the hell do you call your son-in-law from Calafa a poor boy? You still have the nerve to come here? Zhao Qingshue's mother was actually a little confused, but she was still angry, so she habitually put on a stern face and sneered at Su Yuan. Her action shocked the 4 people next to her. The guy is tall and handsome, and drives a sports car worth tens of millions. You can tell at first glance that he is a wealthy man. What's your attitude? Zhao Qingshue's uncle reacted immediately and quickly pulled Zhao Qingshue's mother aside. "Third brother, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Look at the car that guy is driving. It's a Ferrari, worth over 20 million. Are you sure he comes from an ordinary family? Is this true? This car is over 20 million? Zhao Qingshue's mother looked at Zhao Qingshue's uncle suspiciously. "You won't lie to me, will you?" Zhao Qingshue's uncle slapped his thigh, extremely anxious. "Why would I lie to you? Besides, if you don't believe me, take a picture of the car and search on Baidu. If it's less than 20 million, I'll come to your house and apologize." "That's impossible." Qingxue said his family is just an ordinary family. How could they be so rich? Put away your stinky face and figure this out first. Zhao Qingxue's uncle also made a decision. Then, without letting Zhao Qingxue's mother speak, he walked over and started negotiating with Su Yuan. He was a businessman with a smiling face. He introduced everyone to Su Yuan enthusiastically. Su Yuan liked Zhao Qingxue so much, so of course he couldn't put on airs in front of her family, so he also called out to them enthusiastically. Smoking? Taking out a cigarette from his pocket, Zhao Qingxue's uncle also asked a question. Su Yuan took it naturally and said, "Pull it." After saying that, he took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Zhao Qingxue's uncle. As men, when they smoke, many things will naturally become easier to talk about. So, seeing Zhao Qingxue's mother was anxious, he asked carefully, "I heard from Qingxue's mother that you and Qingxue secretly got married?" "Yes, Qingxue and I have been dating for 4 years. We both feel that it's about time, so we plan to get the marriage certificate first. I see that you are well-mannered and well-behaved, and a cultured person. Originally, I shouldn't say this, but Qingxue's father doesn't care about things, so as Qingxue's uncle, I have to say a few words to you. What you two did is not right. How can you get married without telling both sets of parents?" Zhao Qingxue's uncle also said a few words to Su Yuan in a neither soft nor harsh manner. Su Yuan didn't argue. "My uncle taught us that we are too young and act rashly. We need your guidance in the future." While standing at the entrance of the community and smoking a cigarette, the two chatted for a while. Zhao Qingxue's uncle really thought that Su Yuan was a rare good boy. If his daughter had not been married, he would have wanted to snatch Su Yuan away to be his son-in-law. After all, Su Yuan is not only handsome, but also well-educated in his speech and behavior, and he is also rich. He is simply the perfect son-in-law that you can't find even with a lantern. Don't stand here, go sit at home. Zhao Qingxue's uncle took the initiative to invite her, and everyone agreed. There was no way Zhao Qingxue's mother would disagree. Good. Su Yuan smiled and took out a few boxes of bird's nest and moutai from the car. He first put the gifts for Zhao Qingxue's parents aside, and then gave the bird's nest and moutai to Zhao Qingxue's uncle and aunt respectively. "I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't prepare any gifts. These are my little token of my appreciation." Chapter 12. As long as he treats you well. Isn't this too expensive? When Zhao Qingxue's aunt took it, she didn't see clearly what Su Yuan gave her. She thought it was just a little token of appreciation. But when she saw the words on the package up close, she was stunned. This is a box of Zhangji's premium golden bird's nest. Originally, Zhao Qingxue's aunt didn't know what it was, but bird's nest has been a particularly good tonic for women since ancient times, and is especially popular among wealthy ladies. Because Zhao Qingxue's uncle was a businessman, she would occasionally try to please those wealthy ladies in order to help attract customers. She had seen this Zhangji bird's nest in a wealthy lady's house. It was said to cost over 1,000 yuan per tael. This box contains 1 kilogram, so it costs at least tens of thousands. A small token of appreciation is worth tens of thousands. What kind of family is this? In fact, it was not only Zhao Qingxue's 2 aunts who were surprised, but also her 2 uncles who were surprised by the moutai sent by Su Yuan. Although they are all moutai is actually divided into different grades. The recent vintages only sell for 3,000 to 5,000. They have never heard of or tasted them. After all, they all have to attend social events. But the bottle of moutai that Su Yuan gave them was 50-year-old, and the current market price is close to 20,000 yuan a bottle. The little thought given to them casually was so precious. Several people looked at the gifts that Su Yuan planned to give to Zhao Qingxue's mother and father. Those must be worth no less than 100,000, right? This is truly a diamond bachelor son-in-law. Third brother, why hasn't your brother-in-law come back yet? I wonder if your son-in-law will come over today. After spending some time together, Zhao Qingxue's aunt, uncle and the other 2 completely overturned their previous views of Su Yuan. They were extremely enthusiastic towards him and even blamed Zhao Qingxue's mother for not calling Zhao Qingxue's father back. Zhao Qingxue's mother was also completely bewildered. She had long since lost her initial arrogance. Qingxue's father is giving extra lessons to students this weekend. He won't be back until tonight. Come back in the evening? That's not a rush. Zhao Qingxue's uncle looked at Su Yuan affectionately. You're not in a hurry to leave, are you? If so, stay for dinner today. We're a family now, so it's only natural for us to have a meal together. Of course. They arrived at Zhao Qingxue's house talking and laughing. When they opened the door, Zhao Qingxue was stunned by the scene. She first glanced at Su Yuan nervously, and then breathed a sigh of relief when she found that he was intact. Then she looked at her mother cautiously. "Mom, let's go in and talk." Seeing Zhao Qingxue's cautious look, Zhao Qingxue's mother did not make things difficult for her, but let everyone in first. Zhao Qingxue, who had no idea what was going on, nervously invited them in and ran around cutting fruit and pouring tea. Then she realized that things were not what she thought. Why does everyone seem to be so warm towards Su Yuan? She secretly glanced at Su Yuan, and Su Yuan also gave her an okay gesture. Although Zhao Qingxue still didn't know what had happened, she felt relieved when she saw this gesture. Third brother, Su Yuan is such a great kid. I think he and Qingxue are a perfect match. I know you, as a mother, favor your daughter and think Qingxue is always good, but you can't be too picky when choosing a son-in-law. After sitting down, all the smugglers invited by Zhao Qingxue's mother began to turn against her and persuade her. This made Zhao Qingxue's mother feel embarrassed. I'm not picky, it's just. That's what? I just didn't expect Su Yuan to be so rich. I really thought his family was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat. Of course, Zhao Qingxue's mother couldn't say this in front of Su Yuan right now, so she could only find an excuse with difficulty. I just wanted to test him a little more. Hey, third brother, look at what you've done. Do you think such a good child still needs to be tested? After hearing what Zhao Qingxue's mother said, several people started to scold her. Finally, Zhao Qingxue's second aunt couldn't stand it anymore and looked at the gift Su Yuan had given to Zhao Qingxue's mother on the table with a smile. Yuan, I bet you picked the gift for the third child very carefully, right? What did you give him? Just a few small gifts, nothing expensive. The gift for Zhao Qingxue's mother included not only a box of top-quality Zhangji golden bird's nest, but also a beautiful handbag with the Fengshan logo printed on it. Seeing that someone was giving her a way out, Zhao Qingxue's mother hurried down the stairs, took the gift, and opened it to show it to everyone. She didn't think there was anything special at first, but after opening it, she discovered that there was a set of pure gold jewelry inside. Not only is the design beautiful, but you can tell from the shape that it is very substantial. The total weight is at least half a pound. Yuan, you are such an honest kid. I see this jewelry has a unique shape. It must be designed by a famous designer, right? Third brother, I'm so envious of you. Look at the gift your son-in-law gave you. It's worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. My son-in-law didn't even buy hardware this good when he bought it for my daughter. When the other people saw the set of jewelry, they also gathered around and exclaimed in amazement. You are too polite. The envious words of her two sisters and brother-in-law greatly satisfied Zhao Qingxue's mother's vanity. She could finally stop putting on airs in front of Su Yuan, and she felt both angry and happy. Mom, as long as you like it, it's fine. I've already made an agreement with the store. If you don't like the style, you can always call the designer and have her redesign it to your specifications. Su Yuan also struck while the iron was hot and sat down next to Zhao Qingxue's mother. He picked up a pair of bracelets for Zhao Qingxue's mother to try. Zhao Qingxue's mother put on the gold bracelet weighing a full 100 grams and asked happily, "Does it look good?" Then she must be beautiful. Otherwise, how could Qingxue be so beautiful? It's all because of your good genes. Under the bombardment of Su Yuan's money and sweet words, Zhao Qingxue's mother completely fell. She never mentioned the matter of divorce. Instead, she walked over and handed the marriage certificate to Zhao Qingxue, asking her to keep it. Mom, now you don't object? When Zhao Qingxue saw that Su Yuan had completely dealt with her mother, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't mind, as long as he treats you well. Zhao Qingxue's mother clapped her hands and sighed. He has such good conditions, and you didn't even explain it to me clearly. What do you mean she didn't explain clearly? The main thing is that she doesn't know either. Although Zhao Qingxue smiled bitterly in her heart, she still said, it's mainly because Yuan is a low-key person, so she asked me not to be too ostentatious. Chapter 13. If you like, nature will buy it for you. After staying at home for an afternoon, it was time for Zhao Qingxue's father to come back. Old Zhao, your daughter has made a name for herself. She's found a rich husband for you. Come home and see her. Zhao Qingxue's father had just walked into the community after finishing his tutoring when an acquaintance greeted him from afar, with a tone of envy and jealousy in his voice. There are mostly elderly people in this community. When they have nothing to do, they gather in the garden downstairs to exercise, play cards, etc. Therefore, if there is any news, it will spread very quickly. Not long after Su Yuan drove in his LaFerrari, everyone found out that he was Zhao Qingshue's husband. However, Zhao Qingshue's father didn't know about this and forced a smile. But I was wondering in my heart, could it be that Qingxue was so upset that she found a rich second-generation guy from somewhere? In fact, Zhao Qingshue's father thinks it's a good thing that Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan are together. In his opinion, Su Yuan's family is not too good, but it is not bad either. His father works in the system and has a pension, and his mother also has an income. They are both in good health and have no serious illnesses. They will not add any burden to the young couple after marriage. Although we can't provide much support in terms of cars and houses, we can just let the young couple work hard on these things. But Zhao Qingshue's mother always felt that Su Yuan was not good enough, and kept telling him that Su Yuan was a poor boy. At the beginning, Zhao Qingshue's mother was also young and beautiful with many suitors, and she married him under the arrangement of her parents. He felt that his conditions were not as good as those of Zhao Qingshue's mother's suitors, nor were he as good as her two brothers-in-law, so he gave in to her in many things in life, let her make the decisions on big and small matters, and whatever she said was the final word. Therefore, this time Zhao Qingshue's mother felt that Su Yuan was not good, and Zhao Qingshue's father did not dare to have any opinions. But he was afraid that Zhao Qingshue's mother would push her daughter too hard and lead her astray. So, when he heard people in the community say that his daughter had found a rich husband, he not only did not dare to be happy, but also hurried back home with a heavy heart. You still remember to come back? I don't know what classes you take every weekend. Hurry up, our family is going to have dinner. However, as soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by the atmosphere in the house. The son-in-law is still Su Yuan. However, the attitude of the whole family, including Zhao Qingshue's mother, towards Su Yuan changed drastically, and they praised Su Yuan endlessly. Brother-in-law, you are so lucky. Your daughter found you such a good son-in-law. I am so jealous. That's right. Before Zhao Qingshue's father could understand what was happening, he was dragged out to eat. The dinner was held at a mid-range hotel near the residential area, and it was Zhao Qingshue's uncle who invited the guests. After requesting a private room, several people sat down one after another. You two are getting married. When are you planning to buy a house and hold your wedding? Although Su Yuan showed his financial strength to Zhao Qingshue's family in the afternoon, he still had to have what he needed. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yuan. Everyone was looking forward to it, except Zhao Qingxue, who was sitting next to Su Yuan and had a worried look on her face. She knew very well what Su Yuan's financial strength was. This time, in order to satisfy her family, he not only spent money to rent Lafa, but also bought so many expensive gifts. He must be so poor now that he only has his underwear left. How could he possibly afford to buy a house? I plan to plan the wedding carefully, so there's no rush. As for the house, I plan to take Qingxue to see it tomorrow. Just when Zhao Qingshuo was worried about how Su Yuan would answer, Su Yuan smiled slightly and answered calmly. What kind of house are you planning to buy? Even though you don't have children right now, you need at least 2 bedrooms and a living room to live comfortably. 1 bedroom and a living room is too small. Yes, I've seen a residential complex called Huakuiyuan before. It's over 50,000 yuan per square meter, so a 2-bedroom apartment would only cost around 4-5 million yuan. Isn't 4 or 5 million too expensive? Speaking of houses, several people immediately started discussing it incessantly, and Zhao Qingshuo was frightened when she heard the prices. Aren't today's housing prices too outrageous? Thank you for your kindness, but Qingxue prefers quietness, so I'm not considering these houses. I plan to buy her a large flat. Su Yuan hugged Zhao Qingshuo and smiled, with a doting look in his eyes. But his words stunned several people. Big flats, the prices of big flats are a bit high now. A large flat is a villa-style residence, which basically has 1 household per floor. It has a large area, complete functions, and those with good locations also have viewing features. It's not cheap to buy a large flat in a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Anyway, they don't have the financial strength. Big flat. I just said it casually, are you really buying it? Zhao Qingshuo was stunned by what Su Yuan said. Although she had said before that she wanted to live in a bigger place, she had never dreamed of living in a large flat. Su Yuan mentioned his intention to buy a large flat in front of her family today, which means he really wants to buy it. But it's too expensive, how can I afford it? Of course I'll buy you what you like. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingshuo's worried eyes and couldn't help but pat her head. Why? You don't like the big flat? Then why not buy you a villa? No, a large flat is fine. Then we'll go pick a house tomorrow, and your name will be the only one on the house. The two people's conversation as if they were alone caused the couples around them to feel mixed emotions. We have all been through this, and although life is a mess now because of the daily necessities of life, we once had a sweet love affair. It's just a relationship. When you are in love, you will say whatever you want. But when you get married, it is inevitable that there will be unpleasantness due to money issues. But for Su Yuan, these are not a problem. He buys a large flat and directly writes the woman's name on it. Isn't that equivalent to giving the house directly to the woman? This shows absolute trust in the woman. Humph, look at him, then look at you. Zhao Qingshua's second aunt couldn't help but sneer at her husband, showing a bit of disdain. When the two got married, they argued for a month over whose name should be on the house. Zhao Qingshua's second aunt felt that since she paid for the renovation and gave a dowry of 200,000 yuan, her name must be added to the house. However, her husband felt that since they were husband and wife, it didn't matter whether her name was added or not. Because this incident caused great emotional pain, although the two finally got married, it was still a knot in their heart. Now seeing that Su Yuan directly bought a large flat and just wrote Zhao Qingshua's name on it, Zhao Qingshua's second aunt was really envious. If she were 20 or 30 years younger and met someone like Su Yuan, she would definitely pursue him. Chapter 14. The car really belongs to Zhao Qingxue. After a lively meal, it was getting late and everyone went their separate ways to go home. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan saw off several elders, and then they got into the car and completely relaxed. Zhao Qingxue softly put her arms around Su Yuan's neck and kissed him on the cheek. My husband is so amazing. He took care of my parents with just a rental car. Although Su Yuan came over in a luxury car today and said he wanted to buy her a large flat, Zhao Qingxue didn't take it seriously. The main reason is that she has lived with Su Yuan for a year and is quite clear about Su Yuan's financial situation. He can't afford a luxury car or a large apartment, right? And she naturally thought that the luxury car Su Yuan drove today was rented. You think I'm renting? Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingshue's clear and innocent eyes, feeling a bit amused and helpless. Do you think my plan to buy you a large flat is also fake? Although your acting is good, who am I? After glancing at Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue began to examine the interior of the car. Stop pretending, there are only two of us here. Well, all right then. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue didn't believe it, Su Yuan didn't force it. He smiled and put her seatbelt on, then stepped on the accelerator and said, "Let's go home." Congratulations, Qingxue, you and your boyfriend finally got married. Hurry up and show us your ring. When are you planning on having your wedding? Then we can give you a gift. The next day, as soon as Zhao Qingxue walked into the office, she was surrounded by several colleagues. Zhao Qingxue smiled openly and said, "We don't have any plans to hold a wedding yet. Let's wait for a while. After all, we haven't bought a house yet." Yes, before getting married you have to buy a house and a car. Several people nodded in agreement and returned to their seats, chatting while working. The atmosphere in the office was very good. As we chatted, the topic somehow turned to cars. Everyone was envious of one of the big waves. Ying, I heard your boyfriend got a new car again? I saw that the car that brought you here this morning was not the BMW last time, but a Land Rover. Yes, my boyfriend likes cars. We have 3 cars at home, so we often switch between them. Ying looked at the envious expressions of the others and shook her big waves. Why, are you envious? Of course I'm envious. You have no idea how hard it is for me to squeeze into the subway every day when I go to work. Many times I'm late because I can't get on the subway, right? Oh, when can I find such a rich boyfriend? Several people sighed, and one of them even walked up to her and pinched her face. You're so lucky. Not only are you beautiful, but you also have such a good boyfriend. For people like us, our future is completely uncertain. It's itchy. After breaking free from her colleague's clutches, Ying smiled and turned her attention to Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, if you're not buying a house for the time being, you can buy a car first. My boyfriend's family is in the car sales business. If you decide to buy a car, just tell me and I'll ask him to help you find some internal discounts. It could be a lot cheaper. Ying, you're so nice, I want a discount when I buy a car too. So Ying, your boyfriend's family is in the car sales business? No wonder they're so rich. Ying, are there any other golden bachelors among your boyfriend's brothers? Ying's words made the girls in the office almost lose their focus on work, and they focused all their attention on flirting with the rich bachelor. Zhao Qingxue smiled slightly and said, Thank you, Ying, but my boyfriend has already bought me a car. It's just that my driver's license hasn't come out yet. Once the license comes out, I can drive to work." Although Zhao Qingshue's tone was relatively calm when she said this, she couldn't help but feel a little proud in her heart. When the girls heard this, they immediately turned their attention to her. "Is this true? What kind of car is this?" Zhao Qingxue took out her phone and showed the pictures to the others. She said with a smile, "Porsche Cayenne." "What?" Because Zhao Qingxue didn't post anything on her moments about buying a car, everyone naturally thought that even if Zhao Qingxue bought a car, it would just be an ordinary car worth tens of thousands of yuan. After all, Zhao Qingxue said many times that her boyfriend was very ordinary, so how could he afford a luxury car? But who knew that the one he would buy was a Porsche Cayenne? This car model is very popular, so it is also quite well known. Even the women in the office know that this car is not cheap, at least more than 2 million. It's more expensive than the BMW and Land Rover that Ing Ying's boyfriend drives combined. "Let me see, oh my goodness, it really is a Porsche Cayenne." Excited, several little girls gathered in front of Zhao Qingxue and scrambled to hold her mobile phone to look at it. But they made too much noise and were seen by the manager, who scolded them a few times. Several people obediently returned to their seats to work, but couldn't help but create a small group to continue discussing this matter in the group. "What do you think of Qingshue's Porsche Cayenne? Is it real? It looks fake to me. If her boyfriend is so rich, why is she so frugal? I don't think it's true either. Are you just bragging? You must be bragging. Let me tell you, I just checked the model of that car. It's the latest top-of-the-line model this year, and the price is at least over 2 million. The average family can't afford it even if they sell both kidneys. TSK, it turns out Qingxue is also so vain." When several people were happily discussing in the group, Ing Ying, who had been lurking in the group, suddenly spoke up. "You are wrong, this car really is hers." In fact, Ing Ying didn't believe Zhao Qingxue when she said her boyfriend bought her such an expensive car, and thought she was bragging. However, her boyfriend's family is in the car sales business and has connections at the vehicle management office. Therefore, when she was looking at the picture of the Porsche Cayenne at Zhao Qingxue's place, she secretly wrote down the license plate and sent it to her boyfriend to ask him to help check the owner's information of the car. But the information fed back from there was indeed Zhao Qingxue's information. Even if she could brag, it was impossible for Zhao Qingxue to change the information at the vehicle management office, right? So this car really was hers. Upon hearing Ing Ying's words, the group fell silent for a few seconds. After a long while, someone suddenly jumped out and asked, "You said this car has Zhao Qingxue's name on it?" It would have been fine if she hadn't asked this question, but as soon as she asked it, everyone was shocked. There is a big difference between having Zhao Qingxue's name on the car and having her boyfriend's name on the car. After all, for someone like Ing Ying, no matter how many cars her boyfriend has, the cars are still her boyfriend's. She will get nothing after they break up. But the car is named after Zhao Qingxue. Even if the two broke up, the car would still belong to Zhao Qingxue. Chapter 15, There Really Is a Mine at Home. What kind of a boyfriend is this? No, her boyfriend is so rich, why is she so frugal? I'm a low-key person. I can't be like you, buying a $1,000 dress and wanting the whole world to know about it. The group was bustling with activity. Zhao Qingxue, who was working diligently, had no idea that she had become the subject of discussion and was still drawing. But not long after, she received a message from Su Yuan. "Qingxue, I lost my job and I'm so sad now. Can you accompany me to lunch at noon?" Zhao Qingxue became nervous upon seeing Su Yuan's message and asked anxiously, "Why are you unemployed? You usually work so hard, why do they want to fire you?" "I'm packing my things. I'll tell you at lunch." After Su Yuan sent a message, he quickly packed all the messy things on his desk into a paper box. Seeing that he was really about to leave, two colleagues quickly came over and patted his shoulders to comfort him. "Su Yuan, the manager has been in a bad mood these past 2 days. Just admit your mistake to him and the matter will be over. Yeah, it's hard to find a job these days. If you quit, it'll be hard to find a job with better pay than your current one. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Because Su Yuan is kind and has outstanding work ability, he does well in the office. In the past, many young girls were courting him. If he hadn't stated long ago that he had a girlfriend whom he loved very much, there would probably be a line of girls chasing him in the office. The manager used to think highly of Su Yuan, but who knows what went wrong with him today. He started picking on Su Yuan as soon as he entered the door. At first everyone really thought that Su Yuan had done something wrong, but after listening carefully, they realized that the manager was just nitpicking and deliberately making things difficult for Su Yuan. The manager usually looks smiling, but when he really wants to mess with people, it can be quite uncomfortable. Just when everyone was secretly sympathizing with Su Yuan being scolded, Su Yuan simply dropped what he was holding and said he was resigning. Faced with Su Yuan's toughness, everyone originally thought that the manager would try to keep him, but unexpectedly, he was more straightforward than Su Yuan and told Su Yuan to get out immediately. Just like that, Su Yuan directly submitted his resignation report. But seeing Su Yuan leave like this, the colleagues who usually had the most contact with him were reluctant to let him go and ran over to persuade him. Su Yuan didn't care. It just so happens that I have to go house hunting with my wife recently, so I don't have time to go to work. It's okay to quit. I can look at houses, but I can't lose my job. Colleagues were still trying to persuade Su Yuan to stay. As long as you admit your mistake to the manager, we'll plead for you. The manager definitely won't kick you out. If I am not welcome here, there are other places that will welcome me. Despite his colleagues' attempts to persuade him to stay, Su Yuan left resolutely, carrying the cardboard box and taking the elevator downstairs. Seeing that he had made up his mind, his colleagues had no choice but to see him off. Ah! I didn't expect you to leave so suddenly. You didn't even have time to have a meal. How about we get together this weekend? That's fine, let's have a few drinks together. As they were talking, they didn't notice that Su Yuan pressed the elevator button for the underground floor. By the time they reacted, he had already reached the underground floor. The underground floor is a parking lot. Basically, only people with cars come to the underground floor. Those who don't have cars will go directly out from the first floor and turn a corner to take the subway nearby. Everyone thought Su Yuan had pressed the wrong button and wanted to close the elevator door and go to the first floor, but they ended up watching Su Yuan walk out of the elevator, pull out his car keys from his pocket and shake them. Then I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he opened the door of a Ferrari next to him. Several colleagues were stunned when they saw Su Yuan getting into the Ferrari. It was a long time before someone exclaimed, "What the hell? Su Yuan, is this your car?" Aha! Su Yuan nodded and waved calmly at them, "See you later." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Several people looked at Su Yuan driving away in the LaFerrari and smiled bitterly. In fact, the reason why they were so reluctant to part with Su Yuan was not because they had a deep affection for him. We are all colleagues in a competitive relationship. Even if we have frequent contact, conflicts of interest are inevitable, so it is impossible to be too open with each other. When Su Yuan left this time, the reason why they wanted to keep him and sympathized with him was more out of a feeling of sorrow for their fellow human beings. After all, they were all losers struggling in Shanghai, and they still needed to stick together for warmth occasionally. But they never expected that Su Yuan could actually afford a Ferrari. That's tens of millions of dollars. After all this time, it turns out that he is actually a rich second generation whose family has a mine. No wonder he just said he would resign, without any hesitation. It seems that they come here to work and support their families, but others just come here to kill time. If they are not happy doing their job, of course they have to leave. Fuck, everyone is a rich second generation, but I'm the only one who's a loser. One of the colleagues looked at the other two and asked, "Don't you have a mine at home?" The other two rolled their eyes. "What the hell are you thinking? How is that possible?" Exactly. If I were a rich second generation, why would I still be here? I would have been enjoying a feast in Sanya a long time ago, right? I'm so damn jealous of Su Yuan. He's already good looking, especially popular with the girls in the office, and now they've even found out his family owns a mine. This is such a life full of cheats. Manager's son glanced through the crack in the office door and saw that Su Yuan's seat was empty, thinking that he must have left. He sat in the office, leisurely made a cup of tea, and called Jin Jiwen. "Master Jin, I've already taken care of it." Jin Jiwen on the other side was surprised by manager's son's efficiency and was stunned for a moment. "So fast?" "Yes." Manager's son curled his lips in disdain. "He's just a stink bug. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for me to get him out of the company?" Manager's son is really amazing. "I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free." When Jin Jiwen heard that this matter was done, he almost couldn't close his mouth. "When the time comes, I will bring my girlfriend over too. Wait for good news." Manager's son also showed a somewhat obscene smile. He had heard that Su Yuan had a very beautiful girlfriend, but he had never had the chance to see her. Now that he heard that Jin Jiwon had got the girl and was going to bring her to him to see, he was also a little curious. However, when Manager's son thought about how Su Yuan lost his job because Jin Jiwon fell in love with his girlfriend, he sighed, beauty is a disaster. Chapter 16 Why Haven You returned the car? Chapter 16 Su Yuan is not stupid. He is very capable at work and has never offended anyone. There must be a reason why his boss suddenly caused trouble for him. But he was too lazy to delve into the specific reasons. To put it bluntly, it was just some dirty stuff. It just so happened that he didn't want to do this job anymore, and Manager's son's move gave him a reason to resign. What kind of work is that? Wouldn't it be nice to take your wife out for dinner and buy a house? Seeing that it was getting late, Su Yuan drove directly to Zhao Qingshue's company. I'm coming out. After finishing the work at hand, Zhao Qingxue hurried out of the company, planning to have dinner with Su Yuan. Hi. However, before she saw Su Yuan's car, she saw Jin Jiwon wearing a pink suit, holding a huge bouquet of roses in his hand, leaning on a McLaren 600 LT and greeting her. Although Jin Jiwon is not very good looking, he has put a lot of effort into his appearance and drives a sports car worth more than 3 million yuan, so he looks quite suave. At least quite a few white-collar workers' eyes light up when they see him. Ah, this is the diamond bachelor I'm looking for. Let's go, you're not their target. Several white-collar workers passing by looked at Zhao Qingxue with some jealousy and walked away unwillingly. But Zhao Qingxue was completely troubled when she saw Jin Jiwon suddenly appearing. Others think he is handsome and dashing, but Zhao Qingxue thinks he is disgusting and greasy. So, she simply pretended not to see him at all. Baby. But Jin Jiwon had no intention of letting her go and stood in front of her. I have a boyfriend, please be respectful to me. Even though he was a client of the company, Zhao Qingxue couldn't bear it anymore and a layer of frost formed on her face. Don't be so heartless. Jin Jiwon tossed his hair, thinking he looked handsome. He took a few steps forward and handed the rose in his hand to Zhao Qingxue. Baby, would you do me the honor of having lunch with me? Zhao Qingxue's expression grew even colder. First of all, I'm going out to eat with my husband and I don't have time. Second, I don't eat alone with males other than my husband, okay? Is that so? That's fine, maybe next time. But you have to accept my roses. After so many years of being in the love field, Jin Jiwon deeply understands the truth that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. After Zhao Qingxue rejected his invitation to lunch, he did not force her, but instead asked her to accept his roses. The calculations in his mind were clattering. Zhao Qingxue is a woman after all, and a beautiful one at that. On one side is her unemployed, decadent and useless husband at home, and on the other side is the suave and elegant rich second generation. Over time, even if her feelings for her husband are higher than the sky and deeper than the sea, there is a limit. He just didn't believe that Zhao Qingxue wouldn't fall under his gentle offensive. Bang! However, just when Jin Jiwon was stunned, the rose in his hand was suddenly snatched away and thrown into the trash can in a parabolic shape. Before he could figure out what was happening, a tall and handsome figure stood beside Zhao Qingxue and put his arms around her slender waist without hesitation. I'll buy roses for my woman. Why do you have to be so attentive to her? Yuan, you're here. Seeing Su Yuan coming, Zhao Qingxue's eyes lit up first, and then she looked at Jin Jiwon with a little pride. My husband is here, don't block the way here. The look Zhao Qingxue gave Su Yuan was almost as sticky as honey. You are not worthy of Qingxue at all. Jin Jiwon felt a sharp pain from the gaze. Thinking of Su Yuan's behavior just now, he clenched his fists and sneered, you may be able to buy her roses, but can you give her the life she wants? Oh, sorry, I can just afford it. Su Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to Jin Jiwon. He put his arm around Zhao Qingxue and walked towards Rafa, who was parked not far away. Originally, Jin Jiwon turned around and wanted to mock Su Yuan, but after seeing how Su Yuan pulled it, his mouth suddenly opened wide, and the words he wanted to say were choked in his throat. How is this possible? How could he possibly afford to drive a Ferrari? Jin Jiwon's family is not particularly wealthy, with assets of only a few $100 million. Even with this, his father could only buy him a McLaren 800 Lieutenant worth more than $3 million. But he had investigated Su Yuan. His father was a civil servant and his mother ran a convenience store. How could such an ordinary family afford to open a Lafayette worth more than $20 million? What kind of joke is this? But the facts are before our eyes. What Su Yuan was driving was indeed a LaFerrari, and it was a soft-top LaFerrari with only 4 in the whole of China. This car sounds like it only costs over 20 million, but if you don't have some connections, you can't buy it even if you have money, okay? Who is this Su Yuan? The guy in the pink suit is not a rich bachelor at all. He's just a toad covered in gold, right? The guy behind him driving the Lafayette is the real rich son-in-law. The girl who got on with Rafa seems to be called Zhao Qingxue. She works in the design company upstairs from us. I envy her so much. Who isn't? If I were to be fought over by these two rich second generations, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Stop dreaming, you're already drooling. After watching this farce, many curious spectators around began to have pink bubble-filled girlish dreams. Of course, without exception, they all put themselves in Zhao Qingxue's perspective. However, as the heroine of this farce, Zhao Qingxue was not so happy sitting in the Lafa, but rather felt a little nauseous. Really? Is Jin Jiwen out of his mind? I already have a husband as handsome as you, yet he still wants to pursue me. And he talks so disgustingly. Ugh, it's so disgusting. After she finished muttering this, she rubbed her belly and asked, "Honey, what are we going to eat?" Why rush? Let's go look at the house first. Su Yuan's next words completely stunned Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Are you kidding me? Didn't you even lose your job? How are you going to buy a house? Of course I'm selling you to buy a house. My wife is so beautiful, I can definitely afford a bigger flat. Fuck you, I'm serious. I'm serious about this, too. As Su Yuan was speaking, he contacted his college classmate Shi Jingchun. Shi Jingchun lived in the dormitory next to his. Because they had a good understanding when playing games, they often played duo together. Although they didn't have much time to play games after graduation, their friendship remained. He saw from his friend's circle that Shi Jingchun was in real estate sales and had a lot of high-quality properties. Instead of looking everywhere for them, it would be better to let him show them to him. Shi Jingchun quickly replied to Su Yuan's message, "What's wrong, brother Yuan? I want to buy a house. Since you're in this business, can you recommend some good houses for me?" Chapter 17. Buy it if you like it. Buy a house? You're so good, brother Yuan. It's only been a year since you graduated, and you're already buying a house? I haven't even saved enough for the down payment yet. When Shi Jingchun heard that Su Yuan wanted to buy a house, he was very surprised, but he said with great loyalty, "Okay, brother Yuan, what kind of house do you want? Tell me your requirements and price range, and I'll see if I have a house that suits you. I don't have too many requirements. I just want a large flat, preferably one with a nice view." Shi Jingchun was waiting for him to tell her about his requirements for the house type, but unexpectedly Su Yuan came up and said he wanted a large flat with a nice view. After considering it for a moment, Shi Jingchun didn't want to discourage Su Yuan, so he said, "I do have a few nice large flats, but they're in remote areas and the prices are high. I think the price-performance ratio is too low. How about you make some other requests? I want a large flat. Take me to see which one you think is the best." Seeing that Su Yuan was very persistent, Shi Jingchun didn't know what to say and just agreed. After the two of them agreed to meet in Pudong, Su Yuan stepped on the accelerator and brought Zhao Qingxue directly to Pudong. Because of the good environment in Pudong, many real estate projects and high-end residences have been developed. Basically, the environment of a residence located here will definitely not be bad. Of course, the price is relatively not cheap. The housing prices here have now reached 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. What does 70,000 or 80,000 mean? Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan combined can only save this much in a year. By the time Zhao Qingxue and others realized they had arrived in Pudong, it was already too late. She watched in a daze as Su Yuan parked the car, then took her to meet Shi Jingchun. She foolishly asked Su Yuan, "You don't really want to sell me out, do you?" Su Yuan looked at her confused and innocent eyes, which were very cute. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. "How could I bear to sell you out? Then why did you bring me here? Spoil you." Su Yuan took advantage of Zhao Qingxue's inattention and quickly kissed her on the face. When Shi Jingchun came over and saw the two of them showing off their affection, he immediately exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, please behave like human beings. Life is so hard for single people. Stop talking nonsense. Where is that big flat you're talking about? Zhao Qingxue blushed after hearing what Qi Jingchen said, and she kept trying to get into Su Yuan's arms, wishing she could hide herself in Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan hugged Zhao Qingxue with amusement and started to talk about the house. Regardless of what Su Yuan was thinking, he spoke anyway, and Qi Jingchen waved the key in his hand and led the group towards the Dilan residence. The large flat I told you about is right here at the Dilan residence. There are 2 units left. I'll show you there. The large flat at the Dilan residence is very popular because of its good layout design and elegant and quiet environment. Qi Jingchen also brought many people to see it, but in the end, no one could reach an agreement because of the price. It's really beautiful here. Zhao Qingxue carefully walked into the residential complex of Dilan's official residence. Seeing that the environment was like a large park, she took a deep breath and said, "The air is also very good. Do you like it here?" Su Yuan was also quite satisfied with the environment here, so he lowered his head and asked Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue nodded, a little hesitant, "I like it, but let's see the house first." The large flat that Qi Jingchen mentioned is on the 5th and 6th floors of the Dilan residence. It is fully decorated and has a usable area of 300 square meters. In addition to a master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms, it also has a study, a gym, and a kitchen with a view. What Zhao Qingxue likes most is the living room of this large flat, which is very spacious. The south side is a wall of transparent glass windows, and next to the window is a thick cashmere carpet with a snowflake pattern, and next to it are beautiful green plants. On a sunny weekend, if you make a cup of coffee, pick a couple of books you want to read, and then sip coffee and read on the carpet, it is simply the ultimate enjoyment. You like it? Looking at Zhao Qingxue's expression, Su Yuan knew that she liked it very much, so he whispered in her ear. "Yeah, it would be nice to live here in the future. As long as you like it." Seeing that Zhao Qingxue was very satisfied, Su Yuan planned to book the house directly, but before he had time to tell Qi Jingchen, he heard footsteps at the door. It was another real estate salesperson who brought a couple, a man and a woman, to look at the house. Although the man didn't look very good, he was wearing a well-tailored suit and imported leather shoes worth tens of thousands of dollars. The woman was also wearing a high-end silk suit, red Tiffany high heels, and carrying a classic Chanel bag. Originally, as for the matter of looking at houses, since everyone happened to meet up and look at houses together, then they could just look at them together. Originally, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan didn't care about this matter. But who knew that when the woman followed the salesperson into the house and saw Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, she immediately rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, "What kind of house are you showing us? How can anyone come and see it? Your company's management is too lax, isn't it? I'm sorry, I didn't expect anyone to be here right now. How about I take you to see the one upstairs?" The salesperson was also embarrassed by what the two said. He apologized profusely and gave Qi Jingchen a reproachful look. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you give me a heads up before showing someone a house?" It was obvious that Qi Jingchen knew the salesperson and they didn't get along. So when Qi Jingchen heard the salesperson's words, he immediately sneered, "I'm going to show people this house first. If you want to show people this, you have to wait in line behind me." You. After hearing what Qi Jingchen said, the salesperson looked at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan with ill intent. "I think you're quite interesting. Bringing these 2 poor guys to look at the house? Can they afford it? Who are you calling a poor dog?" Before Qi Jingchen could say anything, Su Yuan suddenly spoke. His eyes were cold and his voice was deep, which immediately attracted the attention of several people. The woman was startled by Su Yuan's words. She patted her chest and sneered, "Whoever is poor is the one to blame. Don't you even look at the tattered linen you are wearing? You dare to come here to look at houses. Do you know how much the houses here cost? I'm afraid you can't even afford a toilet." After saying that, he ordered the salesperson next to him, "What are you still standing there for? Get them out. They're polluting the air here." Yes. The salesperson was probably quite fawning towards them because they were his big clients. He nodded quickly when he heard the woman's words, then frowned at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue and said, "If you can't afford it, just get out of here, okay? If you don't leave any longer, I'll call security." Chapter 18. Sorry, I want the set upstairs too. Why don't we just forget it? We've already seen it, so let's go. Seeing the salesman looking down on others, Zhao Qingxue bit her lip and lowered her head in a sense of inferiority. Anyone with a little self-respect would feel uncomfortable after hearing what a salesperson said, let alone a girl like Zhao Qingxue. Therefore, she felt very uncomfortable with what she said, and tears welled up in her eyes. Baby, don't cry. Su Yuan had been with Zhao Qingxue for 4 years and had never let her cry. Now he didn't expect that she would be made to cry by two strangers. He was immediately heartbroken. At the same time, anger was burning in my chest. He stood up without hesitation, grabbed the woman's wrist and pushed her out. Get out. From now on, this is my home. Hey you, why are you so rude? Can you afford this house? It's easy to talk. If you do that again, I'll really call security. The woman was not as strong as Su Yuan, so she was easily pushed out by Su Yuan. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Her boyfriend and the salesperson originally wanted to help, but seeing Su Yuan's scary appearance, they didn't dare to touch him and just mocked him from afar. Brother Chun, I bought this house. Can you help me with the paperwork? This is my bank card. You can just swipe it. Su Yuan stared at the three of them coldly, took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Qi Jingchun. Oh, okay. Qi Jingchun was still thinking about how to deal with these three people, but he didn't expect Su Yuan to drive them out in a domineering manner in the blink of an eye. He was still in a daze, and the next second he saw the bank card handed to him by Su Yuan. This time he was even more stunned. Su Yuan really wants to buy this large flat? But the problem is that this large flat costs more than 20 million yuan. Even if he takes out a mortgage, the down payment will be at least 4 or 5 million yuan. Does he have that much money? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Su Yuan looked at Qi Jingchun stupidly and added another sentence. Qi Jingchun finally reacted and turned around to handle the procedures for Su Yuan. You. The woman over there obviously didn't expect that Su Yuan, a poor boy dressed in rags, could be so rich. She actually bought a large flat worth more than 20 million yuan without hesitation. She was a little dumbfounded. She wanted to say something else, but in the end she stamped her feet, straightened her clothes, and told the salesperson, let's go, at worst we can go look at another set. Sorry, I want the set upstairs too. Su Yuan turned around and said to Qi Jingchun, buy me the apartment upstairs as well. You. This is deliberately going against them. The woman was furious at Su Yuan's words, but she didn't know what to say. After all, he was rich. This time she was wrong. She originally thought that they were two poor people who came out to see the world, but she didn't expect that they were hidden rich people. Don't stand at my door. The powder is all over the floor. If you don't mind it being dirty, I do. Looking at the woman shaking with anger, Su Yuan didn't have any sympathy at all. He said this coldly and slammed the door shut. Aw. I'm so pissed. You can say that a woman is morally corrupt or that she is lowly, but you can never say that a woman is ugly. Therefore, Su Yuan's words can be said to have touched the woman's heart. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood and stomped her feet and screamed at the door. The salesperson next to him hadn't expected this to happen. After a moment's pause, he said, well, how about we look at another house? There are some good ones nearby. Ah, Brother Yuan, you're so awesome. Didn't you see the rainbows hanging from their faces? Their expressions are so wonderful. After closing the door, the happiest person was not Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, but Qi Jingchun. Because of his poor performance in the company, he was often ordered by several top salesmen to serve tea and water. If he resisted a little, they would exclude him, which made him quite depressed for a while. Although he came to terms with it later, he still couldn't swallow his anger and kept thinking about how to get back at his wits' end. Su Yuan's move today not only drove away those two contemptuous men and women, but also earned him back a lot of face. But after he finished laughing, he finally reacted, Brother Yuan, do you really want to buy this large flat? Yeah, the bank cards are all in your hands, am I really kidding you? Awesome, Brother Yuan. Qi Jingchun looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. I never thought that you, Brother Yuan, are the rich second generation hidden by my side. He didn't quite believe that Su Yuan earned this money by himself. After all, he would occasionally chat with Su Yuan on WeChat, but he had never heard that he made a lot of money. Most likely, this money was given by his family. Su Yuan smiled noncommittally and said, stop talking nonsense, kid. Hurry up and get the paperwork done for me. As you command. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 21 million to buy a house for his wife Zhao Qingxue. You received a tenfold rebate of 210 million. The rebate has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 21 million to buy a house for his wife Zhao Qingxue, and winning a lucky 10x rebate of 10 sets of school district houses. Please check it out. Shi Jingchun over there was very efficient and quickly completed the procedures for the house. Su Yuan also received a system prompt. This time, not only did he receive more than 200 million in cash, but he was also given an additional 10 school district houses in Shanghai. The most expensive houses now are those in school districts. The prices have skyrocketed like a rocket, and each one is worth at least tens of millions. Here, Brother Yuan, the property certificate. After the house procedures were completed, Shi Jingchun handed the property certificate to Su Yuan with a troubled look on his face. He was the person who handled the property certificate, so of course he knew that Zhao Qingxue's name was written on the certificate. This made him completely confused. Although Zhao Qingxue was his wife and they were indeed very loving, the house was worth more than 20 million yuan. How could he just put Zhao Qingxue's name on it? Aren't you afraid that your wife will run away with someone else and take the house? From now on, you can live in the large flat. As soon as Su Yuan got the property certificate, he gave it directly to Zhao Qingxue who was with him. At this moment, Zhao Qingxue was completely confused. To be honest, although Su Yuan kept saying that he would buy her a large flat, and he said it several times, she didn't take it seriously at all, because she felt that Su Yuan had no money at all. But Su Yuan not only bought her a ring worth more than 200,000 yuan and a Porsche Cayenne worth more than 2 million yuan, he also bought her a large flat worth more than 20 million yuan. This adds up to almost 25 million. Although she was surprised, what puzzled her was where Su Yuan got the money. Chapter 19 Zhao Qingxue's worry. Yuan. Although he got the property certificate for the large flat, Zhao Qingxue was in a daze when he went to work this afternoon, and even his work efficiency dropped by more than half. After returning home, Zhao Qingxue grabbed Su Yuan who was about to pack up, looked at him seriously with her lips pursed into a line. Su Yuan saw that Zhao Qingxue's face looked a little unhappy, and asked curiously, "Qingxue, what's wrong with you? I'm going to ask you something next, and you must tell me the truth." Zhao Qingxue grabbed Su Yuan's sleeve tightly, staring at Su Yuan's eyes with her big eyes, tears in her eyes. Seeing her serious look, Su Yuan was a little amused and also kept a straight face. "Well, I will answer truthfully whatever you ask me next time. If I don't tell the truth, I will let you eat me tonight." "I'm not kidding you." "Yeah, I know." "You." Zhao Qingxue clenched her fists and finally asked, "Are you working in that field?" When Su Yuan heard her ask this, he didn't understand what she meant for a moment. "Which line? A duck?" It's just that I did something bad." Su Yuan, I'm telling you the truth. I suspect you're selling drugs. Now tell me, is this true? Don't be afraid. If you really did it, I wouldn't blame you. At most, I'll accompany you to surrender. At most, you'll be sentenced to a few decades. I'll be waiting for you." As Zhao Qingxue spoke, the tears in her eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if she was about to cry. Puff. Su Yuan looked at her and couldn't help laughing. Then he hugged her and rubbed her lips fiercely for a few times. After tasting the sweet honey, he said, "Look at what you're thinking. How could I possibly do that?" "Then where did you get your money?" Zhao Qingxue looked at him aggrievedly. Today, after she got the property certificate and returned to the company, she felt more and more that something was wrong. She couldn't understand where Su Yuan got the money to become so rich overnight. It is obvious that his family cannot give him so much money. He only gets a fixed salary of 8,000 yuan a month, and I don't see him doing any part-time jobs. Could it be that this money fell from the sky? There is definitely no such good thing as money falling from the sky. The remaining ways to make money quickly are all written in the criminal law. Only then did Zhao Qingxue realize that Su Yuan had done something bad. This thought lingered in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Su Yuan had done so much for her. Therefore, she also thought that if something really happened to Su Yuan, she would wait for him. "Does Bitcoin know?" Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head. "When I was in high school, I was bored and saw someone online saying that Bitcoin was extremely valuable, so I used my New Year's money to buy 200 of them. I only remembered this a few days ago." Of course, it was impossible to tell Zhao Qingxue about the system, but Zhao Qingxue was not so easy to fool. Su Yuan thought about it for a long time before he came up with this excuse. "Bitcoin?" Zhao Qingxue blinked her eyes. Bitcoin is so popular now, of course she knows what it is. But she didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. Can Bitcoin buy a house? Can it buy a car? Of course. Seeing Zhao Qingshue's disbelief, Su Yuan took out his phone and checked the current market price of Bitcoin for Zhao Qingxue. Did you see that? Bitcoin is currently 350,000 yuan per coin. Didn't I buy 200 of them before? I made a net profit of 70 million yuan by reselling them. 70 million. Zhao Qingxue counted on her fingers and realized that this amount of money was not a small sum. She could not make so much money even in her dreams. Very good. Smiling and hugging Su Yuan's neck, Zhao Qingxue almost cried with joy, but the words she said made Su Yuan frown. That's great, you didn't do anything bad. Shouldn't the point be that they have money? Silly girl. Su Yuan was deeply moved by Zhao Qingxue's words. He was hugging Zhao Qingxue to show some tenderness, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhao Qingxue quickly pushed Su Yuan away and answered the phone. The call was from a courier collection point. Ms. Zhao, my courier collection point is almost overwhelmed by your packages. Please come and pick up your package as soon as possible. My delivery? Yes, they are all yours, come and get them. The other party was Sister Lin from the convenience store downstairs, where Zhao Qingxue would store all her online purchases. After hearing what Sister Lin said, she was very confused. She hadn't bought anything recently, right? Oh, by the way, if she remembered correctly, every time the courier put her package at the collection point downstairs, he would send her a text message. She did receive quite a few text messages on her phone this afternoon, but because she had been thinking about Su Yuan the entire afternoon, she didn't really read what those messages were. Now that I think about it, those text messages seem to be sent by courier. She quickly flipped through her messages and took a look. Sure enough, there were at least 50 or 60 messages sent by various couriers. Honey, I saw you fell asleep that night, so I helped you clean out the shopping cart. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue with a smile. Why don't you go down and get it? Buy a shopping cart? Although having the shopping cart cleared is a very happy thing, Zhao Qingxue feels a little dizzy now. She has the habit of adding things she likes to the shopping cart, but sometimes she adds them to the cart just to mark them, without any intention of buying them. Especially since her shopping cart contained many luxury goods that she couldn't even afford. Su Yuan wouldn't have bought them all, right? No way? No way? No way? After quickly opening Taobao on her mobile phone and finding that her shopping cart was really empty, Zhao Qingxue didn't know what to say for a moment. Even though I have money, I don't mean you should spend it recklessly like this. She pinched Su Yuan's arm in annoyance and said, let's go downstairs and get the package for me. The two of them walked hand in hand to the express delivery collection point at the convenience store downstairs. Inside the store, Sister Lin was sorting out the express deliveries that had been delivered today. When she saw Zhao Qingxue coming over, she pointed to the pile at the back without even turning her head. These are all yours. The convenience store downstairs is just a small express delivery collection point. It usually only collects express deliveries for this building, so there are not many express deliveries. But today, Zhao Qingxue's express delivery almost occupies half of the convenience store, and the convenience store is so crowded that there is almost no room to stand. Chapter 20, Little Girl, You Are Too Happy. Sister Lin, your express delivery business is pretty good. You make a lot of money just delivering packages every day, right? Someone came to the convenience store to buy something and saw that Sister Lin's store was full of express deliveries, and said enviously. Sister Lin shook her head. My small convenience store is only this small. How much business can I expect? I see you get a lot of deliveries in your store, at least hundreds of them, right? Of course, it is not free for the courier collection point to help collect the express. For example, a private convenience store like this usually charges $1 for each express. Even though each express delivery only costs $1, if you add up a little bit, you can make a lot over time. 70 out of 100 pieces belong to this girl. Sister Lin glanced at Zhao Qingxue helplessly and asked curiously, have you made a fortune? Why are you buying so many things? Sister Lin sorted and packed all these express deliveries by herself, so it was inevitable that she would see some information on the express bags. In addition to various high-end clothes, shoes, and bags, these express deliveries also include various cosmetics, makeup, and the like. These cosmetics and makeup products are all internationally renowned brands, and each one is not cheap. If you want to buy all of them, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. What kind of family is this who buys things worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at one go? My husband bought it for me. Zhao Qingxue looked at Su Yuan helplessly, feeling a little embarrassed. You have to take your time when buying things, okay? What's the point of buying so much at once? After hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Sister Lin was stunned for a moment, and the envy in her eyes almost overflowed. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan have lived here for a year. She knows very well that they are just office workers and rarely buy things. This time, she suddenly received so many express deliveries from Zhao Qingxue. At first, she thought they were her own deliveries, but after thinking about it for a while, she felt that it was unlikely. Because there are so many express deliveries. Who would buy so many things for no reason? Most likely, Zhao Qingxue started some small business, reselling things online, or maybe it was micro-business, which is very popular nowadays. But she never expected that this thing was really Zhao Qingxue's own thing. Isn't it ridiculous how many of these things there are? And, they were all bought for her by Su Yuan. People of your generation are the ones who love their wives. Sister Lin sighed and shook her head, not necessarily. I have several nieces who are about your age, and their husbands are not that good. You are too lucky, little girl. Thank you, Sister Lin. Being envied by others certainly made Zhao Qingxue very happy. While checking her express delivery, she secretly looked back at Su Yuan behind her. Just happened to meet Su Yuan's eyes. Ahem, you bought so many packages, how am I supposed to move them back? Come over and help me. But after the joy, the next thing that gave Zhao Qingxue a headache was the matter. It is impossible to move so many express deliveries upstairs at once. It will take at least a dozen trips. They have decided to move to a larger flat in Pudong tomorrow. It would be too troublesome to move the express delivery up now and then move it down tomorrow. After thinking about it, Zhao Qingxue only took a few express deliveries that she liked, and planned to load the rest directly into the car tomorrow. Oh, it's great to be young. Looking at the backs of Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan as they left, Sister Lin was extremely envious. She turned around, took a photo of the express mountain and posted it in her recent life group. See? If you're going to marry a man who's willing to empty his shopping cart for you. At first, everyone didn't feel anything when they saw the pictures sent by Sister Lin. After all, Sister Lin was in the express delivery business, and it was normal to see dozens of express deliveries piled up in a convenience store. But when they found out that these couriers were from the same person, they immediately became jealous. Sister Lin? Are there really men who help women clean out their shopping carts these days? I saw it with my own eyes, it can't be fake. So there really are such good men. If I ever meet someone so sensible, I'll definitely build a zoo to protect him. Looking at this photo in the group, many people were envious inside about their own big pig trotters. Alright, everyone, go away. I don't think we'll get a chance with such a good man. Qingxue, hee, this might be my most liked post recently. It even has more likes than the 9-square grid selfie I posted. It's true that beauty has no competition compared to money these days. After returning home, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan packed their things while chatting with Qihan. Qihan also complained to Zhao Qingxue about the photo of her Porsche Cayenne she took and posted on WeChat moments yesterday. What a shame, this car isn't mine. If this Porsche Cayenne were mine, I would definitely post a 9-square grid every day. Aya Qingxue, why are you so slow in replying to messages? Don't you love me anymore? Looking at the message sent by Qihan, Zhao Qingxue smiled helplessly and said, I'm packing up. I'm moving tomorrow. Moving? Oh, that's right, you've been living here for a year, and the lease on the house is about to expire. When Qihan heard this, he immediately asked enthusiastically, where are you moving to? I'll take a day off tomorrow and come over to help you move. I'm so sorry to ask you to take leave. It's okay. You're my best friend, so how could I bear to see you tired? Zhao Qingxue paused for a moment and said helplessly, if you want to ask for leave, just say so. Why did you insist on coming to help me move? Whoa, Qingxue, how could you say that to me? I love you so much, of course I want to help you move, so I asked for leave. At worst, I won't let you treat me to a meal, but you can just let me help you move. Under Qihan's constant persuasion, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to agree to let her come the next day. Sure enough, the next day, Qihan appeared downstairs driving her car. I'm here to help you move your stuff. I've changed into some sportswear today. See? I'll be like a powerful warrior in no time. In fact, Qihan is a very honest person, although she insisted on helping with the move because she wanted to avoid work. But he didn't come here to slack off. He was wearing a simple, easy-to-move and sports shirt and sneakers. Judging from his posture, he really came here to help with the move. This time, she didn't need any help. Su Yuan didn't hesitate. They had basically packed their things last night. As for helping to move downstairs, he hired a moving company to take care of it, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. There's nothing at home that requires your help, but I need it here. Zhao Qingxue pointed to the convenience store opened by Sister Lin downstairs. Shihan didn't understand what she meant for a moment. What's the matter? Are you going to move the convenience store downstairs with you when you leave? Chapter 21. You told me this is an ordinary family. Did you see those packages? They're all mine. Zhao Qingxue pulled Shihan into the convenience store and let her look at the express deliveries, and then carried them one by one into the car. Shihan was just dumbfounded. Okay? Fairy water, YSL Starlight set, Dior $9.99. There's even a Chanel set? After she came to her senses, she squatted down and began to look through the express packages one by one. The more she looked, the wider her eyes became. These are the things women dream of. Although she buys it every month, with her salary, she can only reward herself with a lipstick or a pair of shoes every month, and she doesn't dare to buy something so expensive. This pile of express deliveries is simply her dream. Her biggest pursuit in life is probably to be able to buy as much as she wants at one time, buying everything she likes without worrying about the price. But she felt that she would not be able to realize her wish in this lifetime. After all, her favorite LV handbag in her shopping cart costs more than 80,000 yuan. More than 80,000. How long will she have to survive? But who knew that Zhao Qingxue actually realized her dream ahead of time? Qingxue, I'll do the moving. Just stand by and drink a bottle of water while I move. Don't get too tired. After Su Yuan arranged for the moving company to move, he saw Zhao Qingxue personally moving the express delivery, and quickly walked over and snatched the express delivery from her hand. Looking at the dense beads of sweat on Zhao Qingxue's forehead, Su Yuan remembered the first time he and Zhao Qingxue moved here. He happened to be having an interview that day. The interview process was very tedious, with rounds of screening lasting from morning to 6 in the afternoon. He originally wanted to move after the interview, but when he dragged his tired body back home, he didn't expect that Zhao Qingxue had already arranged everything. All the heavy items had been carried upstairs, and the house was tidied up neatly. She was standing behind the stove, wearing a dirty t-shirt, looking very embarrassed, clumsily cooking noodles. In fact, Zhao Qingxue's conditions are really good. Her parents are from Shanghai and have a house there. She is also a native Shanghai girl, beautiful and gentle. He is quite eye-catching in the blind date market. If you don't follow him, it won't be difficult to find a man who owns a house in Shanghai. Although her parents were strict with her, they treated her like a treasure and never let her do any heavy work. The most embarrassing moment in her life was probably when she moved house alone. Su Yuan couldn't describe his feelings at that time. He felt sad and touched at the same time. He swore at that time that even if he let himself down in this life, he would never let down this silly girl who trusted and loved him. Now, he finally has the ability to let her live a good life, and of course he is reluctant to let her have any hard work. Oh, these packages are small, it's not hard for me to lift them. Zhao Qingxue didn't know what Su Yuan was thinking at that moment, and was still eager to help. She was still complaining, we don't have much stuff, there's no need to call such a big car, and there's no need to hire so many people to help us move it. This is such a waste of money. In fact, Zhao Qingxue had a lot of pocket money in school before, so she didn't need to live so frugally. These lovely materialistic habits were developed by her with Su Yuan in the past year. Su Yuan smiled, but forcibly snatched all the small parcels from her hands. Even if they are small parcels, you are not allowed to touch them. The goddess's hands are not meant for carrying things. Oh, I can't stand it anymore. Shihan came out holding a bunch of messy express deliveries and heard the conversation between the two people at the door of the convenience store. He suddenly felt a toothache. She looked at Su Yuan with a gloomy face. Can you stop it? It's just moving something, is there any need to be so pretentious? Besides, do you understand that loading these packages into the car one by one is a happiness for every woman? For Shihan, if these express deliveries were hers, she would be willing to move 10 more express delivery mountains. Wouldn't that woman be happier watching her husband help her load all the packages into the car while she drinks and chats beside him? Regardless of what Shihan said, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue's hand and kissed her palm. Anyway, I can't bear to see my baby suffer even a little bit. Shihan took a deep breath and asked Sister Lin next to him, Sister, do you have sunglasses for sale? I want to wear sunglasses. I don't want to see this couple anymore. Sister Lin laughed so hard that her body shook. She looked at Chi-han with concern and said, "Little girl, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? You'll know when you have one. I think being single is pretty good. Why would I need a boyfriend? I'm an independent woman of the new era." Chi-han said this, but secretly he was shedding bitter tears. Men nowadays are all pigs. Even a man with ordinary looks is likely to be a sea king. How can it be so easy to find a suitable boyfriend? If she had known earlier, she should have learned from Zhao Qingxue and picked up a handsome guy in school early on. Now, Zhao Qingxue has demonstrated to her what a potential stock is. Independent women in the new era also need boyfriends. Sister, no, I'm telling you, you can't be too narrow-minded. The depressed Chi-han simply stood at the door and started arguing with Sister Lin. Although the two had different ideas, they actually had a very happy chat. It took about an hour to pack up everything. Originally, Chi-han planned to let Su Yuan drive his own car this time, while she would just take a ride in Zhao Qingxue's Porsche Cayenne. But when she asked Su Yuan to get in her car, she watched Su Yuan turn the Ferrari keys in his hand and said, "I want to drive my own car." "What kind of car is that?" Looking at the Ferrari keys in Su Yuan's hand, Chi-han wasn't quite sure. Could it be a Ferrari? Bingo! Su Yuan snapped his fingers, took Zhao Qingxue's hand and went to drive the Ferrari. He threw the keys to the Porsche Cayenne that Chi-han had been longing for to her. "Don't you like the Porsche Cayenne? Then you can drive our car over there, and we can ask a designated driver to take your car back." Looking at the Porsche Cayenne key in his hand, Chi-han felt mixed emotions and was a little confused. What exactly is going on? Didn't Zhao Qingxue tell her that Su Yuan came from an ordinary family? An ordinary family would buy her a Porsche Cayenne? Do ordinary families just open Lafa? Could it be that the definition of an ordinary family has changed now? Chapter 22. You are so lazy that you can't find a boyfriend. It took a lot of effort to accept the fact that Su Yuan drove a Lafayette, but after Chi-han drove a Porsche Cayenne and followed the truck to the large flat in the Dilan residence in Pudong, his entire worldview and values were reshaped once again. This time, no matter how careless she was, she still noticed something was wrong. Su Yuan is really rich. There's clearing out shopping carts, buying French cars, and living in luxurious villa-style apartments. No matter what you pick out, who among the ordinary people has the financial resources to afford them? She originally wanted to ask Su Yuan where he got so much money. But then she thought again, although she was Zhao Qingxue's best friend, she had no right to ask about such things. So I just kept my mouth shut and opened my eyes wide to appreciate the beautiful scenery outside the large flat window. Before moving in, Su Yuan had hired a cleaning lady to clean and disinfect the place, so it was very clean and all he had to do was move his things in. What kind of a fairy-like life is this? Chi-han threw himself unceremoniously onto the thick cashmere carpet beside the bay window, rubbing his face on it, his face full of happiness. Ah, just let me die on this mat. I'm already a useless piece of trash. Hey, I asked you to come here to work, right? What are you doing lying on the ground? Su Yuan, who was helping to move things, looked at Chi-han and curled his lips. You'll never find a boyfriend if you're as lazy as you. Humph, Qingxue didn't do anything either. Chi-han turned around and looked at Zhao Qingxue, who was sitting next to him playing a small game. Hurry up and help me speak up. Are you still my best friend? Qingxue has found a husband as good as me. How can you compare with Qingxue? Chi-han was furious at Su Yuan's words. She turned around and hugged Zhao Qingxue's arm. Qingxue, I'm telling you seriously, there won't be a meal at Hey De Leo today. Don't expect me to forgive you. Okay, Hey De Leo is Hey De Leo. After cleaning up, the whole morning passed, and Chi-han was clamoring to go to Hey De Leo and eat the two of them bankrupt. However, before they had time to go out, Zhao Qingxue was hurriedly called back to the company by a phone call. Originally, Su Yuan didn't want her to go back. Today, he finally got a day off and he wanted to take Zhao Qingxue out to play. But Zhao Qingxue saw that she had almost packed up her things, and the company was urging her to go back, so she had no choice but to go back, and no amount of persuasion could stop her. Su Yuan had no choice but to let her go back. Chi-han also said goodbye tactfully. Forget it, I knew you would refuse to eat my meal. Well, this is my reward. After saying that, she picked out a bullet-shaped lipstick from Zhao Qingxue's pile of express deliveries. This time, Su Yuan bought her dozens of lipsticks in one go. Zhao Qingxue didn't mind Chi-han picking out one. Do you have any other colors you like? If so, take them all. I can't use up all of these. Humph, you can't pluck all the wool at once, you have to keep it and pluck it slowly. Jingxue, be careful. The manager might be having her period today, so she's in a bad mood. She'll definitely scold you if you go over. As soon as she entered the company, Zhao Qingxue felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the company today. Yingying, who was sitting in her seat and didn't dare to say anything honestly, saw Zhao Qingxue coming and secretly reminded her. Zhao Qingxue gave her an okay gesture and carefully knocked on the office door. Come in. The company Zhao Qingxue works for is a small clothing design company that specializes in making all kinds of custom-made clothing. The boss is a rich second-generation guy who is idle and basically plays around every day and doesn't care much about the company's operations. Therefore, the person who actually holds power in the company is the manager. She is a narrow-minded person. She is usually kind, but once you do something wrong, be prepared to be baptized by her storm. This is also the reason why she insisted on coming back to the company after her manager called her. She didn't want to be made to suffer because of this kind of thing, so she just had to work hard. Manager, do you have any new tasks for me? Bang! Hearing Zhao Qingxue's question, the manager threw the things in his hand on the table and sneered, Don't you know what you have done? What's wrong with me? Zhao Qingxue clenched her fingers. She knew in her heart that there had been no major problems with her work during this period. The clothes she designed made all customers very satisfied. The only person she offended was Jin Jiwen. Jin Jiwen's sister is a big client of the company. She orders clothes from their company every month. Last time, Jin Jiwen came to the company to pick up clothes for her sister, and that's how he got to know her. Don't pretend. Young Master Jin has made it clear. If you don't apologize to him, he won't come to our company to order clothes anymore. The manager stood up and stared at Zhao Qingxue. You know that Mr. Jin's sister is a major client of our company. If you lose this long-term business, you can't work in our company anymore. Manager, Zhao Qingxue didn't know how to respond to the manager for a moment, and she had no way to deal with Jin Jiwen's matter. What do you mean? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. To put it bluntly, you just don't like young Master Jin. Okay, stop pretending to be so noble. Only people like you who know nothing like to put on airs. The manager poked Zhao Qingxue's shoulder and lowered his voice. Do you know that even if a rich man like young Master Jin lets a little sand slip through his fingers, it would be more than your boyfriend could earn in half his lifetime? Manager, you said I can do it, but please don't bring my boyfriend up with you, okay? Originally, Zhao Qingxue was standing there quietly being scolded. She had a good personality, so being scolded was actually no big deal. At most, she would just be sad for a while. But when she heard the manager's implicit words belittling Su Yuan, she couldn't help it. Her bottom line is Su Yuan. Apart from her parents, she has no other choice but to allow anyone to slander Su Yuan. Ha! You dare to talk back? When Zhao Qingxue first came to the company, she was a newcomer who knew nothing, and she scolded Zhao Qingxue a lot. When being scolded, Zhao Qingxue would just listen silently, never refuting or making any excuses, like a quail. But she didn't expect that Zhao Qingxue would dare to talk back to her boyfriend just because she said something to him, which made the manager feel very surprised. But more of it is anger and disdain. Have you ever heard the saying that poverty brings sorrow to a couple? Let me tell you, Zhao Qingxue, the water in your head right now will be the tears you will shed in the future. Young Master Jin is such a good sponsor. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have the chance again. Think carefully. Chapter 23 I don't want to serve you anymore. Hearing what the manager said, Zhao Qingxue clenched her fists. I have thought it through clearly, manager. Oh? Seeing the expression on Zhao Qingxue's face, the manager felt that it was almost time. He took out a room card from the table and put it in Zhao Qingxue's pocket. Since you have thought it through, here's the room card. You know what to do. Don't make such a reluctant expression, and don't worry about your boyfriend. Who knows, if you make money by then, your boyfriend might be happy to be your gigolo. Bang! Before the manager could finish her words, Zhao Qingxue took out the room card from her pocket and threw it in her face. You! The manager didn't expect Zhao Qingxue to be so bold. She didn't react at first. When she finally understood what happened, she was so angry that she trembled. Zhao Qingxue. Her voice was sharp and the office was not soundproof, so people outside could also hear her angry voice. What's going on? What happened? Why is the manager so angry? Oh my god, Xing Xue will be okay. Normally, Zhao Qingxue is quite popular in the office. Everyone knows that Zhao Qingxue was called in by the manager. When they heard the manager's roar, everyone was very worried about Zhao Qingxue. But Ying Ying came over with a coffee cup in hand. Qingxue, you're done this time. I'm telling you, just now when I was going to make coffee, I passed by the office door and happened to see the manager throw something in his face through the crack of the door. Ying Ying, you're not seeing things, are you? How could Qingxue do such a thing? In everyone's eyes, Zhao Qingxue was just a white and soft little white rabbit, and no one could believe that she would do such a thing. Seeing that no one believed her, Ying Ying quickly described the scene she had just seen in vivid detail. Everyone listened very carefully. However, before Ying Ying could finish her words, the door of the manager's office was pushed open and Zhao Qingxue walked out with red eyes. Sorry everyone, I have to go. Ah. Looking at Zhao Qingxue's appearance, everyone didn't know what to say for a moment and looked a little embarrassed. Zhao Qingxue simply didn't say anything to them and ran out rubbing her eyes. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, this is what happens when you don't know what's good for you. As soon as Zhao Qingxue disappeared at the company gate, the manager followed her out with a gloomy face. Everyone quickly returned to their seats and pretended to be working. The manager didn't leave, obviously furious. She kept cursing in the direction Zhao Qingxue had left. You're a whore, but you still want to pretend to be a saint. You dress up all day just to seduce men, right? Who are you pretending to be a chastity for? Now the company is in such a mess that I have to clean it up, and you're leaving. You still feel wronged, don't you? You're just a piece of shit, you deserve to be poor forever. The manager's curse words were so vicious that some people in the office couldn't stand it anymore and simply ran to the corridor to hide. There is a window in the corridor, through which you can see the company's entrance. When they have nothing to do, they will gather by the windows in the corridor to talk in order to get some peace and quiet. What on earth did Qingxue do to make the manager so angry? Look at what the manager said, it's too vicious. Who knows? Hey, Qingxue is too impulsive. To be honest, the treatment in our company is pretty good. If it were me, I still wouldn't want to leave. But I think Qingxue probably doesn't care about this, right? After all, her boyfriend bought her a Porsche Cayenne. While chatting, a few people turned their eyes to the company entrance. At some point, a Ferrari was parked in front of the company. Tisk, what's a Porsche Cayenne? Maybe it's a luxury car for ordinary people like us, but in the eyes of the truly wealthy, it's just a pile of junk. Someone pointed at the LaFerrari and said, see this LaFerrari below? This is a real luxury car. That's true, our vision is too narrow. Oh, it would be great if Rafa came to pick me up. A few people were talking and laughing, and when they saw the door of the LaFerrari open, they immediately wanted to see what kind of man was driving the LaFerrari. Isn't this too perfect? Broad shoulders, thin waist, long legs, it's simply the body of a male god. This kind of figure is the type that looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. I bet he definitely has 8-pack abs. She's also my ideal type. Originally they thought that the rich second generation driving Rafa might be short and ugly, but they didn't expect that he was such a handsome man. Several people immediately became crazy about him, imagining all kinds of scenes of encountering their idol in their minds, as if they were ovulating while sitting on the ground. However, before they could finish their imagination, their eyes were all fixed the next second. Because they saw that Zhao Qingxue, who had just come out of the company, threw herself into the arms of her male god. The man they had almost gone crazy for just now was now holding her in his arms, tenderly coaxing her. Even from a distance of more than 10 floors away, they could still feel his unbreakable tenderness. Who is he? It seems to be Qingxue's boyfriend. Fuck. No wonder Qingxue dared to throw things at the manager's face. I didn't expect her boyfriend to be so powerful. How come we didn't know anything about it? Several people looked at each other, each of their faces filled with shock. What are you doing here? I was wondering why you all disappeared. Turns out you were hiding in the corridor to enjoy the scenery. Is the scenery really that beautiful? At some point, the manager appeared behind them and asked coldly. Several people were startled and were about to say something when the manager looked out the window. With just one glance, her originally arrogant face froze. Obviously, she also saw Zhao Qingxue being hugged by Su Yuan downstairs. Manager, let's get back to work. Seeing the manager's face getting darker and darker, several people were afraid that they would become punching bags, so they quickly ran away. The manager could only stand there alone, watching the scene below with a grim face. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "I was wondering how this little girl could be so capable. It turns out she's hooked up with a rich man." Her tone sounded extremely disdainful, but amidst her disdain, she couldn't hide her envy. Regardless of whether Zhao Qingxue is hanging out with a rich man or not, from her gentle and cautious actions, it can be seen that the love and pampering of this young man towards her are not fake. She had never seen such a kind of genuine love and pampering before. Chapter 24. Who was not sincere? I knew you were wronged. Seeing Zhao Qingxue throwing herself into his arms, Su Yuan touched her head, carried her into the car, and then carefully fastened her seatbelt. I don't have a job. Zhao Qingxue was a little depressed along the way. She had been doing well at work, but who would have thought that she would lose her job because of such a bad love affair? I'll support you. Su Yuan chuckled softly. Why, do you think I can't support you? Well, alright then. I don't eat much anyway. Zhao Qingxue felt a little embarrassed to be comforted by Su Yuan like a child, but at the same time it was very sweet. She tilted her head and looked at Su Yuan in confusion. Hey, isn't it said that boys become bad when they have money? Why are you becoming better and better? That's a boy, I'm your husband. Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head and was just about to take her to eat something delicious when his cell phone rang unexpectedly. He looked down and saw the words Li Hao displayed on the phone screen. As soon as he saw these two words, the corners of his mouth kept turning up, and he answered the phone without hesitation. Aren't you having a good time everywhere? Why did you think of me? Li Hao's voice was filled with depression. Don't mention it. I was having so much fun, but my dad insisted that I was too old and wanted me to go home and get married. That's not happening. Get married? That would be great. Then you'll have someone to look after you. What I hate most are those nagging women who keep controlling me all day long. Who do they think they are? Li Hao became impatient when this matter was mentioned. Don't waste time. Where are you? I came to have dinner with you. Brother, if you're coming, I'll definitely host a welcome party for you. How's Tango? Okay. As a famous Michelin 3-star Chinese restaurant in Shanghai, Tang Court has been famous for many years. There is a constant stream of people coming here to eat. Regardless of whether the food tastes good or not, the price is definitely not low. Last time, Su Yuan had the honor of having a meal there with the company's senior leader, and he couldn't forget one of the snow frog dishes. This time, he took the opportunity to take Zhao Qingxue and Li Hao to have a meal there. This is it. It looks more expensive than the Western restaurant we were at last time. As soon as the car stopped at the door of Tang Pavilion, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but whispered to Su Yuan. Su Yuan naturally put his arm around her shoulders and said, Isn't this price a small price for your husband? Humph, you're full of bad intentions. Why didn't you tell me about Bitcoin earlier? Last time, I thought that Western restaurant was too expensive, so I didn't dare to eat as much as I wanted. Yes, wife, it's my fault. Throwing the car keys to the parking attendant, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue directly to the private room he had booked on the second floor. After telling the waiter that everyone would order after everyone arrived, Su Yuan sent the room number to Li Hao. Li Hao finally arrived half an hour later. Damn, this big city is a big city. Even the traffic jams are so refreshing. Li Hao, who was standing at the door, was wearing a Versace suit and AJ shoes. His hair was dyed in different shades of brown and was messily draped over his forehead and sides, revealing only a pair of decadent eyes. Although he is handsome and cool, his skin is a little dark. Su Yuan teased, You didn't go to the coal mine to have fun, did you? How did you get yourself into such a bad state? What do you know? I tanned this on purpose. Tanning is popular now, don't you know? He sat down opposite Su Yuan carelessly. He wanted to continue chatting with Su Yuan, but the next second he saw Zhao Qingxue sitting next to Su Yuan. His eyes suddenly lit up. Have we seen this sister somewhere before? Go, this is my sister-in-law. As soon as he saw Li Hao's eyes, Su Yuan immediately knew that his old problem had come back, and quickly put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's shoulders. Li Hao is a bit like Zhao Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber. He can't live without women and has been having affairs since elementary school. He first tasted the forbidden fruit with a girl in junior high school. Fortunately, his father found out, beat him up, and then sent him to a boarding high school in the county. Su Yuan is Li Hao, whom he met in high school. Although they don't look the same type, they are both handsome guys. There were a lot of girls in high school who were attracted to the two of them, but Su Yuan had no intention of falling in love at that time. He just studied and played games every day. Then all the love letters and snacks he received were given to Li Hao, and all his sister's contact information was also given to him. Every day when Su Yuan was studying, he was hanging out with his sisters. When Su Yuan was playing games, he was still hanging out with his sisters. Anyway, there were always sisters around him 24 hours a day. He could be called the top C king among the 11. Later, Su Yuan passed the entrance exam and went to a key university. With his grades, he could only go to a junior college at best, so he simply didn't go and just wandered around. But it's also because he has a wealthy family and has the capital. The two didn't have much contact when they were in college because they were in different circles, but after all, they were good friends for 3 years in high school, so their feelings were still there. Hello, sister-in-law. When Li Hao heard Su Yuan say that she was his sister-in-law, he immediately became obedient. Although he is a bit of a scumbag, he has a bottom line as a human being. Even if his brother's woman is as beautiful as a fairy, he won't lift a finger. Well, hello. Zhao Qingxue smiled and nodded to Li Hao, which was considered a greeting. Hey, sister-in-law is really beautiful. Seeing Su Yuan hugging Zhao Qingxue like a baby, Li Hao bumped Su Yuan's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Is she prettier than the one you told me about in college?" Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Zhao Qingxue next to him immediately looked at Su Yuan in confusion. You have a girlfriend in college? Su Yuan was frustrated by Li Hao and pushed him. What the hell are you talking about? This is my girlfriend from college, and now she's my wife. Originally, Li Hao said this just now with the intention of doing something bad to annoy Su Yuan, but he didn't expect Su Yuan to play such a trick on him. He was also shocked. Let me calculate. You told me you had a girlfriend when you were a sophomore. It's been almost 4 years now. How did you manage to be with the same woman day in and day out for 4 years? For Li Hao, there would be no fresh blood without a new sister. Even if a woman was so beautiful that both gods and humans hated her, she was only fit to be a fish in his pond. Can we be the same as you? We truly love each other. As Su Yuan spoke, he lowered his head and gently pecked Zhao Qingxue on the mouth. Oh, who wouldn't be sincere when you say that? Li Hao covered his chest and said, It's just that my true heart was broken into many pieces, and each piece fell in love with a different person. Chapter 25. I also want to ride Lafa. The two recalled their high school life and talked about their experiences in the past few years. They had a great time talking. The feeling of being good friends came over me immediately, and we drank a few more glasses. Zhao Qingxue had already eaten her fill. She did not urge Su Yuan to go home, but just listened to their conversation silently. Occasionally, when she heard Li Hao talking about Su Yuan's embarrassing moments, she would cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Because he drank some wine during the meal, and Li Hao had a good chat with Su Yuan, he was still not satisfied after finishing the meal. Let's go to another place to have fun. What Li Hao meant by high was nothing more than nightclubs and bars. In fact, Su Yuan didn't really like going to such noisy places. He had never seen Zhao Qingxue there before, so he turned to look at her and said, Wife, shall we go? No. 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 Seeing that Su Yuan actually asked Zhao Qingxue's opinion on such a small matter, Li Hao, who was standing by, suddenly cried out in surprise, Isn't your status in the family too low? Sister-in-law, let me tell you, this man, you can't control him. The more you control him, the more likely he is to go out of line. Have you heard the saying, either explode in silence or die in silence? Shut up. Su Yuan interrupted Li Hao's nagging and then said with a smile, hugging Zhao Qingxue, Who said my wife controls me? I obey my wife of my own free will. Originally, Li Hao thought that Zhao Qingxue looked weak, but was actually a tigress, which was why she controlled Li Hao so well. But now, seeing Su Yuan's attitude, he twitched his lips. Brother Yuan, depravity is the original sin. Okay, go ahead, I'll go home by myself. Zhao Qingxue looked at Su Yuan helplessly, with a faint smile on her lips, just like mountain flowers being gently blown open by the spring breeze, and she seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of the flowers. That's great. My sister-in-law is such an open-minded person. I'll call you a taxi. Upon hearing that Zhao Qingxue was so tactful and wanted to go home, Li Hao slapped his thigh happily and took out his cell phone to call a taxi for her. Although Zhao Qingxue is beautiful, it would be very impressive to take her to a nightclub. But firstly, this is his brother's woman, and he can't do it. Secondly, his brother has bronchitis, and if she goes with him, he will inevitably feel uncomfortable. If you are going to play, you must have fun. But his hand was held down by Su Yuan the next second. Before Li Hao could react, he had already hugged Zhao Qingxue and turned to leave. Wife, how can I bear to let you go home alone? Let's go, I'll take you home. Hey! Aren't you putting your love before your friendship? This result simply stunned Li Hao. He grabbed Su Yuan, still immersed in the high school conversation just now, and said, "You have changed. You were not like this before. Let me ask you, am I still your little sweetheart?" It was obvious that when he was with Su Yuan had no interest in women at all. Why did he fall into the arms of love after only 4 years? This is terrible. Take a taxi back to the hotel. I have to go home with my wife. Okay, I'll go with you. Seeing Li Hao's look, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to change her mind. Su Yuan observed Zhao Qingxue's expression and said, "Wife, don't force yourself." Li Hao next to him struggled desperately. "Is it so difficult to go to a nightclub? Did I ask you?" A few people chatted and came downstairs. "Sir, the total is $13,600. The front desk clerk had just printed out the bill when Li Hao quickly paid the bill without even giving Su Yuan a chance to take out his bank card. Su Yuan didn't bother to be polite with him, he just smiled and said nothing. "I've booked a booth at Misco's. Let's take a taxi over. We'll have some fun later, haha." As a rich second generation, Li Hao came to Shanghai alone this time with only money. He had no house or car yet, so he could only take a taxi. He knew that Su Yuan's family was ordinary and he had just graduated for a year, so he probably couldn't afford to buy a car, so he thought of everyone taking a taxi together. However, before his taxi arrived, he saw a flashy Ferrari approaching the door. He immediately clicked his tongue twice and bumped Su Yuan's shoulder. Why is it called the Magic City? There are luxury cars everywhere. Have you seen this Ferrari? It costs tens of millions to get it. It feels okay. Su Yuan listened to him, nodded, and calmly walked over to take the keys from the parking attendant. "My wife and I will leave first, hurry up." Li Hao never expected that this Rafa was actually Su Yuan's. He was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. He waited until Su Yuan left before stamping his feet and howling, "Su Yuan! You're so mean. You didn't even tell me you bought a car. I want a Ferrari, too." An hour later, Su Yuan's Lafa stopped in front of Misco, a famous nightclub in Shanghai. As one of the largest nightclubs in Shanghai, Misco often organizes various joint activities. This time, a huge cake model was placed in front of the huge billboard at the entrance. The cake is very delicate and looks quite artistic. Tonight, the top 3 spenders will receive a cake. Zhao Qingxue had never been to a nightclub before, only knowing it as a place for drinking. Therefore, the cake model in front of the billboard at the entrance caught her attention. This cake is so beautiful. No wonder it's only given to the first 3 customers. Tisk, it's a famous nightclub in Magic City, and they only give out cakes to the top 3 spenders. Isn't that too stingy? We give out bags and cell phones over there, which are much more valuable than this. Li Hao was not interested in this activity at all. His eyes fell on the beauties entering and leaving the nightclub. However, the beauties here are all beautiful in their own ways. It's true that the Magic City is home to beautiful women. "Baby, let's play together later." Perhaps because Li Hao's gaze was too explicit, a beautiful woman in a sexy black leather skirt hooked her finger at him. "Okay, baby, I'll come find you later." As a veteran in the love field, Li Hao skillfully returned a passionate kiss. Their eyes sparked in mid-air for a long time before they reluctantly separated. "This cake looks so good, I want it so badly. This is a limited edition Millennium cake. My sister ordered a cake from this shop for her birthday last time. It cost over 2 million. We have no other options, but we can get a picture with Avril." Soon, 2 seductively dressed women came to the cake, chatting. "Can Avril get this cake?" "Yes, isn't she that Brother Ming's sister?" "Brother Ming has already said that he must get the cake for her when the time comes." "Oh my god. I'm so envious." The 2 of them walked into the nightclub while chatting. After Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue to look at the model, he also planned to go inside, but found that Li Hao was standing there in a daze. "Come on, what are you standing there for? Didn't you insist on coming here?" Su Yuan slapped Li Hao. Li Hao finally came to his senses and smiled, "Let's go. I've booked a booth today with a minimum spending of 18,000. I guarantee you'll have a blast." Chapter 26, Jägermeister and Red Bull, a drink to relieve worries. After passing the security check at the door, several people came to the front desk and reported the seat number reserved by Li Hao. The waiter checked and called the salesperson in charge of the booth over there with a smile. Generally, those who come to nightclubs are acquaintances, and when booking a booth, they will tell the salesperson in advance on WeChat and book the booth directly. Li Hao had booked the tour from a group, so the salesperson knew without even looking that it was their first time. He smiled and explained the booths to them. The ones I'm in charge of are the best. It's still early, so there won't be many people there. You can pick any one you like. As he said that, he took them to several booths in the center of the nightclub for them to choose. These booths have a great view. Not only are they close to the dance floor, but you can also see the entire stage. It was still early, so there were only 2 DJs on the stage playing slow beats and some light music. Originally, Li Hao wanted to choose the most conspicuous position and be the most handsome guy today, but Zhao Qingxue didn't like it very much, so in the end he chose a booth against the wall, which was separated by a screen on both sides, giving it some privacy. What would you like to drink? Any soft drinks? There weren't many people around now, and the salespeople saw that Li Hao seemed quite wealthy, so they enthusiastically surrounded them. Come on, wife, order first. Handing the drink list to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan asked in a low voice, anything you want to drink? It's so expensive, I can't drink it. After randomly flipping through the wines, she found that none of them were priced below 500 yuan. Zhao Qingxue couldn't make up her mind to order anything after seeing the prices. Besides, it was her first time on such an occasion and she didn't know which wine would taste better. 10 bottles of Jägermeister, please. As a nightclub veteran, Li Hao quickly ordered 10 bottles of Jägermeister, muttering, I must have a few more bottles of Red Bull. When the salesperson heard Li Hao's order, he immediately laughed, Jägermeister and Red Bull, a drink that will make you forget all your worries. Red Bull with Jägermeister, the world isn't worth it. Li Hao gave a thumbs up and said, brother, why don't you sit down and drink with us? We're not many people here today anyway. Okay, we get along well, so I'll drink with you today. It is very normal for salespeople to sit down and drink with customers. If the conversation goes well, they can sell a lot of wine in one night and also become regular customers, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ordering 10 bottles at once, we can't finish that much, right? Zhao Qingxue was a little confused when she saw Li Hao ordering wine so generously. Wouldn't it be a waste if he couldn't finish it? Miss, the minimum consumption for this booth you ordered is 18,888, and 10 bottles of Jägermeister are only 6,000 or 7,000. It's not expensive. The salesperson could tell this was Zhao Qingxue's first time at such a place, so he enthusiastically explained and recommended, Miss, if you're not used to strong alcohol, you can try Jägermeister with Wangzai milk. It tastes pretty good too, and I often see young ladies drinking it this way. Huh? Can wine be paired with Wangzai milk? I want to try it. Zhao Qingxue was surprised to find that wine could be drunk with milk. The salesperson smiled and nodded. Of course, if you're interested, I can also recommend other ways to drink it. You can try different flavors. I'm sure you'll like one. After ordering 10 bottles of Jägermeister, Red Bull, and Wangzai milk, Li Hao ordered a few bottles of whiskey, beer, and various snacks. Together with the mineral water and fruit plate given by the salesperson, the table was full. Where are we sitting today? As time went by, the nightclub gradually became lively. Various beautiful girls walked by, and Li Hao was dazzled by them all. He liked every one of them. However, when a girl in a hot leopard print low-cut miniskirt walked past the booth with her arm around a man, he suddenly stiffened. Contrary to his usual behavior, he did not stare at the girl's thighs. Instead, he lowered his head and started drinking. It's Brother Ming. I heard that Brother Ming is going to show off his skills tonight? The salesperson obviously knew Brother Ming, who was wearing the big gold chain, so when he saw him coming, he stood up and greeted him. Brother Ming nodded, glanced at the 4 people in the booth, and his gaze lingered on Zhao Qingxue for 2 seconds. Your new guest? Yeah, a few of my brothers and I are here for the first time today. Brother Ming, would you like to get to know us? The purpose of going to a nightclub is to have fun, and it is normal for people to introduce themselves to each other. After hearing what the salesperson said, Su Yuan nodded out of courtesy, as if to say hello. However, when Zhao Qingxue was about to say hello, he hugged her in his arms and didn't allow her to move. Zhao Qingxue pushed his chest, but it didn't work, so she just sat there obediently. The problem lies with Li Hao. He had originally lowered his head and didn't want to pay attention to Brother Ming, but the salesman had already said what he wanted to say. If he pretended not to hear it, it would be a lack of respect. Therefore, he could only look up and nodded to Brother Ming with an expressionless face. Brother Ming. Hey, who looked so familiar? It's Hao Hao. Before Brother Ming could say anything, the leopard print girl next to him looked at Li Hao with a smile and spoke in a familiar tone, and it was obvious that they knew each other. Avril, do you know each other? When Brother Ming heard what Avril said, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Li Hao didn't say anything. Avril, however, smiled and took Ming's arm and said, I know him. He's the boy I told you about who has been pursuing me, but we've broken up for a long time. Is that so? It's quite fateful that we meet here today. Let's have a couple of drinks together then. Brother Ming didn't think it was a big deal and just sat down in a booth not far from Li Hao and the others. Bang! After Brother Ming and his companions left, Li Hao guzzled down a bottle of beer and slammed the bottle on the table. The salesperson saw that something was wrong and quickly apologized. Brother, this is my fault. I didn't know you knew each other beforehand. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything more. This is indeed my fault. I will punish myself by selling 3 bottles, okay? Li Hao still had a sullen face and said nothing. The salesperson didn't waste any time and just picked up the 3 bottles of beer on the table and drank all 3. Seeing that the salesman had finished his drink, Li Hao's expression looked a little better. He waved his hand to let him leave and then sat there drinking alone. Even the young lady seemed to have no interest in watching it. Su Yuan was originally accompanying Zhao Qingshui on the table, pouring wine. Seeing him like this, he was suddenly a little surprised. Li Hao, didn't you just run into your ex-girlfriend? Is it necessary to be like this? As far as Su Yuan knew, all of Li Hao's ex-girlfriends were dumped by him. Chapter 27 Zhao Qingshui, what a waste, Su Yuan, my wife is right. You don't understand. Feeling that drinking beer was not satisfying enough, Li Hao simply opened a bottle of whiskey and drank it without adding anything else. You've only just walked in and you're already drinking like this. Are you going to drink yourself to death today? Su Yuan quickly snatched the bottle from him. Li Hao, can you please tell me what's going on? What's the point of drinking alone here? After being scolded by Su Yuan, Li Hao's condition improved a little. He smiled bitterly and then told Su Yuan about his relationship with Avril. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Although Li Hao calls himself a playboy and the ultimate sea king, one of his biggest ideals in life is to raise all the fish in the world so that others will have no fish to raise. But even the prodigal son will return one day. Because of Avril, Li Hao almost got ashore. The two met at a holiday beach in Chengdu. At that time, the beach was full of beautiful bikini-clad beauties, who were teasing the muscular man Li Hao in various ways. However, Li Hao, who was seriously sunbathing and getting a tan, was not moved by these beauties at all. He just lay in the waves and sunbathed. But who knew that before he could bask in the sun for long, someone jumped into his arms and just grabbed the handle of his big umbrella with his hand. He opened his eyes angrily and saw Avril looking at her in panic. To be fair, Avril is not tall and is very petite, so she is not considered a great beauty. But he looks very young, with a little baby fat on his face, which makes him very cute and easily arouses people's desire to protect him. Just with this one look, Li Hao was no longer angry. But the embarrassing thing is that his big paratroopers are eager to start the mission. That's how the two met. After that, Li Hao felt that he had met his true love and began to pursue Avril passionately. A month later, the two naturally got together. 2 months, home run. 3 months later, Avril was discovered to have checked into a hotel with someone else. When his friend told him about this, Li Hao had just finished calling his parents and said that he would bring his girlfriend back to see them in a few days. So you can imagine how sad Li Hao was at that time. Forehead. After listening to Li Hao's blood and tears story, Su Yuan always felt that this was his retribution. After all, he had a lot of fun raising fish. But he was his brother after all, so he offered some words of comfort. Well, Li Hao, there are fish out there. This fish is not destined to be yours, so let's not force it. Su Yuan's comfort was completely useless, and Li Hao continued to drink alone. Seeing him like this, Su Yuan didn't say anything. As time went by, the nightclub became more and more lively, and all the surrounding booths were filled up. I don't know when a hot and beautiful DJ appeared on the stage. She was clapping her hands to the beat of the music, making the atmosphere lively. Oh, I believe everyone has already had a preliminary understanding of our store's event tonight. The first 3 people who spend money will receive a limited edition Keiko branded with Millennium. This cake is a collaboration with our store. There are only 3 of these in the world, and you won't be able to buy them anymore. It can be said to be a one-of-a-kind piece. If you love her, give her this cake. After the host on the stage finished speaking passionately, the music suddenly became more powerful. Countless young ladies came on stage and danced to the music. The hormones in the air suddenly became strong, and there were ambiguous teasing and seductive eyes everywhere. Brother Ming, your 10 bottles of Spade A. The booth here seemed very deserted because of Li Hao's disappointment in love. Several girls came over and wanted to drink with him, but he drove them away. However, it was very lively in Minga's booth not far away, with countless girls coming to Minga's side one after another. Brother Ming was also very generous. He opened 10 bottles of Ace of Spades and 10 bottles of Dom Perignon, almost pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Many salespeople came over to take photos and post them on WeChat Moments. What a waste! Seeing the waiter constantly bringing up the wine, Zhao Qingxue, who was sitting next to Su Yuan, immediately ate snacks and drank Wangzai milk. Su Yuan looked at her gently. My wife is right. TSK, I don't know what Brother Ming likes about that bitch. She has him so bewitched. 2 heavily made-up girls sat in the booth next door. They probably couldn't squeeze into Brother Ming's booth, so they sat next to him and chatted indignantly. Brother Ming just likes her flirtiness. By the way, did you hear? That bitch's ex-boyfriend is also in this nightclub. I heard that too. Just now, that bitch said that her ex-boyfriend was not good in that aspect in order to please Brother Ming. Is this true? Really? I heard it myself. She said she wasn't with Brother Ming for money, but because he was so good at that. She's so flirty, how could Brother Ming not like her? The 2 women were talking as if no one was around, and it was hard to hear clearly, but the 3 of them could still hear the general meaning. Su Yuan looked towards Li Hao. Sure enough, Li Hao, who was just drinking alone, had turned pale and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Actually, I can understand it. Which man doesn't mind that kind of thing? Especially when he is compared with others by the woman he loves, anyone would probably explode on the spot if they encountered such a thing. Su Yuan's face also darkened. After all, the one being bullied now is his friend. Avril really went too far. You said you cheated on someone, so that's all. She didn't hold it against you and didn't even scold you when we broke up. Yet you still brought up what happened in bed and told everyone about it. Isn't that just like rubbing her face on the ground? Whereas the salesperson. Li Hao, who had been silent all the time, called the salesperson over and pointed at him with a gloomy look in his eyes. The salesperson thought he was still angry about what happened just now and felt a little embarrassed, but who knew that his next sentence would surprise the salesperson. Open me 100 bottles of Ace of Spades. The classic Spade Ace is sold here for 8,888 per bottle, 10 bottles is 88,000, and 100 bottles is 880,000. Although there are many rich second generations and bosses in big nightclubs like theirs, and it is not uncommon for people to open 10 or 8 bottles of Spade Ace, it is still very rare to open 100 bottles at once. After all, the second generation of rich people are not fools. Occasionally, when they are in a good mood, they will throw hundreds of thousands of dollars for a drink. But it is unrealistic to throw hundreds of thousands of dollars here every day. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. When the salesperson saw how generous Li Hao was, he immediately ran to ask someone to arrange it. After a while, a dozen waiters made way, and bottles of Spade Ace were carried up like a long dragon under the dim light. Oh! As soon as they saw 100 bottles of Ace of Spades being opened silently, most people's attention was immediately drawn over. Chapter 28 Wife, there is nothing wrong between him and me. Avril, your cake today is a little bit tricky. Your ex-boyfriend opened 100 bottles of Ace of Spades. Avril, what exactly is the identity of your ex-boyfriend? Li Hao's long dragon hand of Spade Ace made the nightclub give him enough face. There were more than a dozen waiters who did nothing but stand next to the booths, acting as a receptionist and ready to assist with anything they needed. Seeing that there were so few people in the booth and the people were handsome, many girls were eager to go there. The booth occupied by Minggu and Avril was not very far from that place, so of course they could see the situation over there clearly. Seeing that the person who opened the 100 bottles of Spade Ace was Li Hao, Avril was a little surprised. Impossible? She had been with Li Hao for 2 months, but Li Hao had never taken her to a nightclub, and every time they ate, they went to some cheap and stupid internet-famous restaurants. He didn't look like someone who could afford to open an Ace of Spades in a nightclub. Of course it's him. Why don't you go and see him? Go and catch up with your ex-boyfriend? someone next to him said with a smile. Hearing this, Minggu immediately became unhappy. Avril also rolled her eyes, turned around and leaned into Ming Ge's arms, coaxing him. Minggu, do you want to go dancing together? No. Brother Ming waved his hand, picked up a bottle of spade ace on the table, and slowly poured it onto Avril's chest. This unexpected action scared Avril, but the people around her started to cheer and have fun. Ming Ge's expression looked a little better. Brother Ming, we are waiting to eat cake tonight, you have to work hard. Although Disco is holding an event tonight, this event is not very attractive to the big guys, so there are not many rich second-generation bosses coming tonight. Brother Ming is considered to be very famous in the circle. He eats here very freely and knows some of the rich second generations and bosses who come here to play. He often drinks with them. Everyone thinks he is a big shot, and he often spends hundreds of thousands of dollars in one night. After this event, after Avril's constant persuasion, he agreed to pamper Avril and said that he would give the cake to Avril tonight no matter how much it cost. No rush. I said I'd give the cake to Avril, so I'll definitely give it to her. Why rush? There weren't many bosses coming today, so 100 bottles of Spade Ace would definitely be the top 3 purchases tonight. But even if he took first place, wouldn't there still be 2 spots left? There are also second and third ones. Did my spending today rank in the top 3? Brother Ming over there is eyeing the top 3 consumers, and of course Li Hao over here is the same. In fact, although Li Hao likes to go to nightclubs to have fun, he actually likes to play ambiguously and is not very interested in showing off his wealth by drinking. So even though he has money, he rarely spends more than 20,000 yuan in a nightclub. This time he opened 100 bottles of Spade Ace in one breath. He was obviously angry and was sulking with Brother Ming over there. The salesperson, of course, knew something about this and quickly said, it's in. If nothing unexpected happens tonight, you'll be the first to spend money. What about the second and third? Hey, let me see. So far, Mr. Li from number 99 has spent 450,000, and Brother Ming has spent 150,000. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be you 3. Isn't the cost of living in this nightclub too low? Just spending over 100,000 and you're in the top 3? Li Hao got angry whenever he thought of that cake. Not all bosses are as generous as you. This makes sales difficult. However, Su Yuan, who had been sitting next to Zhao Qingshui and hugging her, suddenly spoke up, can you open another booth for you? It's full now, there's no room left. The salesperson didn't understand why Su Yuan asked this and shrugged helplessly. No room left? Su Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. What if you open a booth for me and I open 99 bottles of Ace of Spades for you? I'll go coordinate it for you. Of course, it is impossible for nightclub salespeople to make a living on a guaranteed salary. The bulk of their income comes from commissions from opening cards and selling alcohol. At first, when Su Yuan asked him to open a card, he refused because he felt that he had earned enough tonight and there was no need to spend a lot of effort to open a card for him. But now, when he heard that the salesman was going to open 99 bottles of Ace of Spades, he immediately had the courage to make the salesman go through fire and water. Without any nonsense, he directly found a few acquaintances to start discussing. After a while, Su Yuan's booth was opened. Su Yuan didn't care where his booth came from. You keep the booth for me. I'll open 99 bottles of Ace of Spades and you send them here. But the billing will be separate. Do you understand? The words were so clear, and Li Hao of course also understood that Su Yuan spent this money to save face for him. He was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the bottle of whiskey in front of him and poured it down his throat. Brother Yuan, stop talking. From today on, you are my real brother. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we ask to die on the same day. Even after we die, we'll be buried together, and we'll still be together in the next life. Stop. Li Hao's words gave Su Yuan goosebumps. He quickly waved his hands, lowered his head, hugged Zhao Qingshui and kissed her several times. Zhao Qingshui's face turned red because of him, and she quickly pushed him away. What are you doing? Wife, didn't you hear what he just said? He said he wanted to be buried with me when he died. Su Yuan patted his chest and rubbed his head against Zhao Qingshui's slender shoulders. Who wants to be buried with him? I want to be buried with you. Looking at the two of them, Li Hao was so moved that the tears that were about to flow out of his eyes were forced back. Is it easy for me to be so sentimental once in a while? The last time I cried was when my grandma passed away. Are you wasting my feelings and thoughts like this? You're talking as if there's something going on between us. Su Yuan didn't appreciate it at all. He hugged Zhao Qingxue and shook her. Wife, there is nothing wrong between him and me. Oh, the boss opened 99 bottles of spade ace again. There are so many bosses tonight. The owner of this ace of spades seems to be quite handsome. Su Yuan and Li Hao were already eye-catching enough because of the previous 100 bottles of spade ace, and now they opened another 99 bottles, which directly ignited the whole audience. Many attractive girls couldn't help but glance over here, and the naked teasing was almost suffocating. But they soon discovered something. Although the boss who opened 99 bottles of spade ace is awesome, he has no interest in groups of beautiful women. Many pretty girls who were popular in the club wanted to get closer to make their faces known, but they were blocked by the waiters standing in front of the booths. Sorry, Master Yuan likes quiet. Chapter 29. Brother Ming was scared and ran away. Who is that woman? She's quite capable. She's actually dominating two big bosses by herself. Isn't she afraid of choking to death while eating all the food herself? What are you talking about? I think that girl is the boy's sister or something. How do you say that? How many men have you seen who do nothing with beautiful women but just sit there and mix drinks for fun? The booth where Su Yuan and Li Hao were sitting was like a piece of fat, juicy meat being watched covetously by a group of tigresses. Naturally, they were full of malice and suspicion towards Zhao Qingxue, the only woman in the booth. Originally, the group of women thought that Zhao Qingxue was very capable and had taken over the two bosses. But after they observed more, they found that it was not the case. Although she was sitting in a booth, she had basically no communication with the darker boss, but she seemed to have a close relationship with the fair and delicate boss. But the two of them didn't do anything ambiguous. They just sat together and mixed various drinks for fun, not drinking much. They really couldn't guess what the relationship between the two was. Mixed drinks are so fun, these colors are so pretty. Su Yuan didn't know how others speculated about the relationship between him and Zhao Qingxue. In fact, it was very simple for him not to do anything to Zhao Qingxue. No one paid attention to him before, and he would occasionally kiss Zhao Qingxue secretly and no one saw it, so he thought it was nothing. But now their booth is like a magnet, and the attention is too high. If he touches Zhao Qingxue again, it would seem extremely disrespectful. Besides, he didn't want others to see his wife with a blushing face. Brother Ming, do you want to open a few more bottles of Dom Perignon? As the music beat became more and more intense, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning and the event was about to end at 2 o'clock. However, judging by the bottles of wine that Brother Ming had opened, he would definitely not be able to make it into the top 3 consumption tonight. If he doesn't get into the top 3, then his cake will be ruined. Therefore, this made Avril vaguely anxious. She had already boasted in her circle of friends that she would definitely treat her sisters to cake tonight. If she couldn't get it, wouldn't she be so embarrassed? Being interrupted by Avril's question made Minggu a little unhappy. Why are you in such a hurry? Haven't we finished the wine we ordered? Let's talk about it after we finish it. I said I would get the cake for you, so I will get it for you. Seeing that Minggu was a little angry at the question, Avril also started to act coquettishly. I just said it casually, Minggu, please don't be angry with me, okay? I know you love me the most. I'm glad you knew. Minggu said, patted Avril on the thigh, and stood up. You guys drink first, I'm going to the bathroom. Come back soon, I'll be waiting for you. After drinking so much, it was normal to go to the bathroom. No one thought it was a big deal and continued to sit in the booth and have fun. Avril, holding a bottle of Ace of Spades, twisted her body in the booth and couldn't help looking at the booth next to Li Hao. Li Hao's place was still deserted, feeling out of tune with the atmosphere of the nightclub, but there were too many eyes focused on him. When Avril thought about how he had just opened 100 bottles of Ace of Spades in one breath, she felt a little uncomfortable. He was obviously a poor boy when he was with her. Where did he get so much money? But those 100 bottles of Ace of Spades are not fake, right? Could it be that she was mistaken? To be honest, Avril actually liked Li Hao very much at the beginning. After all, he had a good figure and was handsome. It was prestigious to take him out, and his heart and eyes were full of her. If he was not so poor, she might really choose to be with him. But who made him so poor? So she had no choice but to give up on him and find another way out. But what if he is actually very rich? Wouldn't that mean I missed out on a great opportunity? Hey, it's almost 2 o'clock, why hasn't Brother Ming come back yet? Did he drink too much and throw up in the toilet? Hurry up and take a look. While Avril was thinking, it was already 1:50. When she saw that Brother Ming had not returned yet, she suddenly became a little panicked. The deadline for the cake event is approaching. Where is Brother Ming? Hey, didn't he run away? Avril, your cake is gone. I never thought someone like Minggu would run away. I've really seen something new today. Seeing that Brother Ming had not returned, someone had already asked the waiter to go to the bathroom to look for him, but the answer given was that Brother Ming had already left through the back door. It was self-evident what had happened. Therefore, many people gathered around Avril and laughed at her. Avril's face turned red, and she quickly took out her phone. Impossible, Minggu said he would get the cake for me. It must be because he has something to do. I'll call him and ask. Everyone stared at her with different looks as she dialed Brother Ming's number. However, she called for a long time but no one answered. Maybe Brother Ming is busy. You all know he's a businessman, and he usually has to deal with a lot of emergencies. Helpless Avril could only find an excuse for Brother Ming. The eyes of the people around me became more and more mocking and gloating. Haha, who would believe that there was an emergency to deal with in the middle of the night? This clearly means that they can't compete with the order runners. Okay, it's time for our event to end. Let me see who are the top 3 spenders tonight. Number 1 is Master Hao from booth 82. The second place winner is Master Yuan from booth 16. The third place goes to our number 99 Mr. Lee. At 1 or 2 o'clock, the host came on stage on time and began to announce the top 3 consumption items of the night. Amidst cheers, a large piece of colorful streamers exploded, and 3 exquisitely made dreamlike cakes were slowly pushed out. There was a bright light on each cake, and it was pushed by 7 or 8 beauties towards the booths that had received the cakes. This cake is so beautiful. It's worthy of being a co-branded version of Millennium Cake. If only someone would buy me this cake, I would die of happiness. Hurry up and take a picture so I can post it on WeChat Moments. Watching the 3 beautiful cakes moving in the field, they almost attracted the attention of most of the girls present. After all, who wouldn't want such a beautiful cake? Wife, the cake is here. Although Su Yuan's registered booth was number 16, he was sitting in booth number 82, so both cakes were pushed towards him. The waiter stood in front of the booth, said a few words of blessing, and then brought the cake to the table. Su Yuan immediately pushed the cake in front of Zhao Qingxue. It's even more beautiful up close. How can the cake be so exquisite? It must be delicious. Blinking her big eyes and looking at the cake in front of her, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The main reason is that the cake is so dreamy that it completely satisfies her girlish heart. New author, new book. If you like this book, please let me know in the comments. I'd also like to ask for free gifts, or to urge me to update more. Thank you so much. Chapter 30 Sweetheart, don't go. If you like, just cut it up and eat it. Su Yuan picked up the knife next to him and was about to cut the cake, but was stopped by Zhao Qingxue. Chi Han also likes desserts. Bring it back and ask her to come and eat with you. Although her mouth was drooling like crazy, Zhao Qingxue still held back and planned to take the cake back to share with Chi Han. In fact, the reason why she always thinks of Chi Han when she has something good is very simple. In addition to the fact that their personalities are compatible, Chi Han has helped her a lot in the past year since graduation. Knowing that she was thrifty, Chi Han would buy double the things she was reluctant to buy, and then force one on her by saying that he had bought too much. Isn't this simple? After hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Su Yuan put down the knife in his hand, turned around and pushed the cake that the waiter had placed in front of Li Hao in front of Zhao Qingxue. Let's eat one and take one away. Hey. Aren't you taking this too far? Li Hao, who had been thinking about using the cake to pick up girls, was a little dissatisfied when he saw that the cake was snatched away by Su Yuan. This is my magic weapon for picking up girls. You just said you wanted to be buried with me when you died, but now you can't take a piece of your cake? Su Yuan ignored him, placed both cakes in front of Zhao Qingxue, and took out his cell phone. Wife, let me take a picture of you. After saying that, he took a lot of photos of Zhao Qingxue, and Zhao Qingxue posed for a few poses. Wife, this one is really beautiful, and this one is also beautiful. I think this one is good too. Stop talking, let's make a 9-square grid in our circle of friends. Looking at the 2 people lovingly holding their phones and selecting photos, Li Hao picked up the wine bottle again in frustration. He had learned his lesson. Now don't go out with couples unless necessary. Come, pick a lucky person tonight to have fun with me. There is no point in drinking alone, so Li Hao over there picked up the bottle of wine, stepped on the table and stood up, shouting loudly. This place was already being watched covetously by many sisters, and when they heard Li Hao shouting like that, they immediately became excited. "Handsome guy, check me out." The hot beauties from all directions twisted their bodies and moved closer to this side, casting seductive glances at Li Hao's face. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, jumped down from the table, and casually picked up a beautiful woman and hugged her in his arms. "Baby, this is you. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were my destiny." The woman who was embraced by Li Hao also gave a seductive look. "Really?" "Of course." Li Hao smiled and pulled her to the booth, introducing her to Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, "My girlfriend." Zhao Qingxue didn't understand what Li Hao was doing. He was sad about his ex-girlfriend 1 second, and the next second, he called another woman his girlfriend. This made her look confused. The woman over there was remarkably calm. She smiled and nodded to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, introducing herself. "My name is Kathy." "Oh, my name is Zhao Qingxue, hello." Su Yuan didn't bother to get to know this woman who was just brought in to make up the numbers, but Zhao Qingxue reported her name very seriously. Few people use their real names when they come to nightclubs. After all, they are just casual lovers and go their separate ways after daybreak. Seeing Zhao Qingxue so honest and even giving her real name, Casey was very surprised. She covered her mouth and laughed. "You rarely come here to play?" "Well, this is my first time." "No wonder." Although Casey was leaning on Li Hao's arms, his eyes kept gazing at Su Yuan. "Who is this?" "This is my husband." Zhao Qingxue hugged Su Yuan's arm and said, "My husband is a reserved person and doesn't like to talk." "Is that so? Then you are so lucky." Too many people envied Zhao Qingxue before, and Casey was no exception. She was particularly curious about the relationship between Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan. Now that she got the answer, she suddenly realized it, and her heart was filled with envy and jealousy. People like them who hang out in nightclubs every day may have no shortage of men around them, but the reason those idiots try to please them is simply for their bodies. How many of them are sincere? People like Su Yuan, who brings his wife to a nightclub, spends a lot of money on wine and cakes for his wife, and only focuses on his wife from beginning to end, are extremely rare. No. There isn't any at all. Anyway, it was her first time meeting him. After playing at disco until 3 o'clock, Zhao Qingxue was drowsy in her seat, and Li Hao and Casey were almost drunk. Only then did Su Yuan arrange to go home. With the help of the waiter, Su Yuan took the drunk Li Hao to the front desk to pay the bill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 879,912 yuan to his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 8,791,200 yuan. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. The two of them paid their own bills. After Li Hao finished paying, his face was a little painful, and he muttered, "I should have known not to show off." What a pity. Although Li Hao is a rich second generation, he usually does nothing and can only ask his family for pocket money. He has been playing more aggressively in the past 2 years. In order to control him, his family reduced his pocket money from 3 million to 1 million. He spent a month's pocket money in just one night. Su Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. It's just 100 bottles of Ace of Spades, isn't it? That's 100 bottles. Li Hao staggered. 100 bottles, 100 bottles, 100 bottles of what? Seeing that he was almost drunk and unconscious, Su Yuan asked the bar staff to take him back when the time came, and then called 2 cars. Li Hao and Casey took one, and he and Zhao Qingxue took the other. They quickly returned to the large flat in the Dilan residence. "Wife, you take a rest first. I'll settle them down and come down soon." Seeing Li Hao like this, Su Yuan felt that it was not nice to leave him alone in the hotel, so he simply placed him in the large flat upstairs. "Anyway, I bought an extra house at that time, but no one lives in it. Here's the key to this place, take good care of him." After bringing the person upstairs, Su Yuan saw that Li Hao was fine and just fell asleep, so he threw the key to Casey and asked her to take care of Li Hao. Casey looked at the large flat worth tens of millions, and couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He nodded quickly and said, "I will take good care of him." Okay. Su Yuan was anxious to go back and sleep with Zhao Qingxue, and he didn't bother to care about what was happening above. He wasn't going to live in this house anyway, so he let them do whatever they wanted. "Baby, sweetheart, don't go." However, just as Su Yuan was about to leave, Li Hao suddenly sat up as if he had come back to life and suddenly shouted. Su Yuan was shocked. "Are you sick?" "You are sick." Li Hao didn't know whether he was awake or not. After hearing Su Yuan's words, he subconsciously replied and then fell down again. Chapter 31. Dad, please accept your son's bow. Wife, you don't even have to go to work, why are you up so early? We played late yesterday and fell asleep at 4 o'clock, so Su Yuan slept a little longer. When he opened his eyes, it was exactly 11 o'clock in the morning. He originally wanted to be intimate with Zhao Qingxue in bed. But who knew that when he turned around, he found the bed was empty. After searching around the house, I found that Zhao Qingxue was already cooking in the kitchen with an apron on. Of course, I have to keep up the good habit of getting up early even if I'm not working. Besides, I can't stay away from work forever. I'll go find a new job in a couple of days. Although Su Yuan is rich now and has achieved his previous goals of a house and a car, Zhao Qingxue feels that she cannot fall into such depravity anymore. After listening to Zhao Qingxue's words, Su Yuan walked behind her, put his arms around her waist, and put his chin on her shoulder, like a clingy big dog. Licking Zhao Qingxue's round and plump earlobe that looked like a pearl, Su Yuan whispered, "Wife, how about we not go to work?" Eh? How can I not go to work? Here's what I think. We used to work for others because we didn't have the capital. Now that we have capital, of course we should do what we want to do. Haven't you always wanted to be a beauty influencer? Now that you don't have a job, you can use this time to shoot videos. Although Zhao Qingxue is a fashion designer, she is also interested in makeup and has always wanted to be a beauty blogger. She did open an account and originally planned to occasionally post her beauty experiences, but because she was too busy with work, she never had time to manage it. Now, after hearing Su Yuan say this, she was actually a little tempted, but if I do this, the income is not very stable. Then let your husband support you. Su Yuan hugged Zhao Qingxue tighter. When you become a famous influencer with millions of fans, I can stay at home and live off you. What do you mean by living off a gigolo? You're saying it so harshly. But I just love to eat my wife's soft rice. The two were hugging each other in the kitchen when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Zhao Qingxue pushed Su Yuan and said, "Okay, go open the door." Originally, Su Yuan had been thinking of spending some time with her in the morning, but now his plan was ruined. He walked to the door reluctantly and opened it. The people standing at the door were Casey and Li Hao. Kathy thought Su Yuan was a rich second generation, so she wasn't very surprised. But Li Hao was shocked. "Fuck, brother Yuan, what's wrong with you? You have a loft and a large flat. It's even more luxurious than mine." After all, the two had lived together for 3 years, and Li Hao was clear about the situation in Su Yuan's family. They are just an ordinary family with very simple food, clothing, and other daily necessities. The price of one of his clothes is equivalent to what Su Yuan spends on clothes in a year. Therefore, when they first met, he saw that Su Yuan invited him to dinner at Tang Pavilion and spent 10,000 yuan at once, and he thought that Su Yuan was just trying to show off, so he rushed to pay the bill. But who knew that Su Yuan drove a Ferrari as soon as he got out of the door? He drank too much yesterday and didn't have time to think, but when he woke up in the flat today, he was stunned. It was Kathy who told him that this was Su Yuan's house. "That's me being low-key." Su Yuan casually replied, "Do you think I'm you, showing off just because I have a little money?" Li Hao is a man with a very bad temper sometimes. He would start a fight with others if he disagreed with them. He got into a lot of trouble in high school and was a troublemaker that gave the teachers and principal a headache. Although he has matured a bit in recent years and his temper has calmed down a bit, he still retains the bloodiness of a young man. If someone else had said that he was showing off because he had a little money, he would have gotten angry with them a long time ago. But when he got to Su Yuan's place, Li Hao not only didn't react, but instead walked in and sat down on the soft sofa in the living room, grinning and saying, "I'm poor now, I have no money, brother Yuan, I'm going to rely on you for support from now on. You are not my wife, why should I support you?" Su Yuan also sat down. "Unless you call me dad, it's okay to raise a son." "Dad. Please accept my son's greeting." As a rich second generation who can take it or leave it, Li Hao would do it without hesitation as long as there are benefits. Go, 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 you really want to scream?" Su Yuan was just joking, but he didn't expect Li Hao to actually yell at him, which immediately gave him goosebumps. "Dad Yuan, I am your only biological son. You can't disown me." Sometimes Li Hao's face was thicker than a city wall. He stood up and went to the kitchen. "Where's my super beautiful fairy mom? What delicious food is she making?" Zhao Qingxue, who was making breakfast in the kitchen, of course heard what Su Yuan and Li Hao had said in the living room, but she didn't expect Li Hao to even joke about her. Her hand holding the spatula suddenly trembled. After staring at Li Hao's dark face with 12 big white teeth for 2 seconds, Zhao Qingxue said, I don't have a son as dark as yours. It's tanning. 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 Li Hao jumped up when he heard what Zhao Qingxue said. This was the result of his hard work for half a month. He was so sunburned that 2 layers of skin peeled off. After Zhao Qingxue prepared breakfast, the 4 of them sat in the restaurant and had a breakfast that wasn't really breakfast. After finishing his meal, Su Yuan took his keys and burped, then went upstairs to take a nap. Before leaving, he reminded everyone, I'll be down for dinner later. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, are you really going to rely on me? Don't be ridiculous, Dad. I don't live at home. Are you going to kick me out? Li Hao looked at Su Yuan innocently, oh right, the pocket money you gave me this month hasn't arrived yet. When can you find time to call me? I love you, moi. Roll. Seeing that Li Hao insisted on living here, Su Yuan thought about it and felt that it was no big deal since he wasn't going to live in the house anyway. But the problem is, why does he come down here every day to disturb the world of 2 people between him and Zhao Qingxue? Su Yuan thought sadly and took out his cell phone, planning to hire a nanny so that he wouldn't have to run downstairs every day. Husband, come here quickly and put on my makeup. While Su Yuan was watching the nanny, Zhao Qingxue had already cleaned up the kitchen, taken out her bottles and jars, and sat obediently in front of the dressing table waiting for Su Yuan. Su Yuan also put down his phone and walked skillfully to Zhao Qingxue's side. He took a bottle of primer and poured a little on the palm of his hand. Then he applied it on Zhao Qingxue's face bit by bit, and then slowly spread it evenly on her face with his fingertips. This is something Su Yuan often does. Originally, he didn't know how to put on makeup, but there was a period of time when Zhao Qingxue was very busy at work and came back very late. She didn't even have the energy to remove her makeup every day, so he felt sorry for Zhao Qingxue and consciously learned how to remove and put on makeup. He just wanted her to lie down and enjoy herself every day. Later, after watching some professional makeup tutorials, he was able to put on makeup very well. Now, basically if he is not busy, he will do Zhao Qingxue's makeup himself. Chapter 32 My money is used to support my wife. This time, Zhao Qingxue posted a tutorial on how to put on school beauty makeup. She sat in front of the camera and took pictures of herself while letting Su Yuan put makeup on her face. At the same time, she also provided explanations. Look everyone, the key to school beauty makeup is to have a clean face. Also, the eyebrows must be natural. For lips like this, I have to choose a lipstick that's a little vibrant. I think this vibrant orange is quite good. It's light and doesn't look too mature, but it also makes people look bright. Zhao Qingxue took about an hour to shoot the 3-minute video. Then I spent another hour editing it, and after watching it several times until I was satisfied, I solemnly posted this short video to my personal account. After posting the short video, Zhao Qingxue started holding her phone and waiting to read the comments. Her account is not a new one. She has posted several videos before, but the response was mediocre. Firstly, there are too many beauties, and the video she shot is not very good. Secondly, she didn't manage this account well. But now she is planning to make a living from this, so of course she cares about the response to her videos. Okay, go home and think about new video material. I have something to do, so I'll be out for a while. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's nervous look, Su Yuan pinched her face amusingly. Okay, go ahead. Go early and come back early. Zhao Qingxue didn't ask him what he was going to do. She just waved at him and let him leave. Su Yuan took the key, walked out of his house, went upstairs, and rang the doorbell. This time it was Li Hao who was taking a nap and got up to open the door cursing. Su Yuan saw that he was disheveled and raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you doing business? What else? When Li Hao saw that it was Su Yuan, his expression brightened up a lot. We were just halfway through when you came. Do you know that this will easily lead to impotence? Stop talking so much nonsense, go out with me and change your clothes quickly. Su Yuan ignored him and picked up his phone from the table. I'll use your phone to call a taxi. Tisk, if it weren't for the fact that we've been friends since we were born, I would have beaten you to death long ago. Although he was somewhat reluctant, Li Hao still ran over to change his clothes in a bad mood. Su Yuan saw Kathy standing nearby in a large shirt and said to her, If you have nothing to do, come with me. Okay. Just now, when Su Yuan came in, he only asked Li Hao to go out with him, so Casey was very tactful and did not suggest going together. She just watched from the side. In fact, she also wanted to go with them. Now hearing what Su Yuan said, she immediately raised her eyebrows, turned around and went out to put on makeup. After the two of them changed their clothes, Su Yuan took them downstairs. Li Hao then asked, "What are we going to do?" "You'll know when you get there." "Oh." Since Su Yuan was unwilling to talk, Li Hao did not force him to ask. He just hesitated for a while and always felt that something was wrong. When he saw Su Yuan appear in a Porsche Cayenne, he finally realized, "Fuck, don't you have a car? Why did you use my phone to call a taxi?" Su Yuan turned around and grinned at him, "You hit my car." Li Hao was shocked by Su Yuan's move. "I'm very poor now, and you're still exploiting me like this." In fact, when Li Hao said that he was poor, he was not just trying to gain sympathy. He was really poor now. The main reason is that he spent too much money before. When he came here this time, there was only about 1 million yuan in his card. Last night he spent 8 or 900,000 yuan in the bar. Now there are only tens of thousands of yuan left in his card. It will take him more than half a month to spend these tens of thousands of dollars. So you're really allowed to eat for free? Aren't you very rich now? I told you, my money is for supporting my wife. The two of them bickered along the way, and soon Su Yuan drove to Wanhetian Plaza. Seeing the food court below the plaza, Li Hao was satisfied. "You still have some conscience and know how to treat me to a meal." Su Yuan rolled his eyes at him and ignored him, taking him and Casey into the Millennium Cake flagship store. As an internationally renowned cake brand, Millennium Cake specializes in luxury cakes and is therefore known as the Hermes of cakes. The cakes here are certainly not cheap, the lowest one costs over 1,000. The store is decorated in a very stylish way and is filled with transparent display windows, which cast a warm orange light onto cakes of various styles. "What? Are you celebrating my birthday?" Li Hao had no interest in these cakes and didn't even want to take a second look at them. But Casey next to him looked at them one by one. "These cakes are so beautiful, no wonder the girls in the nightclub went crazy for that Millennium co-branded cake. Which girl do you like best?" Su Yuan glanced at Casey and realized that bringing her here was the right decision. When Casey heard Su Yuan's question, she immediately understood what he meant and blinked at him. "Are you going to celebrate your sister-in-law's birthday?" Su Yuan nodded while looking at the cake, "But I want to give her a surprise when the time comes, so don't tell her." "Very nice." Looking at Su Yuan's profile as he carefully selected the cake, Casey sighed inaudibly. Su Yuan didn't hear what she said clearly, and subconsciously asked, "What?" "Nothing. I think this one is pretty good." Kathy pointed to a half-person high, 6-layer gold leaf rose cake in the middle of the store and said, "I think this design is beautiful. It's just a birthday, why buy something so expensive?" Li Hao came over and took a look at the price, and thought that the cake was too expensive. But it's no wonder he thought it was expensive, because this cake cost more than 2 million. This money can buy a house. Is it really beautiful? In fact, Su Yuan didn't quite understand what girls liked, so he asked Casey and Li Hao to come and help him with some advice. Now Li Hao has 0 reference opinions, and the only one left is Casey. Hearing Su Yuan's question, Casey nodded seriously. "It's true. If my boyfriend gave me a cake like this, I would be willing to marry him on the spot." After saying that, he glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao said bluntly, "Why are you looking at me? I can't afford such an expensive cake." He said, pointing to a plain model next to him, "I think this is enough for my birthday. Why are there so many complications?" However, just as he finished speaking, Su Yuan walked up to the counter and told someone that he wanted to pre-order this cake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 2.09 million yuan to his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 20.9 million yuan. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Chapter 33. No, then you didn't see me. More than 2 million to buy a cake. When Li Hao saw how straightforwardly Su Yuan paid, he immediately covered his chest and looked at Su Yuan with dismay. "You charge me for just riding in your car, and you even dared to order a cake worth 2 million. To be honest, although Millennium Cake specializes in high-end cakes, I rarely buy such expensive cakes. Generally, companies or brands place orders when they have major events. After all, the cakes will be put on the table, and a good-looking cake will show the strength of the brand." Li Hao felt so distressed when he saw Su Yuan spending money like water, as if he was spending his own money. Su Yuan ignored Li Hao's complaints. He was in a daze. Because after he ordered a cake for Zhao Qingxue just now, he not only triggered a tenfold rebate, but also a lucky rebate. This time the lucky rebate was a bunch of seeds. A pile of fruit seeds. A bunch of fruit seeds with various effects, such as weight loss, whitening, etc. Su Yuan had heard that fruits can whiten the skin. For example, people often say on the internet that drinking more lemon water can whiten the skin. But it is nonsense to say that fruits can help lose weight, okay? After all, there is so much sugar in fruits that it's good enough if you don't gain weight after eating too much, you can even lose weight. But the system shouldn't lie, right? Are you listening carefully to what I'm saying? Li Hao felt depressed that he had said a lot but was ignored by Su Yuan. He simply sat down on the rattan chair next to him and didn't move. Su Yuan also stopped. He looked at the various dresses displayed in the window in front of him, and the expectant yet shy eyes of Zhao Qingxue when she pulled him past the bridal shop appeared in front of him. If I remember correctly, the wedding dresses Zhao Qingxue looked at that time were of the same brand as the ones in this store. If I buy a dress of this brand, she will definitely like it, right? Originally, Su Yuan came here to order a cake and a venue for his birthday. He hadn't thought about the dress at all. But when he saw the dress, he immediately became interested. I have to go in and take a look. Li Hao was still waiting for Su Yuan to come over and comfort him, but he didn't expect him to walk into the dress shop without even looking back. He immediately chased after him. You are such a jerk. Can't you walk slowly? Li Hao's words that were originally meant to criticize Su Yuan suddenly softened after he saw the salesgirl at the door. He straightened his clothes, turned around and pulled Casey out. After a while, he was seen walking in alone. Su Yuan was choosing a dress suitable for Zhao Qingxue under the guidance of a salesgirl. When he saw Li Hao come in and saw Kathy was nowhere to be seen, he immediately asked, "Where is she?" He was also counting on Casey to help him with some advice on the dress Zhao Qingxue should wear. Li Hao was flirting with the salesgirl. When he heard Su Yuan ask this, he was stunned for a moment. Who? Kathy. Oh, she said she had something to do, so she left first. Li Hao looked at Su Yuan calmly. She's just a friend anyway. I don't care what she does. You just need someone to help you with clothes, right? I think the salesgirl is more suitable. She works here every day, so she must have a very sharp eye. She will definitely choose clothes that suit your wife. Now it was Su Yuan's turn to be stunned. He looked at the salesgirl and then at Li Hao. Although he had known that he was good with women, the speed at which he changed people was too fast. He just hooked up with Casey last night, and he kicked her out today? This gentleman is really good at talking. The salesgirl was amused by Li Hao's smooth talk and started laughing. Li Hao struck while the iron was hot and moved closer to her with a sincere look in his eyes. Actually, I'm usually very quiet, but when I saw you, I felt like I had to say something. Okay, go pick out some clothes. Su Yuan was too lazy to watch Li Hao picking up girls, so he quickly asked the shopping guide to help him pick out clothes. The salesgirl was very professional. She did not blindly recommend expensive things. Instead, she asked Su Yuan for Zhao Qingxue's photo and measurements, and then took him to the innermost part. There stood a single red evening gown. The design of this red evening dress is not very complicated, it can even be said to be simple, but the cut of the whole evening dress is very neat, and the embroidery on the dress is also purely hand-embroidered, which is graceful and charming. Your wife prefers a more sensual style, so the style and color of this evening gown are very suitable for her. However, the size may need to be altered. Don't worry about alterations. We have a dedicated designer who can do this. If you need it, we can make it for you within 24 hours. Su Yuan was very satisfied with her recommendation. Let's take this one. How much is it? The salesgirl smiled and said, this evening gown is the final work of internationally renowned designer Wei Rui. It's priced at 9.99 million. Isn't this too expensive? Before Su Yuan could say anything, Li Hao on the other side suddenly exclaimed, this money was enough for him to spend for half a year. He glanced at Su Yuan beside him and said, hey, you just spent over 2 million to order a cake for your wife. You don't need to buy such expensive clothes, right? In his opinion, it would be better to buy a better car with the 10 million yuan. It would be such a waste to use it to buy clothes. The salesgirl didn't interfere with their conversation, but just smiled and said, if you're not satisfied, we can look at other options. We have a wide variety of dresses in our store. After all, it was a dress that cost 10 million yuan, which was already a luxury item, and the salesgirl didn't expect to sell the dress so easily. No, I want this one. Su Yuan touched the hem of the dress, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At least this dress has a good meaning. Qingxue and I want to be each other's last person, just like this dress. Sir, I can see that you really like your wife. The salesgirl saw the tenderness in Su Yuan's eyes and became envious. She couldn't help but praise him. It's rare to find a man as affectionate as you nowadays. No, you didn't see me. Li Hao originally wanted to persuade Su Yuan to buy a cheaper piece of clothing, but after being fed a handful of dog food by him, he immediately calmed down, turned to look at the salesgirl, and said affectionately, "If you look at me more, you will know. I will also be your last one." After saying that, he held her hand emotionally. The salesgirl was probably also an expert. She was unmoved by Li Hao's confession. She pulled her hand away calmly and said with a smile, "Sir, we have a lot of customers in our store. You won't be the last one." Chapter 34. If you don't give it to me today, I will go back and tell my sister-in-law that you like that shopping guide. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 9.99 million for his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 99 million. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 9.99 million for his wife Zhao Qinghua. Triggering the lucky rebate, you will receive a Super Galaxy Guardian. Please check it. After paying the money, seeing that it was getting late, Su Yuan planned to quickly book a venue for the birthday party. But who knew that the system's prompt sound would make him stop in his tracks? It would have been fine if he just rewarded me with a bunch of strange seeds, but now he is actually rewarding me with a team of Guardians of the Galaxy? He also opened the information about Guardians of the Galaxy in his mind and took a look. But just this one glance made him shout in his heart, "Awesome!" This Guardians of the Galaxy team has 22 people, 20 of whom are ordinary Guardians of the Galaxy, and their combat effectiveness is almost the same as that of the King of Soldiers. The other 2 are Silver Rose Galaxy nurses. They are said to be extremely fast and have extremely strong combat capabilities. One person is equivalent to an army equipped with advanced and sophisticated equipment. Not only that, these Guardians of the Galaxy all have one characteristic, which is that they can escape into the void. Most of the time they are in a state of escape into the void, and only Su Yuan's order can bring them out of the void and into the real world. So strong, will it backfire on its master? Looking at their powerful abilities, Su Yuan was worried about his own safety at first, but he felt relieved when he saw what happened next. It has been clearly written above that these Guardians of the Galaxy are absolutely loyal, because if they have even the slightest intention of rebelling against their master, they will be directly destroyed by the power of the void. I don't know where such a powerful guard system came from. Su Yuan was a little confused about this question, but he was just confused for a moment. After all, the system had such a bug that it could even give him a tenfold cashback. What else could he not do? Guardians of the Galaxy, they arrived just in time. In fact, although Su Yuan is rich now, he still feels a little uneasy in his heart. There has been a saying since ancient times that wealth should not be shown off. If you have so much money in your hands but your own strength is not enough, you will only become a piece of fat meat in the eyes of those powerful people, and you never know when you will be targeted. He doesn't want to die in obscurity. But now with such a powerful Guardian of the Galaxy, we don't have to worry about such things. Master Yuan, please add me on WeChat. If you have any questions, I can communicate with you in time. If you need anything, you can also contact me directly. I am always here for you. Su Yuan bought a dress worth 10 million yuan so readily, it's obvious that he is a rich man. Therefore, after he paid the money, the salesgirl immediately notified the designer to change the size of the dress. Li Hao followed him shamelessly. After the salesgirl finished communicating with the designer, she immediately took the initiative to ask Su Yuan for his contact information. Su Yuan also happily added the salesgirl's WeChat. After seeing the name on WeChat, he realized that the salesgirl was called Wan Wan. Hurry, give me her WeChat. As soon as he walked out of the clothing store, Li Hao couldn't wait to snatch the phone from Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan immediately clenched his phone. If you want someone's WeChat, can't you just ask for it yourself? I asked for it, but she wouldn't give it to me. Li Hao looked at Su Yuan with a grin. You're my good brother, you wouldn't be so reluctant to give me even a woman's WeChat, right? If she doesn't give you her WeChat, it means she's not interested in you. Why bother clinging to her? You don't understand this, do you? What's the point of having a girl who can be easily seduced? I've seen too many of them. I like her who ignores me. That's how she can arouse my desire to conquer me. Li Hao took advantage of Su Yuan's inattention and reached into Su Yuan's trouser pocket to search. But he came up empty-handed. Su Yuan over there took out his phone from behind his back and said, "No, I can't let you harm so many good girls. If you don't give it to me today, I'll go back and tell my sister-in-law that you're attracted to that salesgirl. Li Hao entered the WeChat ID with satisfaction. Her name is Ruan Ruan. What a nice name. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Seeing Su Yuan's disdainful look, Li Hao patted his shoulder and said, Brother Yuan, no, Dad, you will have a beautiful daughter-in-law soon. I hope you can work hard for your daughter-in-law and help me say a few good words in front of Ruan Ruan. Roll. The cake and dress were all ready, and the only thing left was to order a venue. Su Yuan had already decided where to hold the wedding, so he went straight there and spent 30,000 yuan to book the venue. By the time everything was done, it was already past 7 in the evening. Li Hao had already used up a lot of energy with Casey this afternoon, and then Su Yuan dragged him over to go shopping and run around all afternoon. He was already starving, and he desperately dragged Su Yuan to eat barbecue. But when Su Yuan stepped on the accelerator, he pulled him back home directly. When he arrived at the door, Li Hao's eyes were all black. What smells so good? However, as soon as he opened the door, he immediately came back to life and followed the smell all the way to the dining table. Wow, my favorite squirrel mandarin fish. The table was already filled with dishes, 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a soup and a cold dish. You guys are back? I just finished cooking. Come and have a try. Zhao Qingxue took off her apron and smiled gently at the two of them. She had nothing to do this afternoon and thought she hadn't cooked for a long time, so she went to the vegetable market and bought some vegetables. Why did you cook so many dishes? You must be exhausted. Li Hao was already sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner without a care in the world, but Su Yuan walked over, pulled out a chair for Zhao Qingxue, and rubbed her shoulders. Zhao Qingxue shook her head. How can I be tired when I cook for you? That's right, hurry up, it's time to eat. Li Hao, who was so hungry that he was almost going crazy, picked up the bowl and started eating, not caring about what the two people were doing there. Zhao Qingxue felt helpless as she watched him wolf down his food. She picked up a piece of squirrel mandarin fish meat with her chopsticks and said, Eat slowly. Sister-in-law, you are so good to me. Li Hao buried his face in his rice bowl. When he saw Zhao Qingxue actually took the initiative to pick up some food for him, he was immediately touched. After saying that, he looked at Su Yuan proudly. Su Yuan also extended his bowl to Zhao Qingxue, wife. Hey! Zhao Qingxue smiled and picked up a fisheye and put it into Su Yuan's bowl. I want one too. Li Hao also came over with his bowl of rice. But Su Yuan opened his bowl with a chopstick. What the hell do you want? Do you know that fish meat is for outsiders to eat, but fish eyes can only be left to the one you love the most? After saying that, he clipped the other fisheye and gave it to Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao. Chapter 35. Who wouldn't feel heavy carrying the whole world on their back? After dinner, Li Hao burped and left. Su Yuan and Li Hao cleaned up the kitchen together, and then sat on the sofa hugging each other to watch TV. Zhao Qingxue also opened her mobile phone with great anticipation to see the likes for the video she posted today. This post of mine has over 10,000 likes. Because there was plenty of time today, Zhao Qingxue was more careful when editing, so the number of likes for her post exceeded 10,000. School bell, Benoit. I think you're the school beauty even without makeup. Miss, is your makeup artist a man? Your hands are so beautiful. Most of the comments under the video praised Zhao Qingxue's beauty, while the rest of the people focused their attention on Su Yuan. Although he only showed one hand, his fingers were long and slender with distinct joints. When he held the eyebrow pencil, his whole hand looked like a work of art. Zhao Qingxue was also very happy to see Su Yuan being praised. She held her phone and replied one by one, This is not a makeup artist, this is my husband. The post that Zhao Qingxue replied to quickly became popular. Oh my god, what kind of godlike husband is this? He even puts makeup on his wife. My big pig hoof always says that I am an old sow painting. Thanks, I'm going back to find a new husband. Are there any other makeup videos you can show me? Looking at the replies below, Zhao Qingxue had an idea. We can make a makeup compilation of you. When shooting videos nowadays, of course fans can shoot whatever they want to see. Therefore, seeing that Su Yuan is so popular, Zhao Qingxue also wants to make a compilation. She had done makeup for Su Yuan a lot before, but it was a bit messy, so it needed to be edited. Zhao Qingxue quickly got up and started looking for materials and starting the post-production on the computer. Su Yuan lay beside her with a sad look on his face, not daring to disturb her. He could only take out his cell phone and want to study the seeds sent by the system. If even the awesome guardians of the galaxy system can be rewarded to him, then these seeds must be awesome too. But the problem is, these seeds need to be planted before they can be effective. But the space at home is so small that it is obviously unrealistic to grow that thing. How about buying a farm? As Su Yuan thought this, he began to search for information about the farm in the Magic City. However, there is very little information on this matter, but there is a farmstay that is in a hurry to sell. This farmstay is located in the suburbs of Shanghai, about an hour's drive from Pudong. Su Yuan looked at the pictures of the farmstay. To be honest, this farmstay really has no special features. Judging from the pictures, it is just average and there is nothing that makes people want to go there. He also searched other people's opinions on this farmstay on other dianping apps, and found basically all negative reviews. It would be nice to buy this place and grow fruit. After thinking about it, Su Yuan also had the same idea and added the contact information of the farmstay owner. The farmhouse covers an area of approximately 10 acres and is fully equipped with all the entertainment facilities. The transfer fee is 35 million. The boss was probably tired of being asked so many questions, so he quickly threw a bunch of information about the farmstay and then stopped talking. Su Yuan took a quick look and said, "I'll come over tomorrow and prepare the contract. If it's okay, we'll sign it tomorrow." Okay. After confirming this, Su Yuan unknowingly fell asleep while waiting for Zhao Qingxue. The next day, he got up early in the morning and took Zhao Qingxue to the farm. Originally, he wanted to take Li Hao with him, but he said that he was going to have dinner with Ruan today and directly refused the idea. "I drove my Porsche Cayenne all the way there and stopped at the door of the farmhouse an hour later." Zhao Qingxue was still a little confused. "Why did you bring me here? Are we going to have some fun at the farm today? Then I'll call Han in along. I'm not here to play, I want to see what this place is like and then buy it." Su Yuan touched Zhao Qingxue's head and pulled her inside. The farmhouse was deserted and not many people were around. As soon as they saw two people walk in, a couple came out from the corner. Both of them had very cold expressions and the atmosphere was a little off, as if they had just had an argument. The woman remained silent with a cold face, but the man took the initiative to speak. "You are here. I made an appointment yesterday and came to take a look today." Su Yuan put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's waist and nodded to the two of them. "Can I walk around here for a bit?" "Yes, please." The man stretched out his hand and pointed around. "Just go this way." Seeing that the man and the woman had no intention of following, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were happy to be alone. They held hands and walked around the farmhouse. Just as the male owner said, this farmstay does have complete entertainment facilities, even a chess and card room, billiard room, and KTV. However, the biggest problem is that it lacks wild fun. People come to the farm just for the fun of the wild. It's not wrong for you to have so many entertainment facilities, but you have to make the theme good. Looking at the pitiful little pond in the middle where the water was stinking, Su Yuan sighed. "No wonder no one comes here. I don't think the environment here is that great, so maybe I shouldn't buy here." Zhao Qingxue didn't know what Su Yuan was going to do, and thought he wanted to buy a farmstay just on a whim. No, this is just right. Su Yuan didn't really want to open a farmstay when he bought this place, he just wanted to make it easier to plant fruit trees. There happens to be a lot of vacant land here. When the time comes, we can remove all the useless things here and clean it up properly, and we can probably free up about 5 acres of space for planting trees. He doesn't know yet what the specific yield of those fruit trees will be, so he will plant this many first as a trial, and then expand after the effect is good. "I'm so tired." After walking around inside, Zhao Qingxue coquettishly grabbed Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan immediately squatted down and said, "Come up. Hey, my husband is the best." Seeing that there was no one around, Zhao Qingxue jumped onto Su Yuan's back without hesitation. "Honey, am I heavy?" "Of course it's heavy." Su Yuan paused. Who wouldn't feel heavy carrying the whole world on their back? "You are the only one who can speak." Although this love talk has become very common, Zhao Qingxue still felt very sweet when she heard it. Her smile spread in the wind, full of happiness. "Have you two taken a look?" Su Yuan was walking slowly on the path with Zhao Qingxue on his back. At some point, the woman who had been at the door of the farmhouse suddenly appeared. The woman was stunned for a moment when she saw Su Yuan carrying Zhao Qingxue on his back, then turned her head away as if nothing had happened. Chapter 36. I bought it for my wife. Zhao Qingxue felt extremely embarrassed when someone saw this scene, and subconsciously wanted to jump off Su Yuan's back. But Su Yuan held him tighter. "Didn't you say your feet were tired? Just stay on my back." "Hello. If there was no one around, it would be fine for the two of them to hug and carry each other on each other's backs, but if there were people watching, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She is such a grown-up and still being carried away. If this gets out, won't people laugh to death? However, Zhao Qingxue struggled for a while and found that Su Yuan's strength was not enough for her to break free with her small arms and legs, so she simply gave up, buried her head in Su Yuan's back, and covered her face. It's okay if I can't see the face. Seeing Zhao Qingxue on his back had calmed down, Su Yuan chuckled and replied to the farmhouse hostess, "Look, 35 million, right? I bought it for my wife. A month has passed since I decided not to run the farm stay. During this month, many people came to visit the farm stay, but basically they just came to take a look. When asked whether they wanted to buy something, they said they wanted to take a look, and then they disappeared." Therefore, the hostess was really shocked when she saw Su Yuan being so straightforward. She was afraid that Su Yuan would go back on his word, so she quickly led the way. "Since you have made up your mind, come with me to sign the contract." After saying that, he took the two of them to a small wooden house. "Drink some water first." After pouring a glass of water for the two, the hostess suddenly frowned and shouted inside, "Are you fucking dead? Hurry and take out the contract. Someone wants to buy the farmhouse." Su Yuan put Zhao Qingxue on the chair next to him, handed her some water, and then casually chatted with the hostess, "Why don't you run a farm stay anymore? These days, it's not easy to run a farm stay. In recent years, due to the rapid development of management, infrastructure in various places has been improved, and people's living standards have also increased dramatically. Many children born in the 2000s have never even seen a vegetable garden, so going to a farm stay has become very popular for a while. When the couple first got married, they also followed the trend and bought one. After all, the land was their family's, and they couldn't lose much, so they just treated it as a hobby. But who knew that it was okay during the first period of opening? At least it could maintain a balance between income and expenditure, but after a long time, no one came to this farm stay at all. The couple's family was well off, and they didn't care about the operation of the farm stay, so they just left it alone. But who knew that recently the two families had family misfortunes and were in urgent need of money, so they had no choice but to sell this farmhouse along with the land. What's hard to do? What do you know? Just as the hostess opened her mouth to say something, the host came out with a stern face, holding the contract in his hand. "I told you that you have a lot of hair but little knowledge. Can you please stop talking nonsense about things you don't know? It's not that running a farm stay is difficult, it's that we don't have time. Will you die if you don't pretend?" After being scolded, the woman retorted directly and rudely. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became tense. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk too much. Let's sign the contract first." Su Yuan has seen many couples quarreling, and he is too lazy to persuade them. He lets them do their business and then quarrel later. The couple then stopped. "Hubby, didn't you say this place isn't working?" Zhao Qingxue, who was standing next to him, saw that Su Yuan seemed to really want to buy this place, so she asked nervously. "This farm stay is not cheap, it costs 35 million. Even if Su Yuan made 70 million by selling Bitcoin, he shouldn't spend it recklessly. Why don't we just buy it and renovate it? Didn't you tell me before that you wanted a bigger place to live? Even though our large flat is almost 300 square meters, we can't let you do as much as you want." Su Yuan explained, "But this farmhouse has 10 acres of land. When the time comes, I'll buy it from you and plant some trees. As for the rest, it's up to you to decide. You can do whatever you want with it, okay?" "Really?" When Zhao Qingxue heard Su Yuan say this, her eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, she had fantasized about buying a large piece of land, building a wooden house on it, planting flowers and trees, raising dogs, cats, rabbits, etc., but it was just a thought. After all, the land and housing prices in Shanghai are too unreal. She used to think that if she and Su Yuan worked hard together, it would be great if they could buy a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room commercial house with a 70-year property right in Shanghai. How could she dare to dream of owning a piece of land in Shanghai? After all, here, the cheapest suburban land costs several million per acre. But unexpectedly, Su Yuan still remembered her little wish. "Real." Su Yuan tapped her nose and said, "Just wait for the blueprints to be drawn up for this place." After saying that, he discussed the specific details of buying the farm stay with the male owner there, and about half an hour later, the contract was signed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 35 million to his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 350 million. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. After the payment is successful, the system will sound a prompt in your ear. Another 350 million has arrived. If this trend continues, he will probably never have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Come up. After resolving the contract issue, Su Yuan was planning to leave, so he squatted in front of Zhao Qingxue and motioned her to get on his back. There was someone next to them, and Zhao Qingxue felt particularly embarrassed, but seeing that Su Yuan had already squatted down, she could only quickly climb onto Su Yuan's back. Let's go. Su Yuan smiled at the couple, carried Zhao Qingxue on his back and went out to the car. The couple sent Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue to the door, watched them get in the car and leave, and then returned to the cabin. Heh, look at what other people's husbands are like, and then look at you. When the hostess thought of Su Yuan's meticulous care for Zhao Qingxue just now, she couldn't help but sneer at her husband. The man was not to be outdone. Then don't you look at the wife? Not only is she beautiful, she has a great figure, and most importantly, she doesn't interfere with her husband's ideas. She lets him do whatever he wants. When did you start controlling her like a tigress? If you were reliable, would I be willing to take care of you? Even with me in charge, you let yourself go like this. If I didn't care about you, you'd be dead by now. Long hair, short knowledge. Your dick is so short. You. The two of them had a quarrel with each other, glaring at each other, and finally turned cold and silent, entering into a long Cold War. The woman left the cabin angrily. When she thought of how Su Yuan had carried Zhao Qingxue on his back just now, her heart was filled with sadness and envy. If she doesn't just say she wants to find someone who treats her well and is willing to put aside his pride and carry her on his back when her legs are tired, she also wants to find someone who doesn't criticize her for being too long-haired and too short-sighted every day, right? After thinking for 5 minutes, she made up her mind. Divorce. Chapter 37. Sure enough, men are all pigs. Here, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were already in the car discussing how to plan the land and renovate the newly purchased farmhouse, completely unaware that their unintentional actions had separated a couple. Honey, I'll go draw a blueprint of the land we just discussed, and then we can find someone to start the renovation. Just now in the car, the two of them discussed how to renovate the farmhouse. In general, they reached an agreement to set aside 5 acres of land for Su Yuan to plant trees, and the rest of the land would be planned according to Zhao Qingxue's preferences. As a fashion designer, drawing would definitely not be a problem for Zhao Qingxue, so the drawing task was left to her. Honey, I'm going upstairs for a moment. Seeing Zhao Qingxue went to draw, Su Yuan also took the key and went out to Li Hao. Why are you going? Something. Zhao Qingxue asked, and seeing that Su Yuan didn't say anything, she continued drawing her own picture. When Su Yuan entered the room, Li Hao was watching TV shirtless in his room. Noticing Su Yuan coming over, he rubbed his stomach and complained, "Where were you guys doing today? You didn't even cook. How can you abuse your own child like this? I bought a farm stay." Su Yuan sat down next to Li Hao and started taking out his phone contacts. Huh? Bought a farm stay? Why would you buy this crap? It's hard to run a farm stay these days. It's easy to lose money. Anyway, the farm stays my family invested in didn't make any money. When Li Hao heard that Su Yuan actually ran over and bought a farm stay, he was immediately shocked. There are actually such suckers nowadays. Su Yuan ignored him and sat on the sofa, concentrating on sending messages. Su Yuan didn't return home to sleep until after 11 o'clock in the evening. He went out early the next morning without telling Zhao Qingxue what he was doing. Su Yuan has been like this these days. This made Zhao Qingxue a little depressed, but she didn't think much about it. She found a decoration company and contracted out the entire decoration of the farmhouse at a price of 1,000 yuan per square meter. In addition to her daily editing work, she would go to the farmhouse to watch the decoration companies do their work when she had nothing to do. Her life was quite fulfilling and leisurely. But on Saturday, when she saw Su Yuan going out early in the morning, she suddenly felt a little unhappy. Because today is her birthday. I had been planning to visit various tourist attractions in Shanghai with Su Yuan today, but who knew that he disappeared early in the morning and didn't even reply to my messages. She turned on her phone, but there was no message on it, only Chi Han asking her to go out shopping. Originally, Zhao Qingxue wanted to wait for Su Yuan to come back at home, but when she thought about the fact that this big pig's hoof hadn't been seen for the past 2 days, she put on some makeup out of spite and went out. Why are you out alone today? You two are so close, I thought Su Yuan would come with you. The two agreed to meet at Wanha Plaza, and Chi Han was dressed very beautifully today. When she saw that Zhao Qingxue came alone, she immediately asked curiously. Zhao Qingxue said gloomily, "He's been very busy lately, so I came out alone." "Then don't you know what he's been busy with recently?" "He has his own things to do." "How should I know?" Zhao Qingxue felt a little depressed when she heard Qihan ask this. She actually wanted to know what Su Yuan had been doing recently, but Su Yuan simply didn't tell her. After saying that, he couldn't help but complain about Su Yuan a few words. Qihan, who was beside her, dragged her shopping while pretending to be surprised and said, Is he really that excessive? He didn't even accompany you on your birthday." It turns out that men are all pigs. They will become bad when they have money. Look, he is already on the road to becoming a bad person. Impossible. Complaints aside, Zhao Qingxue immediately stood up to defend Qihan when he complained about Su Yuan. "He recently bought me a car and a house. He must have spent a lot of money. It's normal for him to go out and find something to do to make money. All men in the world can become bad, but he won't. Do you trust him so much?" Seeing Zhao Qingxue's silly look, Qihan couldn't help but poke her head with his finger. "You idiot, tell me, if he really is making money outside, why didn't he tell you? He must be doing something shameful." "That's impossible. If he doesn't say it, it must be because he's too tired from what he's doing, and he's afraid that I'll feel bad if he tells me." Zhao Qingxue answered seriously. "Oh, maybe he tired his waist out." Qihan. Okay, my little ancestor, at worst I won't say anything bad about him." Seeing that Zhao Qingxue was on the verge of anger, Qihan immediately shut up, took out a bag from somewhere, and handed it to her. "As your best friend, I have been preparing a birthday present for you since a long time ago." Zhao Qingxue looked at the bag in her hand curiously. "What is this?" "Of course, I'll pick out the clothes for you." "Oh, enough talk, just find a fitting room and try them on to see if they fit you." Qihan pushed the bag and Zhao Qingxue into the fitting room without saying a word. Helplessly, Zhao Qingxue opened the bag and found that it contained a very gorgeous red dress, which was even thoughtfully matched with a pair of red high heels. "This dress looks good, but how can I wear it out now?" "Hanin, I really like your dress, but can I try it on again at home?" "No, you have to try it now." "But." "No buts." At Qihan's strong request, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to take off her clothes and put them aside, and then put on the dress with difficulty. What she didn't expect was that the size of the dress was just right. The heels are also very true to size. It's like it was tailor-made for her. "Have you changed yet?" Zhao Qingxue had just put on her high heels when she heard Qihan's urging voice at the door. Zhao Qingxue nodded. "I'm done changing, I'm coming out." After saying that, he pushed open the door of the fitting room and went out to look in the mirror. But what she didn't expect was that the door of the fitting room was stuck and couldn't be opened no matter how hard she pushed. She was a little anxious. "What's wrong with the door of this fitting room? It seems to be broken." "Really? Then try pushing it from behind." Qihan's voice came from the door. Zhao Qingxue hesitated for a moment, and then tried to push the panel at the back of the fitting room as she said. She thought it would be difficult to push open, but who knew that with just a slight force, the panel at the back of the fitting room opened, revealing a dark passage. She didn't expect there was such a mechanism here and was very surprised. "Hanin, did I really push it open? But I don't know where it leads to." "Just walk over there. You can get out of there." "All right." Zhao Qingxue still trusted Qihan very much, so she just walked over with her skirt lifted up. But just as she entered the aisle, the fitting room partition behind her suddenly closed automatically. Suddenly the passage was pitch black. Chapter 38 Birthday Surprise for My Wife. Ah! The sudden darkness scared Zhao Qingxue. She screamed subconsciously and wanted to go back and push open the baffle. But before she turned around, she suddenly felt her eyes light up. A beam of light shone down from the darkness above. Under the light, a huge 3-layer gold foil and red rose cake appeared. The red roses on the cake were blooming gorgeously, and the glittering gold foil shone like tiny butterflies. "Happy birthday to you." Suddenly, I remembered a clear and bright male voice singing the birthday song. As the voice sounded, a handsome and delicate face appeared from behind the cake. "Happy birthday to you." When singing the second sentence, Su Yuan pushed the cake cart towards Zhao Qingxue, staring at Zhao Qingxue affectionately with his deep eyes. Zhao Qingxue was stunned by this scene, her bright eyes wide open, her mouth slightly open, as tempting as cherries in August. "Happy birthday to you." "Happy birthday to you." When it came to the third and fourth sentences, it suddenly turned into a chorus, and when the birthday song ended, the lights in the whole room lit up one after another. Only then did Zhao Qingxue realize that the room was full of people. There was Qi Han, her former colleague, and Li Hao. Everyone was holding gifts in their hands and smilingly shouted, "Qingxue, happy birthday!" I didn't expect that Su Yuan had been going out early and coming back late every day without saying a word these days, and he was actually planning his own birthday. Zhao Qingxue was so moved that she covered her mouth, leaving only a pair of sparkling eyes exposed. There is a bright light in the eyes that seems to be shaky. Silly boy, I spent so much time preparing for your birthday, don't cry. Su Yuan knew Zhao Qingxue so well that when he saw the little girl's expression, he knew that she was going to cry, so he quickly walked over and held her hand. That's right. He's been staying at my place every day these past few days, and it's almost annoying me to death. If you cry now, it would really be unfair to all the suffering I've endured these past few days. Li Hao also said with a smile beside him. Yes, yes. Zhao Qingxue's colleagues also nodded. Your husband contacted us several days ago and told us that I have a birthday surprise for you today. Thank you all for coming here today. The chatter of several people made Zhao Qingxue feel embarrassed and cry. She looked at the huge cake in front of her, picked up the special cake cutting knife next to her, carefully cut the cake into many pieces, and then invited everyone to eat cake. Ha! This cake is supposed to be for the millennium, right? Everyone took a piece of cake from the small plate on the table and was about to eat it, but Ying suddenly found that the plate and small fork that came with the cake were very exquisite. Not only were the materials unusual, but there was also a gold-plated logo printed on it. This is no ordinary cake. It really is the Millennium logo. Several other people also noticed something was wrong and quickly looked at the cake plates in their hands. As a girl, of course I am more interested in cakes and the like. After all, Millennium's desserts are also very famous. The last time I went to the Millennium flagship store, a regular 16-inch cake cost several thousand. Oh my goodness, a cake this big must cost at least 100,000, right? I just checked on my phone. This cake is one of Millennium's flagship products. Can you guess how much it costs? How much? Everyone looked at Ying, their eyes wide with curiosity. Ying stretched out 2 fingers and shook them. Oh my god, a cake like this costs 200,000? My annual salary is not even that much. 200,000? When Ying heard the figure, she shook her head and scoffed. You think the flagship Millennium cake is too cheap, don't you? This cake costs over 2.2 million. More than 2.2 million? For a second-generation rich man like Li Hao, a cake worth more than 2 million yuan is considered a luxury, not to mention for white-collar workers like them who work for others. In their opinion, cakes worth more than 2 million only exist in luxurious high-class banquets and newspapers. However, they never imagined that a cake of this level would appear in their world. A cake worth 2 million, if you cut off a piece, it would cost tens of thousands. What kind of family does Qingxue's boyfriend have? Now Zhao Qingxue's former colleagues are all confused. When they were in the same office with Zhao Qingxue told them that she and her boyfriend were very poor and had to work hard to save money to buy a house in Shanghai. And Zhao Qingxue was indeed not joking. She was usually very frugal in her food, clothing, and other expenses. But, her poor boyfriend bought her a Porsche Cayenne? Still driving Lafa? And bought her a 2 million cake on her birthday? Compared to these, the Tiffany diamond ring worth 220,000 yuan that Zhao Qingxue showed off on her circle of friends seemed insignificant. Could it be that Zhao Qingxue's husband had concealed his identity as a wealthy second generation in order to test her? Ying ate her cake while thinking, isn't it said that many rich second generations are afraid that others will marry them for money? That's true. If that's the case, it's so romantic. Thank you for coming to my birthday party. When a few people were happily discussing, Zhao Qingxue came over with a smile on her face. Qingxue, you are so beautiful today. Zhao Qingxue is very beautiful. Even if she wears light makeup, she looks stunning. Today she changed into a red evening gown, which not only perfectly outlined her curvy figure, but also made her little face look very pretty, just like a blooming rose. Thank you. Zhao Qingxue nodded gracefully when she was praised for her good looks, and pulled Qi Han over to her. Let me introduce you all, this is my good friend Qi Han. She gave me this dress. After hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Ying's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Qi Han with surprise in her eyes. Qingxue, not only is your boyfriend rich, but your best friend is also rich? Zhao Qingxue didn't understand what Ying meant for a moment, and she looked at Ying in confusion. Ying curled her lips. Qingxue, stop pretending. We are all fashion designers, how could we not recognize how much this dress you are wearing is worth? Chapter 39. Kiss her quickly. This dress. Hearing Ying say this, Zhao Qingxue lowered her head and looked at the dress she was wearing carefully. Because it was given by Qihan, she felt familiar with it when she put it on, but she didn't think much about it. In addition, the light in the fitting room was dim, so she didn't see what the dress looked like clearly. She just knew it was a red dress. But now that she looked at it, she realized that this red dress was actually the last work of the famous designer Wei Rui. Wei Rui could be considered one of the bigwigs in the industry, and she had been analyzed his designs by her mentor before, so of course she knew him. But Wei Rui's works usually start at 1 million, and she never thought that she would be able to wear a dress designed by Wei Rui. And it is Wei Rui's last work. Although she didn't know how much the red dress cost, she knew with her toes that it was definitely not cheap. Hanin, why did you give me such expensive clothes? Zhao Qingxue's lips trembled when she spoke, and she looked at Qihan beside her in disbelief. Qihan covered his mouth and burst out laughing. What are you thinking? How can I possibly afford such expensive clothes? This was bought for you by your Su Yuan, I just brought it to you. Qihan was still a little indignant when he said this. Let me tell you, your Su Yuan has been giving me a lot of trouble these past 2 days. He made me practice the scene of tricking you out at home several times. My old waist is almost broken from exhaustion. So that's how it is. Qingxue, what kind of godlike husband did you find? Oh my god, that big pig's hoof of mine has never prepared such a surprise for me. I'm so jealous, Qingxue. After hearing Qihan's words, Zhao Qingxue's colleagues suddenly felt that the cakes that cost tens of thousands of yuan each no longer tasted good anymore. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't believe that there was such a wonderful man in the world. It's okay if he's rich, but he's also so good to his wife. Excuse me for a moment. Amid the envy of several people, Zhao Qingxue quickly ran to find Su Yuan, who was sitting next to her and chatting with Li Hao. She pulled Su Yuan aside and said, Honey, how much did you spend on this birthday party for me? I was so moved just now that I forgot about this question. Now she calculated that this birthday party cost at least tens of millions. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue innocently. Wife, of course I want to give you the best. Zhao Qingxue didn't know what to say, but, it's too expensive. Don't worry about it, your husband and I have plenty of money. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's confused face, Su Yuan couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Don't you really believe in your husband's ability to make money? Although I only made 70 million from Bitcoin, I made a lot of money by investing this 70 million. So that's how it is. Zhao Qingxue was originally afraid that Su Yuan would spend all his money, so he bought things for her and spent all the money he earned from Bitcoin on her. Now when she heard Su Yuan say that he had made money from his investment, she felt relieved. Well, so you can spend your husband's money without worry. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Yuan hugged his wife's slender waist and said, Wife, you look so beautiful today. I put a lot of thought into celebrating your birthday, are you really not going to reward me? Su Yuan's deep eyes were so close to her that the seriousness and doting in them almost overflowed, and his warm breath also blew on her face, making Zhao Qingxue blush instantly. Her face suddenly turned alluringly red, and she stammered, Reward? What's the reward? What do you think? I don't know. Hurry up and kiss him. The two were looking at each other affectionately when Li Hao's voice of disappointment suddenly rang out from the side. The voice frightened Zhao Qingxue so much that she pushed Su Yuan away. Li Hao, you don't want to live anymore, do you? Seeing that the shy beauty was about to take the bait, Li Hao interrupted her good fortune. Su Yuan turned back and glared at Li Hao with gritted teeth. I didn't mean to do that. I was just too anxious. At this point, Li Hao suddenly covered his mouth and said, I didn't mean to peek at you, I just happened to see you accidentally. After saying that, Li Hao looked at Su Yuan innocently. I always interrupted me when I was doing good things. Now you know you are wrong, right? I'll go get a glass of water first. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Qingxue couldn't stay any longer and quickly fled. Wife, wait for me. Don't go. Li Hao pulled Su Yuan back and said, You have a beautiful woman in your arms, don't you care about me anymore? I think the one who has a good relationship with my sister-in-law is my type. Can you give me her contact information? Li Hao looked at Su Yuan and smiled in a somewhat flattering manner. Su Yuan shook off his hand without hesitation. I'm telling you, you can touch anyone, but don't touch Chi-han. As Zhao Qingshue's best friend, Zhao Qingxue values Chi-han very much. She doesn't want Li Hao to make Chi-han suffer. What if Zhao Qingxue gets sad too? No, I just want a contact number. Su Yuan was annoyed by him. Where's your Wan? Are you not pursuing her anymore? Question mark. Li Hao looked at him puzzledly. Can't I chase both of them at the same time? Roll. Su Yuan ignored him and turned to look for Zhao Qingxue. Watching Su Yuan leave, Li Hao curled his lips. If you don't want to give me the contact information, then don't give me the contact information. It's just a contact number, right? I can get it myself. After saying that, he picked up a glass of wine from somewhere and walked towards Chi-han. Chi-han was standing and chatting with several of Zhao Qingshue's colleagues over there, and did not notice Li Hao coming over. When he turned around, he bumped into Li Hao. All the wine in Li Hao's hand spilled onto Chi-han's skirt. Oh, I'm so sorry. After making a hypocritical apology, Li Hao took out a silk handkerchief from his jacket pocket and said, "Wipe it off." Thanks. Although it was the first time they met, Chi-han knew that Li Hao was Su Yuan's friend and the two seemed to have a good relationship. She actually had a good impression of Li Hao. Not only was he handsome, he also seemed very polite. Most importantly, in this day and age, he still used handkerchiefs. Isn't his life too refined? I stained your skirt. I'm so sorry. How about this, you leave me your contact information and I'll treat you to a meal some other day to make amends? How about that? When Li Hao saw the little fish took the bait, he quickly put more effort into it. Chi-han certainly couldn't find a reason to refuse. Okay. Chapter 40. Li Hao was tricked. It was my friend's birthday, so I went to attend it. I'm so lucky to have a rich second-generation husband. Being able to attend such a luxurious birthday party, Ying and her friends were of course not idle. They quickly took a photo of the millennium cake they had just taken, added a selfie, and posted it on their moments. Which of your friends is so awesome? He can actually afford such an expensive millennium flagship cake. Hey, I have a former colleague who I'm very close to, and his husband is super rich. Looking at the envious comments in the circle of friends, Ying also felt proud. Even though I am poor, it is an honor to have a great friend. Ying, stop looking at your friend's circle. Have you seen that guy named Li Hao? He's very handsome, right? I see he's well dressed, and he seems to have a good relationship with Qingshue's boyfriend. He must be a rich second generation. In the office, only Ying, Zhao Qingxue, and another older female colleague have boyfriends. The rest of the girls are single. Therefore, many of them also notice Li Hao. This is a high-quality son-in-law. Let me see. Her clothes are from Versace, her belt is from LV, and her watch is a classic Patek Philippe watch worth over $100,000. She's truly a genuine second-generation rich kid, richer than my boyfriend. You singles, hurry up and work harder. Ying looked at Li Hao for a while and smiled at several colleagues. When several people heard Ying's words, they were so excited. He really is a genuine second-generation rich man. Oh my god, it looks like he should still be single. Yeah, come on, you guys might be the next Qingxue. Then how do we get his contact information? Go ask Qingxue. They quickly touched up their makeup and went to Qingxue over there. Qingxue, your husband's friend is very interesting. We want to meet him. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan were originally sitting on the rattan chair next to each other and chatting. After hearing what they said, Zhao Qingxue looked at Su Yuan hesitantly, not knowing how to answer. The main reason was that she was not very familiar with Li Hao and did not have his contact information. Another thing is, judging from Li Hao's previous behavior, he doesn't seem like a good man. If she gives her contact information to her colleagues, what will she do if Li Hao cheats on them? As soon as he received Zhao Qingshue's gaze, Su Yuan immediately understood what she meant. You want his contact information? I can, but I suggest you just chat and avoid close contact. Su Yuan looked at a few people hesitantly and gave them his contact information. When they first got the contact information, they were all very happy. They all added Li Hao and even secretly had their own ideas about how to catch a rich husband faster than others. However, Su Yuan's eyes made them feel uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, they still asked Su Yuan what he meant by his previous words. Su Yuan looked very embarrassed. I don't really want to say it. Come on, is there anything you can't say? That's right, we want to know more about him. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't say this, but you're Qingshua's colleagues and good friends. If I don't say this, it would definitely hurt you. So I'll tell you, the reason he doesn't have a girlfriend yet is because in his early years, that aspect was. Su Yuan sighed at this point, but didn't elaborate. Anyway, you can chat, but don't get close to him, especially high-risk contact. I don't even dare to get that close to him. Ah, so that's how it is. After hearing Su Yuan's words, several people were shocked and also had some doubts. They always felt that how could someone like Li Hao have that kind of infectious disease? Seeing the skeptical expressions on their faces, Su Yuan continued to push, hey, you guys should be nicer to him. Talk to him more often when you have nothing to do. He was about to get engaged a while ago, but after the pre-marital checkup revealed this. You know, he just broke up not long ago and is quite fragile. Oh, okay. We'll help. Seeing how earnestly Su Yuan spoke, the few people couldn't help but believe it, and their eyes were full of disappointment. Such a good son-in-law, who would have thought he would have such a disease? However, he is a rich second generation after all, so it is still okay to chat with him. Hubby, Li Hao, is he really? Thinking of what Su Yuan had just said, not only Ying Ying and the others were shocked, but Zhao Qingxue was also shocked. Su Yuan nodded seriously, really? I understand, I will care for him even more. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Su Yuan immediately hugged her slender waist and acted coquettishly. You said you would only love me in this life, and now you say you love other men. What's going on? Have you changed? Can women become bad when they have money? Shoo. Su Yuan's behavior made Zhao Qingxue so embarrassed that she covered Su Yuan's mouth and signaled him not to speak. But as soon as he lowered his head, he met Su Yuan's aggrieved eyes. A 1.85-meter tall guy with a delicate fair face and innocent big eyes looking aggrieved is something any woman can't stand. Zhao Qingxue smiled faintly and coaxed him softly. Don't worry, my love for him is the same as for a son. Not even my son. That's my grandson. Well, that's barely acceptable. After finally coaxing Su Yuan into submission, Zhao Qingxue originally wanted to take him out to eat something. But when Su Yuan saw that Li Hao was gone, he immediately had a bad feeling. Send a message to Qi Han and ask her if she is with Li Hao. You know a lot, you must come from a good family. Qi Han went to the bathroom to deal with her skirt and came back to find Li Hao still waiting for her at the door, so she naturally started chatting with him. The two of them left Zhao Qingxue's birthday party tacitly and found a very romantic cafe nearby to sit down. As soon as he sat down, Li Hao started talking about coffee, explaining the characteristics and differences of various types of coffee, and how to drink them best. The knowledge he talked about was relatively unpopular, and he also used a lot of professional terms that Qi Han didn't understand. Although Qi Han was confused, he felt that he had learned something. Looking at Qi Han's admiring eyes, Li Hao felt a sense of accomplishment. He picked up the coffee in front of him and took a slow sip. He chuckled, his eyes tinged with melancholy. Everyone thinks I come from a good family, but in reality, what's the point of having a good family? At most, I'm slightly better off than others materially. I'd rather be an ordinary person. At least I can get complete love. Chapter 41. Your mission is to contribute to the country. Qi Han knew that many second-generation rich children from wealthy families were raised by nannies since childhood because their parents were busy with work and business. They rarely had the opportunity to see their parents, so they lacked love. Therefore, when Li Hao said this, she automatically put herself in his shoes. Thinking about how little Li Hao would have to face an empty house and a nanny who was only employed by him when he came home from school every day, day after day. When he was cold, no one gave him more clothes. When he was hungry, he could only take the frozen food prepared in advance from the refrigerator. When he was wronged, he could only lick his wounds silently in the corner. Her heart softened immediately. It's okay. One day, someone will be willing to wait for you at home and give you complete love. Her voice was gentle, and she couldn't help but move closer to Li Hao as she spoke. Li Hao also leaned forward and looked at her lovingly. Do you think you could be that person? Buzz. Qi Han was about to answer, but the phone on the table suddenly vibrated and someone sent her a message. She picked it up impatiently and took a look, and found that it was sent by Zhao Qingxue, and there were several messages in a row. Hanin, where are you? Are you with Li Hao? He has that disease, you better be careful. With the handsome guy in front of him and the atmosphere tense, Qi Han glanced at the previous words and decided to silence his phone and put it aside. But who knows, she read the last sentence. That disease, which disease is it? Feeling vaguely uneasy, Shihan couldn't help but send a message and ask, "What's wrong?" In layman's terms, it's AIDS. I looked up at Li Hao, whose facial features seemed to be carved out by a knife and an axe under the light. He was so handsome that it was enviable. Shihan, who was about to sink into despair, was suddenly awakened by the two words Zhao Qingxue. Is this true? Real. Shihan knew that Zhao Qingxue would not lie to her, so when she heard Zhao Qingxue speak so seriously, she had no choice but to believe it even though she didn't want to. Putting down the phone in his hand, Shihan picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip with some discomfort. Are you done talking? After patiently waiting for Shihan to finish chatting, Li Hao continued his gentle offensive, looking at her affectionately. Shihan nodded, a little afraid to look him in the eye. Yeah. Then can I continue to ask the question I asked earlier? Are you willing to wait for me to come home? Well, I have something else to do. Facing Li Hao's affectionate eyes, Shihan stood up suddenly, with an apologetic and somewhat fearful look on his face. I'm leaving first. We'll talk later. After saying that, she ran away holding up her skirt. Li Hao looked at the coffee in front of him that he had just taken a few sips of, and several question marks slowly appeared above his head. He had no idea what was going on. What on earth was going on with Shihan? Even if there was something wrong, you couldn't just abandon him and leave like that, right? Could it be that his charm is gone? Unconvinced, he went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. Li Hao felt that his handsome face was so handsome that it would be easy for him to seduce a woman of Shihan's level. But it failed? After eating the cake, everyone went to a high-end KTV and booked a luxurious private room, where they sang and had fun together. Everyone, order whatever you want. It's my treat tonight. In order to let Zhao Qingxue's friends have fun, Su Yuan certainly wouldn't be stingy. However, he had no interest in singing, so he just hugged Zhao Qingxue and sat beside her, whispering to her. Zhao Qingxue also took out her phone and showed Su Yuan pictures of the farmhouse's decoration. Well, the decoration is basically almost done. However, I don't think those things you planted will grow for a while. After the land was planned, Su Yuan directly gave the seeds to the people from the decoration company and asked them to plant the seeds. As for the rest of the places, the flowers, plants and trees were directly transplanted from existing ones. Therefore, as long as those things are transplanted, the effects can be seen directly. But the few acres of land where he planted seeds looked bare. The most important thing is, no one knows what those things will grow. This made Zhao Qingxue very worried that the final effect of the farm stay would not be good looking. Do you believe me? Looking at Zhao Qingxue's worried eyes, Su Yuan raised the corners of his lips and said, no matter what grows from those seeds, I can sell them for gold. After all this trouble, Su Yuan is of course thinking about high returns. However, he is not worried that the fruits he grows will not be able to be sold. As long as the results are good, those beautiful girls will definitely line up to buy them from him. Tisk, just brag. Zhao Qingxue didn't believe what he said. Isn't it a good idea to go out today? While the two were talking, Li Hao sat down beside them with a worried look on his face. He didn't know what happened today. Shihan, the girl he liked, treated him very strangely. When he went to find her, she said she was busy and had something to do. As soon as he left, she turned around and went to sing happily. Not only that, the same goes for Zhao Qingxue's colleagues. He clearly received their friend requests an hour ago, and it was obvious that they were interested in him. But no matter how lively the chat on WeChat was, as soon as he said he wanted to sing with them, they would avoid him. As if he were some kind of pathogen. Now he even wondered if he was too ugly, but his facial features were obviously very nice. Is it because he is too tan that he looks like a black man under the colorful lights of the KTV? What's wrong? Seeing Li Hao like this, Su Yuan asked knowingly, did you fail today? Yes. Pulling his hair, Li Hao looked towards Shihan in frustration. Is there something wrong with me today? Do you feel that the reason your charm has suddenly waned is not because they no longer like you, but because the country is testing you? Su Yuan looked at Li Hao seriously. Li Hao raised his eyebrows, a little confused. Testing me? Yes. Su Yuan nodded. Even if you read Shihan 100 times, Shihan still won't like you, but if you read the book carefully 100 times, you will be an awesome boss. Placing a heavy hand on Li Hao's shoulder and patting him, Su Yuan continued, so, brother, don't waste your thoughts on women. Your mission is to contribute to the motherland. You. Li Hao stared into Su Yuan's eyes for 3 seconds. What are you talking about? I'd rather die in a gentle place than read some crappy book. No wonder. Looking at Li Hao's stubborn look, Zhao Qingxue sighed and suddenly realized. Her words made Li Hao confused. What do you mean by no wonder? Chapter 42. Are you jealous of my handsomeness or my talent? No, nothing. Zhao Qingxue was of course too embarrassed to say this to my face. Her eyes were gentle and her tone was soft. I was just sighing casually. Don't take my words to heart and don't feel any psychological pressure. Got it? Psychological pressure? Her words made Li Hao even more confused. He felt that everyone was weird tonight. Su Yuan beside him coughed and said, "It's getting late. I think we can go home now." He patted Li Hao's shoulder and said, "You should go back and rest too. Overindulgence is not good for you. Look at those two big blue eyes of yours." Li Hao was furious. Fuck, this is eyeshadow. Eyeshadow. Hello, sir, your total spending this time is 12,600. Swipe the card. Su Yuan handed over the card, and soon the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for donating 12,600 yuan to his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 126,000 yuan. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 12,600 on his wife Zhao Qinghua. This triggered the lucky rebate and won him 100 bags of super fast fertilizer. Please check. Originally, Su Yuan was about to hug Zhao Qingxue and leave after receiving the rebate. He only spent more than 10,000 yuan this time, and he didn't expect any lucky rebates. Unexpectedly, he was given 100 bags of super fast fertilizer. He looked at the introduction of the ultra fast fertilizer. This fertilizer not only ensures nutrition for plants at all stages of growth, but also allows plants to accelerate their growth rate by 100 times in 3 days. Good stuff. Thinking of the 5 acres of trees in the farmhouse, Su Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips. What did you say, husband? When Zhao Qingxue in his arms heard what he said, she raised her head in confusion. Su Yuan lowered his head and whispered in Zhao Qingxue's ear, I said, it's too late, hurry home, I'll show you something good. Screw you. While the two were talking, several of Eng Ying's colleagues came over to say goodbye to Zhao Qingxue, got in a taxi and left. I really envy you all for being in pairs. I'm leaving first. Shihan also came over and greeted Zhao Qingxue, then prepared to get up and drive away in his car. However, just as she reached the door of her car and before she could get in, a hand blocked her way. Baby, it's dangerous for a girl to go home alone now. How about I take you home? How about being your driver? Li Hao leaned against the side of Shihan's car, wiped his hair, and asked in a gentlemanly manner. His words scared Shihan so much that he stuttered, I can go back by myself, you don't need to send me off. You are a good friend of my brother's wife. It is my duty to send you off. Don't be polite to me. But we're not on the same route. I told you I'd give it to you, so what does it matter if it's on the way or not? Shihan took a deep breath and looked at Li Hao sincerely. I know it's not your fault that you have that disease, and I don't discriminate against people with that disease, but at least you have some sense of the situation, right? You're so close to me, I'm scared. Fearing that Li Hao would take retaliatory action after he said these words, Shihan subconsciously took a few steps back. But Li Hao was completely confused. What are you talking about? What disease do I have? You don't have to pretend with me here, I already know. Seeing Li Hao like this, Shihan got angry. Now that we've talked it out, can you promise to keep your distance from me? Normal interactions are fine, but if you take it any further, I can only apologize. Okay. Li Hao looked at Shihan's defensive look and took 2 steps back. I can promise to keep my distance from you, but you have to tell me who told you this. It doesn't matter who told me. Shihan said with a cold expression, I think I should have the right to know about this kind of thing. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao tried to calm himself down. Thinking about what Su Yuan said today, he thought he already knew the answer. Forcefully forcing a smile, Li Hao nodded towards Shihan, thank you. Su Yuan. Sitting down on the sofa in Su Yuan's house, Li Hao glared at him with gritted teeth, tell me clearly what's going on. Nothing happened? Su Yuan spread his hands innocently, what do you want to say? Stop playing dumb. I know everything. You told them everywhere that I had an infectious disease, didn't you? Li Hao's face twisted with anger. I've always said that my charm is so great, how could it suddenly lose its effect tonight? It turns out you're behind this. Tell me clearly, are you jealous of my handsomeness or my talent? I'm all jealous. Su Yuan looked at him sincerely. Humans are jealous creatures. Me? It's normal for me to do uncontrollable things driven by jealousy. I sincerely apologize to you here. Real? Li Hao looked at him suspiciously. Su Yuan continued to nod. It's more real than real gold. Forget it. Since you're saying you're jealous of me, I won't argue with you. After all, ordinary people can't even dream of my situation, so it's normal to be jealous. Li Hao casually picked up a makeup mirror from the table, carefully looked at his handsome face, and then glanced at Su Yuan. Although the death penalty can be avoided, the living crime cannot be escaped. Hurry and think of how to compensate me. I'll take you to a barbecue tomorrow. That's it? Su Yuan was helpless. Then what else do you want? Ask Ruan Wan to come out as well. Become. After ceding land and paying compensation, Li Hao went upstairs to sleep contentedly. Zhao Qingxue pushed open the bedroom door and walked out wearing a pink bunny pajamas. Her soft black hair was loose, her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were bright and clear. Is he gone? Leave. Finally he left. You're such a fool. How can you joke about something like that? I really thought he... Zhao Qingxue walked over and nestled in Su Yuan's arms comfortably. She couldn't help but scold Su Yuan a few words. Su Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. If I didn't say this, do you believe that one of your colleagues or best friends would be in trouble? That's true. I see you're smiling so happily. Is there something good going on? Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue with a smile. Hearing him say that, Zhao Qingxue happily raised her phone in front of him. Did you see that? The makeup compilation I posted has already received over 100,000 likes. Zhao Qingxue had posted a lot of short beauty videos before, but they basically only got a few hundred or thousands of likes, and the best one got just over 10,000 likes. But the number of likes for the makeup collection posted this time exceeded 100,000. Chapter 43, Harmony. Let me see, it really broke through 100,000. My wife is amazing. Don't say more. How about I reward you by going to a farmhouse barbecue with me tomorrow? Zhao Qingxue pretended to be angry. You're trying to trick me again. You're going to the barbecue tomorrow to make amends to Li Hao. Taking him with you is just a side job. Taking my wife with you is the main point. If you don't want him to go with you, I won't let him go tomorrow. Hey, you said you'd take him with you, don't break your promise. What's it to break your promise for your wife? Su Yuan hugged Zhao Qingxue's slender waist tightly and buried his head in her soft chest. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes, of course my wife is more important. Zhao Qingxue frowned. Are you sure the saying brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes is used to describe me as more important? Of course. Su Yuan remained calm and said seriously, brothers are like the limbs of a centipede, and women are like winter clothes. Wife, you are my indispensable little cotton padded jacket. Cut. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help laughing at Su Yuan's words and put her phone in front of him. Look, this video went viral because of you. Before, not many people liked to watch her honest makeup videos, but as soon as she released a compilation of the male lead doing her makeup, a group of girls screamed that her husband was a god. Schwer, please delete this video immediately. If I had a husband like this, I would definitely keep it a secret from anyone else. With a husband like this, can I just lie in bed and be a piece of crap in the morning? It's not enough that she has such beautiful hands, but her makeup skills are even better than a woman like me. Isn't this too unfair? They are in harmony, and the music is harmonious. I'm so envious. The comments below were mostly praising Su Yuan, which made Zhao Qingxue happy and a little jealous. As a popular beauty blogger, isn't she too shameless? Ha! There's actually a request for advertising cooperation here. After the video became popular, she received a lot of private messages in the background, most of which were praising her beauty or asking for some beauty tips. Zhao Qingxue replied to each one, and unexpectedly found a private message among a pile of private messages requesting advertising cooperation. Su Yuan came over and took a look. Yufang Cosmetics Company, Ltd. I haven't heard of it, but the compensation is quite generous. Do you want to take it? It was clearly stated there that as long as Zhao Qingxue made a short video using the beauty products provided by Yufang and praised Yufang's products, she would be rewarded with 10,000 yuan. For a small beauty blogger, this is already a very good treatment. I don't really want to answer. Zhao Qingxue frowned when she saw the private message about advertising cooperation. Why, wife? Because I know this brand. Their products are really not good. Do you remember the time I tried new makeup and had acne for a month? I used their products. Zhao Qingxue finished speaking and then said reluctantly, but this is my first advertising job, and the pay is 10,000. No matter what it is, the first time has a special meaning to everyone. Moreover, 10,000 yuan is already a very good reward for her. After all, her previous job only paid 8,000 yuan a month, which was equivalent to more than a month's salary for her. It was hard for her not to be tempted. No. While Zhao Qingxue was hesitating, Su Yuan had already made a quick decision for her. Since you're not really willing to take the job, why bother? Your husband can support you. When you become a big beauty influencer, you'll definitely get better advertising opportunities. Hubby, thank you. Hearing Su Yuan say this, Zhao Qingxue felt a little sour in the nose. She put her arms around his waist and spoke softly. Chapter 44. My husband said he bought it to plant flowers for me. Because they had agreed to go to a farmhouse for a barbecue the next night, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue took Li Hao to the vegetable market to buy vegetables in the afternoon. Originally, Li Hao thought that Wan Wan would go with him to buy vegetables, but after they went out, he found out that Wan Wan would go directly to the farmhouse. Li Hao immediately lost interest and had a sullen face while buying vegetables. I have to buy some lamb skewers. What's a barbecue without lamb skewers? Su Yuan pushed the big shopping cart, and Zhao Qingxue put things into the cart one by one, and soon the cart was full. Li Hao, who was standing next to him, came over and said, "Is it a you? I won't eat ram skewers." ? Su Yuan turned around and smiled at him. You don't have to eat if you don't want to. Hey, are you still a human being? You screwed me so badly yesterday and left me alone in an empty room all night. You said you would compensate me today, but this is your attitude? Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Li Hao immediately started yelling in anger. When the people around heard his words, they looked at him, then looked at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, with meaningful looks in their eyes. Li Hao didn't feel that he had said anything wrong. Do you know how miserable I was when I slept alone last night? Although I'm an adult, I'm afraid of the dark. You slept soundly with your wife, but do you understand how lonely and isolated I feel when I'm alone at night? You didn't sleep with me. Su Yuan was really afraid that if Li Hao continued to yell, the three of them would be on the news the next day, so he quickly told him to shut up and left the supermarket after checking out. We drove all the way from the city to the farmhouse, and it was exactly 8 o'clock. A red Land Rover had already been parked at the entrance of the farmhouse. As soon as I saw this Land Rover, I knew there must be a beauty sitting in it. Li Haolei jumped out of the back seat excitedly and ran to Wan Wan to show his courtesy. Wan Wan, why are you here so early? I bet you've been waiting for a long time. I usually arrive 10 minutes early, so I didn't have to wait long. Today, Wan Wan changed into casual clothes, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and looked very energetic. She was completely different from the one she had seen in the dress shop before. After Su Yuan greeted her, he introduced Zhao Qingxue to her. Wan Wan, this is my wife. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. As soon as she saw Zhao Qingxue, Wan Wan tilted her head and smiled slightly. When I saw your photo before, I knew you must be a great beauty. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person. Zhao Qingxue felt embarrassed by Wan Ruan's praise. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Sister-in-law, if you were an ordinary person, how would you embarrass me? Wan Wan, you are beautiful too. Li Hao next to him interjected, and she looks good in anything she wears. Oh? I think you look best when I'm undressed. As an expert in the love field, Wan Wan looked as if she had seen through Li Hao long ago, and said with a half smile. Li Hao was seen through for his true nature as a scumbag, but he didn't blush at all. He smiled and said, I think you may have some misunderstandings about me, but it doesn't matter. I will soon change your opinion of me. Do you have anything? I can help you carry it in. Seeing his attentive look, Su Yuan grabbed his collar and pulled him to the trunk of the Porsche Cayenne. This is where you should move your things. Go! Li Hao slapped Su Yuan's hand away and said, stop pulling and tugging. I have to pay attention to my image even if you don't. The decoration of the farmhouse is almost completed. As soon as you walk in, you will be greeted by lush forests, bamboos and abundant vegetation, which makes you feel very happy. Su Yuan moved the grill that had been prepared long ago out of the cabin, took out the ingredients and packed them up one by one. Zhao Qingxue and Wan Wan also helped, and they were busy and happy. Only Li Hao took a look around the farmhouse and was quite dissatisfied with it. Brother Yuan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but this place is too shabby, isn't it? What are you planting in those bare plots of land? There's not even a hair. You know shit. TSK, I don't understand? You don't understand. Li Hao curled his lips in disdain. There weren't even a few more trees in the farmhouse. Where could people go to have sex outdoors? It wasn't interesting at all. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. Ruan, are you eating? Let me help you. Okay. Ruan placed a bowl in front of him and said, skewer all these vegetables. Okay, I'm happy to serve you, beautiful lady. Ruan glanced at Li Hao and ignored him. Instead, she spoke to Zhao Qingxue beside her. Qingxue, how much did you spend on this farmhouse? It seems to be more than 30 million. My husband bought it. But it doesn't look like you're planning to open a farm stay. The farmhouse is almost finished being renovated, but there are no promotional flyers, no online promotion, and no promotion on WeChat moments. How can this be the rhythm of opening a store? Those who really want to do business will start promoting the farmhouse before the decoration begins. Yes, my husband said that running a farm stay is not profitable now, so we bought it mainly to grow flowers for me. Zhao Qingxue was a little embarrassed. Of course, we'll see how things go when the time comes. I might even open a farm stay to supplement my family income. I'm so envious. Ruan looked at Zhao Qingxue with starry eyes. When your husband came to buy a dress before, I knew he loved you very much. I didn't expect that he would treat you better than I imagined. I also want a husband who treats me well. I will treat you well. Li Hao leaned over from the side and said, you say one thing and I won't say two. Then you can say three. Ruan curled her lips and said slowly while skewering vegetables, there are so many people chasing me. I know who they are, so I won't be fooled. Zhao Qingxue looked at Ruan curiously, how did you tell the difference? Eyes. After thinking for a moment, Ruan said, when young Master Yuan looks at you, his eyes are particularly focused and gentle, and there's nothing impure about them. That's because he truly loves you. But my suitors are either trying to please me or have impure intentions. Anyway, I can tell the difference. Is it that powerful? Zhao Qingxue was truly impressed by Ruan's skill. She pointed at Li Hao standing next to her and asked, what do you think of the look in his eyes? Zhao Qingxue always felt that Li Hao's eyes looked very sincere and innocent, the kind that when he lied to you, you always felt that he would never lie. Yeah, where are my eyes? Li Hao also came close to Ruan and looked at her expectantly. Ruan smiled and said, your eyes are like those of a prey. You can actually see this? Li Hao persisted, I don't believe it, you must be making it up. Chapter 45 I believe my husband is almighty. A few people chatted, ate barbecue, played music, and watched the sky gradually filled with stars. It would be nice if there were fish. I forgot to buy fish today. Because it was too embarrassing to take Li Hao shopping, they left the supermarket in a hurry and forgot to buy a fish. Su Yuan put down the half-eaten mutton skewers and moved closer to Zhao Qingxue. If you kiss me, I'll conjure up a fish for you. Zhao Qingxue looked at him with sparkling eyes, really? Husband. Of course it's fake. He's just trying to trick you into kissing him, don't be fooled, sister-in-law. Li Hao next to him said coldly. No, I believe my husband is omnipotent. Zhao Qingxue ignored Li Hao and leaned over to give Su Yuan a light kiss on the corner of his mouth. Tisk, if you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer the consequences. Faced with the dog food spread by the two, Li Hao was almost vomiting. He said unhappily, then held Ruan's hand affectionately, baby, if you are willing to kiss me, I can do anything for you. Stop talking nonsense. Before Ruan could answer, Su Yuan had already brought over 2 fishing rods and a bucket from somewhere, and then forced a fishing rod into Li Hao's hand. There used to be a small pond of half an acre in the farmhouse, but the previous owner didn't take good care of it, and it was filled with smelly stagnant water. But after the improvement, the water in the pond has been replaced with living water. Su Yuan not only planted the lotus given by the system, but also bought a lot of fish and threw them in. Most of them are fry, and a small number are grown-up big fish. Therefore, it is really possible to catch fish now. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand and Su Yuan's explanation, Li Hao looked extremely worried. Brother Yuan, it's so late that the fish should have gone to sleep. How about fishing tomorrow? Then let's go fishing for those fish that stay up late. Su Yuan grabbed his collar and left. I don't care, my wife wants to eat fish anyway, you have to go. Li Hao, sitting beside the pond, looked up to the sky and sighed, what a sin. Buzz. The cleaned, plump sea bass were marinated, skewered, and grilled until the skin was crispy and the meat was tender. They were then sprinkled with seasonings. The crackling of the charcoal fire immediately filled the air with the aroma of fish, and several people couldn't help but drool quickly. Seeing her cell phone ringing, Zhao Qingxue asked Su Yuan to divide the grilled fish into 4 parts, and picked up her cell phone to check. Lin Jian. Looking at the person who sent the message, Zhao Qingxue was dazed for a moment, then she remembered that this person was her high school classmate. At that time, she had good academic performance and easily got into a domestic university. However, Lin Jian's grades were only average, but his family conditions were quite good, so on the eve of the college entrance examination, his parents sent him abroad. I heard that he studied in a good school. After going abroad, Lin Jian contacted her several times, but she was busy and responded slowly, so he didn't contact her much later. She thought that there would be no more interactions between the two of them, but she didn't expect that Lin Jian would come to her again. Out of politeness, she still replied, what's the matter? Qingxue, why aren't you asleep yet so late? The other side quickly replied, I don't have anything to talk to you about. I just returned to China and happened to have some free time. I wanted to treat my old classmates to dinner. Is that so? Who else is there? Aren't there only a few people in the Magic City right now? Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi will both come over. When Zhao Qingxue heard that Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were there, she immediately became interested. When she was in high school, she had a good relationship with Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. Unfortunately, they both went abroad and had no contact since then. Therefore, when Zhao Qingxue heard that they were there this time, she really wanted to go over. Well, I'm free tomorrow, let's have dinner together. Zhao Qingxue also agreed readily. Because Zhao Qingxue never liked to participate in group activities and was rather introverted, Lin Jian originally thought that he would have to say nice things to Zhao Qingxue before she would agree to attend the class reunion. He didn't expect her to agree so readily, which made him very happy. He typed a long string of words, thought about it, and deleted it. I'm very happy that you agreed to come. Zhao Qingxue did not reply. Chapter 46, Being single doesn't matter, what matters is being beautiful. Honey, who are you chatting with? After Su Yuan divided the grilled fish into 4 portions, Ruan and Li Hao thought the fish was so delicious that their mouths were already drooling with oil. He couldn't help but take a big bite, then turned around and found that Zhao Qingxue not only didn't move, but was also happily chatting on her phone, so he moved over. Zhao Qingxue didn't hide it. I was chatting with my high school classmate. He said he would treat me to dinner tomorrow. Male or female? Hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Su Yuan curled his lips and said, forget it, whether it's a man or a woman, I will go with you. Okay. Zhao Qingxue smiled and nodded. No one said that family members could not be brought along, so she just happened to bring her husband along to introduce them to everyone. Let's eat grilled fish. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue agreed readily, Su Yuan handed the grilled fish with the bones removed to her. My husband is the best. Class reunion? Li Hao, who was eating grilled fish next to him, also moved his ears and heard the 2 words, but he glanced at Ruan next to him and didn't say anything. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to their rooms to sleep. The next day, Ruan had something else to do, so she drove away early in the morning. As an idler, Li Hao originally wanted to stick with Ruan, but was rejected by the girl. Su Yuan had hired a few migrant workers from the farmhouse to fertilize the trees. Seeing Li Hao like this, he raised an eyebrow and said, I thought you had already won her over with your charm. It seems you haven't succeeded yet. According to Su Yuan's observation, Li Hao is a typical scumbag who will change his face as soon as he succeeds. Commonly known as ruthless. Looking at how sticky he is, he definitely hasn't succeeded. Li Hao became alert when he saw Su Yuan's gloating expression. Tell me the truth, did you say bad things about me in front of Ruan again? Su Yuan raised his hand, I swear to God, I didn't say anything this time. Then why is Ruan so rude to me? It's unscientific. I don't care whether it's scientific or not. Su Yuan directly threw a set of old clothes to Li Hao. Hurry up and change your clothes so that you can help me with the work. Do you feel embarrassed to eat and drink for free every day? Question mark. Looking at the old clothes in his hand, a question mark appeared on Li Hao's head. You won't let me go with you to fertilize your bare land? Bingo. Depend on. Although he was very reluctant, after all, he was living in someone else's house and eating someone else's food, so Li Hao had to change his clothes and run over to paddle in the water, just as a form of exercise. I don't know what's growing in this crappy land. I can't tell at all. While working, Li Hao kept talking, fertilizing. Ha, let me fertilize, but do these rotten seeds have the luck to withstand the fertilizer I fertilize? By then, they won't even grow any hair. After finally finishing a day's work, Li Hao was as tired as a dead dog and was taken directly back to the flat to rest. He went back upstairs, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then he remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. As soon as he thought of food, he ran downstairs and knocked on the door. What? Su Yuan looked at Li Hao at the door and asked, "Are you here for a free meal?" What? I worked for you all day, and you don't even pay me, but you're not even going to take care of my meals? Li Hao walked into the living room like an old man and sat down on the sofa. I want to eat squirrel fish today. We're going to a class reunion, so we're not cooking today. Zhao Qingxue had just changed into a yellow floral dress and was about to go out with a light green bag on her back. Li Hao jumped up when he heard the word class reunion. I love attending class reunions the most. Why don't you take me with you? It's just a matter of having more pairs of chopsticks. I can't eat much anyway. This. Zhao Qingxue was a little embarrassed. There were only 4 people in this small class reunion. It was understandable for her to bring Su Yuan with her, but what about bringing Li Hao with her? My dear sister-in-law, my dear mother, please take me with you. Seeing Zhao Qingxue hesitate, Li Hao shamelessly ran over and grabbed her sleeve. Look, I'm all alone, wandering around with very little money. Now I can't even afford to eat, and there's no one to accompany me. I'm so pitiful. If you don't care about me, I might as well die. Go! Su Yuan ripped Li Hao's hand off Zhao Qingxue's sleeve and asked, "Who told you to touch my wife?" I just want to ask you if you will take me with you. Zhao Qingxue looked at Li Hao and said helplessly, "Okay, then you can go with us. At worst, she can just treat the class reunion." Okay, then I'll go down and be your driver. When Su Yuan heard that Zhao Qingxue had agreed to attend the class reunion, he was very happy. He took the car keys of the Porsche Cayenne from the coffee table and went downstairs. He was calculating like crazy. Sister-in-law, are there many female classmates coming to your class reunion this time? Are they single? It doesn't really matter whether they're single or not, as long as they're pretty. Sister-in-law, don't get me wrong. I'm not asking this because I want to do something to them, you know? There's a saying that goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes, and even eating when I see beautiful women is delicious. Sister-in-law, do you know why I always like to come downstairs to eat? Because I can smell the delicious food just watching you eat. Puff. Zhao Qingxue didn't want to pay attention to Li Hao at first, but in the end she couldn't help laughing because of him. Arriving at the garage, Li Hao opened the car door with his car keys. He was planning to turn around and ask Zhao Qingxue for a photo of her high school classmate, but when he turned around, he saw Su Yuan already pulling Zhao Qingxue into the Ferrari. Hey, is there anyone who values women over friends like you? Li Hao stamped his feet in anger, but the only answer he got was the exhaust fumes from LaFerrari's driving away. If it weren't for the beauty, Li Hao really wanted to turn around and leave. After finally arriving at Zhejiangnan, they threw the car keys to the parking attendant at the door, and the 3 of them walked into Zhejiangnan. Looking at the decoration of the old Jiangnan restaurant, Li Hao sighed, "Sister-in-law, are your classmates all quite wealthy? They actually have dinner in such a high-end place for their class reunion." Chapter 47. This is Su Yuan, my husband. Brother Jian, you've changed so much in the past 2 years, I almost didn't recognize you. Yes, Gigi is right. Brother Jian, you have really changed a lot. Not only that, if I remember correctly, you should be the most educated among us now, right? In a private room on the 2nd floor of Old Jiangnan, Lin Jian was wearing a neatly tailored Armani suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a scholar. The 2 gorgeously dressed women sitting on his left and right were by Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. Although Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi's family conditions were not bad and their families sent them abroad, they only got a diploma from a university. After getting my diploma, I gilded myself and returned to China as a sea turtle. I found a senior management job and had quite some free time sitting in the office every day. But compared to Lin Jian, who has a master's degree from a famous American university, he is far behind. Ah. I only have a master's degree. I wouldn't dare say my academic qualifications are that high. The seniors in my school have much higher academic qualifications than me. Lin Jian pushed his glasses up, looked towards the door, and turned the topic to Zhao Qingxue. Why hasn't Qingxue come yet? Brother Jian, it seems like you're treating us to a meal for other reasons than drinking. When they heard Lin Jian mention Zhao Qingxue, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi immediately covered their mouths and laughed. In fact, they had a group of overseas returnees and chatted a lot in the group. When Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi knew that Lin Jian had obtained a master's degree, they became more friendly and flattering towards him. After chatting a few times, they asked Lin Jian if he had a girlfriend. Only then did Lin Jian tell them that the person he liked was Zhao Qingxue. Although they had no chance, the two were not that disappointed and were happy to act as matchmakers. Yes, you know I've liked her for many years. I used to think I was immature, so I didn't want to confess to her. But I came back this time just to be with her, and I need your help. Seeing Lin Jian's determined look, Zhu Zhizhi hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Jian, but I saw a Tiffany ring on her WeChat moments a few days ago. She must be engaged or married. So what if you're engaged or married? Lin Jian shrugged. I'm not a very conservative person. On the contrary, I'm very open-minded. As long as she wants to be with me, I don't care what her past is like. Brother Jian, you are so affectionate. When the two heard that Lin Jian didn't care about anything, they admired him very much. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Jian was about to say something when there was a knock on the door. He immediately signaled Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi to shut up and went to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the person he had been thinking about day and night standing in front of him. Time seems to be particularly kind to Zhao Qingxue. Apart from her slightly more mature facial features, she hasn't changed much compared to high school. Her skin is still as smooth as a baby's and her eyes are still bright and attractive. Just standing there is a scenery that makes people unable to take their eyes off it. However, Lin Jian was only stunned for a moment by the look on Zhao Qingxue's face, and he soon discovered that there were two men standing next to Zhao Qingxue. He is 1.85 meters tall, handsome and introverted, with a great temperament. The other one was wearing branded clothes and was tanned, but it still couldn't hide his handsome features. Just by looking at their appearance, you can tell that these two people are definitely not bad. Lin Jian, long time no see. Zhao Qingxue first greeted Lin Jian, then seeing the puzzled look on Lin Jian's face, she quickly introduced, This is Su Yuan, my husband. This. She hesitated for a moment and pointed at Li Hao. This is my brother. We happened to be shopping nearby, so we came here together. You shouldn't mind, right? Oh, hello, I certainly don't mind that sort of thing. Lin Jian greeted Su Yuan and Li Hao lightly and invited them in. Hurry up and take a seat. Because Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were also in the room, Zhao Qingxue introduced them to them again. After everyone introduced themselves to each other, they started ordering food. Lin Jian handed the menu to Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, just order whatever you want. It's my treat today. Oh, okay. Lin Jian's eyes and attitude made Zhao Qingxue feel particularly uncomfortable, but his actions were not too out of line, so she didn't say anything. After ordering the dishes, they started chatting. Bo Ling asked first, Qingxue, it's only been a year since you graduated from college. You're not going to tell me you're already married, are you? Talking about her marriage, Zhao Qingxue was very happy. She held Su Yuan's hand under the table and said, Yes, I got married some time ago. Qingxue, you're so mean. You didn't even invite us to the wedding. Aren't we worthy of being your bridesmaids? Zhu Zhizhi also looked at her with some anger. Zhao Qingxue smiled and said, We just got the marriage certificate, but we haven't had the wedding yet. Oh? Nowadays, people usually get married first and then get a marriage certificate. How can you get a marriage certificate first and not have a wedding? Upon hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Bo Ling immediately gave Lin Jian a look that said, Look at me. Then, pretending to be innocent, he asked, Is it because you don't have enough money for the wedding? Well, if you're getting married, you definitely have to have a wedding. Even if you don't have enough money, you can borrow it from us. You can pay us back after collecting the wedding gifts, right? Zhu Zhizhi quickly added fuel to the fire. Yeah, it's normal for a woman to get married without a wedding. This is so disrespectful to women. The two had already observed this when Zhao Qingxue introduced Su Yuan as her husband. Although what Su Yuan wore was not cheap street goods worth dozens of yuan, it was just one of those cheap domestic casual brands, and each piece of clothing did not cost more than 1,000 yuan. If I wear something like this to attend a class reunion with my wife, there is definitely nothing better to wear. In addition, the bag in Zhao Qingshua's hand was an unknown brand, and it definitely didn't cost more than 500 yuan. The two of them definitely didn't live a very comfortable life. No matter how naive Zhao Qingxue was, she could hear the unfriendly tone towards Su Yuan in Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji's words. She was about to frown and say something, but Li Hao next to her spoke first. You two don't have boyfriends yet, right? That's right. We're still single and haven't met anyone suitable. Compared with Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, Li Hao dressed much more decently and was also considered a handsome guy. Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji had a good impression of him. When they heard Li Hao ask them if they had boyfriends, they both rushed to answer no. Chapter 48. Wearing clothes worth hundreds of dollars and buying a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for my brother-in-law. You're already so old, but you don't even have a boyfriend. You women are such a failure, aren't you? But Li Hao's next words made the two people's faces change drastically. Li Hao, however, seemed oblivious to their expressions and continued, I'm telling you, the older a woman gets, the less valuable she becomes. Look at my sister, she's so beautiful, yet she was married off so young by my brother-in-law. What are you waiting for? Do you think you'll have to wait until you're 30 or 40 and become an old woman before looking for a boyfriend? By then, you'll only be able to find an old widower. How can you talk like that? Bo Ling was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up, his chest heaving violently with anger. Lin Jian, who was standing next to her, saw that something was wrong and quickly pulled her to sit down. Isn't he Qingshue's younger brother? He's still young and doesn't know much. Don't bother with him. Young? Just because you're young, you can say whatever you want? Although he sat back down, Bo Ling was still very angry. But Li Hao didn't care at all. I was wondering, you and my sister are classmates, why do you look several years older than my sister? I've been wondering for a long time, and it turns out you just like to get angry. Seeing that Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji stood up and were about to hit someone, Zhao Qingxue quickly stood up to stop Li Hao from talking nonsense. She glared at Li Hao and said, just sit there and eat your meal. Why are you talking so much? Yes, sister. In order to get a free meal, Li Hao kept his mouth shut out of Zhao Qingxue's respect. Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji over there also calmed down after being comforted by Lin Jian. However, although they were calm, they had no intention of stopping. They directly transferred the anger they had just received from Li Hao to Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan over there. Who made them, as the sister and brother-in-law, fail to discipline their younger brother properly? Qingxue, you were one of the best students in our class back then. You should be doing well now, right? Bo Ling smiled and said, people like me and Gigi who are not good at studying can only go to college abroad. There are so many overseas returnees now. We don't have much future, so we can only be white-collar workers. I don't have a job right now. Zhao Qingxue answered calmly. Looking at Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji, she felt they were very unfamiliar. They were completely different from what she remembered. She rarely heard the two of them speak so harshly when she was in high school, but now. You don't have a job? Then you're a housewife. Zhu Ziji took over the conversation, is your husband very capable? Where does he work? I worked for a small company and was fired a while ago. Su Yuan didn't have a favorable impression of Bo Ling and Zhu Ziji, so he spoke calmly. Before they could start mocking him, he stretched out his voice again, so now I can only invest. Fortunately, there are returns. Puff. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Bai Ling laughed exaggeratedly. Qingxue, your husband is quite good at bragging, isn't he? How many investors are making money these days? I think you should quickly persuade him to go out and find a job. Zhu Ziji also nodded. Yes, it's more reliable to find a job. Speaking of work, I really envy Brother Jian. You don't know how popular Brother Jian is right now. Several Fortune 500 companies have extended olive branches to him, asking him to be a project manager. If he just agrees to a job with any company, he will be making 500,000 yuan a year. Don't say that. I feel embarrassed. 500,000 isn't a lot. When Lin Jian heard what Bai Ling and Zhu Ziji said, he pushed up his glasses and said modestly, actually, speaking of work, I've been working on starting a business lately. Didn't I make $2 million investing when I was studying in the United States? Now we plan to invest all of that 2 million into my most promising project. If the returns are good, we can easily make several million a year. Millions a year, Brother Jian, you're incredible, aren't you? Bo Ling and Zhu Ziji really didn't know about this, so when they heard him say this, they admired him so much. Brother Jian, why don't you take us with you? We also want to earn some pocket money. No problem, we're all classmates. I'll help you connect when the time comes. Lin Jian nodded with a smile and looked at Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, didn't your husband just say that he was also investing? Then why not join me? I guarantee that this is a project that will only make money and not lose money. How can I do that? I'd better not do that. Zhao Qingxue shook her head and held Su Yuan's hand even closer. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's straightforward refusal, Bo Ling sneered, "What are you pretending for? You're not even happy when someone takes you with them. You're really good at pretending. Yeah, I've seen what it means to be so obsessed with face that you suffer in vain, and not even accept the money that falls from the sky." Zhu Zhizhi continued to join in the conversation. After the two of them echoed each other for a long time, Bai Ling seemed to suddenly understand something. She looked at Zhao Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, you just said that you and your husband are unemployed now, right? Is the reason you don't invest because you don't have the money?" Lin Jian also felt that what Bai Ling said made sense. He continued to smile at Zhao Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, if your husband doesn't have money to invest, it's not a big deal. I will definitely be short of people in the company by then. You can ask him to come and work. We are old classmates, and I won't treat him unfairly." These words almost made Su Yuan worthless. Even someone as good-tempered as Zhao Qingxue wanted to slam the table and curse, but after all, they were old classmates, so she really couldn't bring herself to do it. Su Yuan didn't really care about this kind of thing. He just said lightly, "I appreciate your kindness, but the money I invested is enough for me to spend now, so I don't need to go to work for the time being." "Brother-in-law, don't say that." However, just as Su Yuan finished speaking, Li Hao, who had been eating silently beside him, suddenly spoke up. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Li Hao was not a quiet person. If he opened his mouth, Lin Jian and the other two would probably be wiped out. Under Su Yuan's gaze, Li Hao calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the classic 18K rose gold Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. "I don't like the watch you bought me last month. How about buying me a new one? I've got my eye on the mechanical watch from the Sport Elegance series. It's not expensive, just over 700,000. Was this bought for you by your brother-in-law?" Looking at the Patek Philippe 18K rose gold classic watch on Su Yuan's wrist, Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were both very surprised. This watch starts at least 200,000. Wearing clothes worth hundreds of dollars and buying such an expensive watch for your younger brother? Chapter 49 Brother-in-law, don't break your promise. In fact, it was really unfair for Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi to always look at Su Yuan with clothes. First of all, he doesn't have much pursuit for the brand of clothes. He just thinks that what he wears is comfortable. Although these domestic casual brands are not expensive, with each piece costing around 500 yuan, they are made of solid materials, have exquisite workmanship, good styles, and are very comfortable to wear. Secondly, this dress was bought by him when he cleared the shopping cart for Zhao Qingxue some time ago. It can be said that it was clothes bought by his wife, and it was also a token of Zhao Qingxue's love. Although people will definitely engage in retaliatory consumption behaviors once they have money, for Su Yuan, his only retaliatory consumption behaviors were all spent on Zhao Qingxue, and he did not have much pursuit for himself. When Su Yuan saw Li Hao pretending to be stupid, he could only cooperate and said, "Okay, I'll buy it for you later." "Brother-in-law, don't break your promise." Li Hao was in a particularly good mood when he saw that he had received the watch from Su Yuan. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Lin Jian over there. "Didn't you tell my brother-in-law to go to work? I actually think my brother-in-law is too idle at home. When he's idle, he tends to spend money recklessly. Just last week, he spent tens of millions to buy a farmhouse for my sister. He doesn't do business, and the two of them just eat barbecue in the farmhouse. Don't you think he's a spendthrift?" After he finished speaking, he began to complain to Su Yuan, "Brother-in-law, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but can you save some money? Do you know that the money you spent carelessly will take someone else more than 10 years to earn back by running a company?" "Ah, he. Li Hao's words made Lin Jian look very embarrassed, and he could only smile awkwardly. But at the same time, he was very confused in his heart. Is this true or false? And you too, being white-collar workers in a company is so boring. Doing repetitive work, sitting in front of a computer every day, not only will you get older and fatter, but you also don't make much money." Li Hao stuffed a scallop into his mouth and said vaguely to Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, "Why don't you go work on the farm at the farmhouse my brother-in-law bought? I'll pay you 15,000 yuan a month, with 2 days off a week and no overtime, full holiday benefits, and full bereavement and maternity leave." Isn't that a good salary? Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi looked at each other with unpleasant expressions. Their faces had become extremely ugly. Burp. Seeing that they were almost done eating, Li Hao stood up and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm full." "Are you guys full?" "I'm full, let's go." Originally, the purpose of the class reunion was to reminisce about the past, but Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were speaking in sarcastic tones, and Lin Jian had ulterior motives, which made Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan lose their appetite for dinner. When they heard what Li Hao said, they stood up and prepared to leave. "I'll see you off." After being scolded by Li Hao, Lin Jian, Bai Ling, and Zhu Zhizhi all looked very ugly. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue and the other two were about to leave, Lin Jian suddenly stood up as well. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, like the worms in his stomach, immediately understood what he meant and stood up as well. Isn't it very simple to see whether what Li Hao said just now is true or false? Just follow and see what car Su Yuan and the others are driving and you'll know. If he came by taxi or drove a junky car worth tens of thousands of dollars, then there was no doubt that Li Hao's words just now were just bragging. The Patek Philippe watch on his hand is probably fake too. However, if it was a luxury car worth millions, then what he said might actually be true. I think you don't need to send it. After leaving old Jiangnan, Su Yuan looked at the suspicious eyes of Lin Jian and the others and was too lazy to argue with them. I also plan to buy a bag for my wife before going back. Buying a bag? That's great. Take us with you too. We can help you with some advice. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi couldn't wait to prove that what Li Hao said just now was bragging. Originally, they were a little nervous when they followed Su Yuan out of old Jiangnan, fearing that Su Yuan was really awesome and could drive a luxury car worth millions, but they didn't expect that he would suddenly propose to buy a bag for Zhao Qingxue. This is simply seeing through their thoughts, looking for an excuse to run away. How could they let Su Yuan get away? You want to leave after pretending to be cool? No way. Question mark. You have to follow me when I buy a bag, are you sick? Su Yuan looked at Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He also roughly guessed what Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were thinking. But he really just wanted to buy a bag for Zhao Qingxue. Although he had cleared Zhao Qingxue's shopping cart before, there were several bags in the cart, but they were only worth a few thousand or a few hundred yuan, not particularly expensive. Seeing that Bai Ling was carrying Chanel bags, he felt that he should buy a better bag for Zhao Qingxue. What's wrong? Are you going to change your mind and not buy the bag? Seeing Su Yuan hesitate for a moment, Zhu Zhizhi next to him quickly said sarcastically, "Let you pretend. Let's go." Ignoring Zhu Zhizhi, Su Yuan directly dragged Zhao Qingxue to the nearby Hermes store. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" I saw a group of people walking in, all dressed quite decently, and immediately several shop assistants came over to greet them with smiles. Zhao Qingxue, who came to look at the bags, hadn't even spoken yet when Bo Ling said, "My classmate wants to buy a few bags." After saying that, he pointed at Zhao Qingxue. "Is that so?" The clerk also looked towards Zhao Qingxue and asked gently, "Miss, is there anything you like? I can show it to you." Let me just take a look first." Zhao Qingxue looked at the expensive bags in the cupboard. Although she knew that Su Yuan was rich, she still couldn't bring herself to buy anything. She also felt that there was no need to pick out an expensive bag just to show off in front of her classmates. That would be too childish. What's so good about it? All the bags here are beautiful. Take whichever one you like. Your husband is so rich anyway, he can buy you farmhouse bags at will. Can't he afford a few bags? Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi on the side saw Zhao Qingxue hesitating, covered their mouths and laughed. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's hesitation, Lin Jian seemed to understand something. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said to Zhao Qingxue, "Qingxue, it's okay. If you like any bag, I'll buy it for you. Brother Jian, we want it too." Seeing Lin Jian being so generous, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi couldn't help but speak even though they knew it was impossible. A celebrity once said, "I know more than one woman who would kill for a Birkin bag. If it's a crocodile Birkin, it's enough to start a massacre." As the top luxury product among bags, some people would even kill for a Hermes bag, not to mention just being shameless. Chapter 50. I bought them all and went home to pick them slowly. Then I'll give each of you a picotin lock. Both Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi spoke. If it were normal, Lin Jian would just laugh it off. But now in front of Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, he didn't want to lose face, so he generously picked out 2 bags to give to Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. Really? That's great. Brother Jian is so generous. The two of them didn't expect that Lin Jian was really willing to give them bags. They were immediately filled with joy, as if they had won a big prize. But in fact, the Picotin lock, as a bucket bag of Hermes, is just a basic entry-level model of Hermes, and its price is just over 10,000 yuan. Even if you give one to two people, it will only be more than 20,000 yuan. However, they usually couldn't afford to buy this entry-level bag, so they were extremely happy after getting it and started to flatter Lin Jian. Lin Jian felt very comfortable being flattered by the two people, and he looked at Zhao Qingxue elegantly. Qingxue, don't hesitate, pick one too. But I really don't know which one to buy. Zhao Qingxue was a little hesitant and wanted to leave, mainly because she thought shopping was a very happy thing. In today's atmosphere, she was in no mood to buy anything. Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, who had just gotten their hands on a Picotin lock, were gesturing with their bags and mocking them. Qingxue, don't act so clueless, okay? It's perfectly normal for rich people to casually gift each other bags. Don't be embarrassed. Brother Jian said he bought one for you, so just pick one. The meaning of their words was very clear. They were saying that Zhao Qingxue couldn't afford it but was still pretending. You really don't know which one to buy? Su Yuan looked at Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi with some disgust, and walked directly to the counter with his arm around Zhao Qingxue's waist. The clerk at the counter was very enthusiastic. Hello, how can I help you? Oh, my wife doesn't know which one to choose. Can you give me one of the bags in your store? I'll let her go back and choose slowly. Forehead. Probably because this was the first time the clerk had heard such a request, she was startled by Su Yuan's words. She was a little bit unconvinced and repeated it again to confirm. Did you just say that you want one of all the bags in the store? Su Yuan nodded. Yes, if some bags come in many colors, then I need one of each color. Ah, okay, but it will take some time. Can you and yours wait over there for a while? When the clerk heard that what Su Yuan said was true, he quickly lowered his head and asked the other clerks to start packing. Then he stood at the counter and counted the money. This is a big customer, we must not neglect him. The store suddenly became busy. On the other side, looking at this scene, Bai Ling, Zhu Zhizhi and Lin Jian were all stunned. Lin Jian widened his eyes and looked at Su Yuan in disbelief as he was sitting on a soft stool with his arms around Zhao Qingxue to rest. He couldn't believe that what he heard was true. Want one of every bag in the store? Hermes bags are luxury goods among bags. Even the basic entry-level Picotin lot costs $10,000 each, not to mention those crocodile Birkin bags that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. If you order a loaf of bread like in the store, wouldn't it cost several million? Millions just to buy a bag? Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were even more embarrassed. Zhao Qingxue's husband bought her a bag and bought one of every bag in the store without blinking an eye, but what about them? They were so happy for a basic entry-level Picotin lock. This not only makes them seem very unworldly, but also makes them seem very poor. When I thought of what they had just said to Zhao Qingxue, I felt a burning pain on my face. Not only that, they are now feeling crazy envious and jealous. If you want to buy all the Hermes bags, you'll have to buy hundreds of bags. What's the difference between that and buying the entire store? It's almost every woman's dream to have so many bags and be able to buy any one of them and carry it every day, right? It's okay to always see the daughters of wealthy people sharing their wardrobes on the platform. After all, who can blame them for being lucky enough to be born with a silver spoon in their mouth? But when they thought about how Zhao Qingxue, who had a similar starting point to them, received this treatment, they were really jealous. However, they can only feel jealous and can't do anything. Hello, sir, here are a total of 112 bags, with a total value of 25 million. It took about 20 minutes for the clerk to pack all the bags. When Zhao Qingxue heard the price, her heart ached so much that it felt like bleeding, but she couldn't say anything to avoid offending Su Yuan, so she could only accept it with reluctance. Su Yuan took out his bank card directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 25 million to his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 250 million. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 25 million to his wife Zhao Qinghua, triggering a lucky rebate of 1 Venus building. Please check it out. Unexpectedly, this time the system actually gave a building directly, which also surprised Su Yuan very much. Venus building, the name sounds so familiar. Because he didn't have time to read the introduction of the Venus building carefully, Su Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. He turned around and told the clerk to deliver the bag directly to the large flat in the Dalan residence in Pudong, and then he was about to turn around and leave. But when he turned around, he found that Li Hao had disappeared at some point. Also missing were his Ferrari keys. He was just wondering if Li Hao was driving his car to pick up beautiful girls on the street when he heard a slight exclamation coming from the door. Wow, it's Rafa. At the same time, Lin Jian and others standing nearby also noticed Rafa appearing at the door. For some reason, after they saw Rafa stopped at the door, they subconsciously looked at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Su Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to them and walked straight towards Rafa at the door. But Zhao Qingxue still politely turned around and said goodbye to a few people. Sorry, I've already bought the bags, so I'm leaving first, you guys can take your time shopping. Seeing Li Hao jump down from the Lafa and give the car keys to Su Yuan, and then leave with the other car key, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were already so shocked that they were frozen in place and could hardly think. Only Lin Jian's face looked as ugly as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists and looked at Rafa in shock. What exactly is Su Yuan's identity? How can I possibly drive a Lafayette? Chapter 51, Those who don't like to watch can leave, my wife can say whatever she wants. The class reunion was just a small episode. Although Zhao Qingxue lamented that the friendship between former classmates had become worthless. But anyway, they were just old high school classmates, and there was a high probability that we would not have any interactions in the future, so I forgot about it after I went home. Schwer, your makeup videos are very detailed. It would be even better if you could do a live broadcast and answer questions while you put on makeup. As soon as Zhao Qingxue opened Bilibili, she received countless videos urging her to update her work. Some of them even asked her to do live broadcasts. In fact, she really wants to try live streaming, but because she is introverted, she doesn't know how to interact with the barrage, so she just thinks about it. Su Yuan could see what she was thinking and asked with a smile, "Are you really not going to try live streaming?" To be honest, Su Yuan felt that Zhao Qingxue's appearance was the type with good skin and bones, and she was very photogenic. And there is no blind spot in her 360-degree view. Others have to choose their hairstyle and angle before live streaming, but she can just wake up and start live streaming without putting on makeup. With such good conditions, it would be a shame not to do live broadcast. But I don't know how to interact with them. What if I say the wrong thing? It was okay to shoot videos, but Zhao Qingxue really had no confidence in the live camera in front of her. Little fool, the live broadcast room is your home. You can say whatever you want, even if you say the wrong thing, it doesn't matter. If you don't like it, tell them to get out. My wife can say whatever she wants. Then give it a try? After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Qingxue decided to give it a try with Su Yuan's encouragement. She quickly prepared the equipment for the live broadcast and sat upright on the sofa in the living room, as if she was going to carry out some mission, her face very serious. Su Yuan suppressed his laughter and said, "I'm going to start the live broadcast." Don't. At the critical moment, Zhao Qingxue still got scared and reached out to grab the camera from Su Yuan's hand. But Su Yuan whispered, "I've already opened it." Hello everyone, my name is Zhao. I'm Schwer. Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room to learn beauty tips. If you have any questions, remember to interact with me in the barrage in time, and I will answer them one by one. When Zhao Qingxue heard that the camera was filming her, she seemed like a different person. Su Yuan made a cheering gesture to her. I see everyone is very interested in the Tang Dynasty makeup I did recently. Today I will live broadcast and teach everyone how to do a Tang Dynasty makeup that suits you. After all, it was her first live broadcast. Even though Zhao Qingxue had a lot of filming experience, she was still a little nervous in front of the camera, so she was a little flustered when putting on makeup, and sometimes she couldn't even find what she wanted. Su Yuan found it and handed it to her. Wow, Schwer, you are even more beautiful during live broadcast than in the video. I think Schwer's looks are definitely in the top 3 on this little website. Whose hand is this? I want to lick it. There were more and more people in the live broadcast room, but only a few asked about makeup tips. Instead, the majority of people were licking Zhao Qingxue's face and drooling over Su Yuan's hands. This made Zhao Qingxue feel helpless. Hey, I'm a serious beauty blogger. I know. Didn't I come here to learn how to grow 360 degrees without any dead angles? Brain, I know it, hands, bullshit. Schwer, stop wasting your youth on live streams and make your debut. If you're not popular, I'll eat shit. As a new anchor, there is no conflict of interest with others, so there are no black fans in Zhao Qingxue's live broadcast room, and the atmosphere is still very harmonious. Zhao Qingxue also became more and more relaxed, chatting with the barrage while putting on makeup. Ding dong. However, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Yuan thought it was Li Hao coming down from the stairs again. When he opened the door, he found that it was a Hermes staff member. "Hello, Mr. Yuan, this is the bag you ordered from our store this afternoon." 7 or 8 staff members were standing at the door, each holding a cardboard box in their hands, looking at Su Yuan respectfully. Su Yuan stepped aside and pointed to the cloakroom. "Well, put all your bags in that room." "Okay, Mr. Yuan." Several people carefully placed the cardboard boxes one by one in an orderly manner into the cloakroom. They moved them back and forth 3 times before they finished moving them. Because Zhao Qingshue's live broadcast camera was facing the cloakroom, the scene of the Hermes staff carrying the bags into the room was clearly seen by the fans in the live broadcast room. Many fans in the live broadcast room were very curious about what Zhao Qingxue bought. Zhao Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Actually, it's nothing, just some bags. A few large boxes of bags, that's all? Really, Versailles? Shuer, what bag did you buy? Show us. This. Originally, Zhao Qingxue didn't want to show it to the people in the live broadcast room, but she was easily influenced and couldn't stand the repeated requests from the people in the barrage. After hesitating for a long time, she reluctantly agreed. Holding the camera, I pushed open the door of the cloakroom. In the cloakroom of nearly 40 square meters, apart from 2 huge solid wood wardrobes, there were various shelves. At the door, there was a box that Hermes had just delivered. Shuer, is your family that rich? This cloakroom is as big as our living room. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? There looks to be the Hermes logo on this cardboard box. That's impossible. Shuer just said that this box contains a bag. If it's an Hermes bag, how much would it cost? Zhao Qingxue was originally opening a cardboard box while reading the comments. After seeing the comments, she paused, took out a Hermes platinum bag with its outer packaging from the cardboard box, and introduced it quietly. The bags in here are indeed Hermes. Oh my god. Shuer, what kind of family do you have? More than a dozen boxes of Hermes, isn't this fake? Shuer, tell me, are you making fakes? Shuer turns out to be a wealthy woman. No wonder she doesn't usually accept advertisements. It's not fake. Good-temperedly taking bags out of the boxes one by one and hanging them on the rack in the cloakroom, Zhao Qingxue said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary family." Ordinary family? Shuer, when you say this, does your conscience hurt? Really? Zhao Qingxue was very depressed when she saw that no one believed her. I can't bear to buy such an expensive bag. My husband bought them all for me. He wanted to buy me a bag, but I didn't know which one to get, so he said he would give me one of all the styles and told me to take my time to choose when I got home. Chapter 52, I bought this farmhouse mainly for fun. Is it okay to buy them all and take them home to choose from? Please give me a dozen husbands like this, thank you. Reject the practice of tricking dogs into being slaughtered. Protecting animals is everyone's responsibility. Because she is a beauty blogger, most of the people who watch Zhao Qingxue's live broadcast are girls. Looking at the dozen or so large boxes of bags in the camera, I was drooling with envy and wished I could become Zhao Qingxue on the spot. Although feminism is prevalent on the internet now and women are encouraged to be independent and strong, it is also a helpless move. If possible, who doesn't want to be spoiled like a little princess by her husband? Because of the Hermes bag, Zhao Qingxue gained a lot of fans during this live broadcast. The part where she put on Tang Dynasty makeup and the part where she unboxed an Hermes bag were intercepted by someone and made into a short video, which received tens of thousands of likes. Although the reason for her popularity seems to have gone astray, Zhao Qingxue is still very happy that she can interact with fans in the live broadcast room every day and see her fans increasing in number, directly breaking through 100,000. Come on, honey, let's go to the farmhouse and check out the trees. They should be almost full grown. After calculating the time, the seeds given by the system should have grown after being fertilized with accelerated fertilizers. It's only been a few days, it can't possibly grow. Although she said that, seeing that Su Yuan was very expectant, Zhao Qingxue still obediently followed him to the farmhouse. Unexpected things happen. When the car was halfway through the journey, it suddenly started to rain heavily. When the two finally arrived at the entrance of the farmhouse, they found that there were already 3 cars parked at the door. Moreover, they are all luxury cars. They are Maybach S680, Rolls-Royce Ghost, and Land Rover. Although these 3 cars are not top luxury cars, they are not affordable for ordinary people. It seems that a group of rich second generations have come to the farm stay. The owner of this farm stay is really something. Why doesn't he just open it? No wonder the reviews on the app are so bad. While Su Yuan was looking at the few people, the 3 men and 3 women standing under the eaves of the farmhouse kept complaining. A few of them came out to play in the suburbs this time, but who knew it would rain heavily halfway through the journey? The road conditions were bad, the destination was a bit far away, and they were tired and hungry. They found a farmhouse nearby and came here, but who knew that the farmhouse was closed at all, so they had made a wasted trip. Now they are standing at the door of the farmhouse, full of anger. Stop complaining, it seems we're not the only ones who are unlucky. Seeing a red Ferrari LaFerrari coming out of the rain, one of them also laughed. The other people looked at the LaFerrari with some surprise. A convertible LaFerrari? We in the demon world haven't even heard of one. Most people only know that LaFerrari is very expensive and costs tens of millions. Some people also know that LaFerrari is limited to 499 units worldwide. But only the rich second generation like them who are into cars know how rare Su Yuan's convertible LaFerrari is. As Ferrari's flagship model, LaFerrari has launched a soft convertible model in addition to the regular model launched earlier, but it is limited to 29 units worldwide. There were only 3 places allocated in the country, and they were all snatched up by a luxury car tycoon in the capital. They never expected that they would be able to see it here. And it's a Shanghai license plate. This person might be a big shot. One of the men dressed in hip-hop style muttered to himself. The girl next to him was still sizing up Rafa. When she heard him say that, she immediately asked, "Mr. He, is it really that exaggerated?" "You know shit." He glanced at the girl unhappily and said, "It's useless to tell you anything, but remember this, when people come later, be polite to them and don't be rude. If you offend someone like that, I can't protect you." While they were talking, Rafa had already stopped at the door of the farmhouse. "Be careful, don't get wet in the rain." The car door opened, Su Yuan helped Zhao Qingxue get out of the car, then hugged her and came to the eaves at the entrance of the farmhouse. "What are you doing here? Hiding from the rain?" Because He Xiao and the others didn't expect that Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue who came down from Rafa were so young and good looking, they were stunned for a moment and forgot to say hello, which made Su Yuan speak first. I guess so. I wanted to stop by for dinner, but they weren't open." He Xiao was the first to answer Su Yuan. Su Yuan took out the key from his pocket and said, "Oh, I just bought this place not long ago and haven't had time to hire staff yet, so there is no food. However, the ingredients and kitchen utensils are complete. If you want to eat, you can cook it yourself." When they heard that Su Yuan was actually the owner of this farmhouse, they were shocked for a moment, then nodded happily, "No problem, it's good to have a place to eat now." "Then come in." Su Yuan opened the door and invited a few people in. Several people walked along the solid wooden corridor at the door all the way to the cabin. Along the way, they could see lush flowers and trees in the farmhouse, full of greenery, and the environment was quite good. This made He Xiao stunned for a moment. He moved closer to Su Yuan and asked carefully, "What's your name, brother?" "Su Yuan. My name is He Yun. You are from Shanghai, right? I don't even know you. Nice to meet you." It can be seen that He Yun is particularly interested in Su Yuan. He spoke in a very humble manner, as if he wanted to get to know Su Yuan. Su Yuan is also an easygoing person. "I'm usually a low-key person, so it's normal that I don't know him." Don't tell me, it really is like this. Nowadays, the more powerful the boss is, the more low-key he is. Seeing that Su Yuan spoke casually but with a bit of nonchalance, He Yun became even more cautious in his attitude towards him. Among these people, He Yun was obviously the leader. Seeing He Yun's attitude, the others were also very respectful to Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't think it was a big deal and casually pointed in the direction of the kitchen. "If you want to eat, go over there and make it yourself. You can use whatever ingredients you want." "Okay, Master Yuan." He Yun asked the other people to cook, and he leaned in front of Su Yuan to talk. "Master Yuan, this place of yours is simply a pearl covered in dust. Why don't you run such a good place well? You will definitely make a lot of money." "I don't care whether I make money or not. I bought this place to plant some trees and stuff. Mainly, I do it for fun." Su Yuan tapped his fingers on the railing a few times, looking at the heavy rain with a bit of worry. He wondered if the trees given by the system would be affected by the rain. "P.S. Please give me a 5-star review, ask for updates, and ask for gifts, even free gifts are fine. Chapter 53 As long as you believe in me, I will be your omnipotent husband." Fortunately, the heavy rain came and went quickly. It rained for only an hour, and before He Yun's people had even finished their meal, the rain had stopped. Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue over on the gravel road. He Yun and two other men and women who couldn't cook also followed, saying that the environment here was good and they wanted to take a walk around. Be careful, or I'll carry you. The road was slippery due to the rain and it was a gravel road. Su Yuan was afraid that Zhao Qingxue would fall. He still felt uneasy holding her hand, so he squatted down and planned to carry her on his back. Seeing three pairs of eyes staring at her, Zhao Qingxue was too shy to let Su Yuan carry her on her back and pushed him several times. Sister-in-law, Master Yuan is so good to you. The girl following He Yun looked less than 20 years old and was full of envy when she saw this scene. Zhao Qingxue smiled and said, "It's not so bad." "Hey, sister-in-law, don't be so modest. This is the first time I've met such a considerate person. I thought such people only appeared in TV dramas." The girl approached Zhao Qingxue affectionately, winked at her, and whispered, "If you have time later, sister-in-law, please teach me how to control your husband." Zhao Qingxue was somewhat bewildered by the girl's words. "What do you mean by controlling a husband?" "That's right, how can I make a man like Master Yuan?" Zhao Qingxue thought back to the details of her interactions with Su Yuan. It seemed very normal and natural. They joked around and played around with each other. There were no special techniques, right? The little girl has no time for learning, and all she does is think about some fancy tricks. Su Yuan heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but complain, "Do you think men are fools? I can't see what tricks you are playing." "Oh, I'm just asking." The little girl felt quite aggrieved after being criticized. He Yun next to her frowned and glanced at her. "How can you talk to Master Yuan like that?" He said, "Just accept it humbly." "What's your attitude?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The little girl stuck out her tongue and quickly apologized. "Wow, this is a fucking orchard." As they were talking, they had already walked to the side of the pond. The pond, which had just rained, was full of swaying lotus flowers in various postures. The lotus leaves were also very lush, and many lotus pods had their heads poking out. Behind the pond are various lush fruit trees, including apple, crabapple, hawthorn, and cherry. The green branches and leaves are full of fruits, which are particularly tempting after being washed by rain. He Yun also looked towards the fruit trees. To be honest, it's not like he hasn't been to an ecological park or an orchard where he can pick his own fruit. But the fruit trees here in Su Yuan are different. The fruits on the trees not only look very full, but also have brighter colors, especially the cherries, which look like rubies. He swallowed subconsciously, turned to Su Yuan and asked, "Master Yuan, can I pick the fruits here and eat them?" "Of course you can, but the price is not cheap. You can decide for yourself." The fruits of these trees all have special effects, and Su Yuan does not intend to sell them at a low price. Hearing Su Yuan's words, He Yun immediately laughed. "Don't worry, Master Yuan, I will definitely not let you lose money. Just tell me how much per pound. 300 or 500 is no problem." He Yun had taken people to an orchard to pick cherries before. He remembered that they could eat them for free in the orchard, but if they wanted to take them out, it would cost about 90 yuan per pound. Therefore, he naturally thought that the things here in Su Yuan were not that expensive. Su Yuan shook his finger and said, "I sell everything here by the piece, not by the kilogram." "Hey, that's interesting. How much is an apple?" He Yun asked with a smile, having already walked to the apple tree and started picking the apples he liked. Su Yuan stretched out 5 fingers. 51, it's a bit pricey, but I can accept it. It's hard to tell what variety this apple is, but its price is almost as high as those imported high-end products. He Yun picked 2 and threw them to the man and woman next to him. "How about you two try the apples here? It's not 51, it's 50,000 won." However, just as He Yun reached out to pick the third apple, Su Yuan's words almost made He Yun's hand cramp. He turned around, thinking he had misheard. "Master Yuan, how much did you say for each?" 50,000? A man and a woman who were chewing apples nearby were also stunned. They were completely like frightened little hamsters. They forgot to chew the apples and just held them in their mouths. They couldn't swallow them or spit them out. They were not hallucinating, so they heard clearly that the apple was indeed 50,000 yuan each. Damn, even if it's a golden apple, it can't be sold so expensively. Isn't this a scam? Well, eating one of these apples can help you lose up to 10 pounds, depending on your individual situation. Su Yuan had already guessed this reaction from several people, and he remained calm. I know you don't believe it. He Yun and the other two looked at each other. Isn't this nonsense? No matter who comes to you and tells you that you can lose 10 pounds by eating an apple, you won't believe it. I can hold off on charging you until you see the results. Anyway, these people are all rich second generations, so Su Yuan is not worried that they cannot afford the money. He Yun was stunned by this. He looked at Su Yuan suspiciously. What if it doesn't work? If it doesn't work, just consider it my treat. Okay. Seeing that Su Yuan was so confident, He Yun agreed readily. After all, it was not that he couldn't afford an apple that cost 50,000 yuan, but he just didn't want to waste money. After all, no one is a fool. But if it really works, it would be money well spent. He Yun gritted his teeth and picked one from the tree to eat. His heart ached as he ate it. 3 apples for 150,000. Enough for him to spend a night out in the best nightclub in Shanghai. Yuan, seriously, tell me, when did you manage to transplant so many fruit trees here without telling me? That's fine, but you can't be a rip-off. Selling apples for 50,000. Looking at the apples being eaten by He Yun and the other two, not only did they feel distressed, but Zhao Qingxue on the other side couldn't bear to watch it either. However, she always gave Su Yuan face and would never expose anything to his face. She would always pull Su Yuan aside to talk about it in private. Su Yuan pinched the girl's smooth face and asked, "Do I, your husband, look like the kind of person who would lie to you?" The tree grew on its own, and eating apples really can help you lose weight. Gently leaning close to Zhao Qingxue's ear, Su Yuan laughed softly. I tell you, as long as you believe in me, I will be your omnipotent treasure husband. Chapter 54, Don't allow others to take advantage of you. Early in the morning, a miserable scream came from the farmhouse's wooden house, startling the surrounding birds so much that they flapped their wings and began to flee. Zhao Qingxue, who was making breakfast for Su Yuan in the kitchen, was so scared that her hands were shaking and the spatula almost fell to the ground. So she walked towards the source of the sound with the spatula in hand. When she arrived, she found that the sound came from He Yun's room. Several people had already gathered at the door of the room. He Yun came out of the room with disheveled hair, wearing only a pair of shorts, revealing his white belly. Everyone thought something had happened to him and was getting nervous, but then he pinched his belly and started yelling, "My stomach is gone! My stomach is gone!" A few people were confused. Isn't your belly perfectly healthy? The little girl who had followed He Yun before stared at He Yun's belly in surprise. Oh my god, he's really lost a lot of weight. After hearing the little girl's reminder, several people began to observe He Yun. Before, He Yun was a rather plump little boy, especially because of years of drinking. He had a beer belly at a young age. When I stand there in a t-shirt, my belly is particularly eye-catching. But now He Yun has not only lost weight, but his belly has also disappeared. What's going on? Mr. He, were you hungry yesterday? I saw you ate quite a bit yesterday. Could it be that this place is a little unclean, so a female ghost appeared and sucked you dry? OMG ghost girl, I like it. Upon hearing about the female ghost, a thin man rubbed his hands. The looks that several people gave him suddenly became more profound. I lost 3.5 pounds. I also lost 2 pounds. It was obvious that He Yun had lost weight, so the two people who had eaten apples yesterday quickly weighed themselves. Since they were both thin to begin with, the effect was not very obvious. However, the thinner you are, the harder it is to lose weight. For a thin person, losing 2 kilograms is almost the same as for a fat person to lose 10 kilograms. This apple is amazing, 50,000 apiece is worth it. For a rich second generation like He Yun who is lazy, likes to spend money on wine and women and doesn't exercise, eating an apple to lose weight is a great deal, right? Even if it's 500,000 each, he doesn't think it's expensive. After all, to lose weight now you either have to exercise seriously and eat grass every day, or go for liposuction or something extreme, but no matter what you do it's very painful. What do you mean, 50,000 yuan for an apple? What are you talking about, Mr. E? Only 3 people knew about what happened with the apple yesterday, while the other 3 people who were cooking in the kitchen were completely confused. He Yun also explained what happened yesterday. After hearing what He Yun said, several people immediately ran to the orchard. Even if they didn't want to eat such amazing apples, they had to take a good look at them. It works, doesn't it? Su Yuan walked in yawning in his pajamas, and subconsciously walked behind Zhao Qingxue and put his arms around her waist. Yes. Master Yuan, your apples are truly amazing. I want to buy a few more. No, I'll buy all the apples from the whole tree. After all, his family is in business, and He-yun makes money quickly with his smart brain. Such an amazing apple, even if the price increases tenfold, there will be people who want it. If he buys all the apples from Su-yuan and then sells them, he can make a net profit of at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Although this may be a bit dishonest, all businessmen are dishonest. You wish. Su-yuan saw through his thoughts immediately and said, I forgot to tell you that you are not allowed to take the fruits from my orchard out to eat. Although the profit from selling fruits was much slower than buying things for his wife, Su-yuan did not expect to earn much money from it. But he also couldn't let others take advantage of him. Ah. Master Yuan, don't be so cruel. The price is negotiable. 100,000 each is fine. How about 150,000? 200,000 is not out of the question. No matter how much price He-yun offered, Su-yuan had only one thing to say, I want to sell it. He could only hope to eat more here with regret. These cherries look so tempting. Apples can help with weight loss, but what can cherries do? What kind of species are these? Why have I never seen them before? A group of people gathered in the orchard, looking at the magical fruits on the trees with curiosity and shock. Although they know that with the continuous development of science and technology, there have been many innovations in the fruit field, and many new varieties have been hybridized. They were not people who had never seen the world. The fruits they ate every day were either imported or new domestic varieties, but they had never seen anything like the ones in Su-yuan's orchard. Apples help with weight loss, cherries help with whitening, crabapples help with skin rejuvenation, hawthorns help with eyesight, and lotus seeds help with freckle removal. Seeing several people gathered together, Su-yuan also walked over with his arm around Zhao Qingxue. So many benefits? At first everyone thought that only apples had special effects, but they didn't expect that other fruits also had the same effects. This is amazing, can I take a picture and send it to PYQ? Of course I have to take a picture of such a rare thing to show off, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Su-yuan didn't stop this. He made a gesture to ask Zhao Qingxue to go ahead and went for a walk. 50,000 apples? 10,000 cherries? How can there be such expensive fruit? Are you being ripped off? I do believe that eating apples can help with weight loss, but those things about cherries for whitening, crab apples for skin rejuvenation, and lotus seeds for removing freckles are just too far-fetched, right? I think what you ate wasn't fruit, but Nanyun's mushrooms. You're hallucinating. I originally thought that I could show off by posting it on my moments, but I didn't expect that instead of showing off, I was ridiculed. This made a few people feel a little depressed. Especially He-yun, he just can't stand being angry, especially when this group of people mock him in a roundabout way. You're the ones eating mushrooms. Your whole family eats mushrooms. He took a picture of his belly and posted it, see? I lost weight by eating apples. It only took me one night. Please tell me what photo editing software you used, Mr. He. Yeah, this software has edited everything without leaving any trace. He-yun took a deep breath and was so angry that he almost cursed, but he finally held it back. Fuck, the chance to become thinner, prettier, and fairer is right in front of you. It only costs 100,000 or 200,000 yuan to happily transform. If you don't cherish it now, you probably won't be able to buy this opportunity even with 2 million yuan in the future. Just treat this post as fulga. Come back and read it in a few months. I'll be waiting for you to call me daddy. After sending the message, He-yun turned off his phone. What He-yun doesn't know now is that he is still wrong. He originally thought that it would take several months for these fruits to become known to everyone, but just 1 week later, he had hundreds more. Chapter 55, The Customer is God? Su-yuan, then should you go to heaven? Crack, crack. What's that sound? Holding Zhao Qingxue's little hand, the two of them took a leisurely stroll under the fruit trees. In addition to the fruit trees laden with fruits that were pleasing to the eye, the air was also mixed with the sweet scent of berries. Seeing that there was no one around, Su-yuan was planning to press Zhao Qingxue under the tree and take a few bites of her fruit, but then he heard the sound of chewing fruit. He thought someone was breaking the rules and daring to eat here secretly, but when he followed the sound, he saw a large, dirty, yellow, hairy animal among the dead leaves at the foot of the wall, chewing on an apple. Is this a dog? If it weren't for the golden retriever's iconic body shape and golden hair that were so easy to recognize, Zhao Qingxue wouldn't have dared to confirm that the thing in front of her was a dog. Mainly because it's too dirty. The hair all over its body was tangled and stuck together in clumps, mixed with leaves, grass roots, and the like, making it look like a little monster. After discovering the two people, the golden retriever looked at them warily, turned around and went to the back without looking back. Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue then discovered that a hole had appeared next to the wall at some point. Judging from the freshness of the soil, it must have been dug by the dog. Awoo. However, this golden retriever probably came in hungry, and its body became bigger after eating. As a result, when it went out, its head went over, but its body was stuck in the middle of the hole. It cried anxiously, and its hind legs kept flapping there, looking pitiful. Zhao Qingxue actually likes pets very much. When she was in college, she told Su Yuan that she would get a cat or a dog after graduation. However, since both of them were busy with work after graduation and had no time to keep pets, the plan of keeping pets had to be put on hold for the time being. Now that she saw the dog, she was also tempted. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Zhao Qingxue has some understanding of dogs like golden retrievers. They have a gentle personality and are not aggressive. Seeing that the big golden retriever was still struggling in the cave, she spoke softly. In fact, she just said this subconsciously and didn't expect the golden retriever to understand. Even though the golden retriever is ranked high in the IQ ranking of dogs, it is just a dog. Many dogs that can understand their owner's words are not really smart, but just have a tacit understanding developed after being together for a long time. However, after hearing Zhao Qingxue's voice, the big golden retriever really stopped struggling. The originally anxious howling sound turned into a soft humming, sounding aggrieved. Su Yuan thought it was quite interesting. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Zhao Qingxue to stay where she was. He walked behind the dog, grabbed its legs and pulled them back. I'll pull it out for you. Humph. Soon, Su Yuan pulled out a dirty big dog with fresh soil like pulling out a radish. After it was pulled out, it lay down on the ground carefully, humming, and opened its big black and white eyes to observe the expressions of Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan. When he found that the two people didn't seem to mind him, he began to swing his golden tail wildly like fallen leaves in the wind. Husband. Keep. Before Zhao Qingxue could speak, Su Yuan stopped her and said, but you can't touch it now. It's too dirty. I'll take it to the pet store and clean it before giving it to you. Muah. Zhao Qingxue rarely took the initiative to hug Su Yuan's neck and nibble on it. My husband is so good. Let's go. Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue outside and turned back to wave at the golden retriever. Little monster, follow me. Awoo. When the golden retriever saw that Su Yuan was willing to take him with him, he immediately followed happily. However, he seemed to know that he was too dirty, so he didn't follow very closely. He always kept a certain distance and followed slowly behind the two of them. Zhao Qingxue kept looking back at it, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. Honey, what should we name it? Since I found it, let's call it Jian. Isn't that too hasty? Zhao Qingxue pouted and tapped her head with her slender, white fingers. Since it loves fruit so much, why not call it Li Gua? Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Li Guagua, come here quickly. After walking to the cabin with Li Gua, the group of rich second generations were shocked when they saw such a dirty dog. Fortunately, Li Guo was very sensible. He didn't run or jump around, and didn't even go in. He just lay quietly in the corner, his round eyes rolling around. Thinking about how Li Guo was so hungry that he was eating an apple today, Su Yuan thought for a moment, took a piece of steak from the refrigerator to thaw, and put it in a bowl for him. Li Guo probably hadn't eaten meat for a long time after wandering for so long. Looking at the meat in the bowl in front of him, his saliva was drooling all over the floor. However, to Su Yuan's surprise, it did not eat the meat in the bowl immediately, but kept using its nose to push the bowl in front of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, looking at them expectantly. Awoo. Seeing that Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue didn't move, he wagged his tail again. Zhao Qingxue was a little amused and helpless. She squatted down and touched the big dog's head. Eat it yourself. We are full. Ouch. As if he understood what Zhao Qingxue said, Li Guo lowered his head and began to eat the beef in the bowl in big mouthfuls. Hey, this dog is so smart, it doesn't look like a stray dog at all. The people around were all amazed after seeing Li Guo's behavior. A big dog like a golden retriever would turn red-eyed when seeing meat after being hungry for a few days. After all, no matter how docile it is, it cannot escape its biological instincts. But isn't this one too good? Master Yuan, how about letting me raise this dog? Seeing Li Guo's expression, Yin came over and said, I'll buy it for 5,000. Go, pack up and go home. I have to take the dog to the pet store now. I don't have time to run the farm stay. Su Yuan ignored He Yun, waved his hand and started to chase him away. He Yun and the others were dumbfounded. Master Yuan, aren't you too willful? You can just kick people out without any hesitation. Don't you know that customers are king? Then shouldn't you go to heaven? Having money and resources means you can be willful. Seeing Su Yuan like this, He Yun knew that he couldn't afford to offend him, so he could only ask people to pack up and leave. Su Yuan's pull was too heavy to hold Li Guo, so he took Li Guo to a nearby pet shop. After a few interactions, they became familiar with each other and exchanged contact information. Before He Yun left, he waved enthusiastically to Su Yuan in the car. Master Yuan, I'll introduce you to guests when I have time. No, I'm not necessarily in the mood to open a shop. Chapter 56 I am really Xuera's husband. After sending Li Gui to the pet shop and ordering bathing, deworming, vaccinations and other services, Su Yuan asked the pet shop staff to send it back when the time came, and he drove back home. Xuer, it's time to show off your husband. Oh no, it's time for a live broadcast. Play it fast, play it fast, play it fast. Xuer, can you do a daily makeup look today? As soon as she got home, before she had time to start anything else, Zhao Qingshua's mobile phone kept ringing with various urging messages. She had no choice but to prepare everything and start the live broadcast. Su Yuan had nothing to do, so he washed a basin of fruit he picked from the orchard and sat opposite her to eat it. He opened his mobile phone and went to Bilibili, registered an account, and followed Zhao Qingxue. Welcome Xuer's husband to the live broadcast room. This message quickly appeared in the lower left corner of the screen, and several people who saw it called it shameless. Ah, someone registered first. Stop it, I'll change it to Xuer's husband number 2. I'll change Xuer's wife. Give it to me, Xuer's wife's ID is mine. Originally, Su Yuan registered such an account simply because he wanted to go to the live broadcast room to watch, but he didn't expect that it would cause a stir in the ID scramble. Even Zhao Qingxue herself was a little amused and confused. Okay, I'm just a husband, not a wife. Everyone, stop arguing and start today's daily makeup tutorial. Zhao Qingxue over there was teaching very seriously in front of the mirror, starting from the base application step by step. But the debate on the barrage about the ID of Xuera's husband is becoming more and more intense. I'm Xuer's husband number 29. Damn it, then I'm number 99. Hello everyone, I'm Xuer's husband number 521. Su Yuan didn't expect that his wife had so many husbands for no apparent reason. He had originally planned to just be an unknown person and stay hidden here, but seeing that Xuer's husbands were so numerous, he certainly couldn't tolerate it. As Xuer's official husband, I hope you will respect me. Don't think that just because you're the first to register this ID you're the real husband. Have some shame. I, number 99, refuse to accept this. I am the real Xuer's husband number 1314. Su Yuan? Seeing that his position as the main wife was no longer secure, he directly recharged 5 million into his account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 5 million for his wife Zhao Qinghua, and receiving a tenfold rebate of 50 million. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Xuer's husband is giving away one dream castle to anchor Xuer. Soon, a clear prompt popped up on the barrage, and the atmosphere instantly froze. The dream castle is one of the reward items on the small broken station, and it costs 50,000 coins each, which is a full 5,000 renminbi. Generally, as experienced broadcasters, anchors will use various methods to guide fans to send gifts. Just like live broadcasts of beauty products, if you spend 99 renminbi on a cactus, the user will teach you an exclusive trick or just act cute. But Zhao Qingxue doesn't usually do this kind of thing. She just chats casually or teaches seriously. Although fans who come to the live broadcast room will give gifts, most of them are free red flowers, and occasionally they will give glow sticks worth a few dollars or something like that. The daily gift income is only a few dozen dollars. But today in the live broadcast room, someone gave away a dream castle worth 5,000. What is the concept? Although the economy is developing rapidly and everyone is striving for a well-off life, for ordinary people, 5,000 yuan is still not a small amount of money. After all, those monthly salaries of tens of thousands of yuan only exist in first-tier cities. In places like small cities in the 18th tier, the average salary is only a few thousand yuan a month. Some people may not even make 5,000 yuan a month. So, the dream castle is a luxury item exclusively for the rich. Play is play, joke is joke, but don't joke with your wallet. You don't have to spend so much money just for an ID, you'll be eating dirt next month. No way? No way? No way? In this day and age, there are still people who spend a fortune on someone else's wife, right? Seeing that Su Yuan's account was a new one, there was no consumption record and no sign of membership activation. Everyone thought he was just an ordinary citizen who was stimulated by everyone and gritted his teeth to recharge 5,000 yuan. Most people in the live broadcast room think that it's normal for everyone to joke around and talk a lot, but they can't afford to spend money on real things. Dream Castle. Zhao Qingxue, who was broadcasting live in front of the camera, did not expect that she would receive such an expensive gift. She was stunned for a moment and almost drew her eyeliner crookedly. Thanks to this fan named Cher's husband for the Dream Castle. When saying this, Zhao Qingxue was still a little excited, because it was the first time she received such an expensive gift. She is not the kind of person who likes to force her fans to give gifts. She is usually very happy if she receives a small gift of dozens of dollars. However, there must be income from live streaming. After all, she is a full-time worker now and makes a living by shooting videos and live streaming. However, this person's ID is too. Afraid that Su Yuan would be jealous, Zhao Qingxue glanced at Su Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa opposite, and saw him holding a mobile phone, not knowing what he was doing. Honey, my coral lipstick is in the room, can you help me find it? As she was about to reach the last step of her daily makeup, Zhao Qingxue discovered that the coral lipstick she usually liked to wear was missing, and she quickly cried out. Okay. When he heard his wife calling him, Su Yuan stood up from the sofa, put his cell phone on the coffee table and went to the room. Soon, he found several coral lipsticks. Honey, use this Lancome one. I think this color suits you best on camera. When handing the lipstick to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan did not forget to give her some advice. How do you know I look good in Lancome on camera? Just now, Zhao Qingxue was busy broadcasting live and reading the comments posted by everyone on her phone, so she didn't notice what was on the phone Su Yuan placed on the coffee table. When she heard Su Yuan say this, she subconsciously glanced at Su Yuan's mobile phone on the coffee table. It seems to be her live broadcast room? Could it be that Schwer's husband who was just brushing the dream castle was Su Yuan? Schwer, I just heard it. Your husband's voice is so nice, a male god's voice. She has nice hands and a nice voice, so she must be pretty. If he really is a handsome guy, I'd like to change my name to Cher, Disney's Wild Prince on the Run. Chapter 57 Husband, do you want a second wife? Although Su Yuan didn't say anything, his legend had already spread in the world, and the discussion about him was more heated than the discussion about his ID just now. Su Yuan was satisfied. He picked up his phone and plopped down on the sofa. I'm Schwer's husband, so of course I have to look worthy of her. It's no exaggeration to say that I'm just a school idol. Su Yuan was not exaggerating when he said this. Although Su Yuan's father is not handsome, his mother is a great beauty. As the saying goes, a son resembles his mother and a daughter resembles her father. He has perfectly inherited his mother's beautiful genes. She has long eyebrows, deep eyes, an elegant nose bridge, and thin lips with beautiful shapes. She has a cool and delicate style. In the past, there were quite a few girls chasing after him in school just because of his face. Unfortunately, he was too busy studying and playing games to have any interest in love in high school. When he entered college, he indulged himself during his freshman year and then met Zhao Qingxue in his sophomore year. Even so, he was on the confession wall many times when he was in college. Don't brag without thinking. If there's no picture, just treat it as Lao Wang next door. How can a school hunk call himself the school hunk? Could it be that Xiao Biluo herself has reappeared in public? Looking at the people on the barrage who were all expressing disbelief, Su Yuan smiled and said, "Forget it if you don't believe me. I tell you, Schwer is not as superficial as you. She loves my face, she loves my soul." After saying that, a 10 consecutive dream castle was built. Boss, I'm blind, please accept my knees. Everyone, please give up the ID of Schwer's husband to the number one guy on the list. It was just a fantasy castle just now. Although everyone was shocked, they didn't take it too seriously. But now it's a different story with 10 consecutive fantasy castles. One fantasy castle costs 5,000, and 10 fantasy castles cost 50,000. This is not a small amount. Only rich people can do such a thing as spending 50,000 at once. They want to witness the birth of the super rich. These 10 fantasy castles also made Zhao Qingxue a little confused. She had begun to suspect that Schwer's husband was Su Yuan. Now, seeing the action of him tapping the screen opposite and the time when the castle special effects appeared in the barrage, it was confirmed. Husband, stop it. She also sighed helplessly, mainly because it was a big loss for Su Yuan to give her gifts. He spent 50,000 yuan on gifts, but she actually had to share the profits with the platform. So, once the money changed hands, it was reduced by more than half. Shuer, what did you say? Everyone was laughing and joking in the live broadcast room, but Zhao Qingxue didn't expect him to say this directly, which also confused the fans in the live broadcast room. Husband, stop making trouble? In other words, Shuer's husband is really in the live broadcast room? Thinking of the video in which Shuer's husband bought her more than a dozen boxes of Hermes, the fans in the live broadcast room all fixed their attention on the ID, Shuer's husband, and the person who casually posted 10 dream castles. Is he really Shuer's husband? Shuer's husband, you are not the real one, are you? Oh my god, it's really the deity that has arrived. Hubby, do you want a second wife? I'm not noisy, I don't make a fuss, and I have no sense of presence. I will definitely not destroy your relationship with Shuer. As long as you buy me an Hermes bag, you deserve a second wife like me. Everyone finally reacted at this moment. The person who had just been fighting with them in the live broadcast room was actually Shuer's husband. Don't talk about a second wife, I only want Shuer. Looking at the comments flashing across the screen, Su Yuan crackled, you bunch of fakes of Shuer's husband, I hope you will respect the original. What the rich man said is true. I will now become Shuer's husband's second wife. Everyone said they only want Shuer, so the one in front of you should have some shame. I'm the third wife. Get out of the way. I'm going to take Shuer and her husband away. I'll keep them in my little house and I'll ship them every day. Seeing the joyful atmosphere in the live broadcast room, Su Yuan wanted to continue bragging in the room, but then he saw a phone call coming in. He stood up, turned off the live broadcast, and went to the balcony to answer the phone. Hello? Hello, Master Yuan. I'm Jing Kai, the person in charge of the Venus building. This month's financial report is out. Would you like me to send it to you? Jing Kai spoke very cautiously when he said this. He has been working in the leasing department of the Venus building, responsible for managing the leasing and monthly financial report statistics of the Venus building for almost 5 or 6 years, and everything has been peaceful in these years. Who knew that just last month, the Venus building was suddenly acquired by a mysterious person and its owner was changed? By the time he realized it, his boss had been replaced by a young man named Su Yuan. Jing Kai didn't know why he had such a huge fortune at such a young age, but he only knew that new business owners were generally difficult to serve. No, I'll come over by myself. If Jing Kai hadn't called, Su Yuan would have forgotten that he actually had a Venus building. As a landmark skyscraper in Shanghai, it covers an area of nearly 30,000 square meters, with a total construction area of 320,000 square meters and a height of 420 meters. It is located in the financial and trade zone on the bank of the Huangpu River and is a landmark building here. Su Yuan had passed by this place several times before when he was looking for a job, but he never had the chance to go in and take a look. Now that the whole building is his, he naturally has to go over and find out what's going on. Who told you to give gifts? I just hung up the phone, and Zhao Qingxue on the other end had finished her live broadcast and came to cause trouble for Su Yuan. She was domineering for once, pressing Su Yuan against the balcony railing, her head held high, and said fiercely, do you know that this makes it very difficult for me to do my job? I'm here to make money. If you give me money, won't that mean I'm losing money doing live broadcasts? Shuer, it's time to tell you. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue seriously. Say, what? Our family's assets. He took out his phone and pointed out the location of the Venus building to Zhao Qingxue. This building is also there, so don't worry. Even if I give you millions every month, it won't make our family poor. Venus building. Looking at the coordinates displayed on Su Yuan's phone, Zhao Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and her brain felt like it was freezing. Isn't the Venus building a very cool commercial building? That is a landmark super building, and there are only a few of them in the whole Magic City. Is it also Su Yuan's asset? Come on, honey, I'll take you to see our country. Before Zhao Qingxue could react, Su Yuan had already pulled her downstairs to the parking lot. Chapter 58 Is my husband the young master of a certain family? Hurry up and tidy up your workstations. The boss is coming over today, so don't make any mistakes. Where's the cleaning supervisor? Hurry up and mop the floor again and wipe the windows. Xiao Zhang, why are the flowers on your table wilting? I didn't expect that when I just called the boss, he actually said he wanted to come over and take a look. But it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and he had no time to prepare. He had no choice but to ask people to put down the work at hand and deal with the boss's inspection first. The Jinxing Building's leasing department was in a panic because of Jing Kai. When Xiao Zhang heard that her flowers had wilted, she nodded hurriedly. "Oh, okay, then I'll call my boyfriend and ask him to send me a new bouquet." Question mark. Jing Kai was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was wrong, but nodded. "Ah, okay." After he was almost ready, he quickly brought his people to the door of the rental department and waited. "Let me tell you something. Today, when I went into Boss Jing's office to look for some documents, I saw a picture of our new boss. Oh my god, he's super handsome, just like the hot guys on TV." Seeing Jing Kai nervously going to the toilet, the people standing at the door were bored and started chatting secretly. What one of the women said actually aroused everyone's interest. They had more or less heard some rumors about the change of boss, but they had no idea what the specific situation was. But in their imagination, they always think that the boss who can directly acquire such a large building must be an old man, or a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, this is in line with the boss's personality. But now some people actually say that the boss looks like a young handsome guy? You added a money filter, didn't you? Look at Brother Dong. He's just an ordinary passerby in a crowd. But when you think of him as the head of Gingdong, don't you think he looks very elegant holding a glass of red wine? Wake up, big sister, now is not the time to dream. Basically, no one believed what the woman said. She was about to open her mouth to defend herself, but Jing Kai came back from the bathroom, so she had to shut up. This is it. Su Yuan drove a Ferrari and brought Zhao Qingxue to the leasing department of the Venus building. From a distance, he saw more than a dozen people standing at the door of the leasing department waiting. Zhao Qingxue was completely bewildered. "Husband, don't tell me this building was also bought with your 70 million in Bitcoin." For some reason, she always felt that Su Yuan was hiding something from her. It doesn't make sense that he suddenly became so rich even with Bitcoin. Could it be that he was originally the young master of some family? But he clearly told me that they were an ordinary family. Hey, of course not. Looking at Zhao Qingxue's eyes rolling around, Su Yuan knew what she was thinking. But he didn't plan to tell her about the system yet, so he patted her head and said, "It's just what you think." This. Zhao Qingxue originally wanted to say something, but the car had already stopped at the door of the rental department, and Jing Kai came up with a large group of people. "We welcome the boss to take some time out of his busy schedule to inspect our work." The people from the leasing department bowed deeply, and Zhao Qingxue shuddered with fear at the neat words he heard. Su Yuan didn't expect that he just came to take a look, but he actually made such a grand scene. He immediately felt that he was careless. If he had known earlier, he should have told him to keep a low profile. "Master Yuan, hello, madam." The boss had come to inspect the rental department a long time ago, but they would call a few days in advance to tell him what time they would come and how many people would be coming, so that he could be mentally prepared. But it would have been fine if the young boss just said he wanted to come over without saying a word, but he actually brought an equally young lady with him. He was a little confused for a moment. After observing for a while, he carefully called out, "Madam." "Well, take me in to have a look." Su Yuan didn't waste any time. He put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's waist and walked towards the leasing department of the Venus building. Hurry, keep up." Seeing that he had not called the wrong person, Jing Kai quickly waved his hand and asked the people behind to come in. After instructing everyone to work hard, Jing Kai brought Su Yuan to the office. "Master Yuan, this is our financial report for this month, please take a look." He called two fair-skinned, beautiful female employees with long legs in to pour tea, and Jing Kai also gave the financial statements to Su Yuan. Su Yuan picked up the financial report, moved closer to Zhao Qingxue, and opened it to read. "You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Although it is also a building, the rent of the Venus building is really not cheap. It has reached a maximum of 15 yuan per square meter per day. Although 15 yuan may not sound like a lot, the minimum rental area of the building is 450 square meters, and the minimum rental period is 3 months. In other words, even if you rent the smallest house here, you will need to prepare at least more than 600,000 yuan for rent alone. This does not include the deposit that needs to be paid for subsequent renovations. The total rental area here is 320,000 square meters. If calculated based on the current price, excluding the cost of this building, the daily gross profit reaches 4.8 million. An income of 5 million a day, that's really comfortable. It's like winning the first prize of the double color ball while lying down every day. Wife, didn't you want to be a landlady? You'll be the one collecting the rent for this building from now on, okay? Su Yuan asked with a smile. In the past, when the little girl was tired from work, she would lie in bed every day and shout that she wanted to buy many houses in the future, preferably several buildings all together. Then at the end of every month, I would go out to collect rent with a small notebook and wearing slippers, and be a happy and carefree landlady. Zhao Qingxue was dazzled by the financial statements. No. Although she had mentioned collecting rent before, it wasn't this kind of thing. Collecting rent from this kind of building is not an easy task. You also have to manage the garbage sanitation, electricity usage, and water usage of the entire building every month. Anyway, there were too many fragments. She only took a glance at the financial report, and the densely packed numbers on it gave her a headache. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's shrinking expression, Su Yuan couldn't help but pat her on the head. What are you thinking? You don't think I'm asking you to collect rent just to do hard labor here, do you? The accountants will take care of the accounting. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just come here every month to look at the financial statements and have some tea. Blinking her big eyes, Zhao Qingxue shook her head like a rattle. Then I don't want to come either. If I don't charge money, then what happiness can I get from being a landlady? Chapter 59 The Boss Lady of Venus Building. Boss, there's a Mr. Jin outside looking for you. Just when Jing Kai was accompanying Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue in the office looking at the financial statements, there was a knock on the office door and the person outside said respectfully. Jing Kai waved his hand and said, "Let him wait a while." Yes. The person at the door responded and went out. He quickly walked to the door and said apologetically to Jin Jiwen, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Jin, please come with me and wait for a while. Our boss is busy right now and can't get away." It doesn't matter. Jin Jiwen was wearing a suit and tie. Although he was very anxious, he had no choice but to wait since he was asked to do so. Sitting in the lounge area of the VLP, with a glass of water to drink, he opened his mobile phone with some boredom and glanced at the chat interface. There were quite a few sisters who sent him messages to ask about his well-being, but he just swiped past them and finally clicked on Zhao Qingxue's avatar. His conversation with Zhao Qingxue was still from several days ago. He originally thought that with his method of pursuing women, it would be easy to get a girl like Zhao Qingxue who was beautiful but came from an ordinary family. But who knew that all the effort he put in was like punching cotton, all in vain. No matter the little tricks he did behind her back or the courtesy he showed in front of Zhao Qingxue, none of them worked. A few days ago, he wanted to put some pressure on her company and try again, but who knew that not only did it not work, but he also got rid of her. Originally he wanted to make further efforts, but his father told him that he wanted to open a branch and asked him to solve the venue fee issue. He had no choice but to put this matter aside and sort out the venue issue first. This Venus building was the best place he chose after comparing the surrounding properties. It is close to the subway entrance, has a good environment and good management. Compared with the prices of surrounding office buildings, it is not too high. But there were too many people renting here, so he had several meals with the person in charge here before he got the spot he wanted. Qingxue, wait for me. I'll come find you after I sign the contract today. After muttering to himself, Jin Jiwen changed his posture and leaned his back on the sofa. However, just as he was changing his posture, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a slender figure flashing by. Qingxue. He suddenly stood up and chased after her. He thought he had seen it wrong, but when the person he had been thinking about day and night turned around, it was really her. Zhao Qingxue had gone to the bathroom and was planning to return to the office, but who knew she would be stopped by a familiar voice. When she turned around, she saw Jin Jiwen with eyes full of surprise. "What's up, Mr. Jin?" After all, he was an old customer, so Zhao Qingxue couldn't pretend not to know him and could only deal with him coldly. "Why are you here? I haven't seen you for several days. I was talking about you to your manager a while ago." "You?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Jin, I'm busy and don't have time to catch up with you." Before, Jin Jiwen was a big client of her company, and she had to deal with him in order to make a living, but now the two of them have nothing to do with each other. Zhao Qingxue was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and turned around to leave. "Qingxue." Jin Jiwen was about to chase after him, but was stopped by the woman following Zhao Qingxue. "Why are you stopping me?" Jin Jiwen was a little displeased and was about to walk around the woman, but he was shocked by her next words. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jin, our boss lady said she's busy and doesn't have time to receive you. Please bear with me. If you really need something, please call ahead to make an appointment." "What did you say, Madam Boss?" Seeing Zhao Qingxue had already entered the office, Jin Jiwen stood there, as if struck by lightning. He asked again in disbelief, "Which boss lady is it?" The woman thought Jin Jiwen's question was really strange. This was the leasing department of the Jinxing building, so the proprietress must be the proprietress of the Jinxing building. Who else could it be? "Who is your boss?" Jin Jiwen asked another question that made the woman even more confused. "Mr. Jin, I know you're anxiously waiting, but please be patient. Our manager is talking to the boss right now and will come find you when he's done." Too lazy to answer Jin Jiwen's irrelevant questions, the woman prepared to leave after she finished speaking. However, he chased after her. "Wait, tell me about your boss first." He originally wanted to ask who the owner of this building was, but before he could finish his words, the office door opened. Zhao Qingxue walked out holding Su Yuan's arm, talking and laughing, and behind them followed the respectful Jin Kai. "Mr. Jin, why are you here?" "Don't worry, go over there and rest for a while." When Jin Kai saw Jin Jiwen, he was stunned for a moment, then felt a little displeased. Why is this guy so impatient? Isn't it just a matter of signing a contract? Can't you just wait? Looking at Jin Kai's expression, the identities of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue are self-evident. Jin Jiwen looked at Su Yuan, and was so shocked that he had no time to pay attention to Jin Kai for a moment. Instead, he stared at Su Yuan with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Because he had investigated Su Yuan's background, he knew that Su Yuan's family conditions were ordinary. As for the Ferrari he drove that day, he initially wondered if he had found something wrong with his investigation. But then I thought, damn, wasn't Su Yuan fired? He's probably working as a driver for someone. So why not use someone else's car to show off? It was also because he didn't have time to deal with him, otherwise he would report the fact that Su Yuan drove the boss's car to show off, and then he would be skinned alive. But who knows, Su Yuan is really the big boss. Although his father claims to be worth hundreds of millions, that is the result of the valuation of his own house and company. He also owes a lot of debt to the bank. I don't know how much of the hundreds of millions is watered down. But Su Yuan's Venus building is different. Not to mention how much the Venus building itself is worth with the current land and housing prices in Shanghai, the annual rent alone is over 10 billion. What a coincidence. He smiled awkwardly at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Now Jin Jiwen knew that the expression on his face must be uglier than crying. "You look familiar." Su Yuan also recognized Jin Jiwen. "Isn't this the one who was doing tricks behind Zhao Qingxue's back in order to pursue her?" I'm sorry, Master Yuan." Jin Jiwen quickly put away his pride as a rich second-generation kid, and acted as honest as a quail, hunching his shoulders and lowering his head to apologize to Su Yuan. Now he didn't even dare to look at Zhao Qingxue. God knows what he did before. He was simply walking on the edge of death. Chapter 60 I gave you a son. But Jin Jiwen changed his mind and thought, he even dared to covet the woman of such a big boss whose worth was unknown. If he told others about it, he would still be able to brag about it. But this is just what Jin Jiwen thought. If he really had to go out and tell this kind of thing, he still wouldn't dare to do such a thing. You're right, a beautiful lady is always a good match for a gentleman. No, I won't dare to do that again. I'm just a stinking idiot. How can I compare with you? I was just possessed by a ghost before. Su Yuan's words made Jin Ziwangsan frightened, fearing that he would cause trouble for him. Now I wish time could go back. If I had known Su Yuan's identity earlier, he would never have had any thoughts about Zhao Qingxue even if he was beaten to death. Okay, I don't have time to talk to you, just go do what you need to do. In fact, Su Yuan came here on a whim today, and running into Jin Jiwen was purely a coincidence. He was too lazy to pursue what happened before. The main reason is that there is no need. In his eyes, Jin Jiwen is really nothing. It is a waste of time to argue with him. Yes, thank you so much for your generosity, Master Yuan. Your heart is as broad as the sea. My admiration for you is like the endless torrent of water. Jin Jiwen flattered them all the way and sent Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue to the car with Jin Kai. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the exhaust fumes from Su Yuan's lava disappeared. Jin Kai next to him glared at him. "Mr. Jin, if you hadn't shown me this today, I wouldn't have known you were so good at flattering people." Although Jin Jiwen had previously treated him to many meals in order to rent a good location in the Venus building and negotiated some rent, and had always complimented him, he was definitely not as fawning as he was today. He was standing next to Jin Jiwen just now and was a little confused. He suddenly thought that Jin Jiwen was Su Yuan's subordinate. Jin Jiwen waved his hand. Don't mention it, I don't want to either. Isn't it because of life's pressure? Awesome, let's go sign the contract. Perhaps because they had seen each other's most servile and fawning behavior, the distance between them was invisibly shortened a lot, and they went back to the office to sign the contract. After the two entered the office, everyone who had been working diligently with their heads down suddenly looked up, their voices filled with suppressed excitement. Did you see that? The boss is so young and handsome. Holy shit, isn't he the hero in a CEO novel? Don't you see the boss's wife is pretty too? Oh my god, I envy her so much for being able to be with the boss. Yeah, I feel like if I were the boss's wife, I would faint from happiness every day when I opened my eyes and saw the boss sleeping next to me. Although there are only a dozen people in the leasing department, most of them are women. It is simply a breeding ground for gossip. When they are not busy, there is a lot of gossip to talk about. From celebrity relationships to extramarital affairs of building staff, they know everything very thoroughly. What they do most is to get together and curse at scumbags, or discuss how good a handsome guy is on which floor of the building. But no matter what it is, there are always disagreements. For example, can the good-looking couple on the third floor of the Venus building stay together? Some people think that good-looking people should stay together forever, while others think that they will both cheat on their partners. But when it comes to their opinions on Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, their unanimous opinion is simply sigh-worthy: a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and they will be together forever. Su Yuan. What kind of lousy dog did you buy? On the way back, Su Yuan glanced at his phone and found that Li Hao had sent him a voice message, so he clicked it. His roar of collapse was suddenly heard in the car. Just now, when he was looking at the financial report, the people from the pet shop came to deliver the dog. Su Yuan didn't have time to go, so he asked Li Hao to pick up Li Gua. I've never seen a dog like this before. Do I have a grudge against him? I asked him to go with me, but he refused to leave. I dragged him home with all my might, but he actually tried to get out by digging at the door. I wouldn't let him out, and he peed on my leg. Li Hao's accusation was full of sadness and tears. He had never been bullied like this in his life, and in the end he was bullied by a dog. If this wasn't Su Yuan's dog, he would have thrown it into the pot and stewed it on the spot. Don't you think he scraped the door so he could go out and pee? After parking the car in the garage, Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue upstairs and saw Li Hao squatting at the door holding Li Gua. Compared with the gloomy Li Hao, Li Gua was extremely happy when he saw Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao couldn't stop him and dragged him towards Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, wagging his tail and rubbing against them crazily, humming to himself. Li Gua is really good. After being washed, Li Gua seemed like a different dog compared to before, with bright eyes, smooth fur, and the fragrance of shower gel. He looked extremely well behaved as he sat there wagging his tail. Seeing Li Gua so happy, Su Yuan squatted down and touched his head, but Li Gua directly put the huge dog head into his palm. Originally, Su Yuan thought that Li Gua wanted to eat it, but who knew that he would spit out a bone-shaped dog biscuit in Su Yuan's palm? This must have been fed to him by the people at the pet store. After wrapping the dog biscuits in toilet paper and throwing them away, Su Yuan washed his hands and looked at Li Gua, who was playing around him and Zhao Qingxue, with a helpless smile. Isn't it said that golden retrievers don't recognize their owners? This one seems a little different? You ungrateful bastard. I was the one who brought you back, okay? You're really disrespecting me. Li Hao was so angry that he almost died because of Li Gua's behavior. Why are you arguing with a dog? Su Yuan cut half an apple and held it in his hand, waving to Li Gua, eat the apple. Oh, whoa. Li Gua came over happily, opened his mouth happily, and ate half of the apple in one bite. Li Hao looked at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan snuggling together on the sofa, then at the dog lying at their feet happily chewing an apple. Suddenly, he realized, wait, why is this dog called Li Gua? And not Su Gua or Zhao Gua? Oh, isn't it because you still don't have a girlfriend and you'll be childless? So I specially adopted a son for you. Su Yuan touched Li Gua's head and nodded towards Li Hao. Li Gua, call me daddy. Li Gua seemed to understand what Su Yuan said. He turned around and bared his big white teeth at Li Hao. Woof. You fucking. Li Hao was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He stood up angrily and said, who said I don't have a girlfriend? I have many girlfriends, okay? And my ex-girlfriend wants to get back together with me. He glanced at his phone and found that an ex-girlfriend had sent him a message, so he directly opened the chat interface to show them both. See? This is one of my ex-girlfriends. Even though we broke up over 3 years ago, she still sends me messages. It's obvious she still can't get over me. Chapter 61, 3000 Rivers, Only One Cup to Drink. Oh. Seeing Li Hao bringing his phone closer, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue glanced at it casually, and then saw that the note he gave was number 21. What does this note mean? Zhao Qingxue looked at him curiously and pondered for a moment. Are you planning to meet on the 21st? She's my 21st ex-girlfriend. Li Hao explained proudly, picking up the phone and replying as if it were a blessing. I'm here, what's up? The other side quickly replied, if I'm fine, can't I come to you? Look, do you know what this means? It means you're just trying to make conversation with me. To be honest, I find this kind of chat really boring. Normally, I wouldn't reply to messages like this. While talking proudly, Li Hao replied, if you have nothing to do, don't look for me. I'm very busy. No, I'm busy. Explain. Can you please click on my profile picture and vote for my son? It's for the sunflower baby photo contest, please. Li Hao, who was broadcasting live to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, saw these lines and his smile froze. He looked at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, who were trying not to laugh, and stammered, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he ran away. There was no time to close the door. Li Guo followed him to the door, growled in dissatisfaction at the corridor, curled his lips and closed the door. The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Although he didn't know what the two were laughing at, Li Guo could feel that they were very happy, so he also started spinning around with them. Hello? Zhao Qingxue straddled Su Yuan's legs in a somewhat barbaric manner and pinched his face. I'm telling you, you're not allowed to learn from a scumbag like him. To be honest, Zhao Qingxue despised playboys like Li Hao the most. If he and Su Yuan were not friends, she would definitely avoid him when she saw him. Su Yuan hugged Zhao Qingxue's slender waist and said, he is unfaithful because he doesn't have a wife as good as you. Why should I be unfaithful when I have a wife as good as you? The 3,000 rivers, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas combined are not as delicious as a scoop of water like you, my wife. TSK, you only know how to sweet talk. Although Zhao Qingxue said Su Yuan, her smiling eyes betrayed her happiness. Looking at the girl's soft arms around his neck and sitting astride him, her pink lips pouting tenderly, her cuteness filled with charm, Su Yuan couldn't help himself. His hands started to get a little restless. Zhao Qingxue immediately grabbed her collar and asked, what are you doing? Clothes are meant to be seen by others. You're with me, and you're covering yourself up so tightly. It's a bit too much after all. As soon as Su Yuan saw Zhao Qingxue's alert expression, he knew what she was thinking. She clutched her chest with a heartbroken expression. Okay, if you don't like it, then I'll leave. After saying that, he stood up and left. But the next second, Zhao Qingxue hugged him and said, don't go, that's it. Zhao Qingxue's words stunned Su Yuan. He thought she was playing some tricks. As a result, seeing his wife throwing her shirt aside, Su Yuan swallowed his saliva because he had never seen Zhao Qingxue so enthusiastic and proactive. Looking at the skin in front of me that was as delicate and cold as snow, my eyes widened. That. Zhao Qingxue lazily changed her posture and pointed her finger at Su Yuan's chest. Just asking if you like it? Husband. Her voice was naturally soft and gentle, and when she deliberately lowered and slowed it down, it was filled with allure, especially when she called him husband. The trailing tone was drawn out, which was very alluring. Breaths blend together and lips and teeth entangle. What's this? However, what he touched the next second made Su Yuan suddenly sober up. Zhao Qingxue, who was hugging Su Yuan's neck, had an innocent look on her face, blinking her misty eyes. This is a sanitary napkin. Su Yuan, who was hugging Zhao Qingxue, sighed to the sky and really wanted to strangle the little devil in his arms to death. She was making fun of him like this even though she had her period. What a little bad guy. But in the end he went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. But Zhao Qingxue sat on the sofa heartlessly, chewing an apple and shouting with a smile, hubby, do you want to come over and continue? Looking at the little goblin's appearance, Su Yuan's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. He suddenly stared at Zhao Qingxue's mouth while she was chewing an apple, and smiled meaningfully. Your little mouth is quite skillful in chewing apples. Cough cough cough. Sitting upright, Zhao Qingxue pointed at Li Guo lying on the ground and said, husband, there are children here. This is not suitable for children. Originally, Su Yuan wanted to go over and give the girl a good beating, but unexpectedly his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and gestured to Zhao Qingshui, "You're lucky. I'll let you go this time." After saying that, he walked to the balcony to answer the phone. A cautious voice came from the other end of the phone, "Brother, have you been doing well recently?" The person who called was Su Yuan's younger sister Su Yao. The girl was 3 years younger than Su Yuan and was currently attending university in the capital. They usually communicated by sending messages on WeChat and rarely called each other. He originally thought that the girl called him because something happened, but he didn't expect her to ask such a question. This puzzled Su Yuan. Is this because the girl has grown up and knows how to care for her brother, or is she planning something bad? "Brother, look at what you said. What are you plotting against me? I am your biological sister. What can I plot against you? No matter how good you are still my sister-in-law's person." Su Yao over there grumbled a few words of dissatisfaction, and then asked a question carefully. "Mom just called me and said that you suddenly gave her 5 million. Is it quick money?" Quick money is money that comes from illegal sources. In fact, it is no wonder that Su Yuan's mother would be suspicious of his actions. The main reason was that she knew her son's level very well. Although he had been a good student and smart since he was young, he suddenly made so much money just 1 year after graduation. She really couldn't believe that this money was his salary from work. Su Yao's words made Su Yuan laugh and cry, "What quick money? I made it from investment. You can let Mom rest assured. By the way, why didn't Mom tell me this herself?" "Oh, you don't know that person, Mom?" Hearing Su Yuan's denial, Su Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She said that if she told you in person, you would definitely not tell the truth for fear of worrying her. "We have a good relationship, so let me ask." Chapter 62 Su Yuan's Drama Mom. "Okay, I'll call Mom back then." Su Yuan smiled and said, "You haven't asked me for money recently. Did you find a boyfriend as a meal ticket?" After the girl went to college, her family gave her 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Although it is not a small amount, anyone who has been to college knows that it is not enough. After all, you can save money on normal meals, but you have to spend money on going out and socializing with your roommates and classmates, right? It costs money to buy small gifts, right? As a girl, it costs money to buy new dresses, new shoes, and cosmetics every month, right? So Su Yao would ask Su Yuan for some money, and Su Yuan would give her a few hundred yuan every month. "Seems like nothing happened this month? Brother, how could I be that kind of person?" Su Yao's voice was a little aggrieved. "Mom said before that our family has to prepare money for you to marry a wife and prepare a dowry for me, so I should save some money and not always ask you for money. I also know about you and your sister-in-law. Although Mom didn't tell me in detail, I can guess. I know I was wrong before, so from now on, save all your money to marry your sister-in-law, and I will do a part-time job myself." The brother and sister have a good relationship. Su Yao can be said to have been spoiled by Su Yuan when she grew up. It has become her habit to ask him for some pocket money. But this time, after her mother said this, Su Yao suddenly realized that although her brother was still her brother, he had grown up now, and she was still always asking her brother for money. Didn't the nature of the matter change? Everyone else's family is Voldemort. Although her gender has been swapped, she is essentially a sister-supporting demon. So she felt a little guilty about what happened before, so she quickly went to school and found a part-time job as a clerk in a milk tea shop. Although the money is not much, it is enough for me every month. When I save a few thousand yuan, I can buy gifts for my family. Yao Yao. Su Yao loved to cry and make trouble when she was a child, and she also had a somewhat unreasonable temper when she grew up. Su Yuan always coaxed her. He used to have a headache about what to do if no one could stand such a sister in the future. Unexpectedly, as she grew older, she became so sensible. He also had a feeling that his daughter had grown up. Okay, I know you feel guilty, but don't worry. Marrying my sister-in-law is the most important thing. Don't worry about me. Seeing you and my sister-in-law get married makes me happier than anything else." Su Yao's tone of voice was exactly the same as Su Yuan's mother's. This made Su Yuan laugh. "That's enough, I won't talk to you anymore, just look at VX." "What are you looking at on VX?" Su Yao was a little puzzled. But the other party had already hung up the phone. She cursed stinky Su Yuan in annoyance, then opened VX. The WeChat interface showed a transfer notification. Su Yuan turned 3,344 over. "We'll be brother and sister for all eternity. You said that girl Yao Yao, How could she be so unreliable? I asked her to ask about her brother, but it's been so long and there's still no news. If she doesn't ask, I'll go ask myself. In a convenience store in a residential area of Rongqing, Su Yao's parents were watching over the store. As time passed, Su Yuan's mother became more and more anxious. Su Yuan had previously told his family that he had a girlfriend, and then he said he would go visit her. Before leaving, he even called her to ask what he needed to prepare, and he looked very happy. But the next day, there was neither good news nor bad news, and no one even mentioned the matter again. This made her feel very cold, and she definitely knew that something was wrong. What could go wrong if I went to the woman's house? That must be because the girl's family doesn't agree. His son is tall and good looking, so it must be that the girl despises their family because they are poor. Su Yuan didn't tell her about this because he was afraid that she would be sad. If you're worried, just call and ask yourself. Su Yuan's father, who was standing next to her, saw her turning around in front of the convenience store door and felt dizzy. It's not that I don't dare to ask. If I ask him about his relationship with Qingxue, it will definitely make him sad. If I ask him where his money comes from, he will definitely find an excuse to put me off. Sitting down on the reclining chair, Su Yuan's mother sighed. Raising a son is so hard. No, our son has been sensible since he was young. How can he be as difficult as you say? TSK, what do you mean by sensible since childhood? Is that because I raised you well? As a trendy mom who considers herself at the forefront of fashion, Su Yuan's mother not only dresses herself up beautifully every day when taking care of her children, but also pays great attention to raising her children and buys many educational books for them to read. For example, respect children's needs, respect their privacy, don't hit or scold them, and talk to them properly. Although nothing she learned from the books was used, Su Yuan's mother felt that it must be because she had read all the books, so she had good genes, which allowed Su Yuan to learn to be sensible while still in her womb. What did you teach me? The books tell you to be a reasonable parent and guide your children's emotions during adolescence, but you encourage them to have a premature relationship? It's a good thing my son didn't listen to you, otherwise he might not even be able to get into a top university now. After glaring at Su Yuan's father, Su Yuan's mother took out her cell phone and planned to take action herself. But before she could make a phone call, Su Yuan called. How did he know I was going to call him? Could it be that because he did something bad, we, his family, are also being monitored by his organization? Should I answer the call? Otherwise, I'll go to the police station right now and ask them to answer the call. After all, the police are only a dozen steps away from here. Su Yuan's mother, who spends every day watching TV dramas, is possessed by the spirit of drama every minute while holding her mobile phone. That's not a police station you're talking about, that's a security booth. This made Su Yuan's father very helpless. He snatched the phone and answered it. Hello, Yuan? Su Yuan was a little surprised. Dad, where's my mom? Why are you the one answering the phone? Oh, your mother suspects she's being monitored by bad guys. She might need to be alone for a while before she returns to normal. Let's talk first. Didn't you transfer 5 million to your mother yesterday? Where did the money come from? Su Yuan's father is a straightforward person with no great ambitions. He just works as a grassroots civil servant, doing nothing in the office every day. After get off work, he accompanies Su Yuan's mother to run and check on the store. Therefore, he asked directly. It was too late for Su Yuan's mother to stop it. She pinched the tender flesh on Su Yuan's father's arm, and then pricked up her ears. Oh, I used my New Year's money to buy some Bitcoin, and now I've made tens of millions selling it. So I'm rich now, and this 5 million is for you guys. Chapter 63. How about having one? Oh, so that's how it is. You scared your mother to death. I thought you did something bad. Before Su Yuan's father could speak, Su Yuan's mother had already spoken. After she got the money yesterday, she had a lot of thoughts in her mind. She always felt that the money was a time bomb. Instead of feeling the joy of getting the money, she was a little worried that her life would be in danger. Now, after hearing Su Yuan's explanation, she felt much more relieved. Mom, you and my dad are so honest, what bad things could I do? That's true. Hey, son, I really don't regret cultivating your talent in finance. It really is useful. Thinking that she had worked hard all her life but had never earned so much money, and that her son had surpassed her even more, Su Yuan's mother is now very proud. However, her words made Su Yuan very confused. Mom, when did you cultivate my talent in this area? You're such a forgetful kid. Have you forgotten that when you had breakfast in high school, you always put a copy of Principles of Economics under your porridge bowl? After a moment of silence, Su Yuan praised, "Mom, you were so foresight. Your son admires you. So how's things going between you and Qing Shui?" After chatting for a while, Su Yuan's father brought the topic back to the main topic. Su Yuan's mother continued to prick up her ears. "Qing Shui and I are doing very well. We've already obtained our marriage certificate and plan to have our wedding when the time is right." Su Yuan quickly explained this matter to his mother so that she wouldn't make up stories all day long and scare herself to death. Really? When Su Yuan and Qing Shui got married, Su Yuan's mother's face wrinkled with joy. She looked in the mirror and said happily, "My genes are good, and my son and daughter will take after me." "Your genes are also good, and Qing Shui's genes are also good. Then how beautiful will the children you have in the future be?" Su Yuan's father interrupted, "Strictly speaking, children of the next generation are more likely to regress to their ancestors, and they might just take after me. You're the only one who talks too much." After finishing the call with his parents, Su Yuan also came to the sofa, put his arm around Zhao Qingshue's waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and said softly, "Now our parents agree, it's mutually consensual, and it's open and aboveboard. How about having one child?" "Oh, whoa, whoa." Before Zhao Qingshui could answer, Li Guo, who was standing next to her, heard this and suddenly started spinning around in circles with joy, just like it was New Year's Day. "What are you so happy about, single guy?" Looking at Li Guo's expression, Su Yuan knocked him on the head in annoyance. Li Guo is a male dog, about 1.5 years old. He should have been a domestic dog before. Unfortunately, he has been sterilized and is now a little eunuch. "Oh, whoa, whoa." As if hurt by Su Yuan's words, Li Guo lay on the carpet with some sadness, covered his eyes with his paws, and hummed. "Ha! It seems like he understands." From the moment Zhao Qingshui saw Li Guo, she felt he was exceptionally intelligent and human-like. Previously, she thought it was all coincidence, but now it seemed as if he could truly understand human speech. "It doesn't matter whether they understand or not. No matter how much they understand, I won't speak." "Oh, whoa." Because they had to get up in the morning to take Li Guo to the toilet, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingshui got up early the next day. After bringing Li Guo back from downstairs, the two had a rich breakfast. Just as they were about to go to work after breakfast, Su Yuan received a WeChat call from Yun. "Master Yuan, is your farm stay open today?" Su Yuan thought it was nothing, so he nodded and asked, "Are you guys coming today?" "No, I want to introduce my cousin to you. She's been having a rough time lately, so I want her to go to your place to relax." "Okay, let her come over." After a brief chat, Su Yuan hung up the phone and went out with Li Guo, taking Zhao Qingshui's live broadcast tools. Hey, where are you going?" As soon as he went out, he happened to meet Li Hao, who came down to eat for free. He was immediately shocked because he had no food to eat again. "Let's go to the farmhouse." "Is there food?" "Have." "Then let's go." When Su Yuan heard that Li Hao wanted to follow, he handed the live broadcast equipment and Li Guo to him, and he and Zhao Qingshui drove the Ferrari to spend the time alone. "Oh, has my charm decreased recently? It seems that beautiful girls are not interested in me. I haven't had a sister to sleep with for 2 days." After scolding Su Yuan for putting women before friends, Li Hao drove the Porsche Cayenne with a worried look on his face, dragging the live broadcast equipment behind him. Li Guo sat on the passenger seat, following Rafa with a sad look on his face. Li Guo hummed a few times proudly. "Forget it, you eunuch dog, how can you understand my sadness?" Shaking his head, Li Hao was just about to smoke a cigarette to relax, when a dog's paw stretched out from the side. Pop! His cigarette flew out of the window. Question mark. Li Hao turned around in shock, only to be met with a pair of angry eyes. "Fuck you. I'm not even angry yet, why are you so angry?" "Oh, whoa. You." Li Hao was so angry that he almost smoked. He found a roadside and stopped the car, intending to teach Li Guo a lesson. However, a gust of cold wind blew and he suddenly sobered up a lot. Why did he want to educate Li Guo? Su Yuan is such a scheming boy, no wonder he is asked to take care of the dog. They just want him to become more and more dog-like. He won't be fooled. An hour later, Rafa and the Porsche Cayenne stopped at the door of the farmhouse one after the other. There was also a black RV parked at the door. The car was covered with anti-peeping film, and the whole car was tightly sealed, so nothing could be seen. Su Yuan helped Zhao Qingshui get out of the car, and didn't care too much. He took the key and went to open the door of the farmhouse. You two are going too far. It's fine if you bully me, but you're bullying me for raising a dog. Li Hao decided to complain to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue and let them teach Li Gua a lesson. He would never recognize the identity of Li Gua's father. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. My grandson is quite obedient, how could he bully you? Li Hao turned around, pointed at Li Gua lying on the ground and said angrily, do you know what he did? He knocked out one of my cigarettes. After saying that, he wanted to reenact the scene in the car just now. However, as soon as he took out a cigarette from his pocket, he was stunned. At some point, the door of the RV in front was opened, and a woman wearing a red suspender dress with floral patterns walked out. The woman had a graceful and charming figure. As she walked towards the side, it felt like everything had become a backdrop, as if this was her home ground. Fuck, am I seeing things right, Jing Tian? Chapter 64 Let us barbecue. Su Yuan was also surprised by Jing Tian's appearance. Looking at her, it was obvious that she was here for the farm stay. Could it be that she is He Yun's sister? Da Tian Tian. Zhao Qingxue, who was standing next to Su Yuan, was also very surprised to see Jing Tian. She had been following Jing Tian's new drama some time ago. Her Cheongsam look in it was particularly beautiful, which gave her a lot of design inspiration. I didn't expect to see Jing Tian in person today. Excuse me, are you the boss here? Jing Tian walked slowly in front of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he asked politely. Su Yuan nodded, yes. Oh, it was my cousin He Yun who introduced me to play here. Sorry to bother you guys. Although Jing Tian's aura was very strong when she got off the car, which surprised everyone, she actually gave people a very friendly feeling when she spoke. Come in. Okay, I'll have my people move the things in. Because she trusted the places He Yun introduced, Jing Tian chose this place for her rare vacation. She planned to stay here for 3 to 5 days, and naturally brought a lot of her own things with her, such as cosmetics and some underwear. Miss Jing, is there anything I can help you with? I'm happy to help. Although Li Hao had many ex-girlfriends, both beautiful and not, tall and short, fat and thin, this was the first time he had seen a big shot like Jing Tian. So after being stunned for a long time, he launched an attack immediately. Who are you? He Yun had already told her about Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, so Jing Tian knew them, but who was the person with the obscene look in her eyes? Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Hao, Musili, the Hao that means bright moon in the sky. You can just call me Hao Hao. Don't pay attention to him, he's having his Chunibu attack again. Seeing Jing Tian looking at him with a puzzled look, Su Yuan felt a little helpless and glared at Li Hao. Zhao Qingxue, who was standing next to him, held Jing Tian's arm affectionately and said, Tian Tian, don't be fooled by him. Li Hao's words are deceitful. Okay then. As a smart person, Jing Tian understood what Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue meant, so he smiled and nodded. After asking the staff to move their things, a few people walked into the farmhouse. Looking at the lush environment of the farmhouse with flowers and trees, Jing Tian was quite satisfied. She is usually very busy filming, attending announcements and appearing on variety shows. It is rare for her to have time to rest and she doesn't want to go too far. It would be great for her to have a place with a nice environment in the suburbs of Shanghai where she can relax for a few days. Su originally came here to arrange for the staff there to put Jing Tian's things away, but Li Hao was very eager to go, so he let him go. He and Zhao Qingxue took Jing Tian for a stroll in the farmhouse. Li Gua followed the three of them leisurely, catching and petting them from time to time, catching butterflies, and having a lot of fun. The environment here is really nice, but I heard from my cousin that eating the apples here can help lose weight. After walking around twice, Jing Tian asked curiously. In fact, she had finally got a break and had originally booked a hotel at a nearby Hot Springs hotel, but Yun insisted that she go to a farm stay with a good environment and a great owner. There was also a magical orchard inside the farm stay. He strongly recommended her to come, so she had no choice but to come. But I don't have much hope for apples that can help with weight loss or cherries that can whiten the skin. As a star, in order to manage her figure well, she not only has to spend 4 hours every week in the gym to lift weights, but also has to strictly control her diet, low in carbohydrates, and the rest is just a little protein and a moderate amount of vegetables and fruits. It can be said that she thinks she eats super healthy. Therefore, she feels that eating fruits is not very effective for losing weight, but it is good for maintaining a good figure. Yes. Su Yuan smiled slightly, but I believe you have heard about the prices of the fruits here. This is natural, and as long as it works, the price is very reasonable. Although I don't quite believe that the apples here in Suyuan are really that magical, but since I'm here, of course I have to give it a try. Suyuan also walked over and picked 3. One was handed to Zhao Qingxue, one was given to Jing Tian, and the last one was thrown to Li Guo, who was sitting on the ground and watching eagerly. Oh whoa whoa. Suyuan took a bite of the apple and began to chew it in big mouthfuls. His mouth was full of apple juice, which looked particularly delicious. Jing Tian originally planned to eat a few bites and then throw it away, but in the end he couldn't help but finish it. By the way, don't prepare dinner for me tonight. I'll just have some fruit. Although it was really a vacation, Jing Tian didn't want to just stay here for a few days and relax. Otherwise, when she returns, her makeup artist and service designer will start to nag her again, and the media will take pictures of her and publish press releases about her being fat and strong. When Jing Tian thought of this, she completely lost her appetite. Are you losing weight? Zhao Qingxue was very surprised to hear her say this, but you are already very thin, you don't need to lose weight? It's my habit. Jing Tian smiled and said, to be honest, I have a physique that is prone to obesity. I will gain weight if I eat a little more. You can't not eat. Zhao Qingxue thought for a moment and said, how about you eat a normal meal tonight and then have an apple? I promise you won't be fat when you wake up tomorrow morning. How about that? This. Jing Tian was a little embarrassed, but she couldn't refuse the kindness, so after Zhao Qingxue's repeated invitations, she finally agreed. However, she also repeatedly stated, I only eat 3 pieces of meat, and then a little bit of vegetables. I won't eat more. I know. In fact, the reason why Zhao Qingxue pulled Jing Tian to eat like this was mainly because she could see that she also wanted to eat, but she held back. Anyway, there were apples there, and eating them wouldn't make her fat, so she kept pulling Jing Tian to eat. At around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Li Hao and Su Yuan moved all the barbecue grills and barbecue racks to the front of the cabin, and then they sat together and started to light the charcoal fire, preparing to eat barbecue. Looking at the well-cut pieces of pork belly and beef, Jing Tian swallowed and said, they look delicious. Do you eat like this often? It's not very often, but since I'm here, of course I have to have a barbecue. As Zhao Qingxue put the pork belly on the grill, she asked, Tian, do you like fattier or leaner meat? Chapter 65 Wife, be careful of fish bones when eating fish. Looking at the sizzling pork belly on the baking tray, Jing Tian swallowed hard and whispered, there's too much fat. I might not be able to finish it. Tian, you don't know that girls look good only when they have meat on their bodies. It's okay to eat a few pieces. Li Hao next to him also came over and tried to persuade him. Or, eat it yourself. Although her stomach and mouth were clamoring for meat, especially roasted greasy pork belly, Jing Tian finally held back when she thought about everyone's criticism of her figure. Zhao Qingxue smiled, her eyes curved. I won't eat it yet. Are you losing weight too? No, I'm waiting for my husband to grill some fish for me. As a person who loves grilled fish very much, of course she had to leave some space in her stomach for it. Zhao Qingxue turned her head and glanced at Su Yuan. He had already seared the sari and was cutting a piece of fresh lemon and squeezing the lemon juice on it. Wife, your grilled fish. Su Yuan handed the hot and fragrant grilled sari to Zhao Qingxue, and reminded her, be careful of the fish bones when you eat it. If the project wasn't so huge, he would have wanted to pick out all the bones from the grilled fish before giving it to Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue happily took a bite and nodded vaguely, yeah, I get it. It's really delicious. Little foodie. Looking at her, Su Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips and gently touched her hair. Forehead. Looking at this scene, Jing Tian's expression was very surprised. Zhao Qingxue noticed her staring at him and asked a little embarrassedly, do you like grilled fish too? Then grill a few more. No, I prefer barbecue. Jing Tian quickly waved her hand, then lowered her voice and asked curiously, Qingxue, how long have you and your husband been together? Well, we've been together for over 4 years, right? What's wrong? More than 4 years? Upon hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Jing Tian screamed in surprise, is this true? How come she's still treating you so well after 4 years? Jing Tian was really surprised. She also has a boyfriend. Anyone who reads a little entertainment news has basically seen photos of her showing her affection with her boyfriend. The two often interact on Weibo and are always said to be showing affection, but in fact, only those who drink the water know whether it is hot or cold. During the initial period of their passionate love, her boyfriend was really good to her. He would come to visit her whenever he was free, and would send her sweet messages every day asking where she was. The two of them were as close as candy. But after a long time, she clearly felt that their feelings had faded. He has his own life and career. It is impossible for him to give up his original circle of friends because of her, let alone give up his career. In the end, it is natural that he can spend less and less time with her. In the past, he was willing to accompany her out for walks whenever he was free, but now that she finally has some free time, he has to go abroad with his friends to participate in an event, so she has to come here alone. Seeing Su Yuan being so considerate to Zhao Qingxue just now made her envious and jealous. She really wants to have a boyfriend like this. Even if I can't carefully grill fish for her, it would be nice to spend more time with her. He and I have always been like this. Zhao Qingxue was a little puzzled by Jing Tian's words. Does it mean that if you've been together for a long time, you have to treat each other badly? That's not what I meant. I just envy your relationship. Don't be envious, you will always find the one you love. I hope so. Although Jing Tian really wanted to eat barbecue, she finally restrained herself and only ate 3 pieces of lean roasted pork belly and some roasted vegetables. Zhao Qingxue was truly amazed at her self-control. However, the next day, when Jing Tian got up, she weighed herself on an empty stomach as usual in the morning. This weighing made her wake up. The number displayed on the scale is 43.5. She touched her face and weighed herself again in disbelief, but it still showed 43.5. If I remember correctly, she weighed 45.1 yesterday morning. She thought she would feel heavier when she woke up today because she had eaten some barbecue yesterday afternoon, but she actually lost weight. And I lost 3 pounds. Jing Tian lifted up her pajamas in disbelief and took a look at her more obvious abdominal muscles. She almost flew with joy. It turns out that apple really works. If eating that apple really helps her lose weight, doesn't that mean she can eat all the barbecue she wants? Qingxue, Qingxue. Jing Tian got up, changed his clothes, and couldn't wait to go find Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue was in the kitchen making breakfast for several people. Seeing her get up, she couldn't help but smile. Are you up? I'm making breakfast. How many fried eggs do you want? I made them for you with less oil, so you can have one more. Eat 3. Thinking about how he had lost 3 pounds, Jing Tian shook his 3 arrogant fingers and continued to ask, Are we going to have barbecue this afternoon? Don't eat any more. You can't eat much anyway. I want to make some light dishes for you this afternoon. They are low in calories and taste good. It doesn't matter if you eat more. Because Su Yuan and she were relatively poor before, they couldn't eat out every day in order to save money, so her cooking skills were honed and she can cook delicious dishes. Woo woo woo, but I want to eat barbecue. Question mark. I lost 3 pounds today. How about some barbecue? I really want to eat barbecue. Yesterday, Jing Tian was afraid of getting fat, so she used all her strength to restrain her desire to eat a lot. But now that she no longer has this concern, she also wants to let go and have a good meal. Okay. Jing Tian was a guest, and since she requested so strongly, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to agree to her. Therefore, in the afternoon, several people set up the barbecue grill again. Schwerer, you are so unprofessional. Where's the live broadcast you promised? Why haven't you done it yet today? While preparing ingredients for the barbecue, Zhao Qingxue opened her mobile phone to check her account. There were countless messages urging her to broadcast, which made her feel helpless. Jing Tian, who was wearing gloves and marinating pork belly nearby, came over to take a look and asked, Qingxue, are you the anchor? Yeah, beauty stuff. Zhao Qingxue put down her phone. She had no time to live broadcast now. You don't have to live stream beauty products all the time. It's also good to occasionally live stream your daily life. When Jing Tian said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Qingxue, I haven't done a live broadcast in a long time. Why don't I use your live broadcast room to do one as well? Chapter 66. My husband's looks are better than 100% of the young handsome guys, but he's not that great. Is this okay? Of course. Jing Tian did what she said. She took Zhao Qingxue inside to touch up her makeup, then prepared the equipment for the live broadcast. After debugging it and making sure there were no problems, she sat directly in front of the camera and prepared to start the broadcast. Before the broadcast started, she waved to Su Yuan and said, Brother Yuan, do you want to live stream with us? With your looks, you will definitely gain a lot of female fans. Su Yuan waved his hand, showing no intention of showing his face. I'll just show it to my wife. Why do I need so many female fans? Me, let me show my face, I can do it. Li Hao, who was preparing the barbecue ingredients nearby, quickly volunteered. He excitedly brought over a large pile of vegetable skewers and said, Tian, I see you like eating vegetables very much. I skewered these for you myself. Jing Tian frowned and looked at the large bowl of vegetable skewers in front of him, feeling a little dizzy. Spare her. If possible, she really doesn't want to eat grass every meal. What's wrong? It's not enough. I'll string some more for you. As soon as Li Hao saw Jing Tian's expression, he immediately turned around happily and continued to string vegetables, leaving Jing Tian speechless. To be honest, Li Hao's skills in picking up girls are not very clever. The main reason why he was always successful in the past was that the girls he flirted with were generally ordinary. A rich second generation like him who looked okay, basically, as long as he pretended to be gentle and considerate, the girls would take the bait. Ruan, who has a little vision, would not pay any attention to him, let alone Jing Tian. Hello, everyone, I'm Shuer. Hello, everyone, I'm Jing Tian, everyone's big Tian. After everything was ready, Zhao Qingshui and Jing Tian started the live broadcast directly. Before starting the live broadcast, Jing Tian had already posted the live broadcast portal on his social account. Therefore, as soon as the broadcast started, not only Zhao Qingshui's fans but also Jing Tian's fans were waiting in the live broadcast room. Fans on both sides were very surprised that the two suddenly appeared in the same live broadcast room. Shuer, I haven't heard that you have any friendship with Tian. You're hiding it very well. Tian, which sister of yours is this? She's so pretty, it's the first time we've met. Two peerless beauties together, it's so pleasing to the eyes. What kind of makeup will you be teaching in today's livestream? I'm so excited. Looking at the dense barrage of comments, Zhao Qingshui first explained, because I don't have time today, I won't live broadcast my makeup, I will live broadcast eating. Tian next to him also responded with a smile, pointing the camera at the surrounding environment and the barbecue ingredients. Yeah, look at the environment here, it's pretty good, right? I'm barbecuing at a farmhouse in the suburbs of Shanghai. Let me tell you, the environment of this farmhouse is really great. You must come and have fun when you have time. It's such a pleasure to be here. After saying that, he put the pork belly marinated with ingredients and onions on the baking tray and grilled it. Soon, oil was dripping from it and there was a sizzling sound. After both sides were golden brown, Jing Tian picked up the meat, wrapped it with lettuce, added seasoning and onions, and took a full bite. His cheeks were bulging from eating so much. Seeing this scene, the fans below were stunned. Tian, you've changed. You don't even eat vegetables anymore. Eating them will make you gain weight. When you wake up tomorrow, you will be Tian Pulse. Wow, it's okay. You will always be my baby. It's no wonder that Jing Tian's fans were so surprised. The main reason was that Jing Tian had live streamed her dinner before. Every time, it was just a little bit of sweet potato, a small piece of chicken breast, and a small piece of various vegetables and fruits. Although these ingredients look very pleasing to the eye when arranged on a plate, you will realize how painful it tastes when you eat it, because it has basically no taste and no oil at all. Sometimes Jing Tian came back from a day of filming a costume drama, feeling dizzy and hungry. One could imagine the despair in his heart when he saw this plate of grass. Fans could feel how painful Jing Tian was eating dinner through the screen. Therefore, everyone was very surprised to see her eating the sizzling roasted pork belly without hesitation. Not only that, she ate one piece after another, and in a short while, she had eaten 7 or 8 pieces. Tian, you're letting yourself go like this. Are you planning to quit the entertainment industry? Seeing her eating non-stop, some people even began to speculate. Jing Tian denied it while eating. How is that possible? Why would I quit the entertainment industry at such a young age? You ate so much, but Shuer next to you only ate 1 piece. That's because Shuer is waiting for her husband to grill fish for her. Jing Tian glanced outside the camera and saw Su Yuan grilling a freshly caught sea bass. It was almost done and he was sprinkling seasoning on the fish. Is Shuer's husband here too? We want to see Shuer's husband. Ah, my male god. Previously, Zhao Qingshui's fans were particularly interested in Su Yuan. When they heard that Su Yuan was grilling fish nearby, they all asked him to appear in the video. Zhao Qingshui smiled and said, "Okay, everyone, stop making trouble. My husband doesn't like being on camera." Is that so? Tian, what does Shuer's husband look like? Hurry, hurry, tell us. Schwer wasn't allowed to answer, nor to do anything tricky. Seeing so many people curious about Su Yuan's appearance on the barrage, Jing Tian ate another piece of barbecue and thought for a moment, how should I describe it? I feel like Brother Yuan's looks can beat 95% of the young and handsome guys in the entertainment industry. De Tian, if you were kidnapped, just blink. No favors allowed. There are many talented people in the entertainment industry nowadays, and there are batches of handsome young men, just like endless leaks. Among them, there are also many with amazing looks. Although everyone thinks that the man who is worthy of Zhao Qingshui must not be ugly, he will definitely not be too handsome. After all, it's okay that he's rich, considerate, gentle, and loves his wife, but he's also incredibly handsome? That's perfect. Perfect people don't even seem like they can exist in this world. I didn't lie to you. Jing Tian was also a little helpless. She really didn't lie. With facial features like Su Yuan, with a little makeup and a suitable hairstyle, there are basically no young handsome guys who can compare to him. At least, among all the handsome guys she had filmed with, she felt that none of them could compare to Su Yuan. There are a few people who have very delicate features after putting on makeup, but after removing their makeup, they look terrible, with spots all over their faces. Don't listen to De Tiantian's nonsense. My husband doesn't beat 95% of the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry. Zhao Qingshui, who was standing next to him, suddenly interrupted and said, he just beat up 100% of the young guys. He's not that great. Chapter 67. I'm most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Schwer, you are such a naughty girl. Are you happy this time? Brother Yuan is so handsome. No wonder Schwer is so devoted to him. I really want to see a photo of Schwer and Brother Yuan together. They must be so pleasing to the eyes. There are more and more people in the live broadcast room, and it is even recommended on the platform's homepage. Although most people came in because of De Tian, they also chose to follow Zhao Qingshui because she was so pretty and interesting. Zhao Qingshui saw that the number of followers on her backstage kept increasing, reaching 700,000 or 800,000 in minutes. The number of followers increased by 400,000 or 500,000 overnight. She never dreamed that there would be such a day. How come all of a sudden, her fan base seemed to be approaching that of a big streamer? Wife, you're grilled fish. Familiar slender fingers holding a plate of grilled fish were passed in from outside the camera. Although there was only one hand, it made everyone in the camera excited all of a sudden. Ah, my brother Yuan's haunting hand. My brother Yuan is so gentle. I can't believe it. This hand tipped Schwer 50,000 yuan in one go. I bet this hand, when tapping on the phone, must be as perfect as a sculpture by a top medieval artist. With just one hand, everyone imagined it filling up almost a book, which made Zhao Qingshui feel a little amused and helpless. Jing Tian smiled slightly. Everyone, don't think about it, Brother Yuan is already Schwer's husband, no matter how much you like him, please restrain yourself. Don't talk so much nonsense, De Tian, just tell me whether you want to marry someone like Yuan Gu. Of course I do. Jing Tian was quite generous in answering questions that many female celebrities would find difficult to answer. Before her fans could even start to criticize her, she asked, don't you want to? I won't accept hypocritical answers. Humph, De Tian, you're so cruel. You've blocked us so much that we can't say anything. I'll tell your boyfriend. That's right. After chatting for more than 2 hours, Jing Tian even burped from eating barbecue. She touched her stomach and smiled contentedly at the camera. This is the most satisfying meal I've had since I was 13. After saying that, he took out an apple that he had prepared long ago and started to chew it. I know everyone must be curious why I dare to eat barbecue so unscrupulously. Well, I won't hide it from you. The secret is here. See? This apple can help you lose weight. Overnight, you can lose 10 pounds depending on your physique. Yesterday, I ate one and lost 3 pounds. De Tian, you didn't lie to us, did you? Are you sure this isn't an advertisement? Seamless implantation. After hearing Jing Tian's words, most people were skeptical. How could there be an apple that was so effective for weight loss? If it really existed, how could there still be so many fat people in the world? Wouldn't everyone be a fat pig? But after all, we are all fans. Since Jing Tian has advertised, everyone is kind enough to ask for the link. But Zhao Qingshui's next answer surprised everyone. Sorry, these apples are grown by my husband. We don't plan to sell them to anyone else. You can only pick them here and eat them yourself. If you want to eat them, you can come to our place, but you have to make an appointment in advance. In order to ensure the experience of everyone who comes to the farmhouse, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan discussed and decided not to allow more than 10 people in at a time. The conditions for coming to this farm stay are too harsh. As long as this apple is really useful, I think it's worth going once. By the way, how much is this apple? At first, everyone suspected that the reason Jing Tian was eating an apple was because she had accepted money from the apple vendor and was doing this for advertising. But now it seems that the farm stay has no shortage of guests, and the suspicion of advertising has been completely cleared. Moreover, apples can help you lose weight, and even big stars are eating them, so how could there be a shortage of people buying them? 50,000 each. Jing Tian held up 5 fingers towards the camera. I don't think it's that expensive, because the effect is really good. Most of you watching my live broadcast here are my old fans, and you know I generally don't recommend things like substitutes. Because no matter what, you get what you pay for. There's no such thing as spending a penny and getting a great deal. That's too unrealistic. Although everyone knows that what Jing Tian said makes sense, but 50,000 yuan for an apple, that's robbery. Sorry to bother you, I have to go now. I'm leaving now. I'm not worthy. 50,000 yuan may not be a big deal for a star like Jing Tian or a rich second generation like He Yun, but it is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Because there are so many things that ordinary people can do with 50,000 yuan. Not only can it be used as a year's food expenses, but you can also buy a Santana for transportation. Forget it. If I have to spend 50,000 yuan to lose weight, I'd rather stay fat. Although ordinary fans in the live broadcast room said that they could not afford it at all, it did not prevent some people from cutting Jing Tian's live broadcast into small clips and playing them on other video websites. As a result, Su Yuan's small farm stay became famous overnight. The next day, his phone was almost blown up by calls from people who had made appointments to come and play. Seeing that this didn't work, Su Yuan changed the online reservation phone number to a landline number. 11 more people were hired, 1 to answer the phone, 4 cooks to take care of the food, 2 to clean, and the remaining 4 to take care of the orchard. After everything was arranged, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yuan. He was just about to go look for Zhao Qingxue and Jing Tian who were out for a walk, but Li Hao pulled Li Gui in. Awo. Li Gui bared his teeth, looking like a boss who was not happy to be pulled by Li Hao. He kept backing away, and his butt almost rubbed the wooden floor flat. After seeing Su Yuan, he immediately complained to Su Yuan loudly, feeling aggrieved. Su Yuan felt that Li Gui's accusing expression was quite plausible, but he didn't understand. What's wrong? Looking at the handful of cherries in Li Hao's hand, Su Yuan asked with some confusion. Li Hao stretched out his hand and showed the cherries in his hand to Su Yuan. Look at what Li Gui did. He actually picked 5 of your cherries that cost 10,000 yuan each. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have eaten all the cherries. After hearing what Li Hao said, Li Gui on the ground turned around in circles anxiously, and finally bit his trouser leg and pulled it down hard. I'm most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Su Yuan glanced down, then put his hand to his mouth and coughed. You aren't wearing any underwear? Chapter 68. It's too late for you to call me grandpa now. Li Hao covered his face and ran away. Su Yuan didn't forget to pick the cherries out of his hand and put them into Li Gui's dog mouth. Li Gui was happy then and started to play around Su Yuan, humming and whining. After 3 days of happy fun at the farmhouse, Zhao Qingxue gained nearly 1 million followers due to live broadcasts every night, a terrifying speed. The video of Tian eating barbecue was also made into various emoticons and uploaded, and became a hot topic again. Finally, the most discussed topic was Su Yuan's orchard. There were even reporters who called to interview him, but Su Yuan refused, saying he was busy. But He Yun feels comfortable here. The photo he posted on his WeChat moments had always been ridiculed, which made him very angry, but once Su Yuan's orchard became popular, they became really popular. Dad, hurry up, I can't make a reservation, can you please help me? You're on good terms with the owner of that farmhouse, right? Let me introduce you to him. I'll treat you to a meal later. You can pick any place you want. Dad, I'm your sweet little cotton padded jacket, will you take me to the orchard to play? Within a day, all of his social media accounts were flooded with private messages, most of which were from people asking him about the orchard. He Yun curled his lips. Humph, it's too late for you to call me grandpa now. Ancestors. To be honest, He Yun felt very happy when he saw all those private messages calling him dad. However, he didn't reply to any of the messages in the end. Because basically I asked him to help make a reservation for Su Yuan Orchard, but ever since he became famous, he can't even make a reservation, so how can he make reservations for others? Come on, Li Gua, wipe your paws. When they got home, Zhao Qingxue threw a towel on the ground. Li Gua obediently stepped on it a few times, wiped his paws clean, and then showed them to Zhao Qingxue. She nodded. Our Li is really good. Come in from now on, you must wipe your paws when you enter the door. Oh whoa whoa. Zhao Qingxue smiled and touched Li Gua's dog's head. She was about to go to the kitchen to cook, but when she turned around, she saw her cell phone light up. It was her mother calling. Mom? What's wrong? They hadn't spoken for several days, so Zhao Qingxue sat on the sofa with her mobile phone and started chatting with her mother. Su Yuan also sat next to her, and Zhao Qingxue simply turned on the hands-free mode. Are you two okay now? We're both fine. What's wrong, Mom? As long as you two are fine. By the way, isn't tomorrow Sunday? Did you receive Ningning's wedding invitation? Remember to come. Zhao Qingxue's mother gave some special instructions. The Ningning she was talking about was a relative of Zhao Qingxue's mother's. She was 5 years older than Zhao Qingxue. They had played together when they were young, but they had little contact after they grew up. During the Chinese New Year, I heard that Ningning found a very good boyfriend. 2 days ago, Zhao Qingxue also received an electronic invitation from Ningning. She has already prepared to attend her wedding tomorrow. I know, Mom. That's all I need to know. I'm telling you, even though you and Ningning haven't been in touch for a while, you have to give her a generous red envelope this time. Ningning's boyfriend is quite impressive. Even though he's in his 30s and not very good looking, he started his own business, opened an internet company, and has an annual turnover of over 10 million. Zhao Qingxue's mother said earnestly, this is not a trivial matter. If you have a good relationship with Ningning in the future, you can ask Ningning for help whenever you need it. After hearing what Zhao Qingxue's mother said, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Su Yuan already knew what kind of person Zhao Qingxue's mother was, so he just smiled indifferently. Zhao Qingxue was a little embarrassed and could only respond, okay, I'll prepare a big red envelope. It's at least 10,000, understand? After finally finishing the conversation with Zhao Qingxue's mother, Zhao Qingxue was also a little worried. My relationship with Ningning is not good. We haven't been in touch for so many years. If she gets married, is it appropriate for me to give her 10,000 yuan? Although she has no shortage of money now, there are still some rules to follow when giving gifts at a wedding. For distant friends, classmates, colleagues, etc., 200-500 is enough. For closer friends, give 1 or 2,000. As for tens of thousands, those are given by very close relatives. Who would give so much money to others for no reason? Listen to your mother. After thinking about it, Su Yuan made a decision. Anyway, 10,000 is just a drop in the bucket for him now, and he doesn't need the money. As for what others think, that is their business, he doesn't care much, but he must take Zhao Qingxue's mother's feelings into consideration, otherwise if she gets angry, he and Zhao Qingxue will be the first to suffer. Well, then I'll listen to my husband. After making the decision, the two of them entrusted Li Gua to Li Hao upstairs the next day and drove off early in the morning. Ningning's wedding was held at a very famous resort hotel in Shanghai. The hotel was already crowded on weekends, and with the wedding being held there, it was extremely lively. It's easy to deal with people, but the parking lot is obviously not enough. Seeing that there was a long line of cars waiting for the hotel, Su Yuan asked Zhao Qingxue to get off the car and go to the hotel to rest first, while he planned to drive the car to a nearby parking lot. Ha! It's Qingxue. The wedding was a grand one, so many relatives came. There were 50 tables full of people, including the groom's and bride's relatives. After Zhao Qingxue entered the hotel lobby, she wanted to find her seat, but before she found it, she heard someone calling her. When she turned around, she saw Ningning's bridesmaid, whom she also knew and had played with before. Hi, you guys look so beautiful today. Looking at those people dressed in fancy clothes and wearing heavy makeup, who were considered half the protagonists of today's wedding, Zhao Qingxue also praised them with a smile. No matter how beautiful she is not as beautiful as our Qingxue. Yeah, Qingxue, I'm so jealous of you. You're already 24, and your skin is still so good. I'm starting to get fine lines. Ha! Don't you have a boyfriend? Why aren't you coming with me today? Several people came up to Zhao Qingxue enthusiastically, pinched her face, and their expressions were full of envy. Here I am. My husband went to park the car. These bridesmaids were all very nice, and Zhao Qingxue was willing to interact with them. Seeing that the wedding had not officially started yet, she simply pulled them together to reminisce about the past. A new husband? When they heard that Zhao Qingxue's husband was also there, one of them asked curiously. She asked this not out of any bad intention, but she heard someone say some time ago that Zhao Qingxue had found a very poor boyfriend, and her family disagreed and forced them to break up. Zhao Qingxue has been a good girl since she was young. She thought that they broke up because they listened to their family. Chapter 69. Qingxue, your husband is so handsome. However, although Zhao Qingxue knew that the man had no ill intentions in asking this question, she was still somewhat unhappy when she heard it. She explained to several people seriously, I have already decided on him. No matter what he is like, I will be with him. What's more, he is not poor. When Zhao Qingxue said this, her face was serious, and a cold light flashed in her usually gentle eyes, which made people feel frightened when they saw it. Okay, Qingxue, I just asked casually. I'm sorry, please don't take my words to heart. Yes, Qingxue, Mumu can't speak, so don't take what she just said to heart. When they saw Zhao Qingxue's serious look, they were stunned for a moment, but after thinking about it and putting themselves in her shoes, they realized that what she said was indeed inappropriate. The girl named Mumu immediately apologized to Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue didn't like to argue, so after hearing that everyone admitted their mistakes, she let the matter go and started talking about the wedding. Honestly, I really envy Ningning. You don't know how rich Ningning's husband is. When talking about Ningning's wedding, everyone talked about it with great interest. The hotel booked for this wedding is a famous resort hotel. It costs several thousand to spend a night here. If we book this place for the wedding, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands a day. Moreover, the wedding venue was decorated very luxuriously. The cigarettes distributed were all Jeanhua brand, not to mention some souvenirs. It looked like a waste of money no matter how you looked at it. What made everyone envious the most was the wedding dress that Ningning's boyfriend ordered for her. It was said to be designed by the famous French designer Ferrari and was completely handmade. It took 4 people a full month to stick the diamonds on the wedding dress. Every detail was exquisite. Of course, such an expensive wedding dress is not cheap, a full 890,000. This is like wearing a BMW on your body. For ordinary people, even if they are willing to spend a lot of money on a wedding dress that is only worn once, they can't afford it. At most, they can choose a nice style within 100,000 yuan and make some modifications. Who would hire a famous designer to design a special one? That's simply nonsense. But Ningning's boyfriend bought her a wedding dress worth 890,000 yuan with a wave of his hand. They couldn't help but envy her. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every woman, so of course it has to be as perfect as possible. Well, Riali is indeed a good designer. The wedding dress she designs will not disappoint. Zhao Qingxue smiled slightly, but she was not too envious. After all, Su Yuan had already given her a dress worth tens of millions, so this wedding dress worth hundreds of thousands was nothing special to her. Hey, Qingxue, you shouldn't feel disappointed, really. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's indifferent look, several people thought that she was feeling upset and patted her shoulders to comfort her. Yes, we are all ordinary people. Not everyone is as lucky as Ningning. My boyfriend is also very poor and still lives with his parents. The simultaneous words of comfort from several people made Zhao Qingxue feel a bit helpless and amused. He originally wanted to explain. But then she thought that explaining now would seem too deliberate. Even if she really explained it, some people might not take it seriously. There was really no need to waste her breath, so she just smiled and let it go. After chatting for a while, the door suddenly became lively. I looked at the time and it seemed like the newlyweds were getting off the bus. Of course, they had to go to the door to watch such a good moment. Several people became busy and had no time to chat with Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue waved her hand to tell them to hurry up, and she walked towards the door. Welcome the newcomers. Amidst the lively welcome, a long line of wedding cars stopped in front of the hotel. The door of the leading car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, opened, and Ningning and the groom, wearing a designer wedding dress, slowly got out under the enthusiastic gaze and cheers of the crowd. Although the groom looks to be almost 40 years old, he is dressed quite smartly today and is a good match for the bride. The bride Ningning happily held his arm and slowly walked towards the hotel lobby, dragging the long hem of her wedding dress. Ningning is so happy. I wish I had a husband like this. This kind of wedding is exactly what I've always dreamed of, okay? Whoever can afford a wedding of this standard will let me marry them on the spot. After seeing the grand occasion of the wedding, many girls present were very envious and disgusted in low voices. There were quite a lot of people at the scene, and in order to make room for the newlyweds, several security guards used their arms to block the guests on both sides to the sides of the red carpet. Zhao Qingxue happened to be right next to them. She was pushed by the crowd and staggered, losing her balance and falling backwards. Ah! He subconsciously grabbed in the air but caught nothing, and the screams of the crowd rang in his ears. When she reacted, she found that a flower stand next to her was also pushed towards her by the crowd. Seeing that she was about to be hit, she struggled and used her hands to block her face. It's already this late, and you're still only protecting your face. However, the expected pain did not come. A familiar strong arm tightly hugged her waist, and Su Yuan's helpless words rang in her ears. His words contained 3 parts of helplessness and 3 parts of doting, but more of heartache. Why are you here? When she opened her eyes and saw Su Yuan's deep eyes, Zhao Qingxue asked in surprise, "How come you appeared so timely?" "Little fool, I've been following you for a long time, and you didn't even notice me." When Su Yuan said this, he couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. After he parked the car, he sent a message to Zhao Qingxue, but she never replied. When he finally found her, he discovered that the little fool didn't think of him at all and was watching other people's weddings with great interest. Forehead. Zhao Qingxue felt a little guilty when she heard him say that. But now is not the time to talk about this, because such an accident happened at the wedding, which almost caused casualties, and everyone was shocked. Even Ningning temporarily stopped filming and walking the red carpet, and came over with concern and asked, "Qingxue, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, it was our poor planning that almost got you hurt." When she said this, she couldn't help but glance towards Su Yuan, her eyes full of amazement. Because, so handsome. And it wasn't just her. Almost all the girls around her had their eyes on Su Yuan, with little red hearts in their eyes. Chapter 70. When will you act in a TV series? I will definitely watch it. Who is this person? Does anyone know him? He's so handsome. I thought he was some celebrity. No, he's much more handsome than those celebrities. Qingxue is so lucky to be hugged by such a handsome guy. To be honest, if I could be treated like Qingxue, I would be willing to be hit by a flower stand. Look at you, that crazy nympho. You talk like you're not a nympho. Because he was going to attend a wedding, Su Yuan wore a light gray suit today. Zhao Qingxue had put this suit in the shopping cart a long time ago. It cost almost 30,000 yuan, but she had never been willing to buy it. She had planned to give it to Su Yuanqing on his birthday, but he ended up buying it by mistake after clearing out the shopping cart. As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue knows Su Yuan's suitable style and size very well. Although this suit was bought online, it fits Su Yuan very well. The elegant and low-key gray makes him look calm and noble, and his good figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs add a lot of points to this suit. Of course, appearance is the most important thing. Su Yuan had a very good foundation to begin with. Before going out today, Zhao Qingxue thought of Jing Tian's words, so she blew his hair and slightly modified his face. His face is now as angular as a sculpture, and with deep eyes and a straight nose beneath his messy hair, he is as eye-catching as a medieval work of art. People are visual animals. Not only men are obsessed with appearance, but there are also a lot of women who are obsessed with appearance. Therefore, when seeing such a handsome guy, basically no woman would not be moved. Ah, I'm fine. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, Zhao Qingxue felt very embarrassed and quickly tried to get out of Su Yuan's arms. But Su Yuan seemed not to understand what she meant, and tightly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Zhao Qingxue glared at Su Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless. She could only let him hug her and continued talking to Ning Ning. Luckily, my husband is here. I'm really fine. You guys can continue with the wedding and don't waste time. He's your husband? When Ning Ning heard that Su Yuan was actually Zhao Qingxue's husband, she opened her mouth in disbelief. I only heard that Zhao Qingxue found a very poor boyfriend. When did he become her husband? Moreover, she never knew that Zhao Qingxue's husband was so handsome. No wonder Zhao Qingxue is willing to follow him even though she is so poor. Just based on this face, there must be many girls who would be willing to follow him. Yes. Ningning, if there's nothing wrong here, don't waste time here. We still have to continue with the wedding. Ningning probably stared at Su Yuan for too long, which made the groom next to her a little unhappy. He coughed and started to order the staff to clean up the place quickly so as not to delay the wedding. It was obvious that Ningning usually relied on the groom like a little woman. After hearing what he said, she did not dare to refute him. After looking at Zhao Qingxue apologetically, she took the groom's arm and left. But here, Zhao Qingxue was not at peace. Everyone who knew Zhao Qingxue gathered around her. "Qingxue, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such a handsome husband? Oh my god, he's really handsome." As long as a girl is a girl, she will naturally have some vanity. Hearing an old acquaintance praise her husband's handsomeness, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but smile. "No, it's just that I'm dressed a little more formally today. I'm not usually this handsome." Don't be so modest. With this kind of appearance, you're definitely the most handsome boy on campus. It really is a beautiful girl paired with a handsome guy. You two are such a great combination, aren't you? I want to sit with you. Although the girls around were all talking around Zhao Qingxue, their eyes were always secretly glancing at Su Yuan. Although he is already someone else's husband, it would be good if he could just look at me. However, to their disappointment, Su Yuan stood next to Zhao Qingxue from beginning to end, watching her greet people with a faint smile in his eyes. After the newlyweds walked the red carpet and the MC came on stage, everyone had to return to their seats. When Zhao Qingxue finally got away from the group of women and walked to her seat, she found that her mother and father had already sat down at her table. When she heard others talking about Su Yuan, her mother was still bragging loudly to them. "Yes, that's my son-in-law. My son-in-law is so handsome. I don't think many people can compare to him." Zhao Qingxue's father has never been one to show off. He just sat next to her and kept pulling her sleeves, asking her to speak more quietly, and she even hit him several times. After shaking his hands with a grin, Zhao Qingxue's father saw his daughter and son-in-law coming over and quickly invited them to sit down. "Come and sit down. Dad, Mom." Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue sat down and greeted Zhao Qingxue's parents. The people at the surrounding tables were also very surprised when they saw Su Yuan. What a handsome guy. He's so handsome. He could be a big star. Yes, yes, yes. When you start acting in a TV series, I will definitely go to watch it. Apart from Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, there are not many young people at this table. Basically, they are at the same level as Zhao Qingxue's parents. Seeing that Su Yuan was so handsome, they did not hesitate to praise him and almost praised him to the sky. Su Yuan felt almost embarrassed after hearing these words. "Tisk, what's the point of being handsome? It can't be used to make a living. I think Ningning's husband is better. Although he is a bit older, he is honest and motivated. Such a person is a real golden son-in-law, unlike some people who are just empty shells. There are people who are truly happy for you, and naturally there are people who will dislike you." An elderly woman sitting across from Zhao Qingxue said this in a rather sarcastic tone, not forgetting to sneer at Zhao Qingxue's mother. "I don't know what you're bragging about. What's there to be bragging about? If my daughter didn't listen to me and insisted on running off with some wild man, I would have broken her legs long ago." "Lin Jinhua, what do you mean?" Zhao Qingxue's mother was a hot-tempered person with a bad temper. She loved to argue with others over trivial matters. Now that she was being ridiculed like this, she naturally couldn't bear it and said nothing, so she slammed the table and stood up. Seeing her excitement, the people next to her quickly pulled her to sit down and said, "This is Ningning's wedding. Why are you angry on such a good day? Sit down and let's talk it over." Seeing Zhao Qingxue's mother being pulled to sit down, Lin Jinhua over there did not forget to add fuel to the fire. "That's right, what's there to be angry about? Did I hit a sore spot for you?" Chapter 71. Qingxue, is your bag real? After hearing what Lin Jinhua said, Zhao Qingxue's mother's anger, which had subsided a little, suddenly rose again. Seeing that the two were about to start a quarrel, everyone had no choice but to separate them and forcibly drag Lin Jinhua to change seats with the people at another table. Only then was the problem resolved. That woman Lin Jinhua is just foul-mouthed. No one cares about her, so don't get angry with her. It's not worth it. That's right. I think your son-in-law is so good. If I had a daughter, I would marry him just for his face. If he has good genes, my grandchildren will definitely be beautiful. They can become internet celebrities. It's a pity that the old man in our family is ugly. The whole family inherited his genes. I regret it now. Come on, have some food." After persuading Zhao Qingxue's mother for a while, her anger was barely relieved. The wedding is proceeding in an orderly manner. The MC on the stage first invited the Master of Ceremonies to come on stage. After the Master of Ceremonies finished reading his lines, it was the turn of the bride and groom to exchange rings in front of everyone. After completing the whole process, the next step is the most anticipated part of the wedding: throwing the bouquet. As the saying goes, giving a rose to someone leaves a lingering fragrance on your hand. Our beautiful bride is about to give this beautiful bouquet of flowers to everyone. She hopes this happiness can be passed on. Now, please invite all the unmarried girls to come to the stage. Whoever receives this bouquet of flowers from our bride will be the next happy bride. After the MC finished speaking, many women in the audience stood up and moved towards the stage. Anyway, as long as you are an adult, you can accept it regardless of whether you have a boyfriend or not, so there are quite a lot of people. Many people moved towards the stage and looked towards Su Yuan. Finally, someone couldn't help it and ran over to ask Zhao Qingxue, "Shuer, why don't you go?" In fact, looking at the looks of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, they guessed that they were probably not married yet. First of all, I haven't heard that the two of them had a wedding. Secondly, it really breaks their hearts that such a handsome guy is getting married so early. Don't get married too early, it's easy to gain weight. Grabbing the bouquet is something you single guys do. Shuer is already my wife, there's no need for that. Before Zhao Qingxue could answer, Su Yuan spoke first. After saying that, he looked at her lovingly. The sweet atmosphere between the two made the people around them who were paying attention to them swallow their saliva. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I can't help it anymore. What kind of godly husband is this? I feel like if he looks at me with that look, I'll melt. Do both male and female gods have a built-in resistance? How come Qingxue is fine? Is it good for people to watch it every day? Isn't the point that he's saying we're single? The women who had some fantasies about Su Yuan were all disillusioned after hearing his words. They showed their love to him, but he actually mocked them for being single. This is a 999 critical damage from one strike. Could you please not be so cruel to them? It's fine if they just show off their love, but they actually do the opposite, which leaves them no way out. For some reason, the bouquet tossing segment, which had been lively, suddenly became full of resentment, making the MC on the stage a little depressed. He could only try his best to say some auspicious words to ease the atmosphere, and at least he got through with this segment. After the bouquet toss, it was time for everyone to eat, drink, and toast to the bride and groom. Everyone relaxed and chatted while eating, while the bride and groom, along with their groomsmen and bridesmaids, went from table to toast. In fact, generally speaking, in this kind of toasting session, the groomsmen only need to follow and drink, but this time there are two bridesmaids who can drink a lot, so they followed along. Zhao Qingxue's table was at the back, and by the time the toast came to her table, everyone was already a little drunk. After the bride and groom finished their customary toasts, a waitress who was about to leave suddenly grabbed Zhao Qingxue and said, "Shuer, no, I have to drink alone with you." Tell me. How did you get so lucky to meet such a handsome guy? Why don't I have such good luck? She drank quite a lot and her speech was a little unclear. However, on such a happy occasion, no one would say anything even if her behavior was a little out of line. Zhao Qingxue felt embarrassed to accept what she said, and she felt helpless when faced with the wine glass that she pushed towards her. Just when she was about to drink the wine to get over the matter, Su Yuan next to her grabbed her wrist. Before Zhao Qingxue could react, Su Yuan had already stood up with the wine glass in his slender fingers. With a faint smile on his lips, he lowered his head and touched Zhao Qingxue's hair, and said in a clear voice, "My wife can't drink much, so I'll drink this glass for her." After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. After flashing the bottom of his glass at the drunkard, he continued with a smile, "You're wrong. I think Qingxue is the best girl I've ever met. Meeting her is just my goddamn luck." "Hubby, don't say that." When Zhao Qingxue heard Su Yuan's words, she couldn't help but feel moved and gently pulled his sleeve. Originally, the drunken girl wanted to express her envy, jealousy, and hatred to Zhao Qingxue under the influence of alcohol, but she didn't expect to be fed a handful of dog food by Su Yuan, and she had to admit defeat. Well, even though it was dog food, it was fed by handsome men and beautiful women after all, so she ate it reluctantly. "But why does my throat hurt so much?" Okay, you're showing off your love again, with weddings and young couples showing off their love. We old ladies are almost choking to death on this love. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little off, and Andy stood up and said with a smile, "Come on, you two loving couples, have a drink with me too, so that I can share in your good cheer and see if that damned guy at home will treat me better when I get home." Several people also gave face to the aunt and drank a glass each. After finishing the drinks, one of the bridesmaids suddenly pointed at the Hermes crocodile skin Birkin bag that Zhao Qingxue had placed behind her chair and asked, "Is this bag real?" She rubbed her eyes and stared at the Hermes crocodile leather platinum bag for a long time, always feeling that she was seeing things. Because this Hermes crocodile leather platinum bag is not an ordinary model, but a bright red color of Gulf crocodile leather, and the price is as high as 2 million. Chapter 72 Groom. What does Mr. Su do for a living? Su Yuan, collecting rent. After the bridesmaid said this, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Qingshue's bag. The bridesmaid looked at her expectantly. Can you show it to me? Yeah, sure. It's just a bag, of course there is nothing that can't be seen by others, but being stared at by so many pairs of eyes still makes Zhao Qingxue feel a little uncomfortable. She quickly handed the bag to the bridesmaid. By the way, she sighed in her heart, because she was attending a wedding today, so white and red were not suitable for her, as they were too conspicuous, so she wore a black Chanel-style suit. In her opinion, the most suitable item for this outfit is this red Hermes bag. Without giving it much thought, she just carried it on her back. Who knew that this bag would be noticed and become the focus? It's so exquisite it must be real. Seeing that the various accessories of the bag were as exquisitely made as works of art without any flaws, and even a huge diamond was embedded in the middle of the buckle, the bridesmaids immediately exclaimed. They really didn't expect that there was someone around them carrying such an expensive bag. Schwer, this bag. My husband bought it. Seeing the puzzled expressions of several people, Zhao Qingxue took Su Yuan's arm and said, My husband saw that I had too few bags, so he bought me a few Hermes bags. Saying a few large boxes was too scary, so Zhao Qingxue decided to say less. But what she said also shocked the bridesmaids for a long time. Others would save up their salary for a long time to buy Hermes bags, walk into the door with a sacred and inviolable attitude, and then carefully and reverently carry an Hermes bag out. But she, on the other hand, bought several in one go. This answer is so annoying, isn't it? Is this bag real? Some older ladies dress more elegantly and carry an entry-level Hermes bag. Although they have used it for a long time, they are well maintained. It seems that they know more about Hermes than other aunts and grandmas. She knew that there were many Hermes bags, but there were very few Hermes bags in red. Especially this bright red. She didn't believe that Su Yuan could afford such an expensive bag for Zhao Qingxue. She didn't want to ask such an annoying question, but when she thought about the fact that Hermes bags were her belief, she couldn't help but speak. It's true, it's true. If you don't believe me, just look. A bridesmaid came over enthusiastically and let her touch it. This feels good, right? I went to the store specially to touch it before, and I will never forget the feeling. As the top luxury product among bags, this red Hermes Bay crocodile leather platinum bag not only has accessories made of platinum and high-purity natural diamonds in various places, but also has very particular attention to detail on the crocodile leather. Ordinary crocodile leather models are made of the skin of farmed alligators, so although they are expensive, the price still makes many people want them. As for the upper layer, there are two types, Siamese crocodile and Nile crocodile, whose leather is softer than the upper one. The next bag is made of wild saltwater crocodiles that are on the verge of extinction. The skin of saltwater crocodiles is extremely rare everywhere. Because the leather is of high quality and there are few saltwater crocodiles, the price has been rising. To make such a saltwater crocodile handbag, you must first find a saltwater crocodile cub of the right age, take the softest piece of skin from its abdomen, process it through dozens of complex steps, and then have it made by experienced craftsmen. Only then can you finally get the finished product. Really? After the old lady touched it, she was completely conquered by the soft and delicate feel. Schwer, what's going on? Since everyone was able to attend the wedding and sit together, they all knew each other through some kind of relationship, so they had all heard about Zhao Qingshue's story. Isn't her boyfriend quite poor? How could he possibly afford such an expensive Gulf crocodile leather platinum bag for her? Such a bag is worth more than 2 million. This is the down payment for a house in Shanghai. Forehead. Zhao Qingxue didn't know how to answer this question. She looked at her mother helplessly. You worked so hard to promote Su Yuan when he was poor, why don't you mention that he is rich now? I think people may have some misunderstandings about me. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue didn't know how to answer, Su Yuan smiled slightly. I know everyone thinks I'm poor and incompetent because of some hearsay, but I'm just a bit low-key. But I'm still willing to spend money on my wife. So that's how it is. That's what I knew. Schwer, I'm really jealous of you now. Woo woo woo. As expected, rich people are all low-key. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, the groom and the groomsmen, who were the protagonists, were also a little unhappy. After a moment of silence, the groom took the lead in asking, Mr. Su was so generous at such a young age. I wonder what his family does. As a seasoned man, although he was unhappy, he still had a smile on his face when he asked this question. Su Yuan paused for a moment and said, "My family doesn't run a business. I just made some small investments and happened to make some money. Then the money just kept growing." It's really rare for someone so young to have his own understanding and comprehension of investment. However, I think you, Mr. Su, must also be very talented in making short videos and live broadcasts. The groom pulled out a stylishly designed gold-stamped business card from his pocket and placed it directly in front of Su Yuan. "My company is on the 19th floor of the Venus building in Pudong. It's just a small company. If you have time, please come and show your support. I've heard the groom's company is very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be in the Venus building." Venus building sounds so familiar. How could it not sound familiar? It's right over there in Pudong Financial Street, one of the tallest buildings. Renting there is incredibly expensive, let alone buying. Even a small office starts at least 200,000 yuan a month. Before Su Yuan could answer the groom, the people around him who heard the words "Jinxing Building" started discussing in surprise. I took a look at the business card on the table and saw that it was some kind of internet technology company, and the address was indeed in the Venus building. Well, I go to the Venus building sometimes anyway. Next time I go, I'll stop by your place and sit down. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he put the business card into his pocket. "Okay, just give me a call before you come, and I'll have my assistant pick you up." Seeing Su Yuan accept the business card, the groom was very satisfied, but he was a little confused. "What do you usually do in the Venus building?" "Rent collection. Chapter 73 Fate is coming and cannot be stopped. Question mark. The groom was stunned for a moment and didn't quite hear it clearly. He seemed to have heard the words collect rent. Therefore, he subconsciously asked again, "Are you talking about collecting rent? Going to the Venus building to collect rent? What kind of rent are you collecting? Is it an emerging industry?" I guess the nature of his work is similar to accounting, compiling some spreadsheets for people. When the people around heard Su Yuan's words, they were all shocked and whispered to each other. Although they knew that a man like Su Yuan who could afford to buy a sky-high LV bag for his wife was definitely not poor, he might even be very rich. But even so, no one thought that the Venus building belonged to him. Because, it's too incredible. That's not the tube-shaped building where the old men and women in slippers collect rent in TV dramas. Several of those tube-shaped buildings combined may not be able to buy the price of one floor of the Venus building. Everyone present only knew that the Venus building was very impressive, but no one knew its specific market value. Because when the Venus building was built, hundreds of billions of dollars were invested. Now with the economic development and the soaring housing prices in Shanghai, the price of the Venus building is also increasing rapidly. It has risen to the point where it can no longer be measured in monetary terms. At least, everyone knows that it is prestigious to rent a company's office in the Venus building, but no one has ever thought that anyone would buy any floor of the building. Because, don't even think about it, I can't afford it. If you own this building, you will basically have endless money and you can live off it all. Yes, although the shortest lease at the Venus building is 1 quarter, due to the different lease periods, financial statements are issued every month. Sometimes I'm too lazy to go and just take a look at the financial statements sent by the leasing department, but I do go there in person occasionally. Having said that, Su Yuan turned around and glanced helplessly at Zhao Qingxue beside him. Of course, if my wife is willing to take care of things over there, I won't go over there. Su Yuan's words were very clear. The people present were so shocked by her words that they froze in place, finding it difficult to digest the news for a while. Especially the groom. He was very upset because Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue stole his limelight as the groom today. He wanted to show off in front of Su Yuan, but now he wanted to slap himself twice. What the hell was I pretending just now? It's just like a clown making fun of himself in front of others. They already own the entire Venus building, so why would they still consider his small, broken company? If he could, he really wanted to dig a hole and throw himself in. Venus building, how much does that cost? Qingxue's husband is so awesome, holy shit. This is fucking ridiculous. I wouldn't even dare to think about this kind of thing even in my dreams. For a moment, the people around didn't know what expression to make towards Su Yuan, and could only look at him and Zhao Qingxue with envy. "Qingxue, please leave me your contact information. Brother Yuan, let's have a drink." In fact, a wedding is also a small social occasion. Seeing Su Yuan's thick thigh placed there, everyone couldn't help but be excited. "If you don't hug me now, when will you?" Today is the wedding day of the bride and groom, why are you only thinking about toasting me? Come, let's drink a toast to the bride and groom. Seeing that not only the people at this table had changed their eyes towards him, but the people at the surrounding tables and the groomsmen also began to get close to him, Su Yuan raised his glass at the right time and reminded everyone that this was the wedding of the bride and groom, and he had no intention of stealing the show. After his reminder, whether everyone wanted to or not, they had to turn their attention back to the groom. The groom looked at Su Yuan with gratitude. To be honest, when he saw Su Yuan buying a 2 million Hermes crocodile leather platinum bag for Zhao Qingxue, he felt a little disdainful and even very angry. He thought Su Yuan was too ignorant to steal his limelight in such an occasion. But now that he knew that the Venus building belonged to Su Yuan, and he knew that Su Yuan's level was more than one level higher than his, he became very nervous. Not only did he not feel that Su Yuan was stealing the limelight, he was even a little afraid of offending Su Yuan. But now it seems that he was judging others by his own standards. Okay, I still have a few tables to drink, I'll tell you when I'm done. After drinking Su Yuanjing's wine, the groom greeted him politely, and then left with the bridesmaids and groomsmen. Brother Yuan, let's leave our contact information. Qingxue, we used to get along so well, but we haven't been in touch much in recent years. I can't even find you here. What are you doing lately? If you have nothing to do, we can go out and have fun together. Old Zhao, Aunt Zhao, you were so lucky to have found such a perfect son-in-law. I am so envious. This is the blessing your daughter has cultivated for several lifetimes. As soon as the groomspeople left, Su Yuan's side was immediately surrounded. Neither he nor Zhao Qingxue liked this kind of occasion, so they just dealt with it. Zhao Qingxue's father was also quite dull. As a math teacher who followed the rules, he rarely spoke except for lecturing. He would nod when people complimented him, and nod when people praised him. Anyway, nodding was the right thing to do. The only person on the scene who enjoyed talking about such occasions was Zhao Qingxue's mother. Of course, my daughter has such a keen eye for talent. I'm not afraid to tell you that I didn't like my son-in-law at first, but my daughter was determined to marry him, so I had no choice but to marry my daughter to him. Zhao Qingxue's mother beamed at the crowd, but who knew my daughter had such good taste? My son-in-law is filial to his elders, loving to his wife, and humble and polite to others. The more I see him, the more I like him. I'm old and my judgment of people is not as good as it used to be. If it weren't for my daughter's insistence, I would have almost missed such a good son-in-law. In fact, everyone present was more or less jealous of Zhao Qingxue's mother. When they heard her say that, they all wished that she had forcibly separated Su Yuanra and Zhao Qingxue. In this way, wouldn't their daughter have had a chance? But of course you still have to say nice things to save face. Oh, look at what you said, Aunt Zhao. Qingxue is so lucky. She was destined to have such a husband, and you should also have such a son-in-law. When fate comes, it can't be stopped. Chapter 74. Didn't you just say you wanted to give me an injection? After attending the wedding, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After finishing the social event, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue walked out arm in arm. Along the way, people kept greeting them, as if they knew each other very well. After finally reaching the underground parking lot, it was finally quiet. The two of them got on the Ferrari and fastened their seatbelts. Zhao Qingxue then rubbed her face and said, I laughed so hard today that all the muscles on my face are stiff. Then I'll help you relax. Su Yuan chuckled, then reached out and turned her face in front of him. Zhao Qingxue looked at Su Yuan with her watery eyes, somewhat puzzled, and asked, how do you relax? Let me lick you. Su Yuan lowered his head without hesitation and quickly stretched out his tongue to scratch her delicate and fair face. You. After humming, Zhao Qingxue gently pushed him and said, is this what you call relaxation? I want you to go back and give me a full face massage. Okay, I'll listen to you, my wife. As long as you put on the nurse uniform I bought you in the shopping cart last time, you can say anything. Su Yuan curled his lips into a smile, the smile on his lips looking somewhat naked. Zhao Qingxue's face suddenly turned red. She stammered, what nurse uniform? I'm not a nurse, how could I have something like that? Then I don't care. If I don't see you in a nurse's uniform today, I won't sleep. You can do whatever you want. With one step on the accelerator, the two of them went straight home. On the way, Su Yuan kept talking about the nurse uniform. Zhao Qingxue was at a loss as to what to do. As soon as she got home, she went into the bedroom, locked the door and refused to come out. Su Yuan didn't expect Zhao Qingxue to have this trick. He realized that he had been careless. He smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, honey, stop it. If you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it. I didn't say you have to wear it. Open the door." When he was clearing the shopping cart for Zhao Qingxue, he found a nurse's uniform in the cart, and it was a sexy one. He was very excited and bought the uniform. He was looking forward to her wearing it for him to see, but after waiting for so long, there was no response. So after he thought of it, he couldn't help but take the initiative. Otherwise, he felt that he would probably be in his 70s or 80s and would not be able to see Zhao Qingxue wearing a nurse's uniform. "Humph, who told you to peek into my shopping cart?" "No, I won't open the door." Zhao Qingxue, who was hiding in the room, also took out the nurse's uniform from the bottom layer of the cabinet in the room. She looked at the white nurse uniform and felt her whole face getting hot. One time when he was chatting with Su Yuan, he heard him say that if she wore sexy lingerie, he would most like to see her wearing a nurse's uniform. Although she said it was impossible and rejected him at that time, she still secretly found a sexy nurse uniform on Taobao and added it to the shopping cart, intending to give him a surprise on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Who knew he would buy it when he cleared out his shopping cart early? At that time, she could only secretly pray in her heart that he did not see the nurse uniform and just used one-click ordering operation. After all, there were hundreds of items in her shopping cart. Later, after the express delivery arrived, he didn't mention this matter, and she really thought he didn't know. Who knew that this big bad guy knew everything, but was just pretending not to know? "Wife, please open the door. I know I was wrong." Seeing that Zhao Qingxue refused to open the door, Su Yuan felt a little annoyed. He should not have told her about this if he had known earlier. "What's the point of knowing you're wrong?" Zhao Qingxue's voice was muffled in the room, and it was not very clear. Su Yuan put his ear close to the door and said, "Wife, what do you want? You can do anything as long as you open the door." However, just as he finished speaking, the door of the room opened. He opened his eyes wide and stood there in a daze. Zhao Qingxue, who was standing before him, had her hair tied up and was wearing a small white nurse's cap. Her slender, fair arms were covered with matching gloves, and her milky white stockings reached just to the base of her thighs, revealing a completely alluring and fascinating area. Zhao Qingxue curled her red lips slightly, revealing a serious expression. The corners of her eyes raised, she pointed the syringe in her hand upwards and blew gently into it. "Didn't you just say that as long as I open the door, you can do anything?" Zhao Qingxue is usually very conservative in this regard, and Su Yuan was really shocked that she suddenly became like this today. He swallowed, feeling his mouth dry. Yes, I said. "Then I'm going to punish you." Holding the syringe in one hand, Zhao Qingxue's other hand was not idle either. She stretched out her white and tender fingers and gently touched his chest, then slowly moved them upwards, sweeping across Su Yuan's rolling Adam's apple, and finally hooked his tie. "Follow me." "Good." Seeing the little girl showing such a rare arrogant and domineering side, Su Yuan was fascinated and of course followed her obediently. The two of them soon sat on the sofa. Zhao Qingxue pushed Su Yuan to sit on the sofa and said, "You didn't perform well today, so I'm going to give you an injection." "Inject?" Raising his eyebrows slightly, Su Yuan suddenly held Zhao Qingxue's hand and chuckled, "Of course you can give me an injection, but I have to check in advance whether you are a real nurse." After saying that, he pried open the girl's hand that was holding the syringe. The little girl's tender palms were all sweaty. After verifying his guess, Su Yuan's smile deepened. He was obviously a little white rabbit who knew nothing, but he insisted on pretending to be a wolf with a big tail. "You." Unexpectedly, Su Yuan suddenly became the host. Zhao Qingxue was a little confused. "This is not the plot. What's that like?" Throwing the syringe aside, Su Yuan moved close to Zhao Qingxue's ear and gently bit her earlobe. Suddenly, Zhao Qingxue's delicate body trembled. Her face flushed, and the arrogance she had just maintained disappeared without a trace. "You? I'm a nurse, you should listen to me. Didn't you just say you wanted to give me an injection?" Su Yuan placed Zhao Qingxue's hand on his large paratrooper through his thin suit pants, his eyes very innocent. "I'm very obedient and brought my own needle. Are you still not satisfied? You. Good boy." Looking at the helpless little white rabbit in front of him, Su Yuan could no longer pretend and directly threw the little guy onto the sofa. By the time Su Yuan finished taking a shower, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Sitting on the sofa, Su Yuan was enjoying the scene of the beauty taking a bath with his phone. He felt a little unsatisfied. How about Chapter 75? If money can't solve it, double it. No, 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 not coming. Before Su Yuan could finish his words, Zhao Qingxue had already quickly waved her hands and cautiously pulled her pajamas up. What are you doing? Looking at her, Su Yuan smiled mischievously. I just said it's too late, and we just used up too much energy, so how about ordering takeout? I don't want to trouble my wife to cook for me so late. After a pause, Su Yuan added, besides, my wife has worked so hard just now. If you want to order takeout, just order takeout. Why are you being so ambiguous? You were the one who interrupted me before I could finish my words. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue simply turned around, puffed up her face, and looked at her feet with grievance. Then, he said softly, I knew you didn't love me. Okay, honey, I know I was wrong. It was my fault just now. I shouldn't have interrupted like that. Even if you interrupted me, I should have finished what I was saying. You don't love me anymore is Zhao Qingxue's trump card, but she usually doesn't use it. But if she uses it, Su Yuan will certainly not be able to continue to be naughty and will have to give in. He went over and coaxed Zhao Qingxue to wipe off the remaining water stains, and then blew her hair, and that was the end of the matter. Enjoying Su Yuan's meticulous service, Zhao Qingxue picked up her mobile phone and looked at the message on it. In addition to the daily trivialities and ramblings sent by Qi Han, another person who sent her a message was Jing Tian. She sent her more than a dozen messages in a row, and at around 6 o'clock, she asked her to join the live broadcast. At around 7 o'clock, she asked her to go with her to a private exhibition tomorrow. At around 8 o'clock, she asked her if she had been kidnapped and why she hadn't replied to her messages. I was so tired from attending the wedding, so I took a short break. Thinking of the intensity of the past few hours, Zhao Qingxue's face still looked a little unnatural, and her hands felt a little hot when she sent this message. However, Jing Tian couldn't see Zhao Qingxue's expression at all. You didn't reply to my message for so long, I thought you were kidnapped. No. By the way, are you going to that private exhibition I told you about? Jing Tian asked again. It's Tiffany's private exhibition. The brand sent me an invitation. I plan to go with a few girls to see what good jewelry is available this year. Tiffany? Thinking of those beautiful jewels, Zhao Qingxue was also tempted. But I don't have an invitation. Can I still go? You're with me, so how can anyone stop you from coming in? Not only can you come with me, but Brother Yuan can come with you too. Then I'll come. Okay, then I'll send you the time and place. Don't be late tomorrow. After making the decision with Jing Tian, Zhao Qingxue also told Su Yuan about this matter. Since his wife was going to attend a jewelry exhibition, Su Yuan of course agreed to go without hesitation. Doesn't that mean he has to pay for it? The next day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the two packed up and prepared to leave on time. When Li Guo saw that they were going to send him to that ZZ Li Hao again, he became unhappy and lay at the door in a depressed mood with a long face. Ding dong. However, before Su Yuan sent Li Guo upstairs, the doorbell rang first. When he opened the door, he saw Li Hao standing at the door in slippers and a t-shirt, with a dark face and messy hair. He asked with great energy, Dad, what are we eating today? ? After just one look, Su Yuan closed the door. Li Hao forced the door open. Hey! What are you doing? You don't even recognize your own son? Look, I even went to the market to buy 2 fresh mandarin fish. Don't accuse me of being unfilial. The fish is quite fresh. Zhao Qingxue likes to eat fish, so Su Yuan is also quite knowledgeable about fish. As soon as he saw the 2 lively mandarin fish in the bag, he knew that the fish meat was plump and tender. Therefore, he opened the door and took it from Li Hao. Thank you. That's more like it. Bang! Seeing Su Yuan take the fish, Li Hao showed a satisfied smile and raised his leg to go in. But who knew that before his smile ended, the door was closed again. Also locked outside the door was Li Guo, who looked resentful. The two stood at the door staring at each other, both thinking that the other was a burden to them. It's all because of you, this burden. Not only did you make me miss lunch, but I also had to take care of you. I'm telling you, I'm going to starve you for the whole day. Awo. I told you a few words and you still have something to say? That's pretty impressive. Awo. Li Guo entrusted the 2 mandarin fish to Li Hao and put them in the vegetable washing pool. After the 2 of them had packed up, they drove out. Because Jing Tian was afraid that Zhao Qingxue couldn't find the place, she made an appointment with her to meet at the entrance of the blue chip building. Blue chip building also belongs to the category of high-end office buildings and is more private in nature. Although the transportation is not very convenient and it is far from the subway, it is quieter and the environment is also very good. Hello, sir, please come here to register. There were 4 security guards standing at the security booth at the entrance. When they saw that Su Yuan did not have a blue chip building staff badge, they politely asked him to register. Su Yuan didn't hesitate. Since it was someone else's job, he just cooperated. After completing the registration, I successfully entered the blue chip building and parked the car in the parking lot according to the instructions. There really are hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. In fact, whether a community is high-end or not, and whether there are many rich people in it, can be seen by looking at the parking lot in the community. The parking lot under the blue chip building is basically filled with luxury cars. Even the cheapest one costs over 1 million yuan. Ordinary cars seem rare here. He asked why the security guard at the door was so calm. It turned out that he had seen a lot of luxury cars. Well, De Tian told me that many noble ladies from Shanghai came to this private jewelry exhibition. Zhao Qingxue had never attended such a grand occasion before. This time, she just heard that it was a high-end jewelry exhibition, so she agreed to come on impulse. So now I feel a little uneasy. My wife is also a lady, no, a beautiful lady. Patting the girl on the head, Su Yuan took her to the first floor of the blue chip building by elevator. Don't think too much. Your husband is here for you. Although it was Su Yuan's first time attending a private exhibition of a brand, he did not feel nervous, mainly because there was money in his card, and most things in the world could be solved with money. If that doesn't work out, double it. Chapter 76 Qingxue, you are so clever and skillful. As soon as I opened the elevator, I was blinded by you too. As soon as the two walked out of the elevator, Jing Tian, who was sitting on the dark blue velvet sofa in the lobby on the first floor, stood up and walked towards them affectionately. She took a quick look at Zhao Qingxue, who was wearing a peacock blue cheongsam embroidered with white magnolia branches, and said with a smile, "You're dressed so retro today, I almost didn't recognize you. I thought you were a beauty from the Republic of China who traveled through time to our place." Zhao Qingxue smiled lightly. "How can it be as exaggerated as you say? It's just beautiful." Jing Tian has always been generous with his praise for Zhao Qingxue. He praised her and Su Yuan from head to toe, then pulled the two of them to the dark blue velvet sofa and introduced them to his friends. "This is the new sister Zhao Qingxue and her husband Su Yuan I told you about. Oh, and you all watched the live broadcast I did with her, right? Her makeup skills are amazing. Hello, Tian Xianxian. Hello, Li Mio. Hello, Xin Lu. Hello, Gu Jing." Although Jing Tian is a celebrity, because of her well-off family, the 3 sisters she knows are all very wealthy and beautiful, which can be seen from their dress. The 3 of them had secretly looked at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan when they appeared. Although they were not dressed very elegantly, their gestures were graceful. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, which was very pleasing to the eye. In addition, they were introduced by Jing Tian, so Tian Xianxian and the other 2 and Tian Xianxian's boyfriend Gu Jing all greeted Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue very politely. "Hey, Qingxue, this pearl-embroidered bag you're carrying is really unique. Which studio did you order it from?" Since it was a gathering of women, the main topic would of course be clothes, jewelry, and the like. The few of them were too familiar with each other and there was nothing new to talk about. Tian Xianxian hugged Gu Jing's arm, rolled her eyes, and then shifted her attention to the bag in Zhao Qingxue's hand. "This one? This isn't custom-made, but you could say it's custom-made. I designed the pattern myself, bought the materials, and had the craftsman make it." As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue also designs some small accessories in her spare time. For example, a unique brooch or a special bag. The bag in her hand was made by an experienced craftsman in the studio after she bought materials such as silk and pearl thread. She originally made it just for fun, and there was no occasion for her to carry it outside. But yesterday when I was choosing a bag to match this peacock blue cheongsam embroidered with white magnolia branches, I found that this bag was surprisingly suitable, so I brought it out. "Qingxue, are you so clever and dexterous? I've never seen the pattern on it before, but it's very interesting. Which university did you study and what major did you study?" No one expected that this bag was made by Zhao Qingxue herself. They were all very surprised and looked at her with more appreciation. "Stop talking so much, Tiffany's private brand exhibition is about to start. Let's go upstairs and talk." Several people took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the blue chip building. Except for the ceiling above, the top floor of the building is surrounded by transparent colored glass. The sunlight refracted through the glass and fell on the velvet sofa and various exotic plants on the top floor, creating a bizarre beauty. Ms. Jing, Ms. Tian. The staff at the door had seen several people coming and smiled warmly. They registered several people without them having to do it themselves. It was obvious that they were regulars here. In fact, before all high-end jewelry comes out, in addition to undergoing various types of polishing and evaluation, private exhibitions will be held in advance, mainly inviting some VLP clients and well-known people in the industry to visit. Of course, if you like it, you can buy it on the spot. This is also why many high-end jewelry styles have not yet been launched on the market, but celebrities or wealthy ladies have already brought them out in advance, because they have already bought them when they attended such private exhibitions. These two don't look familiar. Are they Miss Jing's friends? Except for Gu Jing, Zhao Qingxue, and Su Yuan, all the other people present had invitation letters from VLP clients. Although Gu Jing didn't have it, he often accompanied Tian Xianxian to sell jewelry, so he became familiar to her. But this was the first time they met Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Jing Tian also introduced them. Yes, these two are my very good friends. They are also very interested in your jewelry this season, so they came here with me. Okay, it's our honor that you two are interested in our jewelry. Come here and register. After the staff registered the two people, they let them in. After a few people entered, they found a place to sit down casually. A staff member immediately came over to pour coffee. I heard that this season's jewelry designs are quite good, with plant themes. Tian Xianxian leaned on Gu Jing, pouting and acting coquettishly to him. Baby, but I used all the money my parents gave me this month to buy dresses. If there is something I like, can you buy it for me? Gu Jingyi nodded without hesitation. Of course, is there any need to say more? I'll buy you anything you like. I know my baby is the best, Mua. The two of them started to get intimate as if no one was around. This made Li Mio and Qin Lu yell at them for showing off their affection. Can you two be more restrained in front of us two single people? Learn from brother Yuan and Qingxue, they are normal people. Jing Tian, who was standing next to them, sighed in his heart after hearing what Li Miu and Qin Lu said. She generally agreed with the first half of what the two said, but she totally disagreed with the second half. When Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue show off their love, that's the real way to show off your love. But she didn't plan to say this in advance, because the two of them would see it when the time came anyway. As they were talking, a circular platform rose in the middle. A man in a black striped suit took the microphone and stepped onto the stage, shouting passionately, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tiffany's private exhibition today. It's time for another new product launch. We sincerely invite our brand's VLP members to join us in witnessing the birth of this year's miraculous jewelry. Now, please open your eyes and enjoy it." Chapter 77. Life is too luxurious. As a well-known brand in the international jewelry industry, although Tiffany's private exhibition is not very grand, it is definitely not inferior in terms of exquisiteness. For example, this private exhibition now, although it is just a small private exhibition, the seats of the visitors are random and it looks lazy, but it is luxurious everywhere. The models on the stage used to display the jewelry are also internationally renowned supermodels, and they cannot be hired without an appearance fee of hundreds of thousands of yuan. But they don't need to walk on the catwalk here, they just need to sit on the stage to show the brand's jewelry. Our first piece of jewelry is an emerald pinewood brooch. Designer Lena got the inspiration from the ancient pine trees that have grown freely for hundreds of years in the primeval forests of Danema. Look! The jewels on display this time are all the latest models launched by Tiffany this year. Each piece is magnificent and dazzling. Before, Zhao Qingxue thought that the Tiffany diamond ring that Su Yuan bought for her was beautiful enough, but when she saw this, she realized that she was narrow-minded. This year's models seem pretty good. They all look good. It was Zhao Qingxue's first time here, so she stared at the stage intently, not wanting to miss any jewelry display. But Jing Tian and the others over there were more casual. The display lasted about 2 hours. After all 18 new products had been displayed on the exhibition stand, they were placed in the transparent glass display case in the middle. At this time, if anyone wants to buy it, they can go to the display cabinet to try it on. People stood up from their seats in 2s and 3s and ran over there to try on jewelry. Let's go take a look too. Tian Xianxian couldn't wait to grab Gu Jing's hand and walked over there, calling out to a few people, "Come over quickly, before the popular styles are all bought up. Look how anxious you are. We don't have a boyfriend who pays us." Qin Lu casually glanced at the display case. Although the jewels were beautiful, they were also very expensive. Although they are rich second generations, it is impossible for them to bring home any piece of jewelry they like. Hey, then go find one. Do you think it's easy to find a boyfriend? Xin Lu rolled her eyes and sat on the high chair in front of the glass display case. Tian Xianxian and Gu Jingze had already started discussing which piece of jewelry looked better. When the staff saw what they liked, they took the jewelry out of the display case and carefully let them try it on. This set, show them all to my wife. When Su Yuan was looking at the exhibition with Zhao Qingxue, he found that there were several sets of jewelry that she really liked, so now that they seemed to be ready to buy, he directly asked someone to bring out those sets of jewelry. The staff members smiled and took them out one by one and asked Zhao Qingxue, "Miss, which one would you like to try first?" Looking at the various jewels placed on the black velvet in front of her, Zhao Qingxue felt a little dazzled. She hesitated for a moment and didn't know which set to choose. The staff member saw what she was thinking and pushed one of the emerald flower-shaped jewelry sets in front of her. The cheongsam you're wearing today is very Republican era style, and it goes very well with this set of emerald jewelry. Why don't you try this set first? Well, okay, let's do this. After listening to the staff's words, Zhao Qingxue also nodded. Let me put it on you, young lady. Seeing that she accepted their suggestion, the staff enthusiastically helped take off the silver hairpin on Zhao Qingxue's head. I can do it myself. Su Yuan next to her smiled at the staff, took the set of exquisite emerald jewelry from her hands, and put them on Zhao Qingxue one by one, from hairpins to earrings. Wow, Qingxue, you look so beautiful in this set of emerald jewelry, don't you? Not long after she put it on, Jing Tian and others who were looking at jewelry nearby also noticed her. Zhao Qingxue felt embarrassed by the compliment and glanced at the mirror next to her. The woman in the mirror had slightly curled hair, her plum red lips were slightly pursed, and her eyebrows and eyes were graceful and beautiful. Against the backdrop of that set of jade jewelry, she looks even more fair-skinned, elegant, and graceful. Suddenly, Zhao Qingxue thought she was a young lady from a scholarly family. Yeah, that's perfect. Li Miao, Tian Xianxian and others on the side were also attracted by Jing Tian's words. When they saw Zhao Qingxue, they were immediately amazed. How much is this set of emerald jewelry? They probably make jewelry. It would seem vulgar to put prices on such a private exhibition, so none of the jewelry in the display cases have prices. If you want to buy one, you have to ask the price separately. The staff member smiled and replied, this set of emeralds is priced at 9.99 million. So expensive? Although she had known that these high-end items would not be cheap, Zhao Qingxue still couldn't help but open her mouth slightly when she heard the price of this set of jewelry. The last time she came into contact with something worth tens of millions was probably the dress Su Yuan gave her on her birthday. Ever since she wore the dress that last time, she personally sent it to the dry cleaners to have it cleaned thoroughly, then hung it on the rack in the cloakroom and covered it with a dust sheet to preserve it, not daring to neglect it in the slightest. This price is indeed a bit expensive. Looking at Zhao Qingxue's stunned look, Jing Tian felt helpless and had to step forward to smooth things over for her, fearing that her friends around her would embarrass her. But as soon as she finished speaking, Su Yuan stood up. He put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's slender waist and said directly to the staff, we want this set, and these sets too, pack them together. Yes, sir. The staff nodded with a smile and started to pack several sets of jewelry, their eyes full of surprise and envy. She has worked at Tiffany's for so many years and has not seen many men bring their girlfriends or wives to buy jewelry, but there are really few who are so generous. Not only was she surprised, Jing Tian and the others were also shocked. Apart from the emerald set that Zhao Qingxue bought for 9.99 million, the rest of the sets combined would not be cheap either, at least 50 million. Honey, don't buy so much. I haven't tried them yet. What if they don't fit me? Before Jing Tian and the others could express their envy of Zhao Qingxue, she stood up and opposed it. Last time she bought so many Hermes bags that she didn't know when she would be able to carry them all at home. This time she bought so many jewels. Her life is too luxurious. Chapter 78 This dog food is enough to fill me up. My wife is so beautiful, so it must be suitable for her. While Su Yuan was speaking, he had already taken out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the staff over there. Husband. Zhao Qingxue was helpless. Where did she get all these jewels to wear? There weren't many formal occasions for her to attend. As for normal times, normally she would not be willing to wear such expensive jewelry. If it got bumped or scratched, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Maybe he will suddenly die of a heart attack one day. I don't care, my wife has to wear the best jewelry. Without saying anything, Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue into his arms. He put his arm around her waist from behind and his eyes fell on the glass display case again. Hurry up and see if there's anything else you like. Let's buy them together. No, enough is enough. Not enough. Su Yuan was about to ask the staff to bring out a few more sets of jewelry, but his mouth was covered by a pink little hand. Zhao Qingxue's innocent eyes, hazy like a deer, rounded out, and she acted fiercely. If you buy me again, I'll be angry. You know the consequences of my anger are very serious. I'll ignore you for hours. Seeing the little girl's fierce and aggressive look, Su Yuan felt a warm current in his heart. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Well, it's okay if you don't buy it. Then you have to kiss me. Can we go back and kiss? After hearing Su Yuan's request, the little girl blushed and whispered, "There are a lot of people here now. No, if you don't kiss me right here, I'm going to buy all the jewelry here and give it to you. You're being unreasonable. Kiss or not?" Muah. Touching his lips with satisfaction, Su Yuan smiled and said, "Well, I'll buy this much for now and buy more for you next time." For Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, this was just an ordinary daily routine. This kind of thing happened almost every day, but the staff and Jing Tian and others next to them were stunned. Jing Tian was still okay. After all, she had witnessed how outrageous Su Yuan's doting on Zhao Qingxue was when they were at the farm stay. He was even more attentive than a father taking care of his daughter. But what she never expected was that Su Yuan's pampering had no limit at all. Each time he pampered her was more intense than the last time. She was so jealous that she cried. This is the most severe single critical hit I have ever received. I feel like this meal of dog food has filled me up. I feel really high now. I used to think Xian Xian was very cruel to us, but now it seems that Xian Xian is so friendly to us single people. Li Miao and Qin Lu, who were standing next to them, were stunned by the scene before them. The two of them now have only one thought in their minds: being a single dog is too miserable. In the past, Tian Xianxian and Gu Jing fed them dog food 24 hours a day, with eating shows, shopping shows, and photo shows, which made them so angry that they wanted to take off their shoes and slap them hard on the faces of the two men. But now, after seeing Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, they really feel that Tian Xianxian and Gu Jing are nothing at all. Does having a husband feel this good? I want to be pampered like this too. Qin Lu held her face in her hands and sighed, then looked at Li Miao next to her. You used to say that husbands were superfluous, but now you know the benefits of having a husband, right? Although Li Miao and Qin Lu are single, their reasons are different. Qin Lu is single because she is too naive and innocent, and she is also very obsessed with appearance. As long as a handsome guy beckons her, she will easily open her heart to him and hang around him like a loyal dog, but in the end she ends up being abandoned. After meeting so many bad guys, she doesn't want to fall in love anymore. After all, other people's love affairs are always sweet and happy, but she just acts like a bootlicker in love and ends up with nothing. As for Li Miao, the reason why she is single is due to family reasons. When her father married her mother in his early years, he was penniless, but the two supported each other all the way. More than 10 years passed through wind and rain. The business grew bigger and they lived a richer life. But at this time, her father cheated on her. After seeing her parents fighting to the death over infidelity, Li Miao was left with a huge psychological trauma, causing her to have no sense of security towards men. I think all men are pigs. It's better to find a corncob than a man. At least you can eat corncobs when you are hungry. What can a man do? I know, but I don't think I'm that lucky to meet a good man. Li Mi sighed slowly. Qin Lu was also very pessimistic. Yeah, when will God give me a boyfriend as good as Brother Yuan? No, he doesn't need to be as good as Brother Yuan. Half of his goodness is enough. Look at you, humph. While Tian Xianxian and Li Miao were sighing to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, Tian Xianxian secretly pinched the inside of Gu Jing's arm with some unhappiness. Really, every time I buy her jewelry, I have to pick and choose for a long time, and finally only buy the cheapest one. Can't I learn from Su Yuan and buy them all directly? She really wants to change her boyfriend now. What's wrong with me? Gu Jing was pinched, and although it hurt, he didn't dare to say a word. After all, the two of them were so loving, but it was really embarrassing for them to quarrel over such a small matter. But after hearing what Tian Xianxian said, he felt really wronged. If he could just learn from Su Yuan, why couldn't she learn from Zhao Qingxue? She was always shopping. He spent more than half of his millions of pocket money every month on her. What else did she want? Ding! Congratulations to the host for donating 62 million to his wife Zhao Qinghua and receiving a tenfold rebate of 620 million. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for donating 62 million to his wife Zhao Qinghua. This has triggered a lucky rebate and won him Lumi Technology Company, Limited. Please check it. Su Yuan had no time to pay attention to the little movements of Gu Jing and Tian Xianxian. He felt a little depressed as he listened to the system rebate sound ringing in his ears. Oh, having a wife who is too frugal is really a headache. Originally, seeing how expensive the jewelry here was, he thought he could make a fortune this time, and it would be best if he could get billions in rebates in one go. But who knew that Zhao Qingxue would not give him this opportunity at all? However, it's not a big loss, because I triggered the lucky rebate this time. Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. The name sounds familiar? Could it be the one that makes mobile phones and smart homes? Chapter 79 Truth or Dare. After buying the jewelry, they came out of the blue chip building. Seeing that it was time for dinner, they booked a private kitchen nearby for dinner. Although this private kitchen is small and the decoration of the private room is not so luxurious, the dishes are well cooked and taste good. Seeing that Jing Tian's eating habits were completely different from before, Xin Lu pouted and said, "Big Tian, you're not going to play a fat boy in your new drama, are you? Although I heard that she can lose weight by eating apples, but if she eats meat like this, even a bamboo pole will get fat." Jing Tian glanced at her and said, "What are you talking about? I just found a way not to get fat, okay? You really won't get fat?" Several people had heard about Jing Tian's previous vacation at a farmhouse, but they didn't think what she said about the weight loss effect of apples was true. They thought she had taken too many advertisements and had gone crazy. "Look, the boss and his wife are here. Ask them yourselves. If I tell a lie, I will gain 10 pounds every day and become a super fat man." Jing Tian pointed at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. The other four people immediately looked at the two in surprise. "You are the owner of that farmhouse, you are really well hidden, is that fruit really that magical?" "Yes, I have." Zhao Qingxue nodded. She didn't believe that those fruits had good effects at first, but after she tried them herself, she found that the effects of those fruits were really super good. After eating them, her skin became much more tender and whiter than before. When she put on makeup before, she had to use some concealer because she had a few spots on her face. But after eating those fruits, her skin condition became incredibly good. Now she can just apply a layer of primer before putting on makeup. Some fans think that she has simplified her makeup steps a lot and is lazy, but for her, concealer and brightening steps are really not necessary. As she spoke, Zhao Qingxue took out a photo of her skin for comparison and showed it to a few people. This made Tian Xianxian and the others extremely excited. "Ah, this is really useful. I thought it was fake. There's no sign of manipulation at all. It's much better than the photo rejuvenation I did. I want to eat the fruit from your orchard, too. Qingxue, please sell some to us." Zhao Qingxue was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of several people and looked at Su Yuan next to her. "Let's see what my husband says. My husband said that those fruits are not for sale. If you want to eat them, you can only eat them when you go to the farmhouse on vacation. Is that so?" After hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, everyone was a little disappointed, but they soon started queuing up with Su Yuan to make an appointment to go to the farmhouse. After the farm stay became popular, the phone lines for reservations were almost overwhelmed. They wanted to call to make an appointment to go and play, but they couldn't make an appointment at all. The answer was that all the reservations for the whole month were booked. Now that the boss is here, of course they have to get a spot. Su Yuan was also very easy to talk to. Seeing that everyone wanted to go, he directly booked a date for them on the first day of next month. After dinner, because Tian Xianxian and the others were happy that they had booked a table today, and Jing Tian had the rare opportunity to join them, they went to the KTV and booked a private room, planning to sing and play some games. "What are you playing?" Jing Tian nodded his chin and looked at Zhao Qingxue. "You decide. We often play together and we are tired of it." Zhao Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then. "Truth or dare?" She rarely goes to places like KTVs and bars, and the only popular games she knows are Russian roulette and Truth or Dare. "Okay, let's play Truth or Dare." A few of them drank some wine while eating, so they were very excited when they heard the Truth or Dare game. Taking a turntable from the cabinet and placing it on the center of the coffee table, Jing Tian fiddled with it and said, "Let's make a promise first, so you don't miss out when the time comes." Hee hee, I can afford to play. After everyone sat down, Jing Tian immediately turned the turntable, but the pointer finally stopped in front of her. But she crossed her arms and said, I choose truth. You can ask whatever you want. If I tell a lie, I lose. Tisk. Tian Xianxian rolled her eyes. We grew up together. We know everything about you. What's the point of asking you? No matter what, I have to tell the truth. Then let me ask. Zhao Qingxue looked at Jing Tian and asked curiously, don't you have a boyfriend? How far along are you two now? Everything that needs to be done has been done. Although Jing Tian seemed very cold when she first met her, she was actually very generous and open-minded in private. When she heard Zhao Qingxue ask this, she smiled. Hearing her answer, Zhao Qingxue blushed. The others snorted, Tian, stop bullying Qingxue. We all know this. Next time, you must choose the big dare. Okay, I know. The second person chosen was Gu Jing. Before he could even choose the truth, Li Mio blocked his mouth and said, You're a grown man, you're not allowed to choose the truth. Okay, then I'll choose dare, and you just tell me, what? Jing Tian smiled and searched for a while on her phone. Go get the contact information of a stranger of the opposite sex. The time limit is 3 minutes. If you don't get it, you will be punished by dancing. Xian, can I go? If you don't want to, then I will dance. Gu Jing immediately asked Tian Xian for her opinion. Tian Xian was very proud that he cared so much about her feelings. She nodded her chin and cheered him on. My baby is so charming, he will definitely get WeChat. Go for it, come on. I knew our Xian was the most considerate. TSK, that's enough, you two, stop being so sticky here, it's giving me goosebumps. Despite being looked down upon by several people, Gu Jing left the KTV and quickly went to the front desk to ask for the WeChat ID of the receptionist. He proudly showed off his achievements to a few people. How's it? Not bad, right? The next round was Su Yuan's. Originally, Su Yuan was not really interested in this kind of game. He just came here to slack off. He hadn't said much just now. Now that he saw that the game had turned to him, he felt a little amused. Li Mio said the same thing, take a big risk. Okay, what's the risk? Su Yuan was also straightforward. After all, it was just a game and there was nothing wrong with it. Seeing him so frank, Li Mio rolled his eyes and said, You are just like Gu Jing, asking for the WeChat of a stranger of the opposite sex. Yeah, okay. Su Yuan agreed readily, nodded directly, and then looked at Zhao Qingxue next to him. Chapter 80 Then I will put love before friendship. Just when everyone thought he was about to ask Zhao Qingxue's opinion like Gu Jing, he smiled and said, Miss, can you add my contact information? Ah. Not only were the other people confused by Su Yuan's words, but even Zhao Qingxue was unable to react for a while. She was stunned for a moment, then took out her phone and nodded pretentiously, okay. Hey, this is against the rules. I asked for the contact information of a stranger of the opposite sex, but this doesn't count. Li Mio said dissatisfiedly, and looked at his watch. It's already been a minute, Su Yuan, you have 2 more minutes, otherwise you will be punished. Can't I ask for my wife's contact information in the next life? We'll be strangers in the next life. Su Yuan leaned back on the sofa leisurely, there's no rule that prohibits this. Jing Tian was the first to laugh. I give full marks to this answer. Although it's a bit against the rules, but considering it's such a perfect answer, I'll give you a pass. Hey! Tian, you are biased. Li Mio frowned and pulled Xin Lu next to him, say something. Xin Lu looked at Su Yuan with starry eyes. I think Su Yuan's answer is correct. Woohoo, so sweet. I also want such a sweet love. You love-brained bastard. What are you saying about me? I'm not as much of a man-hater as you are. After rolling her eyes, Xin Lu dragged her chin and sighed, what a pity, I don't know when my sweet love will come. Looking at her, Li Mio waved his hands tiredly, keep going. We played until after 10 o'clock in the evening. After everyone had a great time, they came out of the KTV and separated from each other. Jing Tian pulled Zhao Qingxue to say goodbye to her, with a look of reluctance on her face. Qingxue, don't ignore me when you go home, I still want a live broadcast with you. Okay, I'll call you during the live broadcast. After the few people said goodbye, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue back home. On the way, she received several calls from Qihan, saying that he wanted to go shopping with her tomorrow. Shihan usually works from 9 to 5, and it was difficult for him to have 2 days off, so of course Zhao Qingxue wanted to go with him. Su Yuan also wanted to go, but Shihan rejected him. By the way, Qingxue, don't bring your Su Yuan with you. I've had enough of dog food. Zhao Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're still jealous of Su Yuan. Of course we eat. We've known each other since freshman year. Back then, you didn't even know Su Yuan. We ate together, went to class together, and went shopping together every day. How happy we were. But after you started dating Su Yuan, you've been with him every day. I have to queue up to ask you out. He's the stumbling block to our friendship. Because Zhao Qingxue was on speakerphone, Su Yuan heard everything clearly. He also said bluntly, "Don't you feel that you are the light bulb between us? You are the light bulb." Shihan was furious. "Qingxue, tell me, choose him or me." Zhao Qingxue was silent for a moment. "Hanin, if you ask me that, then I will prioritize my relatives and friends." After agreeing to go shopping with Shihan the next day, Su Yuan did not insist on going with them. After all, he had been with Zhao Qingxue every day recently, almost inseparable for 24 hours. He also knew that it would be easy to lose the novelty, and he still needed to give each other a little bit of freedom occasionally. Therefore, the next day he took Li Hao directly to Green Rice Company. Seeing that it was him and Su Yuan who were going, Zhao Qingxue was nowhere to be seen. Li Hao, who had been left alone, felt a little flattered. "What's going on? Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law? Why are you suddenly so nice to me and want to take me out to play?" Su Yuan corrected himself, "I'm taking you to inspect my company." "Well, I'm going out to have fun. I've been staying at home playing games these past 2 days, staring at Li Guo's face. I'm almost depressed. By the way, when did you start your company?" When Li Hao heard he was going to Su Yuan's company, he quickly changed into something he thought looked very handsome and showed off in front of the mirror. "Isn't this outfit good? I'm just worried that the girls in your company will be unable to walk when they see me." "Let's go, why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Attention, department heads. Our new chairman is holding a meeting today. Please put down your work and gather in the conference room at 2 p.m. We'll need you to report on the status of each department, so please prepare in advance." Over there, Su Yuan took Li Hao out of his home, while here, the building of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited was also in chaos. Suddenly, all the shares of a good company were acquired by someone, and a chairman was parachuted in. The various departments that were originally scheming against each other began to feel insecure and no longer cared about fighting each other. They put all their attention on the new chairman. But unfortunately, the new chairman had almost no information for them to find out. This made it impossible for them to curry favor with the new chairman in advance. They could only work hard on their work report documents, hoping that the chairman would be more impressed with them when they reported their work. "What do you think of the identity of this new chairman? Why can't I find any information about him? I suspect he must be very powerful." Although we were supposed to gather at the meeting at 2 o'clock, most people arrived at the meeting room at 1 o'clock. Who knows if the chairman will come early? If you arrive at 2 o'clock, even if you are not late, it is your problem. Therefore, a group of department managers who were usually sarcastic and mocking when they met each other gathered together and had a rare calm discussion. "Of course. What's our company's current market capitalization? There are more than a few people who are jealous of our company, but no one can afford it. This new chairman suddenly appeared without a sound, so how can his influence be small?" Zhou Ming, the manager of the business department, sorted out the documents in his hands and asked, "Have you prepared everything?" Hai Xian, the internet department manager next to him, nodded. "Of course it's ready. I asked my new team leader, Zhao Feng, to put it together. I trust him to do the job." "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Ming glanced at Hai Xian with a meaningful look in his eyes. Everyone knew that the team leader he had recently promoted, Zhao Feng, was his nephew. Originally, the company did not allow backdoor dealings, but Zhao Feng was quite capable, and Hai Xian was generally popular in the company, so no one took action against him. But basically, if this matter of his was exposed, he would definitely be in big trouble. Chapter 81. Can you calm down? "Mr. Su, you're here." Su Yuan drove to the door of Lumi Technology Company, Limited, and the chairman's assistant Xin Shuli was already waiting there. As soon as I saw his car coming, I hurried over to greet him. Opening the car window, Su Yuan nodded, "Yeah. Please go this way to the parking lot." Although she had seen Su Yuan's photo a long time ago, Xin surely knew at that time that this parachuted-in chairman was very young and handsome, almost like a handsome boy. But when she actually saw him in person, she was still stunned. Because he is really handsome. And he is even more handsome than in the photo. She had previously thought the photo had been beautified, and that the chairman couldn't possibly be this handsome. But the moment she saw him in person, she had only one feeling: this guy looked exactly like her ideal partner. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Brother Yuan, what's going on with you? In the parking lot of Lumi Technology Company, Limited, Li Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat of Su Yuan, was completely confused. Although he already knew that Su Yuan was bringing him to visit the company today, he never expected that the company he was talking about was actually Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. Greenme Technology Company, Limited is so popular now, with Greenme phones and smart home products everywhere. Although he doesn't use them, he knows about them. However, he never expected that Su Yuan was actually the chairman of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. When did this happen? Can you calm down a bit? Do you think this is weird? If it was before Su Yuan had the system, and someone told him that he would be the chairman of Green Rice Technology Company, Limited, he himself would not believe it. But now he has a system, nothing is impossible. The Venus building could be given to him directly, not to mention Green Rice Technology Company, Limited. That's weird. Li Hao almost jumped up in the car. He looked at Su Yuan and suddenly felt a little strange. At first he thought Su Yuan was an ordinary person, but it turned out that he drove a Ferrari and lived in a luxurious flat. Later he thought that Su Yuan might have a similar family background as him, but who knew that he even acquired Green Rice Technology Company, Limited? That's Lumi Technology Company, Limited. Now it is one of the leading companies in the country and one of the internet giants. There is a huge difference between it and his small and broken company. Su Yuan glanced at Li Hao, somewhat puzzled. What's so strange about that? What's so strange about it? Because it shouldn't be like this. Because the plot shouldn't be like this. He should be the rich second generation who was around ordinary people, but now it is completely reversed. He has become the one who takes advantage of the big boss. The gap between the two is more than just a few points. Li Hao roared in his heart for a while, but quickly accepted the result. Although this gap made him a little psychologically unbalanced for a while, after accepting this fact, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. If he has a big shot friend, can't he show off as much as he wants? After parking the car in the parking lot, Xin surely took everyone directly to the 19th floor of the company building. In addition to the chairman's office, there is also a large conference room on that floor. Important meetings are usually held on the 19th floor, but that floor is usually very quiet and not many people go there. Beauty, what's your name? When Su Yuan appeared, Xin surely felt that he was glowing, so all her attention was on him, and she didn't notice Li Hao's existence at all. When he spoke, Xin surely was surprised to find that there was someone next to Su Yuan. She didn't know who Li Hao was, and hesitated. You are? I'm your boss's assistant. In just this short period of time, Li Hao had quickly found his position, followed Su Yuan contentedly, and played his role. After hearing his words, slowly appeared above Xin Xiuli's head. If he is the chairman's assistant, then what about her? Stop talking nonsense and just follow me. Su Yuan glanced at the restless Li Hao and said, if you keep talking nonsense, you can go home and continue to stay with Li Gua. Oh. Hearing Su Yuan say this, Li Hao curled his lips and said, if you don't want to talk nonsense, then don't talk nonsense. I won't die if I don't talk. Hey, your company's building is really impressive. The elevator door opened, and Xin surely took Su Yuan and Li Hao and walked towards the meeting room. But before Su Yuan took 2 steps, his cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was his mother calling, so he waved to Xin surely and Li Hao, you two should go over there and rest for a while, I'll take a call. Yes. When Xin surely heard Su Yuan answering the phone, she quickly left. Li Hao was not interested in the content of Su Yuan's call but was very interested in Xin surely. He followed her eagerly. Hello? Mom, what's wrong? After answering the phone, Su Yuan smiled and asked, do you miss your son or your daughter-in-law? I miss my beautiful grandchildren. Su Yuan's mother couldn't wait to ask, is Qingxue pregnant? You two have already obtained your marriage certificate and are not short of money. It's time to have a child. Mom, why are you so anxious? Just let things take their course. I'm just bored at home right now. Give me a grandchild so I can help take care of him. Su Yuan's mother was very confident about her own educational level. Look at you and Yao Yao, both of you are college students brought up by me. Su Yuan was silent for a moment. Mom, just tell me what you want to do. Hey, nothing much. Isn't it Chinese Valentine's Day? I discussed it with your dad and wanted to come over to your place to play for a few days. Do you think it's convenient for you? That would certainly be convenient. Su Yuan had wanted to bring his parents to Shanghai for a while, but the old couple were usually quite busy, so he hadn't mentioned it. Now that they had taken the initiative to ask to come over, he was of course happy to agree. Whenever you plan to leave, I'll book your tickets and pick you up at the airport. Son, if you're busy, we can just come here by ourselves. Not busy. Okay, it's settled then. After making an appointment with his mother, Su Yuan saw that the time was approaching 2 o'clock and it was time for the meeting, so he hung up the phone and planned to go to the meeting. However, he had just put his phone in his pocket and had not had time to call Xian Sholi and Li Hao when he heard the elevator door open and a hesitant voice rang out, Su Yuan? Chapter 82. But, can he be the chairman? When Su Yuan heard the familiar voice, although he didn't turn around, he already knew who this person was. He turned around and looked at the well-dressed Zhao Feng, with a slight smile on his face. Oh, I forgot you work here. Are you here to apply for a job too? At first, when Zhao Feng saw Su Yuan's back, he was a little hesitant and thought he had seen the wrong person. How could Su Yuan appear here? But when he saw that the person who appeared here was indeed Su Yuan, his tone suddenly became a little sarcastic. He looked around Su Yuan and asked, Where's Qing Xue? Did she break up with you? Su Yuan was too lazy to answer Zhao Feng's words. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Feng. Come to think of it, you must have put in a lot of effort when you first joined the company. Although their school is a top tier one, Zhao Feng has some money but his academic performance is really not that good. He was the last one to be admitted to the school. After entering school, he didn't study hard and his grades were always at the bottom of the class. Every year, he was either failing a course and taking a makeup exam, or on the verge of failing a course and taking a makeup exam. How could someone like him get into a big company like Green Rice Technology Company, Limited so easily? If there is no inside story, he won't believe it even if you kill him. When he graduated, he saw him showing off in the class group. Although he was a little suspicious about this matter, he was just an ordinary person at that time and had no ability to investigate this matter. But now, he is a little curious. Su Yuan, do you really think you are the lucky child in the novel, and all good things can only happen to you and not to me? When Zhao Feng heard Su Yuan's tone, he felt extremely angry. Of course, I also feel a little guilty. Because the reason why he was able to enter the company was not based on his own ability. With his grades and status as a recent graduate, it was too difficult for him to enter the company. At that time, Haixian not only helped him beautify his resume and informed the Human Resources Department, but also fabricated many projects for him, and only then did he get him into the company. After joining the company, he showed off in the class group and was finally proud of himself. Over the past year, he has been protected by Haixian in the company. Anyone in the same department who wants to curry favor with Haixian basically takes good care of him. Both female and male colleagues are very friendly to him and take the initiative to add his name to the projects they have completed. He did nothing, but was successfully promoted to team leader based on his accumulated achievements. Although he is just a team leader, it is nothing in an ordinary small company, but in a big company like this, it is worth bragging about. After all, how many people can be promoted to team leader within a year in such a large company? I don't know if I'm a child of luck, but I really don't think you were able to get into the company because of your ability. Su Yuan was really annoyed with Zhao Feng. The two of them were in the same major. Ever since he pursued Zhao Qingxue in college and was rejected by Zhao Qingxue, he regarded her as a thorn in his side, saying bad things about him in various places every few days and trying to trip him up. Although it didn't actually cause him any much harm, he was like a disgusting fly that kept buzzing around your ear. You couldn't kill it, and you couldn't pinch it, which made people hate him to the point of wanting to bite you. Originally, when he came to inspect the company this time, he would just hold a casual meeting and leave, and he would not interfere with the company's personnel changes. But since Zhao Feng is so fearless and dares to run into the muzzle of a gun, then don't blame him for being rude. Oh, from the tone of your voice, you seem unconvinced. Looking at Su Yuan's expression, Zhao Feng thought he was unwilling to accept it, and he clicked his tongue twice. There's nothing you can do even if you don't accept it. I'm going in, and you can't. After he finished speaking, he saw Su Yuan still standing there and taunted him, Why are you still standing here? Are you blind? The job application is on the 16th floor, not the 19th. You are not qualified to come here. After saying that, he walked past Su Yuan and headed towards the meeting room. He is still waiting for Hai Xian to deliver the documents. However, he had only taken 2 steps forward when he saw Xin Xiuli walking towards him with a grim expression. Although Xin Xiuli is just an assistant, she is the chairman's personal assistant. Even an internet department manager like Hai Xian has to be polite to her when he sees her. Zhao Feng has to smile even more when he sees her. It's Assistant Xin. Why are you here? Is the chairman here? When asking this question, Zhao Feng felt a little annoyed. Why was he standing at the door chatting with Su Yuan while Hai Xian was anxious for him to deliver the documents? If this matter is delayed, he will definitely be scolded. Director Su. Although Xin Xiuli walked far away, she was still observing Su Yuan's movements and planned to come over as soon as he finished his call. Seeing that Su Yuan had finished his call, she was about to come over to greet him, but who knew that she would see Zhao Feng and Su Yuan facing each other? Although I was quite far away and couldn't hear what they were saying, looking at their expressions, there was definitely some discord between them. Now Xin Xiuli was cursing Zhao Feng in her heart. Normally, he relied on the support of others to be a little arrogant in his own department, but now he dared to be so presumptuous in front of the chairman. Did he really want to die? If you don't want to live, just jump off the building, don't drag them down with you. Mr. Su? Assistant Xin, who are you calling? Zhao Feng was a little confused when he heard the words Mr. Su. He was a little puzzled at first. Who is Mr. Su? But the next moment, he suddenly understood that Mr. Su meant Chairman Su. Here, it seems that the only person with the surname Su is Su Yuan. But can he be the chairman? Director Su, this is Zhao Feng, the team leader of the internet department. Did he say something to offend you just now? Just when Zhao Feng was confused, Xin Xiuli had already walked nervously to Su Yuan and explained. Although he had already told her in advance when he said he was coming to the company for a meeting, asking her to keep a low profile and not let everyone know that he was coming. It sounds like he cares about the people in the company and has a good personality. But after working as an assistant for several years, Xin Xiuli came to understand one thing more and more: the more easygoing people seem on the surface, the more difficult they are actually to get along with. Because people with bad tempers have their emotions written on their faces, you can know what they are thinking based on their facial expressions, but people with good tempers always have a smile on their faces, and you can never figure out what they are thinking. Oh, the team leader of the internet department? Su Yuan glanced at the nervous Xin Xiuli and the almost dumbfounded Zhao Feng. Come with me to the conference room. Chapter 83. You guys just go home and wait for news. Time is up. It was already 2 o'clock and the chairman had not come over yet. The people present were a little anxious and kept pulling at their tie knots or drinking water. Hai Xian, the department manager of the internet department, is currently having the hardest time. Just now, when he was checking the documents he brought, he realized that he had forgotten to bring an important report. The report was quite important, so he quickly sent a message to Zhao Feng, asking him to quickly deliver the document to the conference room on the 19th floor. Zhao Feng, who was always diligent and quick in doing things, was late this time, which made him very annoyed. He didn't know where he had gone. He always failed at the critical moment. Mr. Su, please. Soon, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Xin Xiuli, assistant to the chairman, walked in first. Then came in a young man who looks to be in his early 20s? Could it be that Mr. Su that Xin Xiuli was talking about is him? This is our new chairman, Su Yuan. I'm sure everyone already knows this. Helping Su Yuan pull out the boss chair at the main seat, Xin Xiuli introduced. Welcome. Although the people below looked confused, they still clapped reflexively. However, the micro-expressions on their faces betrayed the turmoil in their hearts. Is this really the new chairman? This is too young. The department managers present here have basically worked their way up and finally made it to this position. Now the youngest among them is already 35 years old. Compared with them, Su Yuan is almost like a child. Hey, isn't that your team leader Zhao Feng? Why is he following behind Director Su? Zhou Ming, the business department manager, was applauding while glancing at Hai Xian beside him. Hai Xian also looked over there at Zhao Feng, asking him with his eyes what was going on. But the unfortunate thing is that Zhao Feng was distracted or something, and he didn't even receive his gaze. This made him very angry. Okay, everyone, please stop for a moment. Seeing everyone applauding endlessly, Su Yuan waved his hand and said, I think everyone is already clear about my identity. The reason I organized this meeting is actually mainly to get to know everyone and understand the work situation at hand. Although Su Yuan had no idea about the company's specific operations and technology, it was his own company now after all. He had to know more or less what the current situation of his company was, so as not to be completely in the dark when the time came. From what I heard, I knew that they wanted to report on the current situation of each department. The department managers of each department immediately straightened their backs. But before understanding these situations, I want to resolve another matter first. Su Yuan glanced at Zhao Feng standing next to him and asked in a deep voice, I remember this person is Zhao Feng from the Internet department, right? Who is the manager of the Internet department? When everyone heard Su Yuan say this, they were a little confused and didn't know what he was going to do. But their eyes also fell on Hai Xian. Hai Xian was stunned for a moment, then stood up and said, Director Su, I'm Hai Xian, the manager of the Internet department. Is that you? Su Yuan's eyes swept over Hai Xian. I don't know why, although Su Yuan is very young, his eyes give people a strong sense of oppression. This made Hai Xian swallow his saliva. Yes, it's me. Okay, then what is the relationship between you and Zhao Feng? This. Upon hearing Su Yuan's question, Hai Xian felt his scalp tingle. He didn't know when beads of sweat appeared on his face. Zhao Feng is a team leader in my department. As far as I know, our company's recruitment is very strict. While we're not against hiring recent graduates, we do have a lot of requirements. In addition to requiring excellent academic performance, we also require internship experience and independent projects. But Zhao Feng doesn't meet any of these requirements, right? Su Yuan stared into Hai Xian's eyes. Hai Xian didn't expect that Su Yuan would start a fight over this matter as soon as he came, and he also understood the situation so clearly. His legs felt weak and he was speechless for a while. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Yuan continued, also, when did our company's team leaders become so cheap? Senior employees with years of experience are still just ordinary employees, while a fresh graduate like Zhao Feng has become a team leader? Now, let me ask you again, what is your relationship with Zhao Feng? Hai Xian's answer just now was very clever. When Su Yuan asked him, he simply used his work relationship to fool him. But now that Su Yuan has said so much, Hai Xian can no longer fool him. Okay, you don't need to say anything. I'll have my assistant notify everyone about how to handle this matter. You can just go home and wait for news. Su Yuan waved his hand. Hai Xian stood up with a pale face and walked out like a walking corpse in the sympathetic eyes of everyone. Following behind was Zhao Feng, who was completely confused. It wasn't until they entered the elevator that Hai Xian finally reacted. He glanced at Zhao Feng beside him and said, I just asked you to deliver a document. How did you offend Director Su? Although what I did violated the company's regulations, it is impossible for such a large company to have airtight management, and such things happen all the time. There are other violations that are more serious than his, but why is he the one being targeted? Even if a new official is in office and has 3 major tasks to do, he shouldn't use this matter as an excuse. There must be something he doesn't know. After hearing Hai Xian's words, Zhao Feng suddenly came back to his senses from sleepwalking. He stammered, I don't know either. Su Yuan is my college classmate. Your college classmate? Hai Xian suddenly turned his head and stared at him. No wonder Su Yuan knew him so well. It turned out they were classmates. However, since they were classmates, why did he attack Zhao Feng? Right. Zhao Feng gave a bitter laugh and said, I had some problems with him when I was in college. You really killed me. Are you stupid? This person is your classmate, and you not only don't try to curry favor with him, but you actually pick on him. Do you think you've lived too long? Hai Xian now really wants to kill Zhao Feng. He had worked hard in the company for so many years before he was promoted to the position of manager of the Internet department. He usually treats people kindly and doesn't offend anyone. He originally wanted to stay in this position for a few more years and then retire gracefully. But who knew that at such a critical juncture, Zhao Feng would make all his efforts go to waste? Chapter 84. Do you need to pamper me so much? Zhao Feng shrank his neck, feeling miserable but unable to express it. How did he know that Su Yuan suddenly became the chairman of the company? If he had known this, he would not have dared to make trouble for Su Yuan. But it's too late for him to regret now. Okay, now let's have everyone from each department report on their work. Start from my left. Don't make it too complicated, but keep it brief and clear. There is a lot of infighting in the company. None of the department managers in each major department have clean subordinates. As soon as they see the good guy Hai Xian, they will be directly pulled out. Those who had originally wanted to fool around because of Su Yuan's youth immediately lost all interest, hearing that Su Yuan was not here to listen to any work reports, but to replace the staff. Fortunately, after Hai Xian and Zhao Feng left, Su Yuan directly asked them to report on their work. This matter has come to an end. After sitting for an entire afternoon and waiting for all departments to finish reporting on their work, Su Yuan's butt was sore from sitting. He secretly stretched his legs and feet, feeling that he had made a real mistake. If he had known that the work report would take so long, why would he come here in person? Just have someone send him the documents and he'll take a look at them. Okay, everyone, thank you for your hard work. I already understand the basic situation. There's no need to make any major changes at the moment. Just proceed according to your current work plan. After summarizing the meeting, Su Yuan stood up first. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he pointed at Zhou Rui, the design manager, and said, "Come to my office." Su Yuan's butt was sore from sitting so much, and Zhou Rui's condition wasn't much better either. She had thought she could have some good time after Su Yuan left, but who knew that Su Yuan would call her name the next second? When she thought of Haixian's fate, she suddenly felt frightened and tried hard to find out what she had done that violated the company's regulations. But after thinking about it, she remembered that she had changed her clock and records several times after being late to take care of her father in the hospital. This shouldn't be a serious thing, right? Sit. Su Yuan's chairman's office occupies almost half of the 19th floor. There are bookcases on two sides of the office and a floor-to-ceiling window on the other side. It is equipped with a living room, lounge, and shower room. Even if I don't go home, I can still live comfortably here. He took Zhou Rui to the living room and asked her to sit opposite him. Xin Shioli over there poured coffee for the three of them. Mr. Su, just say whatever you want to say. Looking at the coffee on the table, Zhou Rui had no mood to drink it at all. He sat on the sofa tremblingly, waiting to be judged by Su Yuan. Su Yuan leisurely took a sip of his coffee. Just now, when I was listening to the report, didn't the company have a Mi 11 that will be launched next month? You should prepare a customized Mi 11 for your lifetime. Is that so? Okay. Zhou Rui thought Su Yuan was going to punish him, but he didn't expect it was for such a thing. He breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded and said, "Mr. Su, how many units do you plan to limit the production of this once-in-a-lifetime custom model to?" 1. Opening his phone, Su Yuan showed her the simple sketch he had drawn. Just carve this pattern into the shell of the phone. As for the rest of the details, I'll leave it to you. Just 1. In fact, it is very normal for mobile phones to release customized or co-branded models, and this is basically the case for all major brands. But Zhou Rui still couldn't understand why they only released one customized model. Because even if a customized model can be sold at a higher price than an ordinary mobile phone, it is still a mobile phone and cannot be sold at a sky-high price. After working so hard to design and customize, it turns out to be a complete loss of money. Just one, for my wife. When Su Yuan mentioned Zhao Qingxue, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. So, when designing it, it should be more girly. As for the color, my wife likes pink the most, so it's best to use pink as the main color. I see. Zhou Rui was stunned for a moment before nodding. After coming out of Su Yuan's office and returning to his own office, Zhou Rui was still immersed in what Su Yuan had just said. Mr. Su is so young, and he already has a wife? Moreover, he customized a unique mobile phone for his wife. Isn't that too romantic? Although Zhou Rui is already 45 years old this year and is considered an aunt, it has to be said that Su Yuan's actions still touched her girlish heart. Manager Zhou, what did Director Su say when he called you over? I heard that our CEO Su is super young and super handsome. Is that true? Not long after Zhou Rui returned to the office, waves of people came to her office to inquire about Su Yuan. Tired of being asked so many questions, Zhou Rui simply gave a unified reply in the group. Boss Su is indeed young and handsome. I know what you girls are thinking. I can tell you directly, don't even think about it, don't even dream about it. In addition to various work groups in the company, there is also a large group dedicated to chatting, which includes everyone in the company. Although we don't chat normally due to the disparity in our status, the group is still quite lively during holidays. Everyone will chat in the group and the atmosphere is quite relaxed. Manager Zoe, what do you mean by this? In the office, gossip spreads at the speed of light. After knowing that Su Yuan is young and handsome, everyone can't help but be interested in him. Especially the young girls, who have read so many CEO novels before, and now they finally see the male protagonist in the CEO novel walk out of the novel. Of course it is impossible not to have fantasies. But after hearing what Zhou Rui said, I felt quite disillusioned. Zhou Rui continued to post in a bad mood. Because our president Su has a wife, he just asked me to come over so that I could design a custom-made phone for her that will last a lifetime. One limited edition, understand? As soon as she said this, the little girls' hearts were broken. Fuck. Didn't they say Mr. Su was very young? How come he's already married? A custom-made phone for a lifetime, and it's limited to one. Do you really need to be so spoiled? So sweet. Our chairman Su is so awesome. He's so rich and yet he dotes on his wife so much. If I were Chairman Su, I would have hugged my wife 8 times a night. Lao Zhang, you look so weak. If you masturbate 8 times a night, you'll win. Who is Mr. Su's wife? How can Mr. Su treat her so well? I'm so envious. When they thought about being pampered by Su Yuan, many people became very interested in the legendary chairman's wife Zhao Qingxue. After all, they were really curious about how stunningly beautiful the chairman's wife was to be able to tie down such an outstanding man like Chairman Su. Chapter 85 Shui's Treasure Husband. A custom-made piece for a lifetime, you'd think you could come up with that. After the meeting, Su Yuan drove Li Hao home. Li Hao was not very happy along the way. He originally thought that if he dressed a little more handsomely, he could pick up beautiful girls in the company, but who knew that when he got there he would see a beautiful girl named Xin Xiuli, who was the assistant to the chairman and ignored him completely. The rest are a group of middle-aged uncles and aunts. He sat in the conference room with Su Yuan as a background board for the entire afternoon, feeling very desperate. I originally thought that Su Yuan should leave after he was done. At least he should check on the female employees and ask if they had their periods or not. He should show some humane concern, right? But who would have thought that Su Yuan would actually pull an older woman into the office to talk about a custom-made phone? So, what was he doing with Su Yuan today? Was he there to be his bodyguard? When you have a wife, you'll know. Fuck, if I want to find a wife, isn't it just a matter of minutes? Li Hao took out his phone and said, "Quick, give me Xin Xiuli's contact information. I can win her over in 3 days, believe it or not?" Su Yuan slapped his phone away and said, "That's my assistant, don't touch it." "Are you my brother?" "No." The two of them walked all the way back home. Li Hao didn't want to continue eating dog food, so he went upstairs directly. As soon as Su Yuan went upstairs, he saw Zhao Qingxue carrying something in one hand and holding a mobile phone in the other, broadcasting live. She was struggling to put the things in her hand on the ground, and then pressed the combination lock to open the door. "You bought so many things, why didn't you ask me to pick you up?" Seeing her expression, Su Yuan hurried over and took the shopping bags of various sizes from her hands, complaining, "I don't have much stuff. Although there are a lot of shopping bags, they are just clothes and small accessories. They are not heavy at all." Zhao Qingxue smiled happily and interacted with the fans on the camera. "Oh, yes, you guessed it right, my husband is back." Was that Shui's husband who just spoke? His voice is so beautiful. He's handsome, rich, has beautiful hands, and a nice voice. I discover the hidden gems of Shui's husband every day. Shui, does your husband have any brothers or anything like that? I just need a boyfriend right now. Originally, Zhao Qingxue did not do live broadcasts on a daily basis, but ever since she did a live broadcast at a farm stay with Jing Tian, she has completely gone astray as a beauty blogger. Live broadcasts of beauty products have become occasional, and she mostly broadcasts her daily life. But many fans just like to watch her eat, drink, and shop live with her. At first, Zhao Qingxue thought that people would find it boring if she just live streamed her life without producing any content, but after a long time, she found that it was quite good. Everyone loves to watch it, and it's also very interesting to see her chatting with fans during the live broadcast while doing things. Just today, when she was shopping, her fans urged her to do a live broadcast, so she did. "Okay, I'm home now." After Zhao Qingxue opened the door, Su Yuan walked in first carrying the things she bought, and she fell behind and continued to broadcast live to the camera. Oh whoa whoa. Li Gua, who was lying at home bored, was so happy when he saw Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan coming back. He quickly took slippers from the cabinet for them, and then sat next to them waiting for them to change their shoes. Li Gua is really good. Zhao Qingxue sat down and changed into slippers. She touched Li Gua's head and explained to the commentator with a smile, "This is my big golden retriever, Li Gua." After saying that, he pointed the camera at Li Gua. Li Gua seemed to understand what Zhao Qingxue was doing and gave a warm smile to the camera. After filming Li Gua, Zhao Qingxue came to the sofa and was about to turn off the live broadcast when she saw Li Gua pushing the water cup on the other end of the table towards Zhao Qingxue. Awa, awa, awa. He wagged his big fluffy tail to signal Zhao Qingxue to drink water, and he was so obedient. But the fans in the camera were stunned by his behavior. This dog is so smart, isn't he? He's much more useful than that dead man in my family. Hurry up and send him to school. Don't delay the child's schooling. I know this dog. He sat next to me during the college entrance exam. He answered questions much faster than me and handed in his paper in just 20 minutes. Pfft, how can my dog be as smart as you say? Zhao Qingxue was so amused by the comments that she couldn't help but give Li Gua a few more shots. She said to him, "Say goodbye to everyone quickly, then we'll have dinner." Ouch. When he heard about eating, Li Gua became obviously excited. He quickly sat down, shook his paws at the camera, and then opened his mouth wide to wait for the meal. When the fans in the camera heard Zhao Qingxue's intention to shut down the live broadcast, they quickly stopped her. "Shuer, don't shut down the live broadcast yet, we still want to watch it." "That's right, Shuer, we want to watch Li Gua eat. I really can't do anything about you guys. Since you want to see it, I'll just fix my phone here and you can watch it." Seeing that everyone liked Li Gua very much, Zhao Qingxue was also happy. She turned around and shouted to the kitchen, "Hubby, bring Li Gua's dinner here today." "Good." Su Yuan responded and brought up the dinner that Li Gua had prepared long ago. Li Gua had 2 bowls for eating, both large ceramic bowls. One bowl contained marbled beef, chicken breast, salmon, and egg yolk. Another bowl contained some fresh vegetables and fruits. Putting 2 bowls in front of the camera, Zhao Qingxue stretched out her hand and asked, "Do you want to eat, Li Gua?" "Awa, awa, awa." Li Gua nodded, put his paw on Zhao Qingxue's hand and shook it. Zhao Qingxue patted his head and said, "Eat." After receiving Zhao Qingxue's order, Li Gua squatted on the ground and began to eat from the 2 bowls. "Wow, the food here is so rich. They live a much better life than me. I've never even tasted marbling steak before, what a shame the dog ate it first." "Shuer, does your family still need a dog? I'm considering coming here part-time. I can act cute, act coquettish, and roll around. I can also learn to serve tea and water. Just take care of the meals." Looking at the meat that Li Gua ate, everyone in the barrage was extremely envious. After all, it's just a dog. It's okay for it to eat so much meat, and it's all high-quality meat. The most horrifying thing is that it is served with vegetables and fruits. They don't pay so much attention to nutritional balance. These apples and cherries don't look like ordinary varieties. They must be imported from abroad, right? Chapter 86. Wife, I'm not full yet. Ah? Are you talking about these apples and cherries? We grow them in our orchard. Zhao Qingxue was also helpless when she said this. Although Li Gua is a dog, and a stray dog at that, he is very picky about food. He can eat any meat, but he only eats fruits grown in the orchard. He won't even look at ordinary fruits. Fortunately, there are so many orchards and enough fruits, so Zhao Qingxue asked people to pick the fruits and deliver them from the farmhouse every day. These are the apples grown in my own orchard. Could they be the ones that help you lose weight? Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room had seen Jing Tian's previous video of eating barbecue in the live broadcast room, and they also knew that Zhao Qingxue's family had an orchard, and the apples grown there had a good effect on weight loss. Many people had made reservations to go to the farm stay. Basically, everyone who has been there has nothing but praise for the farm stay. But they have a love-hate relationship with the fruits in the orchard. Although the various benefits of those fruits are indeed excellent, the prices are too expensive. They can't afford to eat them at all. Occasionally, they eat one, but their hearts bleed. And yet, a dog actually eats such expensive fruit for dinner? I counted, and there was 1 apple and 12 cherries in his bowl. According to the market price, the total value is 170,000. Really, people are worse than dogs series. I'll never call our golden retriever stupid again. After all, the breeding environment is not on the same level. You've done a great job today, and you've given me over 100,000 followers. After turning off the live broadcast, Zhao Qingxue looked at the data in the background and was shocked. She didn't gain many fans after live streaming for the whole afternoon. She just live streamed her dog eating, and after an hour's interruption, she gained more than 100,000 fans in the background. Awoo. Although Ligua didn't understand what Zhao Qingxue was saying, it wagged its tail and happily turned around a few times. It's so late, why don't you go to bed? Seeing that Zhao Qingxue's attention was on Ligua, Su Yuan glared at Ligua somewhat unhappily. Ligua wagged his tail tactfully, opened the balcony door himself, and returned to his doghouse on the balcony, closing the sliding door as well. Su Yuan was satisfied only when there were only 2 people left in the living room. He reached out and hugged the little girl's soft body, lowered his head, and blew gently in her ear, his voice carrying a bit of temptation. Wife, Ligua is full, but I am not full yet. Zhao Qingxue's delicate body trembled when he breathed into her ear. Then I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat? I want to eat ready-made. As the Chinese Valentine's Day was approaching, Su Yuan said he wanted to come over to play, so he booked plane tickets for his parents early in the morning. This day is also the day when the 2 elders come over. Zhao Qingxue got up early in the morning. She quickly tidied herself up and made breakfast for herself and Su Yuan. After breakfast, when everything was ready, the 2 drove their Porsche Cayenne from home to the airport. Zhao Qingxue was still very nervous on the way. Originally, during the Chinese New Year last year, Zhao Qingxue planned to let Su Yuan meet her parents first. After meeting her parents, she would follow Su Yuan back to his hometown to celebrate the Chinese New Year. But who knew that it got stuck with her parents, which resulted in the plan to go home for the Chinese New Year being postponed. Although she had already talked to Su Yuan's parents on the phone, they had never met formally. Therefore, she is very nervous now, afraid that Su Yuan's parents will be dissatisfied with her. Don't worry, didn't you talk to my parents on the phone? My parents are very easy to talk to. By phone. Zhao Qingxue pouted, but talking on the phone and meeting in person are 2 completely different things. Some people have online relationships just by talking on the phone, but wouldn't it be a disaster if they met in person? Su Yuan was amused by Zhao Qingxue's words. He touched the little girl's hair and said, I'm here for you. The 2 arrived at the airport half an hour in advance. Su Yuan sent the location of the airport exit to his parents and asked them to walk towards the location after leaving the airport. Soon, the 2 of them met Su Yuan's parents. Dad, Mom. Su Yuan went up and took the suitcase from the 2 of them, and before he could leave and introduce Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan's mother went up and held her hand. Oh, this is even more beautiful than in the photo. What a fairy. Su Yuan's mother had seen Zhao Qingxue's photos before and thought she was very beautiful. She simply met her aesthetic standards. She kept urging Su Yuan to bring his daughter-in-law home to meet her. Now that I see her in person, I find she is even prettier than in the photos. Mom, you look very young too, like you're in your early 30s. Looking at Su Yuan's mother, Zhao Qingxue was actually very surprised. When chatting with Su Yuan's mother, she found that she was very lively, different from the ordinary nagging middle-aged women, and very cute. Now that she saw him in person, she realized that he was really young and definitely didn't look like a 45-year-old. Moreover, she has regular facial features and was obviously a great beauty when she was young. Am I really that young? Su Yuan's mother was so flattered by Zhao Qingxue's praise that she couldn't stop smiling. She glanced at Su Yuan's father next to her with a reproachful look. Your father always tells me that I'm old and shouldn't be so conceited. I think he's just jealous of me. Of course. If you're so pretty and someone kidnaps you, it will be Dad's loss. Seeing that Su Yuan's mother spoke in the same way as on the phone, Zhao Qingxue gradually relaxed and started joking with the 2 of them. The family of 4 came to the parking lot talking and laughing. Su Yuan loaded the luggage into the car and let the 2 elders sit in the back. Zhao Qingxue also gave the drink she had prepared to Su Yuan's parents. Are you thirsty? Have a drink. Good. Su Yuan's mother took a sip of the water and suddenly asked, by the way, Hao told me a while ago that he also came to Shanghai. Where is he now? Mom, you still remember him? Su Yuan was very surprised when he heard his mother mention Li Hao. He lives upstairs from us now. That's good, very good. Mom, are you still in contact with Li Hao? Su Yuan looked at his mother, who seemed to be thinking about something, and couldn't help asking. When he was in high school, he always took Li Hao back to his house for dinner on weekends. Li Hao was also very sweet talking and made Su Yuan's mother very happy, but that was 4 or 5 years ago. He didn't expect that Li Hao was still in contact with his mother. Su Yuan's mother laughed. There must be a connection. Hao Hao is a very grateful child. He sends me blessings on every festival. Last time, he even told me that he has a girlfriend. Chapter 87. It's inconvenient for us. Last time you had a girlfriend? It was probably the female Aquaman who cheated on him. Su Yuan couldn't bear to tell his mother that Li Hao had cheated on him, so he just laughed it off and said that they had broken up, which made Su Yuan's mother quite regretful. She held Zhao Qingshue's hand and said, "You two have to be good to each other. No matter what happens, you should discuss it and don't quarrel. Qingxue has such a good personality, and our Yuan has a good personality too, so they definitely won't quarrel. What are you worrying about?" Su Yuan's father, who was standing next to him, drank water with a smile. For these two to live together, either both of them have good personalities, or one of them has a particularly good personality. Only then can they get along. Yeah, your dad said, wait. Su Yuan's mother, who was halfway through agreeing, suddenly noticed something was wrong. Who are you talking to, old man? You mean you have a really good personality, so you should just put up with me? Just tell me what I did that you're not satisfied with? No, the person with the best personality I'm talking about is you. I don't think anyone can stand me except you. Su Yuan's father rubbed Su Yuan's mother's hand and said, I've really troubled you over the years. Humph, I'm glad you know. After hearing Su Yuan's father's answer, Su Yuan's mother nodded in satisfaction and continued, what your father said before is right. This neighborhood is quite upscale, right? The group chatted and laughed all the way until they arrived at the gate of the Dilan residence. Seeing the grand gate, Su Yuan's mother immediately asked, houses here are not cheap, are they? Well, I bought a large flat for over 20 million. More than 20 million? Hearing that the house was so expensive, Su Yuan's mother smacked her lips and couldn't hide her smile. When your father was young, he said he would let me live in a big house in the future, but he still hasn't let me live in one. You are really amazing, son. After saying that, he glanced at Su Yuan's father with a reproachful look. Su Yuan's father smiled and said, I know I've wronged you. It's my fault, but my salary is all with you. If you like, it's not impossible for us to move to a bigger house this year. Tisk, you're the only one who can talk. Su Yuan's mother remained silent. Zhao Qingxue on the other side was laughing secretly. She opened the car window and asked, Dad, Mom, what do you think of the environment of this community? It's not bad, right? Not bad, not bad. There are mountains and water. I've never seen many of the flowers planted in the garden before. I want to dig up a few and plant them back. You're going too far. Su Yuan's father quickly stopped her. What if you get caught digging up other people's flowers? I'll be the one to do it. Stop, stop. Su Yuan, who usually shows off his love for his wife, couldn't stand their conversation anymore and expressed his thoughts. Dad, Mom, this is what I think. You two have worked hard for most of your lives to raise us two siblings. It's time for me to repay you. You can go home and resign if you need to, close your convenience store if you need to, and then move in with us. Our house is quite big, so it's easy for us to take care of you. This was the result of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingshue's discussion last night. It's inconvenient for us to live with you young people. Before Su Yuan could finish, his mother interrupted him and said, Don't give so many reasons. I was your age, and I know what you were thinking. Mom, it's nothing inconvenient. Su Yuan was helpless. His mother was good in every way except that she liked to fantasize. If the house was too small, it would be very inconvenient for 4 people to live together. But the house is so big, there are not so many concerns. After all, the master bedroom and the second bedroom are equipped with separate shower rooms, so there is enough private space. Stop. Su Yuan's mother waved her hand, it's convenient for you, but not for us. We've worked so hard to raise you in Yao Yao. Your father and I still want to spend a few more years in our own world. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan continued, That's fine. We have an apartment upstairs. You can live upstairs. Otherwise, there are other houses in the complex. I'll take you two to look at them in the next 2 days. You can buy whichever one you like. It will be lively for us to live together. Su Yuan really wanted the 2 elders to live closer so that he could take care of them if anything happened. But Su Yuan's mother shook her head like a rattle. No, I came to Shanghai just to play with your dad for a few days, and I came to see how you and Qingxue were doing. I don't want to live here, so don't worry about it. Dad. Seeing that he couldn't convince his mother, Su Yuan looked at his father. Even though Su Yuan's mother is the one who makes the decisions on all the big matters at home, as long as Su Yuan's father speaks, he will definitely be listened to in the end. He has 100 ways to coax Su Yuan's mother to agree to various things. But this time, Su Yuan's father smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I don't want to live here either. You said we've lived in our hometown for 30 or 40 years. We know everyone on the street and are very familiar with each other. Coming here means meeting new people. I'm old and don't have the energy. Besides, people say fallen leaves return to their roots. We've been in our hometown for decades, and when the earth is buried up to our chests, we run away somewhere else. It doesn't make sense." After hearing what Su Yuan's father said, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue looked at each other. In fact, the two knew that what Su Yuan's father said made sense. When people get old, most of them don't want to change to a new environment. One reason is that they are nostalgic, and the other is that it is difficult for them to accept a new environment. If we force the two of them to stay in Shanghai, they probably won't be very happy living there. Dad, Mom, you can go back and live here. I'll find you a new apartment. No, we live in a nice house. You and Yao Yao grew up in that house. That's why we don't want to move. Su Yuan's mother waved her hand and said, "If you really want to buy a house, buy one for your sister. Although she will get married in the future, it will be much better for her to have a house by her side. Mom, don't worry about this. I will make my own arrangements when the time comes." Su Yao is the younger sister that Su Yuan watched grow up. She is almost like a half-daughter to him. Of course, Su Yuan will not forget her. But since she is still in college, Su Yuan didn't give her a lot of money. He planned to give her a few thousand yuan in pocket money every month for her to use first, and then buy her a few houses after she graduated. As for her career, Su Yuan supports whatever she wants to do. Money is not a problem. Giving her a few million in startup funds is a small matter. However, he cannot let her mess around. He has to help her with advice. Yuan, now that you've made it big, not only have you married such a wonderful wife, but you can also help your sister. Mom can finally let go of this worry. Chapter 88. Is this the dish made by my godmother? Dad, Mom, this is it. After opening the door, Zhao Qingxue was about to invite Su Yuan's parents and when she suddenly found Li Guo's dog head in her sight. He also had 2 pairs of indoor slippers in his mouth. "Li Guo, go get 2 more pairs of slippers." After Zhao Qingxue finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yuan next to her and asked with her eyes, "Mom and Dad are not afraid of dogs, right?" Su Yuan shook his head. "Oh, this is a golden retriever? So cute." When Su Yuan's mother saw Li Guo, she was so happy that she went up to him and rubbed his big head. Li Guo was also very happy and rubbed his head against Su Yuan's mother's hand. Normally, this silly dog Li Guo is quite exclusive. When you take him out for a walk, he is not as enthusiastic towards everyone as ordinary golden retrievers. On the contrary, he hates it when others touch him, and he drives other dogs away with a grin when they want to play with him. It seems that he particularly dislikes playing with other silly dogs. But he was particularly attentive to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. When the two of them were taking a walk and chatting, he would also respond by meowing beside them, as if he understood what they were saying. Originally, Zhao Qingxue was afraid that he would reject Su Yuan's parents, but who knew that he would be so enthusiastic towards Su Yuan's mother? "Mom and Dad, I've put your luggage in your room. I've also prepared the toiletries and other things for you. Is there anything else you need?" Knowing that Su Yuan's parents would come early, they cleaned the second bedroom overnight and prepared everything that needed to be prepared. "Your house is so beautiful." When Su Yuan's mother walked into the bedroom, she was surprised to see that this bedroom not only had a separate shower room, but also a large balcony. The area of the bedroom was comparable to that of a single apartment. "If you're pretty, come live with us. It's okay to stay for a few days, but forget about staying every day." After walking around the house, Zhao Qingxue went back to the kitchen to cook. She originally wanted to let Su Yuan's mom and dad rest on the sofa. But Su Yuan's mother was very enthusiastic and wanted to come over to help. "What do you want to rest for? I'm not tired at all. Yuan bought us a first-class ticket, which is very spacious. We slept during the flight and now we are full of energy. Yuan grew up eating the food I cooked. I will also help you cook 2 dishes so that you can taste my cooking skills." "Mom. Wife. In fact, after hearing what Su Yuan's mother said, Zhao Qingxue didn't have any objections. It wasn't difficult to cook 2 dishes anyway. But seeing how eager she was to cook, Su Yuan and Su Yuan's father quickly stood up to stop her. Mom, why should I ask you to cook when you come to our place this time? Let Qingxue cook you a meal to honor you and my dad. Yes, honey, come here and let me rub your shoulders. Don't be so restless. The 2 men pulled Su Yuan's mother to the sofa. But when Su Yuan's mother saw them like this, her desire to cook became even stronger. She shook off their hands and said, "No, how can you let my daughter-in-law work all alone?" After saying that, he resolutely went into the kitchen. Su Yuan and Su Yuan's father looked at each other and saw deep helplessness in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Zhao Qingxue didn't know at first why Su Yuan and Su Yuan's father were so vehement in trying to stop Su Yuan's mother when she said she wanted to cook, but after she and Su Yuan's mother entered the kitchen together, she knew. Oh, don't add garlic to the lettuce. Just boil it in water. It's healthier. Don't add salt. Eating too much salt can cause edema and goiter. This fish is best steamed without garlic. I want the original flavor. An hour later, the 4 of them sat down at the dining table and fell into silence as they looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Su Yuan's mother greeted them warmly. What are you all looking at? Come and eat. Su Yuan's father glanced at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue and took the initiative. Yuan, you haven't eaten your mother's cooking for a year, right? Eat it quickly, don't waste it. Your mother's cooking is very nutritious. Dad, my mom came here and didn't forget to cook for you. This is a loving lunch made for you. Eat it first. After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish and put it into his father's bowl. Su Yuan's father was stunned for a moment. You've made so much money recently, kid? You must have a good meal every day. Come on, have some of the green vegetables your mom made. Dad, you should eat more too. Seeing the 2 of them pushing and shoving each other on the dinner table, Su Yuan's mother glared at them and said, "What's wrong with you two? There's so much food on the table, why are you being so polite? Eat quickly, don't waste time." After saying that, she thoughtfully picked up a piece of food for Zhao Qingxue with her chopsticks and said, "Come, Qingxue, you should also try your mother's cooking. Your father has been very diligent recently, so I haven't been cooking." Zhao Qingxue reluctantly took a bite of the fish in the bowl and swallowed it with difficulty. Mom, is it usually Dad who cooks at home? I used to cook, but then I read a lot of articles and realized my cooking style was unhealthy, so I changed it. But then your dad suddenly became diligent and wanted to cook. I told him it was unhealthy, but he said he wanted to learn cooking, so there was nothing I could do. When Su Yuan's mother said this, she glanced at Su Yuan's father. Su Yuan's father quickly agreed, I just don't want your mother to be too tired. She's been cooking for most of her life, and it's time for her to have a good rest. Dad, Mom, you two have such a good relationship. Zhao Qingxue quickly praised the 2 of them. But Su Yuan's mother over there was still very enthusiastic. Come on, don't talk too much, eat meat. After saying that, he put a large piece of fish into Zhao Qingxue's bowl. Mom, you're so nice. Looking at the fish in her bowl, Zhao Qingxue was speechless and choked up, thinking that she would never let Su Yuan's mother enter the kitchen tomorrow. Su Yuan, who was standing next to her, saw the girl's embarrassed expression and took the fish from her bowl and put it in his own bowl. I like this fish, give it to me. Hubby, no, just let me eat it. I eat. Just as the 2 were being polite, the doorbell rang. Li Gua, who was lying next to them, quickly got up and opened the door. When he saw Li Hao standing at the door, he closed the door with a snap. Li Hao, you're here. But Su Yuan, who usually felt annoyed when he saw Li Hao, quickly stood up from his chair, opened the door himself and invited him in again. My mom is here and has cooked a table full of dishes. Didn't you often come to my house for dinner on weekends when you were in high school? You must miss my mom's cooking. Come, I'll serve you a bowl of rice, come and have some too. Good. Li Hao, who had been disliked many times, was a little flattered by Su Yuan's attitude and sat down at the table with his bowl of rice. But when he saw the table full of food, his eyes widened. This dish was made by my godmother? Chapter 89. The contribution cannot be too little. Yes, I made it. It might not taste very good, but it's healthy. You young people nowadays always stay up late playing with your phones and don't like to exercise. You should eat healthier and stay healthy. Su Yuan's mother and aunt looked at Li Hao with a smile. Su Yuan also smiled. Yes, this is a gift from my mother, you have to eat more. After he finished speaking, he suddenly reacted and looked at Li Hao. What do you call my mother? He seemed to have called his mother godmother just now? When did this happen? Call me godmother. When Li Hao said this, he felt a little guilty. What's wrong? No, when did this happen? Su Yuan was a little confused. Although his mother liked him very much when he brought Li Hao home in high school, he had never heard that she wanted to adopt him as her godson. Why did she suddenly call his mother godmother now? It happened 2 years ago. Li Hao didn't say anything, but Su Yuan's mother took over. She said with a smile, didn't I tell you that Hao Hao was very grateful? You only brought him home for dinner in high school, but he often sent me messages on WeChat in the following years, and occasionally came back to see me, and sent me gifts. I saw that he was such a good kid, so I adopted him as my godson. I wanted to tell you about this, but he said he would tell you himself, so I didn't. No, we've talked so many times, you didn't plan to tell me? Although the two went their separate ways after graduating from high school, Su Yuan went to school and Li Haotian traveled around the world. Logically speaking, the two of them should not have much common topics, but every 1 or 2 months they would chat about their lives on WeChat. Although they didn't talk much, they had always kept in touch. When Li Hao came to Haidu, he looked for him the first time. But Su Yuan couldn't understand it. Every time Li Hao chatted with him, he would tell him about trivial things like where he went to play and what girls he picked up, but he never mentioned something as important as finding a godmother. Didn't I forget that? Forgot? Under Su Yuan's aggressive gaze, Li Hao coughed twice. It's not that I forgot, it's just that I don't know how to tell you about this. I can't suddenly tell you that I'm really your brother, right? You said we were fake brothers for so long, and suddenly we became real brothers. I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Question mark. Seeing Li Hao's forced explanation, Su Yuan didn't ask any more questions. He paused and said, since you call my mom godmother, when Xingxue and I have our wedding, you must not give less money. According to the rules in Su Yuan's place, when getting married, the contribution from brothers usually starts at 5,000 yuan. By saying this, he acknowledged Li Hao's identity as his godson. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stared at Su Yuan's eyes seriously and said clearly, don't worry, I will definitely not give you less when you marry my sister-in-law. Don't just talk about us getting married. When are you going to find a proper girlfriend? Speaking of Li Hao, it really gives Zhao Qingxue a headache. She really couldn't stand his habit of flirting with other women, but he was Su Yuan's friend, and she couldn't say anything, so she kept some things to herself. But now that their relationship has changed, and she has truly become Li Hao's sister-in-law, she couldn't help but say a few words. You said you're always messing with other girls, changing girls one after another, and never settling down. When will it end? If possible, you should hurry up and find a girlfriend. We won't charge you for the wedding gift, so just bring your girlfriend over and grab the bouquet. That's right, sister-in-law. Li Hao also nodded and agreed. Seeing everyone talking happily, Su Yuan's mother's smile became even brighter. She called out, come on, everyone, stop talking and eat quickly. After saying that, she lovingly picked up a piece of food for Li Hao with her chopsticks. Li Hao smelled it, suppressed his discomfort and took a bite of the fish. 3 seconds later, he suddenly put down his bowl and stood up. Godmother, godfather, didn't I say before that I would take you to a really authentic hot pot restaurant? Let's go eat now. Su Yuan's mother didn't care, it's not too late to go tomorrow. But Su Yuan's father stood up immediately and said, this is Hao Hao's kindness, so just accept it. Everyone unanimously agreed to go eat hot pot. Su Yuan and Li Hao said a lot of good things and then coaxed Su Yuan's mother to change clothes and go out. Then I'll go change my clothes first. Over there, Su Yuan's mother went to her bedroom to change clothes, and Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan's father followed her to choose clothes. Su Yuan and Li Hao were the only ones left in the living room. Each of them lit a cigarette and took a few puffs in silence. Smoke drifted in the air. You wouldn't mind me taking on a godmother, would you? 10 seconds later, Li Hao was the first to break the silence. His tone was unusually serious, without any laxity. Su Yuan didn't expect that the usually carefree boy would actually speak in such a tone. He looked at him in shock and said, why should I mind such a thing? I'm so happy that more people are helping me to be filial to my mother. It's your mother who should mind. She worked so hard to raise you, but you recognized someone else as your godmother and made someone else your son. My mother won't mind. Actually, Su Yuan didn't mean anything by saying this, he just mentioned it casually. However, Li Hao gave a wry smile after hearing his words, with a hint of despair in his eyes. My mother would rather not have me as her son. Why would she mind such a thing? What you said, are you in conflict with your mother? Don't worry, no matter how much conflict there is, your mother is still your mother. How could she wish to not have a son like you? After hearing what Li Hao said, Su Yuan didn't take his words seriously, thinking that he just had a quarrel with his family. Although he had quarreled with his mother, at most they had a few arguments occasionally, but he had seen his classmates quarreling with their families. Sometimes they even threatened to sever the mother-son relationship, but didn't they always make up after a few days? After all, family members are family members. No matter how much they quarrel, the blood relationship cannot be severed. It's different. I don't have any conflicts with my mother. She has hated me since I was a child and she wishes I would die out there. In her heart, my brother is her only son. Li Hao gave a bitter laugh, trying to keep his tone light. It's a pity that I'm a 1,000-year-old bastard. I've been hanging out outside all day for so many years, and nothing has happened to me. I guess she's disappointed, right? Chapter 90 Godmother, you are so beautiful, you look good in anything you wear. This. As soon as Su Yuan heard Li Hao's tone, he felt that there must be something going on between him and his mother. Thinking back carefully, when the two of them first met, he had the best food, clothing, and other necessities, and his family gave him a lot of pocket money and often took him out to have fun. But he never seemed to call home, never went home during holidays, and never saw his family come to see him. No wonder he always insisted on going home with him for dinner when he was in high school. At that time, Su Yuan had relatively little pocket money, and he often ate the snacks bought by Li Hao at school, so he didn't think much about it. He thought that since he ate his snacks, he would just take him home for dinner and pay him back. He really didn't pay attention to so many details. He originally wanted to ask in detail about the situation at his home, but Su Yuan's mother had already changed her clothes and came out. She was wearing a dark velvet long skirt with a light-colored scarf around her neck. Isn't this scarf beautiful? Xing Shua bought it for me last time. It's made of silk. Godmother, you are so charming and beautiful that you look good in anything you wear. Li Hao was probably afraid that Su Yuan would ask more questions, so he quickly went to Su Yuan's mother to show his courtesy. Seeing that he was unwilling to say, Su Yuan did not continue to ask. It just so happened that the whole family went out and had hot pot together. The hot pot restaurant that Li Hao mentioned is a large national chain hot pot restaurant called Dream back to 1998. The decoration is more retro in style. The store is full of strings of red lanterns and red peppers. Under the orange light, it looks very lively. I often see internet celebrities checking in at the store, so this store is quite popular. Although it's not even dinner time yet, the store is already full of people. This hot pot restaurant looks good. Because Su Yuan's mother has been advocating healthy eating in the past 2 years, Su Yuan's father has either cooked for himself or eaten boiled vegetables with her. He hasn't gone out to eat for a long time. As long as you like it. As they walked into the store, the waiters immediately surrounded them enthusiastically and asked, "Do you have any reservations?" Have. After taking out the seats and set meals that they had reserved in advance and showing them to the waiter to scan the code, the waiter took them to the private room. Do you need any additional dishes? Although this restaurant can order food online, they only have basic set meals, and other dishes still need to be ordered individually. Come on, godmother, godfather, you order first. Putting the menu in front of the two elders, Su Yuan's father ordered several servings of beef, duck intestines, tripe, and the like. Why did you order so much meat? You should have some vegetables. 1 serving each of enoki mushrooms, lettuce, and bok choy. I ordered it for the young people. Young people should eat more vegetables too. After finally ordering the dishes, Li Hao raised his glass and toasted everyone. They drank and chatted about family matters, and the atmosphere was quite good. But just as Su Yuan's mother picked up the egg that was served to her and took a bite, she suddenly spat out the egg with an ugly look on her face. The eggs don't taste right. At first, no one took her words seriously. Su Yuan's father even joked, maybe the eggs laid by the chickens here just taste different from the eggs laid by the chickens back home. Don't make such a fuss. No, this egg is moldy. Su Yuan's mother held up an egg and showed it to a few people. Although they thought it was unlikely that such a thing would happen, they still went over to take a look. Sure enough, they saw some black mold spots on the fried egg that Su Yuan's mother had just bitten half a bite of. How can an omelette be moldy? How long have they been sitting around? Su Yuan's face darkened when he saw the fried egg. He quickly took a glass of water to his mother and said, "Mom, rinse your mouth quickly." Did you eat that egg just now? No, I spit it out as soon as I ate it because the taste was wrong. It's good that I didn't eat it. Li Hao, who was standing next to him, stood up angrily and said, "The hygiene in this store is terrible. I'm going to confront them. This shop sells fried eggs in a serving of 4 for 28 yuan, which is really not cheap." He actually dared to fool around like this. Anyone who encountered this would be very angry, not to mention that Li Hao was treating them this time. He immediately found the waitress and showed her the fried egg. "What the hell are you doing in this shop? You dare to serve this moldy fried egg to customers? I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will never let you go." It seems that Li Hao was really angry this time. Even though the waitress opposite was a particularly cute girl, he didn't show her the slightest bit of mercy. "I'm sorry, this was an oversight on our part. How about I get you a new plate of fried eggs?" When the waiter saw the appearance of the fried eggs, he knew he was in the wrong and quickly apologized and offered to replace them with a new plate of fried eggs. "Just a new plate of fried eggs and that's it?" Li Hao sneered, "Given the unsanitary conditions in your kitchen, you still want us to continue eating? Do we dare?" Fried eggs are something that is extremely easy to make, quick, and requires little technical skill. Putting aside the taste, just the moldiness alone can basically reveal the hygiene conditions behind the hot pot restaurant. "So how do you want to solve this?" the waiter over there asked. Seeing that Li Hao was getting very angry, Su Yuan also stood up and said to the waiter, "How about this? Your hygiene is worrying. We don't dare to eat here anymore. We'll go somewhere else, but we won't pay for the dishes on this table." After saying that, he wanted to leave with a few people. But the waiter looked embarrassed. "You ordered so many dishes, I can't make the decision on whether to give the meal a waiver. It depends on our manager. Please wait a moment. I'll go ask our manager." After saying that, he turned and left. They didn't want to make things difficult for the waiter, so they waited in the box for a while. "I heard the eggs on your table were moldy. Our kitchen is award-winning for sanitation, so this kind of problem is unlikely to occur." The manager came over soon. She was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s, wearing a black suit, 10-centimeter high heels, and a pair of glasses. Her tone was quite impatient. Upon hearing her tone, Li Hao, who was already angry, exploded. He slammed the plate onto the table. "If this isn't moldy, then what is? Are you saying this isn't something you sent? Are we framing you? This may have been an accident. I'm so sorry." Glancing at the fried eggs on the table, the woman pushed up her glasses and said, "As compensation, we can give you a 20% discount, but we can't offer a free meal." Chapter 91, With your attitude, I will destroy your store. To be honest, although it is very annoying to encounter such things, as long as the attitude of the store owner is good enough, the problem can be easily solved. We are all human beings, and no one has to be difficult with anyone else. Especially Li Hao and Su Yuan, both of them are rich. Although they ordered a lot of food for this hot pot, it only cost about 1,000 yuan at most. The reason they asked for a free meal was not because they wanted to save money, but because they felt that the hot pot meal was too disgusting and they didn't want to eat there anymore, so they went to another restaurant. But what is the attitude of this manager? The expression in her eyes and her tone suggested that they were just trying to get a small advantage. Her words implied that they had tampered with the eggs just to get away with it. Li Hao was already very angry, and her attitude provoked him, and the anger in his heart started to rise. He asked directly, "I'm just asking you if this table is free of charge?" "I'm sorry, the most we can offer in compensation is 20% off. If you need it, we can give you an extra fried egg," the manager said with a forced smile, "but I can't give you a free meal." "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll just call the Consumers Association and file a complaint." Li Hao took out his cell phone in anger. Su Yuan next to him held his hand and asked him to calm down. Although calling the Consumer Association is the best way to deal with this situation, looking at the manager's expression, there must be someone inside, otherwise he would not dare to be so arrogant. "If you want to complain, feel free to do so. We can only give you a 20% discount anyway." After the manager finished speaking, he had an expression that said, "You guys can do whatever you want, I'll just watch you here." Even a good-tempered person like Zhao Qingxue couldn't stand her attitude. "It's clearly a problem with your kitchen hygiene. You can't let us bear the consequences, right? The fried eggs you sent are already moldy. We're not sure if the ingredients in the kitchen are okay, so we don't plan to eat here. If we don't eat, do you still want us to pay? You ordered the food. Whether you eat it or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me. You. Zhao Qingxue was furious at the woman's answer. This kind of person was simply unreasonable. Are all merchants so arrogant these days? Honey, don't be angry. Anger will give you wrinkles. Let me handle this matter. Although Su Yuan's mother ate moldy eggs before, she discovered it in time and rinsed her mouth, so there was no problem. Although Su Yuan was angry, he should have been rational. However, this manager's series of actions made Su Yuan's face gloomy. He coaxed the angry Zhao Qingxue and asked her to sit next to him with his mother. He then walked over and asked one last time, do you agree to waive the bill? If you don't agree, I'll smash your store. Anyway, if the store was smashed, the most he would have to do is pay some money and be detained for a few days. For Su Yuan, as long as he could vent his anger, it was worth it more than anything else. This hot pot restaurant is a chain store, and it started by paying internet celebrities money for publicity. Although this type of store becomes popular very quickly and has a high reputation online, it is actually as fragile as a bubble. Once a scandal occurs, it will spread quickly. He just couldn't believe that the manager didn't care at all. Smashing the store? I think you guys came here on purpose to cause trouble. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the manager, instead of getting scared, became even more disdainful. She turned around and called a few waiters. The new waiters she called were all tall and strong young men. Standing there, they looked like small mountains and were very imposing. If an ordinary customer was scared by him like this, he might just back off. But Su Yuan's expression became even colder. A few poor bastards are trying to cause trouble here. I'm telling you, no way. Eat it or not. If you don't want to eat, just pay and get out. This is not a place for you to take advantage of others. Although Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue, and the others were dressed quite decently, the manager did not regard them as anything special. The main reason is that there are too many people who act like decent people nowadays. So what if you dress nicely? Xioli, go to the bank and withdraw 10 million for me and send it to Dreamback to 1998. The faster the better, I'm useful. Su Yuan called Xin Xioli directly. After the fight, he sat down and said, Qingxue, you haven't started the live broadcast yet, right? Today is a good day to start a live broadcast. Yeah, okay. When Zhao Qingxue heard Su Yuan say this, she immediately understood what he meant and opened her phone immediately. As a big-up host with millions of fans, there are many people waiting in Zhao Qingxue's live broadcast room. Therefore, when they saw that she suddenly started the live broadcast, the fans were very happy. Today's little surprise. However, Zhao Qingxue wasn't as relaxed as usual. She patted the manager and the others and said, I'm dreaming about the 1998 hot pot restaurant right now. Has anyone heard of this place? Dreaming back to 1998? It seems like this hot pot restaurant is very popular these days. I plan to go there in a few days. I've tried it before, and it tastes just so-so. The service at that restaurant is terrible, and the hygiene is worrying. Last time, I even found a cockroach there. The manager of that restaurant sent me a few dishes, so I didn't say anything. After all, we are just ordinary people and can't afford to compete with big restaurants. When hearing about the movie Back to 1998, many fans knew about it. Zhao Qingxue continued to explain the situation. Today, my husband and I brought my parents-in-law here for dinner. My mother-in-law even ate a moldy fried egg. We originally asked for a waiver, but this restaurant's attitude was too arrogant. What are you doing? Did we let you take pictures? Originally, the manager was planning to kick Su Yuan and the others out as soon as possible. After all, it was almost dinner time, and it would be bad if the situation got out of hand. But who knew that Su Yuan and others not only had no intention of leaving, but instead started a live broadcast? The manager realized belatedly that Zhao Qingxue might be a very famous internet celebrity with a lot of fans. If this matter were to be publicized, she would definitely be punished by her superiors. Therefore, she decisively brought people over and wanted to snatch the phone from Zhao Qingxue. This scene was also broadcast live by Zhao Qingxue. Oh my god, this manager from Dreamback to 1998 is so scary. His attitude is so arrogant. Are all service staff this arrogant these days? I said I'd go eat it in 2 days. I don't dare go. I ate a moldy fried egg? How can fried eggs get moldy? How does that work? The female manager in Dreamback to 1998 didn't look that good to begin with. She had a fierce look on her face and acted like a female demon when she ordered people to snatch Xiao Qingshua's phone. Many fans in the live broadcast room were so scared that they almost threw their phones away. Chapter 92, Spending 10 million on a popular hotpot restaurant is not too much. I'm here today, let's see who dares to touch my godmother and sister-in-law. Seeing several staff members rushing over, Li Hao and Su Yuan both stopped them. Su Yuan was fine, since he had his guards as a trump card. He knew in his heart that his relatives would not be harmed, so he remained relatively calm. But Li Hao's eyes were red, and he looked like he was going to fight the store owner. This actually scared a few of the waiters, and they became a little less imposing. They all turned around to look at the female manager who looked like a shrew. The female manager hadn't expected Su Yuan and his companions to be so stubborn. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and looked at them. Have you guys had enough of this? Don't you just want some compensation? You've made such a big fuss, and you're not afraid of losing face at all. You're the kind of shameless people I've always met. After saying that, he turned around and ordered the people around him, don't they just want money? Go and give them 300 yuan as compensation. She spoke in a tone as if she was dismissing a beggar. Yes. A waiter nodded and turned away. Did you hear that? I'm paying you, so stop making a scene. And you're still talking about destroying our store. Do you know how much it costs to renovate our store? Hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to pay for destroying the store? Seeing the female manager like this, not only Su Yuan and the others sneered in their hearts, but the fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned. How can someone who can easily buy his wife hundreds of Hermes bags afford to renovate your store? Who taught you math? I don't understand how someone like this could become the manager of a big hotel. He doesn't look like he got there through his body. It's hard to say. Some people have peculiar hobbies. This female manager may not be very pretty, but I estimate she's at least a D. Looking at the female manager's appearance, many people even felt that this was almost like a joke. The service industry is so developed now, who doesn't treat customers like their parents? This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant female manager. However, the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. No matter how developed the service industry is, there will always be a few bad apples that drag down the industry's level. It's better not to meet this kind of person, but it's really painful if you meet him. Schwer, you absolutely cannot accept these 300 yuan. The eggs they served are moldy. There must be a food safety issue. Check them. Yeah, this kind of internet celebrity store has been spoiled too much, we must sanction it. This female manager is really infuriating. If I were there, I would definitely hit her on the spot. What happened? It seems like there was a quarrel? Although this was a private room, the noise was so loud that the people in the hall over there noticed something was wrong and started looking over here. The more people who came to watch the fun, the greater the impact on the business in the store. The female manager was a little overwhelmed and quickly slammed the 300 yuan that the waiter brought on the table. This is the compensation from our store, take it and get out. $300, you really think highly of me. Li Hao took a look at the 300 yuan on the table and was so angry that he laughed at the female manager. Su Yuan also did not touch the 300 yuan, but just glanced at the message sent by Xian Xiuli on his mobile phone. Mr. Su, we're here. He had just received the news and the female manager was still showing off when he saw the glass door at the entrance of the store being pushed open. A dozen men in black suits walked in carrying silver safes in their hands. Leading the group was a woman who was also dressed in a professional suit. The woman was holding a folder in her hand. She glanced at the situation in the store and walked straight towards Su Yuan's box. What is this? The underworld? What era is it now? Why are you still putting on this kind of show? But this kind of show really looks intimidating. That silver safe is filled with money, right? I've seen movies where tens of millions of dollars can be poured out of a silver safe in a matter of minutes. Everyone here is carrying a safe, so doesn't that mean they brought in hundreds of millions of dollars in cash? I beg you to stop watching those stupid movies. A portable safe like this can only hold 1 million in cash. Even a specially made one can only hold 2 million. How can it possibly hold tens of millions? The people Xian Xiuli brought not only successfully attracted the attention of the diners in the entire hot pot restaurant hall, but also naturally made the female manager a little dumbfounded. She looked at Xian Xiuli who was walking towards her, and forced a smile on her face. Excuse me, are you here to eat or? But Xin Sholi had a cold face and ignored her completely, walking towards Su Yuan slowly. "Mr. Su, I've brought you the money you requested. Here's 10 million. After saying that, she pointed at the dozen or so men following behind her. Very good. Su Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes indifferent. "Smash the store for me." After saying that, he glanced at Xin Sholi and said, "I think you know what to do." "Okay, Mr. Su." It is the job of every assistant to guess the chairman's thoughts. Although the two have not spent much time together during this period, from their previous behavior, Xin Sholi has also gained some understanding of Su Yuan. She turned and ordered the people below, "Give those guests who are eating enough compensation to let them leave first. If they choose not to leave, let them finish their meal and destroy the rest." "Yes." After receiving Xin Sholi's instructions, the people below put the safe aside and started to act in unison. Two people went to negotiate with other guests, while the rest started to smash and destroy things. Soon the store became a mess. "Manager, what should we do now?" The shop assistants, who had been quite imposing before, became completely intimidated after seeing these men in black suits, and hid in the corner and trembled like quails. After all, these men looked like professionals, and they might even be carrying weapons, so they certainly didn't dare to fight head-on. As for the female manager, she was completely dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She originally thought that these were just a few customers who wanted to take advantage of her, and she could just give them some money to get rid of them. It's not like she hasn't encountered this kind of thing before, but who knew that this time she would run into a tough guy, and the other party really dared to smash the store. Moreover, the woman who brought people here just now called the guest Mr. Su, so that guest must be someone important. It seems that she is really in trouble this time. The female manager was terrified. She suddenly turned around and ran to the side to make a phone call. "Yun, what should I do? The store I'm in charge of was smashed." Chapter 93. I just want to know how she handles it. What? What's going on? When Xia Yun, the proprietress of Dream back to 1998, heard her sister say this, she was stunned and quickly asked about the situation. After hearing her sister's account of the whole story, she was furious. "How many times have I told you to stop being so arrogant? You're a service employee, how can you treat customers like that? The store's been smashed now. If I'd known you were such a hopeless case, I wouldn't have let you be the lobby manager. How am I going to explain this to your brother-in-law? He's definitely going to give me a hard time." Xia Yun was really furious. She and her husband had worked so hard to start an ordinary hot pot restaurant from scratch. It took a lot of hard work from the couple to build it to its current size. Seeing that the hot pot restaurant chain is opening one after another and the business is getting prosperous, her sister has met the wrong person and her work is not going well, so her family asked her to help her sister. Xia Yun was reluctant at first because she knew her sister well. She had no skills but was too ambitious and was not the type to do things well. Originally, she wanted to give her sister a few $100,000 to let her open a small supermarket, but her sister was unwilling to do so, saying that opening a supermarket was not promising and she insisted on becoming a manager of a hot pot restaurant. She was unwilling, but her sister mobilized all the aunts and uncles in the family to lobby her, and she had no choice but to agree, so she let her sister become the lobby manager of a branch. Before her sister became the manager, she repeatedly told her not to cause trouble and just to run the store normally. Who knew that something would still happen in the end? She had made her sister the manager without telling her husband at the time, but now that the store has been smashed, she certainly can't hide this anymore. "I just wanted to save some money for our store. How did I know that customer was a wealthy boss? I thought he was here to take advantage of us." The female manager said confidently. Jia Yun on this side was almost madly angry at her words. Seeing her husband calling her on the phone, she had no choice but to hang up her sister's call and answer her husband's. After talking about this, the couple rushed to the hot pot restaurant immediately. The hot pot restaurant is located on a street next to a square, so there are many people watching the fun in front of the store. As soon as the couple got out of the car, they went straight to the box. They didn't even look at the men in black who were smashing things in the hall, and walked straight towards Su Yuan. "I'm Yu, the owner of this store. We were immediately informed of what happened here. This was our store's fault from beginning to end. First, our store's hygiene control was not strict enough, which put several people at risk of food poisoning. We will conduct a comprehensive inspection on them later. If anything goes wrong, we will take full responsibility. Second, our store staff gave you a very bad experience. This is a problem with our poor staffing. We will hold them accountable and will punish them severely. Seeing Su Yuan and his men smashing the store, the female manager just stood there like a quail without saying a word. However, the owner and the owner's wife of this store were quite responsible. They admitted their mistakes right away and had a very good attitude. There's no need to do the checkup. We'll go there ourselves when the time comes. Su Yuan asked calmly, I just want to know how she will deal with it? This. Xia Yun was stunned when she saw Su Yuan pointing at her sister. She quickly said, to be honest with you, Mr. Su, this is my sister. I was too soft-hearted and let her be the lobby manager here. I know that letting an unqualified person be the manager is extremely disrespectful to the diners who dine here. I apologize to you and the diners here. As for her, I will terminate her position and bring her gifts to apologize to you in person. Do you think this is a satisfactory solution? Mom, wife, what do you think about this? In fact, when encountering such things normally, Su Yuan would not be so angry. After all, he is a grown man, and it is no big deal even if he eats a moldy egg. He would not care so much. But this time, the person who ate the eggs was his mother, and the person whose phone was almost stolen was his wife. He definitely couldn't let this matter go, so he chose to smash the store. Now that the boss had come in person to apologize, he immediately looked at his mother and Zhao Qingxue. Mom, what do you think? Although Zhao Qingxue was angry about the attitude of the female manager before, now that she saw the boss and his wife apologized in person and so sincerely, her anger had long subsided. Therefore, she also looked at Su Yuan's mother. Su Yuan's mother was also not one to let go of others even if they were right. She thought for a moment and said, just fire him and forget about it. There's no need to apologize in person. Then just listen to your mother, I have no objection. Okay, you heard what my mom and my wife said. Su Yuan looked at the couple over there and said, looking at your attitude, forget about coming to apologize and just calculate the compensation. Although it was indeed the female manager of the store who was at fault in this incident, it is also a fact that he smashed someone else's store. We're responsible for all the mistakes in this matter. How dare we ask you for compensation? We're very grateful that you don't hold us responsible. So, let's put it this way, we didn't treat you well this time, so from now on, wherever you dine out, we'll pay for it. We'll also give you a lifetime 20% discount card. Next time you come to our restaurant, you'll get a 20% discount, no matter when. There is a reason why this couple has been able to grow the hot pot restaurant to its current scale. If they don't accept compensation, they may temporarily lose the money for renovating the store, but this incident will greatly restore the image of the hot pot restaurant and also serve as a disguised advertisement for the hot pot restaurant. Perhaps after this incident, the popularity of the hot pot restaurant will not only not decrease, but will increase. The boss really knows how to behave. Now I realize how wonderful it is to be rich and powerful. If ordinary people like us were to encounter something like this, let alone confront the boss, even if we filmed it and posted it on our personal account, I guess few people would see it. How could we possibly be treated like this? Wait, where's the money in the portable safe? I'm waiting to see them smash up the store with the money. After the incident came to an end, the boss of Dream back to 1998 personally escorted several people out of the hot pot restaurant. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue had not turned off the live broadcast, Su Yuan leaned over to take a look at the barrage. Seeing that some people were still thinking about the money in the safe, he chuckled, using the money to smash the store? You guys can even think of doing something like that. What if the money gets damaged? That's illegal. Chapter 94. Who is this sister? Are we going to spend Chinese Valentine's Day in this hotel? Looking at the hotel in front of her, which was made entirely of blue glass, Su Yuan's mother got out of the car and took a look. She suddenly had an urge to turn around and go back. Because this hotel looks very expensive. Although her son is successful in making money now, she still has more than 5 million in her bank account. But she had been used to saving for decades and had no urge to spend. She thought that a simple life was enough and had no idea about this kind of hotel that only rich people on TV would go to. Yes, there is a surprise on the top floor of this hotel. A few days before Chinese Valentine's Day, Su Yuan had been thinking about where to take his parents and wife to play. After much deliberation, he booked the top floor of this hotel and called Shihan, Li Heo Jingshan and others to come and play together. This hotel must be expensive for one night, right? Su Yuan's mother is still worried about the price. Su Yuan thought for a moment, it's okay, just stop talking. Don't I know what you're thinking? You're definitely going to make up some lies to deceive me. Don't tell me you got some discount coupons for this hotel and it only costs a few $100s a night. I don't believe it. Su Yuan's mother immediately covered Su Yuan's mouth. No, Mom, I'm not going to lie to you. I booked this hotel for a really high price, but it's non-refundable, so don't even think about going back. Just come play with us. That's right, this is also a filial piety of the son. Su Yuan's father chimed in with a smile. Today, he dressed up at Su Yuan's urging, wearing a trendy floral shirt, loose shorts, and some accessories. At first glance, he really looked like a trendy guy. The four of them got out of the car. Su Yuan's father hugged Su Yuan's mother, and Su Yuan hugged Zhao Qingxue. They looked very pleasing to the eye at first glance. I really owe you in my past life. Why is it always me and a single dog like you who are together? Su Yuan and a few others in front were in a car and arrived at Bali Hotel just in time. Li Hao was driving with Li Guo in the back. Li Hao, who had turned over a new leaf and planned to behave himself for a few days, gave Li Guo a lot of trouble along the way. Li Guo was so angry that he climbed from the passenger seat to the back seat and hid there, refusing to come out no matter what. He was still sulking after the car stopped. Come out. Seeing that Li Guo refused to leave, Li Hao had no choice but to pull him away. But Li Guo is so big that it's hard for ordinary people to pull him back when he gets angry. Li Hao. What are you doing here? Just as he was competing with Li Guo, Qi Han's voice sounded behind him. Li Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around. Who's that next to you? Li Hao had been feeling uncomfortable after not seeing a woman for a few days, but when he heard it was Qi Han, he immediately perked up. But when he turned around, he found that there was already a young man standing next to the man. The man, dressed in a suit and tie, nodded and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I'm Qi Han's colleague He Jing, and I'm her male companion today. Oh, hello. When Li Hao heard that Qi Han brought a male companion today, who looked quite respectable, he suddenly felt a little discouraged. He was just about to turn around and continue pulling Li Guo out of the car, when a shadow beside him suddenly rushed towards Qi Han. Oh, you are Li Guo, right? You are so cute, come, let's shake hands. Li Guo, who was angry with him just now, was now wagging his big golden tail happily. He was madly playing around Qi Han and shaking hands with him in a flattering manner. Fuck, come back here. Li Hao went up and grabbed Li Guo's neck. Li Guo was whining angrily, expressing his dissatisfaction frantically, but Li Hao ignored him and spoke to Qi Han in a rambling manner. It's Chinese Valentine's Day today. Why don't you bring your boyfriend over? Bring a male colleague instead? It seems like you two have a special relationship. Qi Han hugged He Jing's arm, his eyes a little shy. Anyway, we are both single dogs. He doesn't have a girlfriend, and I don't have a boyfriend. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, so we are a couple temporarily. After all, it's impossible to eat Qingxue and Su Yuan's dog food every day. Li Hao silently looked at the two people holding hands, and then silently looked at the dog leash in his hand. He stretched out his hand. Come on, Li Guo, let's hold hands too. Ouch. Li Guo shook his head proudly, snorted, and walked forward. Led by the hotel front desk, the group quickly reached the top floor of the Boli Hotel. Although they had checked what the view from the top floor of the Boli Hotel was like before they came, they were still so shocked by the scenery that they held their breath when they actually saw it. The entire top floor is open to the sky, surrounded by azure water waves that connect to the night sky, making it impossible to distinguish between the sky and the water. It seems that as long as you jump into the water, you can touch the skyline with your hand. And underwater are the brilliant lights of the entire city. You're here. Zhao Qingxue and a few others who arrived first had already changed into their swimsuits and were sitting on the platform in the center of the swimming pool drinking drinks and eating cakes. Seeing several people coming up, Zhao Qingxue was very happy and waved to them. Qingxue, you're really tempting people to commit a crime by wearing a swimsuit, aren't you? The swimsuit Zhao Qingxue was wearing was actually not very revealing. Her upper body was completely covered, and her lower body was a short skirt. However, she had an elegant slender waist, long and fair legs, and long and straight black hair. She exuded an alluring attraction from head to toe, which made Qi Han, a girl, unable to resist pinching her waist twice. Su Yuan immediately pulled Zhao Qingxue aside and said, Hey, this is my wife. Who told you to hit her? I, your wife, was the first one to go to bed. Much earlier than you. Qi Han was not to be outdone. He hugged He Jing's arm and said, I'm telling you, Su Yuan, I have someone to back me up today. Don't you still want to abuse me with your affections every day? Hanin, stop talking nonsense. When did I sleep with you? Zhao Qingxue felt helpless. You forgot, it was one night during our freshman year when we played that Jiaowei game together, and then you told me you were scared to be alone, so you crawled onto my bed. You were wearing pajamas at the time, and the buttons of your pajamas were unbuttoned. Okay, don't talk about this anymore. Hurry and change into your swimsuit. Zhao Qingxue quickly interrupted Qihan, fearing that this elder sister would be so foolish as to describe the details of her sleeping. Don't be anxious. By the way, this sister is. Qihan's gaze fell on Su Yuan's mother next to him. Chapter 95. This is too romantic. Oh, am I that young? You, a little girl, actually call me sister. You should call me auntie. Originally, Su Yuan's mother and father were sitting next to each other watching Zhao Qingxue and Qihan greeting each other. When they heard what Qihan said, they immediately burst into laughter. She touched her face and said, I feel like I'm old. Aunt? Qihan feigned surprise and glanced at Su Yuan's mother. So you're our elder? You're so young, I didn't realize. I thought you were only a few years older than us. Although Su Yuan's mother is a great beauty and still has charm in her 40s, she also exercises actively and keeps a good figure, but she is not as exaggerated as Qihan said. Although I know that others are complimenting me, who doesn't like to hear nice words? She explained with a smile, you are Qingxue's good friend Qihan, right? They often tell me about you. I am Su Yuan's mother. So it's uncle and auntie, you really look very young. Hey, are you going too far? This is my godmother, don't be more attentive than me. Seeing that Su Yuan's mother was chatting happily with Qihan, Li Hao also came over. Su Yuan glanced at him sideways, so you're always being attentive to my mom on purpose. What's my relationship with godmother? Showing my affection is only natural, right? Godmother. Yes, you are all good children, hurry up and change your clothes. A few of them went to change their clothes first, and while they were changing clothes, Jing Tian also came late with her boyfriend Zhang Ku. She knew that the car was going to the top floor of the Boli Hotel for swimming, so she had already put on a swimsuit under her coat. She casually draped the coat on a chair and went swimming, saving the trouble of changing into a swimsuit. Zhao Qingxue was originally planning to introduce Su Yuan's parents to Jing Tian, but Su Yuan's mother stood up in surprise. You are Jing Tian, right? You're the girl who often appears in TV dramas. I often watch your TV dramas. To be honest, Jing Tian's dark complexion may not suit the taste of some young people, who think she looks a little too gaudy. But Su Yuan's mother liked her very much, because she thought the girl was festive and well-behaved, and very likable at first glance. Yes, it's Jing Tian. Su Yuan's father beside him also said with a smile, oh, I didn't expect that a big star would come here to play today. Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm a friend of brother Yuan in Qingxue, and I'm also your junior. Please don't call me a big star. It makes me feel embarrassed. Jing Tian was very happy to be recognized by Su Yuan's parents, and introduced her boyfriend Zhang Ku to them. Zhang Ku didn't say much. He just smiled and greeted a few people and stopped talking. Hey, this is so strange. I think it's normal that mom knows Tian, but how come dad knows her too? Seeing Su Yuan's parents chatting with Jing Tian, asking her all sorts of questions, Zhao Qingxue whispered to Su Yuan beside her. Su Yuan put his arm around her waist and whispered, because my dad often watches various TV series with my mom. Your parents have such a good relationship? This surprised Zhao Qingxue. To be honest, her parents' relationship has always been envied by others, because although her father is just a math teacher, he is a very honest and loyal person. He listens to whatever her mother says. The two of them have been through ups and downs for so many years and have basically no conflicts. But apart from eating and taking walks, they usually do their own things at home. Her mother knits sweaters and watches TV series, while her father reads books and plays chess. They basically have no common interests or hobbies. This was the first time she had seen a man like Su Yuan's father watching soap operas with his wife. Isn't this relationship too good? Of course. Without dad's good genes, how could I have such a good husband like you? Su Yuan smiled slightly. By the way, aren't you going live today? I remember you promised your fans yesterday that you would go live today. Hey, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about this. I'm going to start a live broadcast later. Because she has more and more fans recently, Zhao Qingxue has also fallen in love with live streaming. When she heard Su Yuan's reminder, she quickly turned on her mobile phone, placed it on the table and started a live broadcast. After all, it is Chinese Valentine's Day, and many people have holidays, so there are more people waiting in the live broadcast room than usual. I just don't understand. Why on Qixi Festival are you single guys rushing to find a partner instead of running into the live stream room to eat dog food? Heh, you know how to save money by watching the live broadcast here? Swear, you finally did a live broadcast. Where did you go today? As soon as Zhao Qingxue started broadcasting, a dense barrage of comments popped up on the mobile phone. Zhao Qingxue also walked around with the phone in hand, letting everyone look at the surrounding environment first. Looking at the beautiful scenery, everyone was extremely envious and jealous. Ah, other people's Tanabata, my own Tanabata. I saw de Tian, hahaha, I caught de Tian alive, a single dog. Luckily we're not the only ones eating dog food. Looking at the teasing comments on the screen, Zhao Qingxue smiled and explained, "You're wrong. Today, de Tian and my bestie Chi-han both brought their boyfriends here. There are no singles here, only couples." Are there really no single people? I don't believe it. Really? What about Li Gua? Someone saw Li Gua doggy paddling in the water on the screen. Zhao Qingxue pointed the camera at Li Gua. Li Gua was not very thin when he was adopted. After being carefully fed by Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan for a period of time, he is now as fat as a pig. Originally everyone thought it looked strong because it had a lot of hair, but when they saw its appearance after being soaked in water, they were all speechless. Catch a bachelor pig alive, no, a eunuch pig. I told you not to treat pigs like dogs, but you guys just won't listen. It turns out it's not just puffiness, it's real fat. Oh whoa. Originally, Li Gua saw that everyone was chatting and no one paid attention to him. He was swimming around in the water alone and felt very lonely. When he saw that Zhao Qingxue's attention was on him, he immediately climbed ashore happily and pounced on her. There is also a swimming pool behind Zhao Qingxue. She lost her balance and was immediately thrown into the water by the huge Li Gua. Water splashes everywhere. At the same time, through the splashes of water, there are also brilliant and prosperous fireworks. This is so romantic. As the fireworks exploded in the deep blue sky and slowly dissipated, revealing the large words, everyone in front of the screen and in the swimming pool were stunned. Chapter 96. There is a single dog here. These are custom-made fireworks. How thoughtful of you, right? I also want to go and watch the fireworks. Even though they're not set off for me, I'll still feel happy just watching them. Can you make wishes with fireworks? If you can, I want to make a wish to be single next year. When seeing the fireworks exploding, Zhao Qingxue felt Su Yuan appear behind her. His hot chest pressed against her back. He stretched out his long arm, took the phone from her hand and threw it aside, facing the camera to the sky. Then he hugged her and carried her through the water to the edge of the top floor. From this perspective, the entire city is overlooked at feet, and the deep blue sky is home to her fireworks. Hubby, you're so nice. Zhao Qingxue felt safe and happy as she gently rested her head on Su Yuan's chest. Wife. Su Yuan's father and mother just paddled in the water beside him and did not enter the pool. Looking at Su Yuan's mother looking up at the fireworks, Su Yuan's father sat next to her without knowing when. Su Yuan's mother glanced at him and said with a smile, "Look at how romantic our son is." Then look at you. It turns out my genes are still strong. Wife, happy Chinese Valentine's Day. However, just as Su Yuan's mother finished speaking, a huge bouquet of roses suddenly appeared in front of her. The bright red roses are wrapped in blue wrapping paper, clustered together, and look eye-catching. When she saw the flowers, she was stunned and a suspicious red appeared on her face. We are both old, why are you giving me flowers? Wife, just take it. Su Yuan's father is usually a rather dull person. Although he is considerate in life, he doesn't often engage in romance. For example, this is the first time I've sent roses to someone. The last time Su Yuan's mother received flowers was when she got married. Actually, it was not his intention to give it this time. Su Yuan had prepared the flowers in advance and gave them to Li Hao. Just now, Li Hao secretly slipped them to him when he was setting off the fireworks. In fact, he thought that he was already so old and his children were in their 20s, so there was no need to deal with all these nonsense. But Li Hao had already given Huasai to him, so he had no choice but to force the issue. However, when he handed the flowers to Su Yuan's mother and saw her shy expression, he suddenly felt that it was the right thing to do. Huh, why are you suddenly so nice to me today? Is there some conspiracy? Although Su Yuan's mother said this, she still took the rose with a sweet smile and said, "I'm telling you, if you make any mistakes, don't expect me to forgive you even if you send me a letter." Su Yuan's father was helpless. What mistake could I have made? How would I know what mistakes you'll make? Anyway, I think you're not being honest. Confess the truth now. I really didn't make any mistakes. Look at you, you're not even as romantic as your uncle and aunt. Although Zhangku accompanied him here to celebrate Chinese Valentine's Day with Zhao Qingxue and others this time, Su Yuan prepared fireworks for Zhao Qingxue, and Su Yuan's father also prepared roses for Su Yuan's mother. But she didn't get any gifts, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She couldn't help but push Zhangku beside her. Zhangku looked at the couples in the swimming pool, smiled and hugged Jing Tian's slender waist. "Although I don't have any gifts prepared, I can take you to experience something they can't experience." After saying that, he dived directly into the water, carrying Jing Tian and gliding on the water like a whale. "Ah, be careful." Jing Tian was startled by his sudden action, but when she found out there was no danger, she immediately smiled happily. Awa, awa, awa. The 4 pairs of people on the field found a suitable place to play in pairs. Li Hao, who was present, sadly discovered that he was left alone in such an occasion. And there was still one person left alone, so only Li Guo was left. Li Guo was severely reprimanded by Su Yuan for his behavior of pouncing on someone just now. Li Guo whined for a long time and lay in the corner feeling very aggrieved. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan's mother, who usually came to comfort him when they saw him being wronged, ignored him today, which made him feel even more aggrieved. Seeing that Li Hao was the only one left, he immediately looked at Li Hao warily. "Why are you looking at me like that? You're not even a little bitch, and you expect me to be interested in you?" Li Hao patted his dog's head in annoyance. "Awa, awa, awa." Shaking his head in dissatisfaction, Li Guo grabbed the phone next to Li Hao and ran away. "Fuck, this is my only comfort, give it back to me right now." Unexpectedly, Li Guo was so mean, Li Hao quickly chased after him. Plop! Seeing him catching up, Li Guo jumped into the water in a hurry, interrupting Jing Tian and Zhang Ku's good time. Awo woo! Seeing that he had done something bad again, Li Guo quickly pretended to be aggrieved and looked at Jing Tian innocently with his big eyes. Jing Tian immediately softened his heart and patted its head. "Okay, I get it, it's not your fault." Li Hao, standing on the shore, was still looking around to find where his cell phone had fallen. Luckily his phone is waterproof. Hearing Jing Tian pampering Li Guo like this, he said angrily, "If it's not its fault, then is it my fault? Help me find my phone." "That must be your fault. What does he, a dog, know?" After Jing Tian finished speaking, she pointed at Li Hao and said in a tender voice, "Husband, let me ruin our good thing, beat him." "Good." After Zhang Ke finished speaking, he scooped up a handful of water and poured it towards Li Hao over there. Hey, you guys are being too unreasonable." Li Hao ran to Su Yuan's mother, godmother, godfather. "They teamed up to bully me." "You're a big scumbag, you deserve to be bullied." Shi Han, Zhao Qingxue and others over there also noticed the commotion here and ran over to help. The field was suddenly in chaos. Woo! Seeing everyone excitedly splashing water on each other, Li Guo rushed out of the water, stood in the middle of the group, and waved his fur wildly, causing everyone to run away. "Li Guo, you stupid dog. You're attacking indiscriminately. Ugh. Dog hair. He's really a stupid dog. Stop talking and get him. Things have changed. Now it's your turn to be bullied, right?" Li Hao on the other side was grinning as he watched Li Guo being chased by several people, standing aside with a gloating look on his face. But he was soon discovered by Su Yuan. "Don't chase Li Guo, come and see, there is another single dog here." Li Hao. Chapter 97 Playing Games and Torturing the Couple Opposite. Several people played and made noises in the pool for more than an hour. Except for Zhang Ke, they all climbed ashore exhausted and lay down on the lounge chairs covered with a towel to rest. "Hey, you young people have great stamina. You've been playing for so long and you're still quite energetic. We can't do it anymore. We need to go to bed." In fact, after just this casual tossing and turning, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Yuan's mom and dad were used to going to bed early and getting up early, so they went straight downstairs to their room to sleep. "Mom, let me take you to bed first, we can play for a while." Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue also planned to send the two back to their room. Su Yuan's mother was quite unconvinced. "We are not old and confused. Of course we know where the room is. We can just go back there." I know you young people don't go to bed so early, but you should rest after playing for a while. Staying in the water all the time can easily cause rheumatism, and staying up too late will cause memory loss. Okay, wife, stop nagging and let me have fun. Zhao Qingxue and the others didn't feel annoyed by Su Yuan's mother's nagging. Instead, Su Yuan's father pulled her away first. Watching the two of them leave, Jing Tian laughed. Uncle and aunt have such a good relationship. That's right, otherwise how could we avoid the emergence of a dog food factory owner like Su Yuan? Shihan said with a smile, pulling Yi Jing's hand downstairs. Okay, you guys take your time playing, we're going to rest. Question mark. Zhao Qingxue was confused. Why are you guys resting so early? You forgot, we are different from you. We still have to go to work tomorrow, and the way back to work from here is not short. After hearing what Shihan said, Zhao Qingxue didn't want to keep them, so she let them go and rest. The only ones left were 5 people and 1 dog. Li Hao glanced at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan who were sitting on his left, then glanced at Jing Tian and Zhang Ke who were sitting on his right, then stood up tactfully. Alright, I'm going to bed too. Return. But just as he stood up, Su Yuan grabbed him and said, why are you sleeping when you don't get up early and go to work? Come play games with us. After saying that, he shook his phone and said, online. In desperation, Li Hao had to use pesticides. But after he entered the room, he found that he was still alone, because on the left side of the room was a pair of love photos, with the couple IDs of temper and love to lose temper. On his right is also a pair of pink love portraits, with the IDs the sword and you are both flaws and she and the spider web are all traps. Li Hao, who was stuck in the middle, felt like he couldn't breathe. He hesitated for a moment. Should I just leave? No, it's so fun to play together. As they were talking, they had already matched up with other people. Jing Tian, who was on the first floor, looked at the heroes commonly used by Zhao Qingxue and the others and chose Yao as a support. My husband and I will go to the bottom lane. Good. Su Yuan nodded. Wife, I'll play jungle, you go to the middle lane. Aha! Zhao Qingxue took out the hero Xiaomei that she often used, while Su Yuanza chose Han Xian as the jungler. What remains is the wing. Su Yuan looked at Li Hao, who looked depressed, and said, just go on your way. I'll leave it to you. Okay. At this time, Li Hao was completely unaware of the danger. He could play any position in this game anyway, so it didn't matter which lane he went to. He directly chose Yuenga as the top laner. The lineup is formed, enter the game. Oh, there are 2 couples across the street. Hey. See if we don't beat them up and make them break up in the next round. Exactly. They let these people show off their affection. Don't they know that showing off affection leads to death sooner? When the people on the opposite side saw that the 2 couples' IDs on Su Yuan's side were clearly visible, they pointed at the middle and bottom lanes with bad intentions and tried to gank them. In the bottom lane, Jing Tian and Zhang Ke were both newbies who only played the game occasionally, so they didn't know how to play very well. Therefore, they were very cautious and hid under the tower to clear the soldiers and guard the tower without going out. The opponents went to the bottom lane to catch them 3 or 4 times, but both of them escaped with little health. This made the opponents very annoyed, so they went straight to Xiaomei in the middle lane. Angela, you hold Xiaomei, I'll deal damage, and we'll go over the tower and kill her. Good. Angela on the opposite side nodded, flashed forward, and used her second skill to slow down Zhao Qingxue. The opposing jungler Li Bai seized the opportunity, jumped out from the 3 wolves next to him, and prepared a big move to kill Xiaomei. The script had already been written, but Li Bai had just flown to the middle lane, and before he could use his second skill to become invincible, Han Xian next to him jumped out and knocked him away. Looking at his own black and white image, Li Bai slapped his thigh and said, what the hell is going on? Isn't Han Xian's hand speed too fast? Wait, how come Han Xian's economy is so high, but I haven't seen him kill anyone? Hey! Why is my jungle completely empty? Where is my jungle? Hubby, I was scared to death, you are so awesome. Zhao Qingxue, who had escaped death, kissed Su Yuan on the face and said, if it weren't for you, I would have died. Su Yuan touched her hair and said, come to the blue box across the street. I'll get you one. Okay. Zhao Qingxue happily ran towards the blue zone on the opposite side, and by the way, he captured a jungler Li Bai alive. The kill in blue all went into Zhao Qingxue's bag. The opposing Angela was stunned and angrily scolded her own Li Bai, are you stupid? Such a rubbish Xiaomei can kill you. How can I fight you after you gave her the blue buff? I can't do anything about it. The Han Xian on the opposite side is too good. Damn, these two pairs are hard to bully. You just focus on developing yourself. I'll go to the top lane to gank a few waves. Li Bai, who was originally thinking of breaking up with the other person, looked at his pitiful financial situation and finally set his sights on the top lane. On the opposite side of the top lane, Yuan Gu was still struggling to fight with his own Kai Huang. Since all his wild monsters had been stolen by Han Xan, Li Bai simply stopped jungling and went straight to the top lane. After Yuan Gu and Kai Huang finished fighting, he rushed out and successfully picked up the first blood of their game. Sure enough, it's easier to catch them on the road. Li Bai happily took the kill and continued to eat Kai Huang's soldiers, seeing a glimmer of hope for victory. But Li Hao was unhappy. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? Come over and help me. I'm getting the red from the opposite side for my wife. No, what does a little Joe do with red? She bleeds every month, so she has to get some red patch? Li Hao. Chapter 98. I already have a sister-in-law, don't think too much. Although he was speechless, Su Yuan's words miraculously made Li Hao feel that they made sense. In fact, he has always thought that women are a kind of particularly magical animals. After all, they bleed every month and can bleed for decades without any problems. Isn't this magical? Okay, take your time and take the red. Since Su Yuan can't be relied upon, then I can only work hard on my own. Isn't he just a Kai Huang? His arms are so short that he could kill the person walking his dog. Only. Li Bai, is Queen Kai your wife? Are you living on the road? After being ambushed 3 times, Li Hao couldn't help but type and fight back. He could tolerate being ambushed once, but what the hell was going on with Li Bai staying in the top lane? Didn't you see the 2 couples next door showing their love? If he were on the opposite side, he would catch the couple and kill them. Don't talk nonsense, Angela in the middle is my wife. I don't want to live on the road either. Wouldn't that make you easy to bully? The opposing Li Bai got 3 kills in a row in the top lane, and his economy was increasing rapidly. He was in a good mood and was interacting with Li Hao by typing. Li Hao was stunned. You can do it. After saying that, he didn't even bother going to the top lane anymore and ran straight to the middle lane. Angela, dead. Looking at the question mark that Angela slowly typed across from him, Li Hao finally felt relieved. Baby, I'm here to help you. When Li Bai saw that his wife was being bullied, he immediately came to the middle lane to help. Damn it, my teammates are so awesome, how could they be bullied by you? Seeing this scene, Li Hao felt quite disdainful. But he soon discovered that he was the only one in the middle. Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, where have you been? Su Yuan didn't even raise his head. I'm just passing by, my wife and I, just to enjoy our time together. Stop arguing. Ha? Why is there a transfer here? Su Yao came out of the KTV after singing with her roommates and looked at her mobile phone. Only then did she realize that there was an unreceived transfer in her mobile phone. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and we just have a day off. Several people in the dormitory are single, so of course they don't have any dates on this day, so we made an appointment to go out for a nice barbecue together in the afternoon and booked a private room to sing. Because she was having so much fun, she didn't even look at her phone. By the time she discovered the transfer in her mobile phone, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Because the dormitory door will be closed at 11 o'clock in the evening, several people are rushing to school. The bus is here, get on. 4 people took 2 cars, and Su Yao was pulled into one of the cars by one of them. After Su Yao got in the car, she opened the transfer interface to see who had transferred the money to her. But when she opened the transfer interface, she didn't think too much about it. She thought it was just an ordinary transfer between friends, usually transferring 52 or something like that. But when she saw the transfer amount, she was stunned. Because the number 52,000 was clearly written on the transfer interface. Thinking that she was drunk from drinking some wine, Su Yao rubbed her eyes and counted the numbers again, and found that it was really 52,000. Brother, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Looking at the money, Su Yao felt terrified. Although she was in college, she had 2 children at home, so she was not well off. The pocket money she was given was not much. She had never had so much money on hand. This amount of money is an astronomical figure for her. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day. This is the pocket money I'm transferring to you. Tell me when you've spent it. At the beginning, Su Yuan thought that Su Yao was still in college after all, so it would not be good to give her too much money. But then he thought again, his sister is so sensible now, it would be okay to give her more pocket money. After all, girls love beauty, so he should give her more pocket money to buy cosmetics and clothes. Brother, you are so kind, you are worthy of being my brother, I love you so much. Suya was so happy when she thought that she now had more than 50,000 followers on VX. The 3,344 yuan that Su Yuan gave her before was a lot for her. Not only did she improve the quality of her cosmetics, but she also had an extra 2,000 yuan in her hands. She paid for all the expenses for this trip in advance. Haha, my brother gave me a red envelope today. I paid for my meal and karaoke. The barbecue restaurant and KTV they went to were not of high quality, so the barbecue and singing meal only cost a little over 900 yuan in total. Originally, everyone had agreed that she would pay the money first, and then everyone would give it to her after they arrived at the dormitory. But now Su Yuan transferred 52,000 yuan to her at once, so she generously treated him to a meal. Several roommates were also from ordinary families. Seeing Zhao Qingxue being so generous and waving so much money for everyone at once, they were stunned. Yao Yao, what's going on with you? Yeah, how much did your brother give you in red envelopes? You spent too much this time. Why don't you keep the money and buy yourself some clothes? Next time, just treat us to a meal in the cafeteria. Although everyone knows that it was Su Yao's brother who transferred the money to her, how much can be transferred in a red envelope for the Chinese Valentine's Day? At most, it's about 520. Hey, then I'll show you guys. Although it is said that wealth should not be exposed, but because everyone usually gets along well, Su Yao did not hide it. She directly took a screenshot of the transfer interface that Su Yuan sent to her and sent it to the dormitory group. Okay, now everyone doesn't have to feel guilty, right? Hee, I really have money. Fuck, Yao Yao, what kind of brother are you? Fuck, this isn't 520, it's not 5,200, it's 52,000. 3 zeros. What kind of family is this? Why would you transfer so much money to your sister all at once? When the people in the group saw the screenshot of the transfer, they were all envious and began to question Su Yao about what was going on and whether she was the low-key, rich and beautiful woman. Su Yao was asked helplessly, your imagination is too rich, how can you live like a white, rich and beautiful woman like me? It's just that my brother made some money in business recently. Oh, speaking of which. Yao Yao, you're so pretty, your brother must be a handsome guy too. And he's so good at making money. Yes, are you still in need of a sister-in-law? Hurry, give us your brother's contact information. Go to hell. When Su Yao saw that several roommates were actually thinking about her brother, she felt helpless. I already have a sister-in-law, and my sister-in-law and my brother are very loving, so I suggest you don't think too much. Chapter 99 My First Love Is You. After happily celebrating Chinese Valentine's Day, Qi Han and his friend left early the next morning, followed by Jing Tian and Zhang Ke, who also said goodbye. Su Yuan and his friends were fine, so they slept until after 10 in the morning, then went to the restaurant downstairs to have breakfast, and then slowly planned to go home. Dad, Mom, there are a lot of fun things to do in Shanghai. I'll take you around for the next couple of days. I took them to visit all the famous tourist attractions over the past 2 days, but Shanghai is so big that we only visited a few ordinary attractions in 2 days. There are still many more fun places. Zhao Qingxue beside him also nodded. Yes, Dad, Mom, let me show you these places. You decide which one to go to first. As she spoke, she also took out her cell phone. Su Yuan's mother waved her hand and said, no more playing, we have to go home, you two should enjoy your world of two. Mom. Zhao Qingxue held Su Yuan's mother's hand and said, you two can just play here for a while. Anyway, we are both not working now, so we have plenty of time to accompany you. I know you two are very filial, but it's time for us to go home. Su Yuan's parents were very persistent. Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to look at Su Yuan. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then held Zhao Qingxue's hand. Qingxue, how about we send our parents back this time? He had planned to take Zhao Qingxue home during the Chinese New Year, but because of an unexpected incident, the plan changed. This time I just happened to take her back to my hometown to visit. It's a good opportunity for me to go home and spend time with my parents and take good care of their lives. Isn't there a saying that goes, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop, the son wants to support his parents but they are not around? This can be said to be the regret of most people. He didn't want this regret to happen to him. Good. Zhao Qingxue had heard Su Yuan talk about Rongqing a long time ago. Although it was a small 18th-tier city, it was where Su Yuan was born and raised. Su Yuan told her that the breakfast shop downstairs made delicious wontons, and that the braised pork at the breakfast stall next door was tender, tasty, and cheap. He could eat 3 bowls of rice with just the braised pork. There was also a spicy hot pot place outside the town that was especially delicious. Although it was a bit far, he was willing to walk an hour to get there. She had never seen any of these, so she really wanted to go and take a look. I want to go to the place where he used to live and make up for the first half of his life without her. Well, I'll leave tomorrow. After deciding to go home tomorrow, Zhao Qingshuet and Su Yuan started packing their clothes and luggage as soon as they got home. Li Guo is so big that if we want to take him with us, we can only check him in. It is too troublesome to go back and forth, so we plan to leave him at Li Hao's house upstairs. Su Yuan was just about to send a message to Li Hao saying that he would send Li Guo over later, but he received a message from Li Hao saying that he also wanted to go home. This completely confused Su Yuan. Why do you want to go home too? Well, my dad asked me to go back, so I'm leaving tonight. Li Hao quickly replied, thank you for taking me in during this time. I just had someone clean the house for you. There shouldn't be any problems. After saying that, he transferred 20,000 yuan to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was used to Li Hao's shameless behavior, but he suddenly became so serious, which was a little unacceptable to Su Yuan. After a pause, he remembered that Li Hao didn't seem to have a good relationship with his family, so he asked, is everything going on at home? It's okay. I'm glad you're okay. If you have any questions, just tell me. Good. Li Hao on the other end replied immediately. His eyes were red. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a message, thank you. Thank you for nothing. I have to go find a foster family for Li Guo. Since Li Hao couldn't provide foster care, and Shi Han had to go to work, foster care wasn't very convenient either, so in the end they had no choice but to send Li Guo to Qin Lu. It just so happened that Qin Lu had a very lively Labrador retriever and a large lawn at home, so it would be best to send Li Guo there. After packing up everything, the 4 of them boarded a plane back to Rongqing at noon the next day. This is Rongqing, it feels so delicious. After a 4-hour flight, the 4 arrived in Rongqing. Su Yuan's parents have lived in this small city for decades and are very familiar with it. It doesn't look anything special to them. But Zhao Qingshuo looked here and there, appearing to be very happy. Go home and rest first. You've been on the plane all day. Aren't you tired? Looking at Zhao Qingshuo's excited face, Su Yuan felt helpless. The family quickly took a taxi back home. Su Yuan's home is on the 2nd floor of an old residential complex. It has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Although the place is not very big, it has good lighting and is decorated very warmly. I'm going to go out with your mom to buy some groceries. You take Qingshuo around here to get familiar with the area. After entering the house, Su Yuan's parents went out without resting for long. Su originally wanted to take Zhao Qingshuo to have a look around the community, but Zhao Qingshuo just stood there and refused to move, blinking her big eyes with an expression that said, you know what I mean. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't want to see any residential complex, I want to see your room. Zhao Qingshuo said this and walked straight to the door of Su Yuan's room, pushed it open and walked in. Although Su Yuan has been away from home for 4 or 5 years, his room is still kept very clean by Su Yuan's mother. There is not a trace of dust on the bookcase and the table. The quilt cover on the bed has been newly changed. There are also 2 pots of cute cacti on the windowsill, with 2 white flowers blooming on them. Wow, is your room so clean? Zhao Qingshuo walked in and looked around. Hey, what is this, a junior high school yearbook? Looking at the old yearbook on the table, Zhao Qingshuo couldn't help but pick it up and shook it. Can I take a look? It's just a yearbook, of course you can read it. Then I won't be polite. Zhao Qingshuo flipped through the yearbook. The handwriting was very childish, and it was obvious that it was written by a child. Where's your high school yearbook? Su Yuan was sitting next to her, looking at her eyelashes curled up like little brushes from the side, and replied nonchalantly, who still uses yearbooks in high school? They were only popular in junior high. That's true. Zhao Qingshuo nodded, but her eyes suddenly stopped at a certain page. Who is this person? Is he your first love? I don't have a first love. Didn't I tell you that you are my first love? Somewhat confused by Zhao Qingshuo's sudden words, Su Yuan leaned over to take a look at the page she was reading, and then was stunned for a moment. Chapter 100, Not Romantic at All. The person writing on that page of the yearbook was called Tan Xiuling, which sounded like a girl's name. The information filled in above, such as age, zodiac sign, blood type, etc., was also normal. The key was in the message column, which had Tan Xiuling and his name written on it, and a shape of Cupid's arrow drawn below. When did this get here? Su Yuan was a little confused. Seeing him like this, Zhao Qingxue pouted, "This is your yearbook. Don't you know when you got here?" "I really don't know. That Tan Xiuling lives in the neighborhood next door. We did go to school together, in the same class in junior high, but I really didn't know she wrote such a yearbook. When we graduated from junior high school, everyone had a yearbook. There were more than 40 people in the class, which meant that when you sent out 40 yearbooks, you also had to fill out 40 yearbooks." When he first started filling out the form, Su Yuan was still a bit patient, but after filling out a lot of the yearbook, it became a completely mechanical assembly line operation. His message to each person afterwards was that tomorrow would be better. Later, when the yearbook was collected, he was too lazy to look through it, so he just took it back and put it on the bookshelf. Who knew someone would draw something like this for him? "Humph. I'm ignoring you." Seeing Su Yuan's confused eyes, Zhao Qingxue turned around and walked out of the room, went straight out the door and sat in the living room. Su Yuan followed her reluctantly, and seeing that she ignored him, he took out his cell phone. Seeing that Su Yuan, who was sitting opposite her, not only did not come to comfort her, but actually picked up his mobile phone to play, Zhao Qingxue became even more angry. "Well, she is angry, but you're still playing with your phone. You definitely don't love her anymore. Humph, it turns out you don't have me in your heart." With a snort, Zhao Qingxue stood up and walked outside. But just as she reached the door, she heard her cell phone ring. I looked down subconsciously. The person who sent the message was Su Yuan. She was originally angry and didn't plan to check the message, but after she walked out the door, she couldn't help but secretly open her phone and take a look. That's an old photo. In the photo, the little girl and the little boy are standing together and smiling happily. Isn't this me? After looking carefully, Zhao Qingxue realized that the little girl in the photo was her, and the person standing next to the little girl was Su Yuan when he was a child. After all this time, he was just sitting there editing the picture. Damn, I blamed him wrongly. Humph, but even if I blamed him wrongly, I will never admit my mistake. Wife, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for not keeping myself clean. Su Yuan's clear voice sounded behind him. At the same time, a pair of big hands appeared on Zhao Qingxue's waist. Humph, it's good that you know you're wrong. Since you're so kind in admitting your mistake, I forgive you. Seeing that Su Yuan was so smart and gave him a way out, Zhao Qingxue also climbed down. She turned around in Su Yuan's arms, stretched out her white and tender arms to hook around his neck, and pouted her pink lips into the shape of a cherry blossom. Think about it, if you were seduced by another girl in junior high school, with how infatuated you are, she would definitely be your white moonlight. Then what about me? What should I do? Hey, this is your wife, Yuan, right? Just as the two were kissing each other at the door, Aunt Lin from next door opened the door and saw the two hugging each other in the corridor. The sweet look of the couple made her smile. Su Yuan was particularly embarrassed. Aunt Lin, long time no see. You still look so young. Aunt Lin has always lived next door to Su Yuan and has been an old neighbor to their family for decades. They have always had a good relationship and the two families often visit each other. It can be said that Su Yuan and Su Yao grew up under the care of Aunt Lin. I haven't seen her for several years, but Aunt Lin is still the same. Yuan, you've always been sweet talking. I always knew you'd be great in the future. Look, you've brought back a beautiful wife. Aunt Lin looked at Zhao Qingxue and was very satisfied. With her outstanding appearance, I have never seen anyone prettier than her in the surrounding areas. She is like a big star. Hello Aunt Lin, I feel embarrassed when you praise me so much. Perhaps because Aunt Lin often danced square dance with Su Yuan's mother, the two of them had very similar temperaments and gave people a particularly friendly feeling. The originally shy Zhao Qingxue rarely took the initiative to greet her. Aunt Lin smiled and said, I'm telling the truth. By the way, when are you planning to hold the wedding? Remember to invite me to the wedding. Of course. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Lin, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue for a walk around the community. After all, they grew up here and had many acquaintances here. Therefore, after a walk around, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue basically got to know everyone in the community. The whole community knew that Su Yuan had found a beautiful wife. Seeing Su Yuan's gentle and slightly proud look when he introduced himself to others, Zhao Qingxue felt helpless. Husband, why don't we go home? Why are you in such a hurry? I'll introduce you to some new people so you can say hello when we meet again. Ha! Just as Su Yuan was pulling Zhao Qingxue to continue walking, they ran into a young woman in a red hip skirt walking towards them. The woman was very happy when she saw Su Yuan and greeted him. Su Yuan, I didn't expect it was really you. Someone just told me you were back, but I didn't believe it. Looking at the familiar-looking woman in front of him, Su Yuan couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Su Yuan, you won't forget me just because you found a beautiful wife, will you? I'm your junior high school classmate, Tan Xiuling. Tan Xiuling looked at Su Yuan with some helplessness. Zhao Qingxue, who was standing next to her, was surprised. You are Tan Xiuling? Sister-in-law, do you know me? Tan Xiuling glanced at Zhao Qingxue in confusion. Zhao Qingxue was too embarrassed to admit that she was jealous of her, so she could only cough and say, I saw your name in my husband's yearbook. Oh, that. After hearing what Zhao Qingxue said, Tan Xiuling seemed to remember something and felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, sister-in-law, Su Yuan has always been the most popular boy in school, whether in junior high or high school. I even had a crush on him in junior high. Hee, it wasn't just me, several girls in our class had a crush on him. She paused, then sighed. It's a pity that Su Yuan is such a blockhead, he doesn't understand romance at all. Back then, the class beauty asked him for help with questions every day just to get close to him, but he asked her, you can't even do this? What were you doing in class? He made her cry.